On the Jiulong continent, within Tianfeng country in Linshan County. Gugu. At dawn in Nanxing village, a multicolored rooster craned its neck and crowed its resonant call, echoing through the air and rousing the entire village from sleep. "You damned chicken, I swear I'll roast you and eat you one day." Covering his ears with both hands, Zhang Tianming turned over in bed, utterly unwilling to get up. Something's off. With a sudden motion, Zhang Tianming flipped over and sat bolt upright. "Today should be the 99th day since I transmigrated here, right? Damn my supreme dragon god system." Thinking of how ever since he came to this damned foreign world he had endured 98 days of pure hardship, Zhang Tianming suddenly felt a surge of elation. Today is the day when suffering finally ends, and the male lead turns his fate around. Damn it, now I'm going to crush all you bastards beneath my heel. With a mere thought, a virtual image surfaced within Zhang Tianming's mind. Host Zhang Tianming, male, 15 years old. Level 0, martial realms of the Jiulong continent, Wutu Wuzhou Wushi, Wuling Wuwang Wuhuang Wuzong, Wuzun Wuxing Wudi. Each level has 9 stars. Experience 0-100. True essence 0. Skills none. Defense 0. Attack 0. Zhang Tianming's gaze slid past a long list of dim gray attributes and went straight to the very bottom. System activation countdown, 1 minute 2 seconds. 1 minute 22 seconds. 1 minute 21 seconds. Fixing his eyes on the ticking countdown, the smile on Zhang Tianming's face grew ever more radiant. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. After transmigrating here for more than 3 months, Zhang Tianming had long since come to accept this reality. Before crossing over, he remembered himself desperately playing a game, gripping a violet gold Etienne sword strengthened to 18 and clad in a full set of at least 12 top-tier gear. After more than 4 straight hours of frenzied critical hits, he finally slew the ultimate boss. Seeing the ground explode with a field of top-grade loot, he was grinning so wide his mouth couldn't even close. Looking carefully, one particular piece of dropped dark gold equipment caught his eye. Supreme Dragon God System. What the hell was that? Pick up. The moment he picked it up, he inexplicably transmigrated. What infuriated him even more was that after fusing with him, this system actually required 99 days just to start up. It even had the nerve to call it with a lofty name, 99 Supreme. Was there anything more outrageously shameless than this? To make matters worse, everyone here possessed incredible strength. At the very least, they could casually toss 300 to 500 gene boulders, while the truly powerful could single-handedly hoist 10th Zanjin giant cauldrons. Yet Zhang Tianming was not one of them. The body he had possessed had been frail and sickly since childhood. His parents had also passed away one after another. However, he did hold a rather impressive status. He was the future village chief of Nanxing Village. As long as he reached the age of 16 and passed the assessment, he could formally become the village chief. Unfortunately, such a bitter life. Living under others' roofs, forced to watch people's faces and moods. Best not dwell on it. From today onward, all of that would become past tense. The beautiful life of Zhang Tianming was finally about to begin. Zhang Tianming was filled with boundless anticipation. 59 seconds. Seconds. Bang. His door was violently kicked open with a single blow. Zhang Tianming, get up and work already. Our Nanxing village doesn't feed useless idlers. Don't think you can pretend to be sick and slack off. All the other men have already gone up the mountain to hunt. Only you enjoy such a good life, not having to go. Hurry up and finish today's work. If you don't eat. With a heavy thud, a pot full of filthy, foul-smelling clothes was dumped onto the floor by a fat woman with a round waist and bulging belly, who then turned around and left. Damn you, fat hack. You think just because you shout louder I'll listen to you? Childish. Rolling his eyes at the woman, Zhang Tianming turned his attention back to his attribute interface. 45 seconds. 44 seconds. Whoosh. Bang. Oh. A wooden stick flew in and struck Zhang Tianming squarely on the head. Get to work and stop lazing around in bed. If not for the fact that your parents died early, a useless piece of trash like you would have been driven out of Nanxing Village long ago. That fierce, vicious voice came from outside once again. Holding his throbbing forehead, Zhang Tianming glared at the fat woman, who had somehow turned back, without him noticing, muttering inwardly, damn fat hack. If I could beat you now, I'd have flipped the table long ago. Oh ho, you dare glare at me. The fat woman planted her hands on her hips, her bull-like eyes glaring, and stormed forward. Reaching out, she twisted Zhang Tianming's ear, hoisting him straight up from the bed and hurling him out of the room in one motion. Here, even women possessed at least 300 to 500 gene of strength. Tossing the scrawny Zhang Tianming cost her no effort at all. Dare glare at me again, and I'll break your dog legs. The fat woman shot Zhang Tianming a sideways glance. A stunning beauty like me still has to come wake you up every day. Heaven is truly unfair. Snorting disdainfully, the fat woman wiggled her massive backside as she left. Covering his aching ears, Zhang Tianming glared daggers at her retreating figure. Tui, if you're a beauty, even cows would be too scared to defecate. Although venting through words brought a bit of relief, the throbbing pain in his ear still left Zhang Tianming thoroughly irritated. He still remembered that before he took over this body, it was this fat woman's children together with a few others who abducted him outside the village, humiliated and beat him, and in the end, through their carelessness, tortured him to death. If he hadn't transmigrated here, this body would likely already have rotted away. Even after his arrival, his body had not been spared. Bruises of blue and purple mottled his skin. In the entire Nanxing village, there were only a handful of people who truly cared about him. As for the original owner of this body being beaten to death, Zhang Tianming had never revealed this to those few who treated him kindly. Who was he? He was the king of games, a reigning champion who had maintained an undefeated streak of over 3,800 matches. Ever since discovering the Supreme Dragon God system in his mind, Zhang Tianming's resolve had solidified. These humiliations would be repaid personally. If he didn't torment those bastards to death, could he still call himself Zhang Tianming? Ding dong. Supreme Dragon God system activation complete. View attributes. Snapping back to his senses, Zhang Tianming was overjoyed. Check. Of course he had to check. Host Zhang Tianming, male, 15 years old. Level 0, martial realms of the Jiulong continent, Wutu Wuzhou Wushi, Wuling Wuwang Wuhuang Wuzong, Wuzun Wuxing Wudi. Each level has 9 stars. Experience 0 100. True essence 0. Skills none. Defense 0. Attack 0. You've got to be kidding me. Are you messing with me? What's different from before? Zhang Tianming resisted the urge to curse. Well, fine, there is a difference. At least the attributes are no longer grayed out. But, could you give me a hint? How am I supposed to level up? By killing monsters, completing quests, cultivating, eating. Unfortunately, the system remained completely unresponsive. Wait. Looking more carefully, Zhang Tianming noticed a line of text on the system interface. Ultimate quest: unravel the mystery of the Jiulong continent. Reward upon completion. Guess. What was that supposed to mean? Guess whether I'll guess or not. Damn. Zhang Tianming could not help but look down on the system. Just then a screech like a pig being slaughtered pierced the air. Zhang Tianming, get your ass over here and wash the clothes. Ding dong. Congratulations to host Zhang Tianming for triggering the laundry quest. Complete the quest to receive a reward of 100 experience points. Accept quest. Zhang Tianming had already covered his ears, pierced by that shrill scream, and was stunned when he heard the system prompt. Was he really supposed to complete this task? He turned his head to look at that pile of filthy, foul-smelling clothes. He truly did not want to accept the job. He knew very well that he did not need to wash so many. Half of them should have been washed by that damned fat woman. Yet she had simply dumped everything on him in one go and then hurried home to rest. Damn it, he was beaten and still had to wash her clothes. The thought made Zhang Tianming seethe. Whenever his anger boiled over, he would sneak out at night to find a stone and greet the fat woman's window with it. In the end, Zhang Tianming bit down hard on his teeth. Take the task. No. He had just activated the Supreme Dragon God system. If he still went off to do laundry, would he not be degrading himself? To hell with the laundry mission. Ding dong. Host Zhang Tianming has abandoned the laundry task. Zhang Tianming carefully examined his status panel. Upgrade experience 0 100. 100 experience points. I'm the king of games. This measly bit of experience will be easy to obtain. Ha ha ha, my good days have finally arrived. I swear I will become the strongest man on the Jiulong continent, sleep with the most beautiful women, and drink the finest wine. Before Zhang Tianming could finish, the system prompt sounded again. Ding dong. Congratulations to host Zhang Tianming for accepting the ultimate mission: uncover the mystery of the Jiulong continent. Mission completion reward: becoming the strongest man on the Jiulong continent, sleeping with the most beautiful women, and drinking the finest wine. Mission failure penalty: becoming the weakest man on the Jiulong continent, being slept by the ugliest women, and drinking the vilest swill. Mission time limit 10 years. Suddenly Zhang Tianming froze completely. Damn, was this punishment not a bit too much? Just imagining the consequences of failure sent a chill coursing through his entire body. Damn it, he absolutely could not fail. Now that he understood how the Supreme Dragon God system leveled up, Zhang Tianming began to form other ideas. Since accepting missions granted experience, then doing other things must as well. What should he do? Fight monsters. Well, with his current strength, he could not even defeat the 5-colored rooster in the village, so that option was out. Try gathering herbs. No way. The red-furred rabbits on the mountain were too formidable. A single one could easily bite him to death. Mining. Alchemy. Carving formations. He broke into a cold sweat. It seemed none of these were things he could accomplish right now. Forget it. He should leave the village first. Otherwise, if that fat woman saw him, he would be in for another torrent of abuse. He could not afford to provoke her now, but surely he could still avoid her. Once he leveled up, he would come back and settle the score. Wandering beyond the village, Zhang Tianming grew increasingly troubled. If he strayed too far from the village, any random red-furred rabbit or 8-tiered green rat that appeared would be more than he could handle. It was all because he was too weak. With his meager strength, he could probably only bully caterpillars. Right, I can at least pick on caterpillar larvae. Zhang Tianming smacked his forehead. Do it then. He immediately slipped toward a valley several li behind the village. The creatures of this world had completely surpassed his former understanding. Hidden in a clump of grass, he watched those caterpillars leisurely crawling in the distance, and his expression turned rather ugly. How were those really caterpillars? Were they not 2 meters long? And those long hairs on their bodies were like steel needles, terrifying just to look at. Oh wait. Zhang Tianming suddenly stiffened. Red health bars had appeared above the caterpillars' bodies with numbers displayed on them. Health 500. Health 10. Adult caterpillars have 500 health points, while larvae only have 10. Killing a single caterpillar larva should be no problem. Zhang Tianming rubbed his hands together. He had already locked onto a caterpillar larva, but did not dare strike immediately. He was still considering how he would escape after killing it. In the more than 3 months since crossing into this world, Zhang Tianming had learned firsthand how fearsome those adult caterpillars were. Just recalling the sensation of their steel needles piercing his flesh made his entire body shiver. He lay in ambush waiting for an opportunity. Finally, after he had patiently waited for 8 minutes and 3 seconds, Zhang Tianming seized a chance. While the adult caterpillars were all distracted, he dashed out swiftly, raised his foot, and stomped down with all his might. Squelch! A palm-length green caterpillar larva was crushed beneath Zhang Tianming's foot. Green fluid splattered everywhere. Ding dong! Congratulations to host Zhang Tianming for killing a caterpillar larva and obtaining 10 experience points. Ding dong! Congratulations to host Zhang Tianming for completing his first kill and unlocking the first form of the Supreme Dragon God Martial Dao, Konglong Yui. Martial skill rank Supreme. Damn, he killed a single caterpillar and actually obtained a supreme level martial art. Before he could think further, Zhang Tianming already felt dozens of eyes filled with fury locking onto him. Run! The instant Zhang Tianming bolted, the adult caterpillars all erupted into a frenzied pursuit. After expending tremendous effort, he finally shook off the caterpillar legion and lifted his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Gasping for breath, Zhang Tianming shook his head. This body's physical condition was truly abysmal. After confirming once more that no caterpillars had followed, he finally had the leisure to open his status interface. Skill Konglong Yui Supreme. On the Jiulong continent, martial skills are ranked as lower, middle, and upper 3 grades, followed by Star, Moon, Earth, and Heaven 4 orders, then Divine, Martial, and Supreme. Total of 9 levels. Current level, first tier. Proficiency 010000. True Yuan consumption 100. Description: Konglong Yui possesses immense power, striking down all before it. There is a 20 chance to trigger double power and a 20 chance to trigger a strangling effect. Increasing proficiency raises the trigger probability. When proficiency rises to the 9th tier at great perfection, there will be a 100 chance to trigger double power, a 100 chance to trigger the strangling effect, and an additional 10-fold gain in Dragon Chi. Then he looked at his true yuan. 0. What the? So I can see it but not use it. Zhang Tianming was speechless. Was the system trying to force him to stomp 9 more caterpillar larvae and be chased by caterpillar legions 9 more times? If he really tried that, the caterpillar legions would undoubtedly hound him without end even before the 9th attempt. And was this truly the Supreme Dragon God Martial Dao? Was this not just the first move of the 18 dragons subduing palms? TCH, seriously, you think if you change into a different disguise I won't recognize you? Pathetic. Forget it, whatever. Still, a supreme level martial skill was truly formidable. Supreme, just hearing it was thrilling. Ha ha ha. A badass life needs no explanation. It's just, could you possibly be any more of a tease? I don't even have a single shred of true yuan right now, so why did you show up? To tempt me. My willpower is plenty strong. Forget it, there was no helping it for now. He could only bully caterpillar larvae. 2nd time. Ding dong. 3rd time. Ding dong. 7th time. Ding dong. Help. Zhang Tianming shouted as he ran, legs flailing in frantic flight. A massive swarm of caterpillars behind him was chasing in a furious rage. Finally, Zhang Tianming managed to escape. Zhang Tianming felt speechless. Now, if he were to encounter those caterpillars again, he would surely be chased down immediately. However, if he didn't bully the caterpillar larvae, what else could he bully? It seemed there were really very few alternatives, and they were hard to find. Well, in order to level up, to become the strongest man in the Jiulong continent, to sleep with the most beautiful women, to drink the finest wine, to avoid being slept with by the ugliest women. It's a gamble. Once again he returned. This time Zhang Tianming was stunned. The caterpillar army had surrounded all those larvae. How to step on them? Got it, create a diversion. Thud. A stone flew far away, making a sound. The caterpillar army indeed rushed towards it. Caterpillars are just caterpillars, thinking they can compare their wisdom to mine. They should practice for a few more years in their mother's womb. You are nothing. Now is the time. Zhang Tianming stopped showing off, rushed forward, and stomped hard on the clustered caterpillar larvae. Squish, squish, squish. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Congratulations, host Zhang Tianming has leveled up to a 1-star martial apprentice. Attribute value increased by 1 point, unlocking the full profession system. Alchemist unlocked. Blacksmith unlocked. Talisman Master unlocked. Beast Master unlocked. Spirit Array Master unlocked. Chef unlocked. Just as Zhang Tianming stomped on the 10th caterpillar larva, he finally leveled up, and a whole bunch of sub-professions emerged. Host Zhang Tianming, male, 15 years old. Level 1-star Martial Apprentice, Martial Practitioner ranks. In Jiulong Continent, Martial Apprentice, Martial Practitioner, Martial Master, Martial Spirit, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Sect, Martial Saint, Martial Deity. Each rank has 9 stars. Experience 20,200. True Energy 100100. Skill Kong Long Yuhui first level. Defense 5. Attack 1. Finally leveled up. Zhang Tianming was in tears, looking up to the sky and howling. It was not easy at all. This was way harder than playing a game. Moreover, during the level up, Zhang Tianming clearly felt his physical condition improve significantly. Even the injuries he had sustained a few days ago had completely healed. Full health, fully operational. This was just like the games he used to play. As long as he levels up, he would fully recover. My magnificent life has begun. Just as Zhang Tianming was still immersed in the joy of leveling up, the caterpillar army detected a change behind them and swiftly turned around. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Staring at the caterpillar army rushing towards him, Zhang Tianming's gaze Kong Long Yuhui. He struck out with a palm. An extremely transparent dragon-shaped energy surged forth. 100 points of true energy vanished in an instant, but the power of that palm indeed did not disappoint Zhang Tianming. Boom. With a single palm strike, 3 adult caterpillars were instantly shattered, green liquid splattering everywhere. Ding dong. Congratulations, host Zhang Tianming has killed 3 caterpillars, gaining 210 experience points and 1 attribute point. Ding dong. Congratulations, host Zhang Tianming has leveled up to a 2-star martial apprentice. Attribute value increased by 1 point. Now at 2 stars, the true energy limit increased from 100 to 200, and his physical condition improved once more. Awesome. Dominant. Kong Long Yuhui. Zhang Tianming unleashed another strike. Ding dong. Congratulations, host Zhang Tianming has killed 4 caterpillars, gaining 280 experience points and 1 attribute point. Kong Long Yuhui. Ding dong. Damn, no level up, true energy used up. Run. Help. Zhang Tianming sprinted. Boom, boom, boom. The caterpillar army chased him madly. This time he really ran until he was exhausted, being chased for at least 5 kilometers. If he hadn't leveled up to a 2-star martial apprentice and significantly improved his physical condition, he would probably have been turned into a pincushion by now. Arriving at the edge of the clear water lake, Zhang Tianming was parched and bent down to scoop some water and take a few sips, smacking his lips. Refreshing. This kind of life is interesting. Unlike his previous life where he worked every day and returned home exhausted, that was truly miserable. Where is the leisure of the present? Smacking his lips, Zhang Tianming looked up at the beautiful clear water lake. The shimmering lake reflected the beauty of a woman bathing. How pleasant is this scenery? Wiping the water from his mouth, Zhang Tianming suddenly froze, stunned. No way. A beauty bathing. Zhang Tianming's eyes went wide. Saliva dripped down from the corner of his mouth. How beautiful was that curve? Golden ratio, perfectly shaped, full in all the right places. How perfect. Her skin was so shiny. Moist and rosy like congealed fat, as delicate as a petal. This is what a body and skin should look like. Compared to what he saw in his previous life, this was simply a world apart. What Aoi-sensei, Takako-sensei, and Yoshizawa-sensei all should roll aside. This is what a beauty looks like. An unparalleled beauty. Zhang Tianming stared, a bit dazed, and he felt a reaction between his legs. No, I'm not ready yet. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Ding dong. Congratulations, host Zhang Tianming triggered the beauty emerging from the bath, gaining 10 charm points. What? This is possible. Bang. Zhang Tianming wasn't careful and slipped. Who is it? A delicate voice shouted. Zhang Tianming quickly got up and ran like the wind. He felt guilty and had to run. The woman in the lake slightly turned her head and saw a figure fleeing. Damn. How dare you peek at me bathing? Oomph. Splash. The frost-faced woman leaped gracefully, emerging from the water. With a wave of her hand, true energy surged, and her clothes quickly flew to her. Her figure fluttered like a butterfly, and in the air, she donned her clothes, seamlessly landing lightly, her gaze coldly fixed on the direction Zhang Tianming had fled. Princess, what happened? A sweet-looking maid rushed over, asking anxiously. Some scoundrel peeped at me bathing. The woman's face was filled with frost. Who is so bold to dare peek at our princess bathing? How vile. Xianger will go kill him right now, the maid said angrily. However, Xianger showed no signs of action. She had no idea where the scoundrel was. Xianger, which direction did he go? The frost-faced woman Zongjing Wanyo pointed in the direction Zhang Tianming had left. That way it seems to lead to Nanjing Village, Xiang'er replied uncertainly. Nanjing Village. Let's go to Nanjing Village and make sure to catch that scoundrel. After saying that, the frost-faced Zongjing Wanyu started walking. Princess, wait a moment. Xiang'er urged. What is it? Zongjing Wanyu paused slightly. Princess, this matter must not be publicized, otherwise your reputation will be ruined. Xiang'er reminded her. Then what should we do? Zongjing Wanyu frowned slightly. Princess, did you see what the scoundrel looked like? No, I only saw his back. In that case, it will be hard to identify him, right? This princess will personally go to Nanjing Village and look at everyone's back. I will definitely recognize him. On the other side. That almost scared me to death. I was nearly caught. After running several miles, Zhang Tianming gently patted his chest, the beautiful scene still echoing in his mind. Beautiful. Truly a stunning sight. Although I didn't see her full face, just the profile is already as beautiful as a celestial being. The beauties of this other world are indeed remarkable. Too bad, I don't even know her name. Shaking his head, Zhang Tianming sat down on the spot and opened the attribute panel. Level 2-star Martial Disciple. Experience 901,000. True Essence 15,200. Defense 6. Attack 2. Charm 10. Fortune 0. Frenzy 5 consumes 100 points each time, duration 0 seconds. Attribute points for each level up increases Martial Disciple by 1, Martial Artist by 2, Martial Master by 4, Martial Spirit by 8, Martial King by 16, Martial Emperor by 2, Martial Sect by 64, Martial Respect by 128, Martial Sage by 256, Martial Sovereign by 512. Attack has a certain probability of 1. There's still quite a bit of experience needed to reach a 3-star Martial Disciple. True Essence has become 16 points. Suddenly Zhang Tianming stared intently at his True Essence. Slowly True Essence changed back to 1 point. It seems that True Essence recovers gradually, but the speed is quite slow. It probably takes about an hour to barely fill it up. Charm. That's a good thing, but it doesn't have much effect right now. Shaking his head, Zhang Tianming didn't pay much attention. Now his goal is very clear. Level up, constantly level up. Then go explore that damned 9-Dragon Continent's mystery. Otherwise it'll really become the weakest man on the 9-Dragon Continent, drinking the worst inferior wine and worse, yet having to be with the ugliest women. This is absolutely unacceptable and completely out of the question. Although he is currently only a 2-star Martial Disciple, Zhang Tianming sensed that his physical condition has improved significantly since the morning. At least his strength has increased quite a bit. Wait a minute. Defense 6 points, attack 2 points. Why does the defense have 4 more points and is still in green? After looking at the clothes he was wearing, Zhang Tianming suddenly realized and immediately took off his clothes. Sure enough, the defense changed to 4 points. Taking off his shoes. Defense points. The pants. Forget it, I won't try that, it must be 1 point. Zhang Tianming can temporarily confirm that currently each level up increases both attack and defense by 1 point. And attribute points are also used to enhance defense and attack. Without thinking too much, Zhang Tianming directly allocated all 4 attribute points to attack. To crush the enemy's attack is essential. Attack 6. These base attack points are fixed and added to each attack. Zhang Tianming took another look at the skill section. Skill Unrepentant Dragon Supreme. Level 1st stage. Proficiency 10,000. Well, it seems like it will take a very long time to advance to the 2nd stage. For now I can't rely on that anymore. During this break, Zhang Tianming noticed that the recovery speed of True Essence accelerated considerably compared to when he was exercising. If only I had a cultivation method to practice, I estimate the recovery would be even faster. Unfortunately, as far as Zhang Tianming knows, in the entire Nanjing Village apart from the current acting village head Zhang Yong, who has practiced the simplest low-grade cultivation method, no one else understands any cultivation methods. And Zhang Yong is definitely not going to teach him any techniques. Forget it, he'll just rely on luck. Hopefully monsters will drop some cultivation methods. Or perhaps after leveling up I can receive a system reward cultivation method. With that, Zhang Tianming slightly shifted his feet, preparing to stand up. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for killing a baby earthworm, gaining 15 experience points. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for obtaining low-grade return to origin technique. Would you like to cultivate it? Wow. A massive stroke of luck. Stunned, Zhang Tianming looked down to find that he had accidentally stepped on a baby earthworm about the thickness of a thumb. Moreover, it actually dropped a copy of the low-grade return to origin technique. This luck is truly unbelievable. Cultivated. Skill Return to Origin Technique Low-grade. Level 1st stage. Proficiency 0-100. Description: Low-grade Return to Origin Technique can accelerate the recovery speed of True Essence by 10 times, and after cultivation it increases the True Essence limit by 50 points. After proficiency increases, the recovery speed can be raised up to 90 times. Looking up, indeed, the true essence limit has become 250 points. What at 250, can it not be a bit more? Seeing that number, it was simply infuriating. Feeling quite dissatisfied, Jiang Tianming muttered a complaint and began to attempt cultivation. Sure enough, the recovery speed of true essence increased significantly. Almost every second, he can recover 1 point. Stopping the operation of the return to origin technique, the recovery speed slowed down. Alright, it seems that maintaining the cultivation state is necessary to enhance the recovery speed. Then I will focus on cultivating a bit. Soon Jiang Tianming's true essence recovered to 100 points, and he stopped cultivating. 100 points of true essence, that's enough. Running back to the valley, Jiang Tianming unleashed another unrepentant dragon. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for leveling up to 3-star martial disciple, increasing attribute points by 1. Instantly, the true essence limit increased by 50 points, fully replenished. Continue the slaughter. Unrepentant dragon. Ding dong. Unrepentant dragon. Ding dong. Unrepentant dragon. Ding dong. After 3 strikes, only 50 points of true essence remained, forcing Jiang Tianming to withdraw once more. Jiang Tianming, you scoundrel, come back here and do the laundry and chores for me. Even from several miles away, the sharp, scathing voice still reached Jiang Tianming's ears. Do you think that just because you yell loudly you'll come back? Idiot. Ignoring her, Jiang Tianming continued to bully the caterpillars. Half a day later. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for killing 500 caterpillars, earning the title Caterpillar Slayer, and gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for leveling up to 4-star martial disciple. Gained 1 attribute point, unlocking the basic martial arts system. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for learning the basic fist technique 9 Dragon Fist. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for learning the basic leg technique 9 Dragon Leg. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for learning the basic sword technique 9 Dragon Sword. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for learning the basic knife technique 9 Dragon Blade. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for learning the basic staff technique 9 Dragon Staff. A plethora of basic martial arts suddenly emerged. While a 1-star martial disciple can obtain supreme martial arts, while the basic martial arts only unlocks at 4-star martial disciple. Who designed this nonsense? Are they brainless? Jiang Tianming glared in anger, unable to help but curse. To level up, he spent most of the day constantly activating the return to origin technique to fill up his true essence, striking a few times before running away. Running away, then coming back to strike again. After all that, he almost thought this system didn't have any basic martial arts. But who would have thought upon reaching 4-star martial disciple it actually unlocked? And that title Caterpillar Slayer. Jiang Tianming was slightly taken aback, examining the system interface closely. Title system. Caterpillar Slayer adds an extra 5 damage to reptilian creatures. This title is truly weak, but it does add some effects, which isn't too bad. Jiang Tianming grinned. He was unaware that due to his peeking at the Bowtai's bath, a fully armed army closest to Nanxing village after receiving a message was quickly heading towards the village. Jiang Tianming found a stone to sit down on. He casually opened a basic martial art. Skill 9 Dragon's Fist, superior level, first stage. Proficiency 0 100. Description: 9 Dragon's Fist, powerful and domineering, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, allows the practitioner to increase attack by 1 point. Normal attack damage is 100%. True essence adds attack power, increases by 10%, consumes 2 points of true essence. Let's choose another skill. Skill 9 Dragon's Sword, superior level, first stage. Proficiency 0 100. Description: 9 Dragon's Sword, fierce sword, aura capable of breaking gold and severing jade, allows the practitioner to increase attack by 1 point. Normal attack damage is 100%. True essence adds attack power, increases by 10%, consumes 2 points of true essence. They all seem quite similar. Looking back, the basic attack has already increased to 2 points. Jiang Tianming casually added the 17 points of attributes he gained. Attack 44. Without a weapon, Jiang Tianming decided to practice hidden weapons first. He picked up some stones from the ground and began to train using the 9 Dragon Step. A stone normal attack inflicts 229 points of damage to an adult caterpillar. With added true essence, damage is 252 points. True essence consumption is 2 points. Jiang Tianming was somewhat satisfied. With the application of true essence, 2 flying stones could kill an adult caterpillar. Whoosh whoosh. Countless flying stones continuously killed the enraged caterpillars. The proficiency of the 9 Dragon's Dart and 9 Dragon's Step also rapidly increased. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for killing a caterpillar. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for leveling up the basic martial skill 9 Dragon's Dart to level 2. Power increases by 20%. True essence consumption increases by 1 point. Ding dong. Ding dong. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for leveling up the basic martial skill 9 Dragon Step to level 2. Speed and agility each increase by 20%. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for leveling up the basic martial skill 9 Dragon Start. Power increases by 40%. True essence consumption increases by 1 point. In the valley, Zhang Tianming had almost killed all the caterpillars. The experience is getting less and less. I need to change places. With a light sigh, Zhang Tianming looked up. The sky had darkened. It seemed that today would end here. Being a 4-star martial apprentice was the best improvement, but the experience needed for the subsequent levels was increasing and the progress was slowing down. There's still over 4,000 experience points needed to reach 5-star martial apprentice. It's impossible to complete today. With a pout, Zhang Tianming prepared to leave. Now, no matter how many caterpillars he killed in the Caterpillar Valley, the experience points were pitifully low. Killing an adult caterpillar only yielded 2 experience points. Killing the young ones yielded no experience at all. If it weren't for the purpose of honing the proficiency of the 9 Dragon's Dart and 9 Dragon's Step, he would have stopped long ago. If people knew that Zhang Tianming had gone from being powerless to a 4-star martial apprentice in just one day, they would surely be astonished. Unfortunately, now there was no one who knew besides himself. Zhang Tianming was clearly not satisfied with going home. Fighting again tomorrow. Zhang Tianming walked towards the village. Zhang Tianming, you little rascal, did you skip washing clothes? It seems that after 2 days without discipline you've become naughty again. Before reaching the village entrance, Zhang Tianming was stopped by Wang Man. Wang Man was the son of the plump woman Aunt Zhang, a year older than Zhang Tianming, but he was tall and strong, towering over Zhang Tianming by 2 heads, with bulging muscles capable of lifting a toothless sand-pound cauldron, and possessed the strength of a 2-star martial apprentice. Among peers in Nanqing village, he could only be considered ordinary. Usually he couldn't bully others, but bullying Zhang Tianming was more than enough. With a cold smile, Wang Man looked at Zhang Tianming, cracking his knuckles. Zhang Tianming, it seems like you've been increasingly disobedient in the last 3 months. Today you've been hiding all day. Didn't you see there's a pile of clothes waiting for you to wash in the village? And my stinky socks and underwear, make sure to wash them clean. Otherwise, do you see this? My fists are as big as sandbags. Do you dare to be afraid? Wang Man raised his fist in front of Zhang Tianming, that tightly clenched fist like a hammer. Zhang Tianming looked at Wang Man with disdain. A slight anger flickered in his heart. You idiot, being arrogant in front of me again. Do you think I'm still the same Zhang Tianming as before? However, Zhang Tianming did not make a move. Behind Wang Man stood his father Wang Sishi and the acting village chief Zhang Yong. Especially Zhang Yong, who was a 1-star martial artist, someone he couldn't deal with at his current level. As long as Wang Man didn't go too far, there was no need to turn hostile now. Zhang Tianming decided to endure for now. Wang Man ignored the slight anger on Zhang Tianming's face and continued disdainfully. After washing, go clean out the pigsty in my backyard. If it's not clean, I'll peel your skin off. Also, don't sleep tonight. Remember to clean the training ground in the village. Ooh, I need it for tomorrow. With a look of disdain, Wang Man lightly patted Zhang Tianming's face, mocking him. Crack, crack. Zhang Tianming clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding. This is too much bullying. How dare he slap my face? Oh, look at that angry dog face of yours. Do you think you can argue back with me? Wang Man glared slightly. You bastard, you think you're really the future village chief? You and your parents are all lowborn. Do you think I'm scared just because you have a stern face? Oh, I'm so scared, don't frighten me. When you hit me and break your bones, no one will help me clean up the mess. Really, I'll be so scared. Huh? Wang Man looked down on Zhang Tianming, laughing proudly. A waste like Zhang Tianming could be killed with just a poke from his finger. So what if you're angry? Can anger be eaten? No matter how angry you are, you're still a waste. You could still be dealt with without any temper. Anger means nothing. Looking at Wang Man's extremely arrogant demeanor, Zhang Tianming felt even angrier. The fury churned within him. His clenched fists trembled slightly. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I roasted that purple pig in your yard. It wasn't enough to fill my teeth. Next time, remember to fatten it up a bit. While saying this, Wang Man raised his hand to pick his teeth, looking extremely arrogant, and turned to leave. The anger within Zhang Tianming erupted. Damn your second uncle. You're so arrogant. So incredibly arrogant. If I don't beat you into a pig head today, I won't be called Zhang Tianming. With a whoosh, Zhang Tianming threw a punch. 9 Dragon's Fist. Bang. Just as Wang Man turned around, he received a heavy punch to the back, his eyes bulging out, almost popping out, and his whole body flew away. The still fuming Zhang Tianming stepped forward with the 9 Dragon Step, catching up with Wang Man, who had fallen like a dog eating feces. He raised his foot. Stomped hard. Bang. Up. One kick directly stomped Wang Man's body into the ground. The surface slightly formed a human-shaped mud pit. Bang. Another kick. Opt. Bang. Another kick. Opt. With his anger still not dissipated, Jiang Tianming stepped on Wang Man's face, roaring with fury. Where's that purple pig? Purple refers to the purple pig. That was a treasure fostered here by Mu Qianxi. Ate it. If you really ate it, I'll make you poop it out, and then pour it back into your mouth. Wang Man was furious, glancing slightly aside, his eyes staring straight at Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming, you bastard. You dare to hit me. This was the first time Wang Man had been humiliated in such a manner by Jiang Tianming. He even forgot that the person before him was someone he had deemed a waste. He stomped down hard, making Wang Man eat dirt. I'm going to hit you. I'll give you another chance. Tell me, where is Z? Jiang Tianming's eyes were filled with rage. A sinister voice sent chills through Wang Man's heart. The coldness snapped him back to reality, and a hint of terror finally appeared in his eyes. Could this person really be the waste Jiang Tianming? No, there was no doubt. This was indeed the waste Jiang Tianming, who had simply taken advantage of a sneak attack. It must be like this. Yes, that's it. Wang Man kept reassuring himself in his heart. Otherwise it would be too terrifying. After all, just a few days ago he and a few others had dealt with Jiang Tianming. In just a few days Jiang Tianming couldn't possibly have become this strong. Wang Man, who was self-soothing in his heart, pushed himself up with his hands, ignoring the pain, desperately trying to rise. I didn't tell you to get up, stay down. With a forceful stomp, Jiang Tianming made Wang Man crash back down to the ground. Pain. He gritted his teeth in agony. Wang Man couldn't believe that with his strength as a 2-star martial apprentice, he couldn't get up. A 1-star martial apprentice has a strength of 1,000 pounds. A 2-star martial apprentice has 2,000 pounds. A 3-star martial apprentice possesses 3,000 pounds. Following this logic, a 9-star martial apprentice is the strongest in the martial apprentice realm with a staggering strength of 9,000 pounds. If one can lift a 10,000-pound cauldron, that person becomes a martial artist and can begin to cultivate true essence. Wang Man was a 2-star martial apprentice possessing 2,000 pounds of strength. Yet now he was being held down by Jiang Tianming's foot, unable to rise. How could this be possible? Wang Man couldn't believe this was real. Wang Man, if you don't answer, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. Jiang Tianming glared fiercely at Wang Man. Although Wang Man had fought beasts before, seeing the look in Jiang Tianming's eyes made him feel a deep fear. That gaze was definitely one of a killer, even more terrifying than a beast. Wang Man hesitated. I didn't eat. I don't care whether you ate or not, I only ask you, where is Z? Jiang Tianming roared with a slightly twisted face. She's locked up in my backyard. Wang Man dared not continue to deceive. Provoking a madman was simply courting death. Oomph. With a cold grunt, Jiang Tianming stomped down hard on Wang Man's foot before lifting his foot. That stomp made Wang Man wince in pain. Wang Man, I tell you, if anything happens to Z, I will kill you. After saying this, Jiang Tianming walked towards the village. It wasn't until Jiang Tianming had walked far away that Wang Man managed to get up, the pain in his body, making him feel as if he were in a dream, unable to comprehend how Jiang Tianming had suddenly become so formidable. Jiang Tianming, you bastard, just you wait. Enduring the pain in his body, Wang Man shouted unwillingly. Swish! A stone flew towards him. Bang! Ouch! Wang Man covered his groin, his mouth agape, his face turning a mix of green and white. Within 30 meters, Jiang Tianming's 9 Dragon's Dart could hit its mark every time. With a stone struck down below, Wang Man's body turned slightly, bending over with his backside on the ground facing Jiang Tianming. Swish! Thud! Ugh! Ugh! Wang Man felt a tightness in his rear and nearly fainted. 2 streams of tears forcefully squeezed from his eyes. A grown man wept uncontrollably. If you dare to touch Z again, I'll use 10 stones to blow your backside apart. Jiang Tianming's voice came coldly. Wang Man felt a tightening in his rear again, quickly raising a hand to shield himself. 10 stones. 1 was already enough. His rear hurt so much. It seemed that the purple pig was Jiang Tianming's Achilles heel. Whoever touched it would suffer. Returning to Nanxing village, Jiang Tianming headed straight for the Wang family. You bastard, how dare you come back? Upon seeing Jiang Tianming, Aunt Zhang placed her hands on her fat waist, standing her ground, her 3 bulging rolls of fat on her chest and abdomen shaking violently. Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? I told you to stop. Aunt Zhang pointed at Jiang Tianming, shouting. Jiang Tianming ignored her and headed straight for the backyard. Bastard, even though you didn't go wash clothes, at least you know to come clean the pigsty? It seems our Monere has taught you a good lesson, hasn't he? You wicked thing, sometimes you don't realize how good you have it until you get beaten. Seeing Jiang Tianming walk towards the backyard, Aunt Zhang snorted dismissively. Just as she was about to turn back inside, she saw Jiang Tianming quickly walking out holding a purple pig. Aunt Zhang was taken aback, then furious. Bastard, who told you to take our pig? Put it back. Suddenly, Aunt Zhang's expression stiffened. Jiang Tianming's icy gaze swept over, making her feel a shiver down her spine, freezing her in place. You fat woman, if you dare to be arrogant again, don't blame me for being rude. After glancing at Aunt Zhang, Zhang Tianming turned to leave. Watching his figure about to exit the courtyard, Aunt Zhang suddenly sat down on the ground, throwing a fit. Oh my god! Everyone come help me judge this matter. That bastard from the Zhang family. Ugh. Ugh. I used to treat him so well, fearing he would starve, but now he actually hit me, his benefactor, and even stole our pig. I can't live anymore. There's no justice. Oh, I can't live anymore. Aunt Zhang's wailing immediately attracted the attention of the neighbors. Several women passing by directly blocked Zhang Taiming's path. You ungrateful wolf, how could you hit Aunt Zhang? She's your elder. That's right. If it weren't for the families in Nanxing village helping you, you would have starved to death long ago. What an ungrateful wolf. Bah, those meals were given to you for free. They would be better off feeding them to dogs. Very soon more people gathered around. Aunt Zhang continued to cry. Dear neighbors, you must judge this matter for me. I've treated this bastard well, but this is how he repays me. He hits me and steals my pig. Oh heaven, why won't you open your eyes and let such a person live? This Zhang Tianming really has no shame. Hurry up and return the pig, then apologize. Aunt Zhang, stop crying. Such evil people will surely meet with evil retribution. People were clamoring around, and Zhang Tianming's heart boiled with anger. He clenched his fist tightly. Such a shrew was truly a rare sight. You treated me well. You made me endure beatings, leaving my body covered in bruises while I had to help you wash clothes and do farm work. Is this how you treated me well? I'm truly amazed at how shameless you can be. Chapter of the Purple Cloud Mountain Range. Turning around, Zhang Tianming walked up to Aunt Zhang. Humph, bastard, why don't you hurry up and apologize to me, then put the pig back? Aunt Zhang glanced at Zhang Tianming, a hint of pride in her eyes, and even the earlier whimpering had vanished. Without saying a word, Zhang Tianming lifted his foot and kicked out fiercely. Bang! The kick hit her squarely in the face. Ouch! Lost in her pride, Aunt Zhang didn't react in time. With a horrible scream, she flipped backward like a meat gourd, rolling a few times and leaving a shoe print on her face before fainting on the ground. Suddenly the entire place fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this really the usual submissive waste? Dead fat woman, today is just to collect some interest. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll make you pay. With a cold snort disregarding the bewildered villagers, standing frozen, Zhang Tianming left with the pig. No one dared to stop him. Back in the dilapidated house, Zhang Tianming gently stroked the purple pig in his arms. The pig grunted softly, nudging Zhang Tianming's hand with its head. See, don't worry, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll make them pay with their life. Zhang Tianming said. The pig squeaked a few more times, looking as if it was smiling at Zhang Tianming. The purple pig was left to Zhang Tianming by Mu Qianxi. Mu Qianxi was once a villager of Nanxing village, and one of the few people who treated Zhang Tianming well. Later her mysterious father appeared and took her away. Before leaving, Mu Qianxi left her favorite purple pig with Zhang Tianming. They promised each other that when they met again, Zhang Tianming would return the purple pig to Mu Qianxi. The purple pig was quite large, not much smaller than Zhang Tianming's palm. Moreover, this pig seemed to be destined to grow no bigger in its lifetime. It was very cute, especially some girls who liked it immensely. Tianming. A voice came from outside the yard. Zhang Tianming turned to look, a smile breaking across his face. Uncle Mu-san. The visitor was a middle-aged man, one of the few who treated Zhang Tianming well, named Mu Hai. Mu Hai walked into the house, a smile on his face, and said, Tianming, I heard from the villagers that you beat up Aunt Zhang. Good job. If it weren't for Deputy Captain Wang's face, I would have dealt with her long ago. Why don't you listen to Uncle San and move to our house? You staying here alone, suffering every day from that dead fat woman, is it really worth it? Uncle Mu-san, I still prefer to live alone, Zhang Tianming replied. He had already gotten used to living alone and didn't like being constrained. Mu Hai persuaded him a few more times, but Zhang Tianming remained firm. In the end, Mu Hai had to give up. Fine, suit yourself. If you ever want to move over, just let me know. Here, this is some meat I got for you to satisfy your Alright, I have to go back and take care of your Aunt San. Mu Hai pulled out a chunk of meat wrapped in large green leaves and stuffed it into Zhang Tianming's hands before turning to leave. Uncle Mu-san, thank you, Zhang Tianming said sincerely. Huh. No need to be polite with Uncle San. With a hearty laugh, Mu Hai had already walked far away. Looking at the meat in his hand, Zhang Tianming murmured, Now I am also a 4-star martial apprentice, and with the Supreme Dragon God system, starting tomorrow, I will become self-sufficient and go hunting in the mountains. As for those who have treated me well, I will be doubly good to them. As for those who have not treated me well, just don't provoke me. If you dare to provoke me again, I will make you pay. Having said that, Zhang Tianming brought the pig into the house. He started a fire and roasted the meat. Zhang Tianming was quite skilled at roasting meat. He had mastered it back on Earth. Soon the fragrant golden brown roasted meat was ready. The aroma wafted in the air, mouth-watering. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for activating the chef profession. Profession level 0 can be activated in 3 seconds after reaching level 1. Upgrade experience 10100. Zhang Tianming was delighted. The secondary profession in the system is indeed a good thing. As a chef, once perfected it will definitely be useful later. The pig grunted, nudging Zhang Tianming's pant leg. I know, just a moment. Zhang Tianming chuckled and tore off a piece of meat for the pig. The pig was an omnivore and would eat anything. Early the next morning, Zhang Tianming was uneasy about leaving the pig at home, so he took it along with a sickle, shovel, and other tools to the mountains. The mountain range that Nanxing village relied on was called the Purple Cloud Mountain Range. In fact, it could only be considered one of the branches of the Purple Cloud Mountain Range. The Purple Cloud Mountain Range is the largest mountain range in the Tianfeng Kingdom, spanning the entire country with numerous branches. There were 3 villages nearby. Each village had its own hunting territory and generally wouldn't intrude on each other's areas. Zhang Tianming dared not venture too deep. Within the Purple Cloud Mountain Range, besides wild beasts and fierce beasts, due to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, many spirit grasses and spirit fruits grew, and even more powerful and terrifying bloodthirsty monsters existed. Monsters are classified from 1 to 9, and they produce monster cores corresponding to their rank. Those are treasures. A first-grade monster core is worth a fortune. What does this mean? A first-grade monster core is enough to feed everyone in Nanxing village for several years. But the monsters are truly too powerful. The weakest first-grade monster is equivalent to the top martial artists among humans. If martial apprentices encounter monsters, their only fate is death. As Zhang Tianming entered the outer mountains, he clenched his fist, his eyes shining. Leveling up by defeating monsters. This is my paradise. Zhang Tianming's goal was quite simple. Level up. Regardless of martial arts or various secondary professions, as long as it can be leveled up, he would level them all up. Soon a giant 8-tiered green rat with a red blood bar on its head crawled out of a hole. Upon noticing Zhang Tianming, the 8-tiered green rat exposed its 2 fangs that glimmered with a cold light. 1,000 health points. It's indeed much stronger than a caterpillar. Zhang Tianming chuckled. Now he wasn't afraid of these monsters. Swish, swish, swish. Puff, puff, puff. 3 flying stones struck in succession. The 1,000 health points above the 8-tiered green rat's head instantly dropped to 0. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for killing the 8-tiered green rat and gaining 60 experience points and a piece of rat meat. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the backpack system. Backpack slots 0 slots. Similar items can be stacked. Maximum stacking number is 100. Zhang Tianming opened the panel and saw that indeed a piece of rat meat had been stored in the system backpack. Awesome. Zhang Tianming was very happy. This thing is great, just like the storage rings in fantasy. How convenient is that? Had I known, I wouldn't have needed to bring a backpack out. As for the dead 8-tiered green rat on the ground, Zhang Tianming didn't bother with it at all. Because after he harvested the items from the system, that 8-tiered green rat had become the least valuable thing. Even if someone picked up the rat meat, the taste produced would be rough and hard to swallow. The true essence had already entered the system backpack. Zhang Tianming continued leveling up. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for killing the red-haired rabbit, gaining 50 experience points, a piece of rabbit meat, and a piece of rabbit skin. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for activating the tailor profession. Profession level 0 can be activated in 3 seconds after reaching level 1. Upgrade experience 1100. Continue. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for killing the horned insect and gaining 50 experience. Ding dong. Ding dong. Within 30 meters, no wild beasts or insects escaped Zhang Tianming. However, this was still the outskirts of the mountains, and villagers often came here to hunt, so there weren't many beasts to hunt. Instead, those oddly shaped insects became Zhang Tianming's main targets for attack. While Zhang Tianming was continuously earning experience for leveling up, a fully armed 100-man army arrived at Qingnan village. The leading general, clad in battle armor, exuded an aura of authority without anger. Bring your village. Zhang Tianming was completely unaware of the events in Nanxing village, still engaged in killing monsters to level up. Unfortunately, the experience gained from killing monsters was quite limited. He kept slaying until noon and checked his interface, finding that he still needed over 2,000 experience points to level up. On the other hand, the level of the 9 Dragon's Dart had already risen to the 5th stage, allowing him to hit every target within 50 meters, even those moving quickly. In addition, the 9 Dragon's Step had also reached the 4th stage, greatly enhancing his speed and agility. Looking up at the sky, Zhang Tianming smiled. This feels fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. This kind of life was exactly what he had always dreamed of. Although he had some reservations about that 10-year deadline, overall, he was very satisfied. Only when there is pressure is there motivation. Who is afraid of whom? Umph. Z called out. Gurgle. Zhang Tianming's stomach also growled. Hungry, he craved roasted meat. He gathered firewood and set up a fire. Zhan Tianming chose a piece of rabbit meat. The system is great, this rabbit meat is already processed and can be roasted directly, so convenient. Grinning, Zhan Tianming happily took out some seasoning from his backpack, poured some water to dissolve the salt, sprinkled some chili powder, and marinated the rabbit meat. Then he skewered the meat with 2 sticks, stretched it out, and placed it over the fire, slowly turning it to roast. Roasting meat is all about the seasoning and the timing. Zhan Tianming had mastered this well. The meat should never be overcooked. 8 parts cooked is enough. This way, after taking it off the fire, the residual heat will seep in, bringing it to 9 parts cooked. It would taste best that way. Seeing that it was nearly done, Zhan Tianming sprinkled some cumin powder and a few of his own mixed seasonings. The aroma grew more intense. Z was right next to the fire, staring intently at the roasted meat. Humph. Don't rush, it's all. Zhan Tianming chuckled. In the past, he often went hungry himself, which caused Z to suffer as well. But now it was different. With the Supreme Dragon God system in hand, how could he still go hungry? Princess, look, there's smoke over there. A rather beautiful girl pointed into the distance. Beside her sat a girl dressed in a yellow embroidered dress with delicate brows and a graceful demeanor, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. However, there was a trace of arrogance and coldness in her beautiful eyes, and she slightly frowned in displeasure, giving a glare at the girl who spoke earlier. Xiang'er, how many times do I have to tell you? When there are no guards around, don't call me princess, call me sister. Also, when will this roasted meat be ready? I'm already starving. Gurgle. The stomach of the girl in yellow Zongjing Wainers responded perfectly with a sound. Princess. Oh no, sister, it will be ready soon, very soon. Xiang'er focused intently on roasting the meat. Soon she presented the roasted meat to Zongjing Wainer. Zongjing Wainer sniffed it and couldn't help but frown slightly. Xiang'er, can this possibly taste good? Princess. Sister, this is my first time roasting, and I saw Wang Ma do it like this when I was still in the manor. Doubtfully, Zongjing Wainer cut a slice from the roasted meat with a jade knife, placed it in her mouth, and began to chew gently. Suddenly her expression changed. Poo poo poo. Zongjing Wainer spat everything out, glaring at Xiang'er. Xiang'er, are you trying to murder this princess? Can this thing be eaten? You finish it yourself, no leftovers allowed. Zongjing Wainer was very angry. The taste was simply too terrible. Xiang'er took a bite and immediately showed a bitter expression, pleading with a mournful face. Sister, Xiang'er was wrong. Please don't make me eat this, punish me with something else instead. Just then Zongjing Wainer, with a displeased expression, caught a whiff of a delicious aroma, and her delicate nose twitched lightly. So fragrant. Suddenly Zongjing Wainer started salivating. Xiang, let's go take a look. Yes, princess. Sister. Xiang'er quickly agreed, and threw the uneaten terrible roasted meat far away. The 2 girls followed the scent. Zhan Tianming continued to roast the rabbit meat. The aroma grew stronger. Taking a deep breath, Zhan Tianming revealed a satisfied expression. This is the taste I wanted. Suddenly Z, who had been fixated on the roasted meat, turned around and began to grunt towards a direction. What's wrong, Z? Zhan Tianming looked in the direction where Z was grunting. There was no one. No wild beasts either. Umph. Z continued to grunt. Something was off. Zhan Tianming furrowed his brows, believing that Z wouldn't react like this for no reason. Something must be approaching. Rustling sounds gradually emerged. Zhan Tianming tightened his grip on the few stones in his hand, ready to act at any moment. Rustle, rustle. It's getting closer. Even closer. Xiang'er, do you smell that? The aroma is getting stronger. Yes, Xiang'er smells it too, it must be nearby. Just as Zhan Tianming prepared to throw the stones in his hand, he heard 2 women's voices approaching, and he couldn't help but relax. So it's just 2 women, or I thought it was some kind of monster. With a calm smile, Zhan Tianming took the roasted meat off the fire. Z, stop grunting and come eat something. With that, Zhan Tianming tore off a piece of meat and fed it to Z. While Z ate the meat, she continued to grunt. Zhan Tianming paid no mind, continuing to tear off meat and eat heartily. He hadn't had a satisfying meal in over 3 months. Now he intended to eat it all back. As 1 person and 1 pig were enjoying their meal, Zongjing Wainer and Xiang'er had already approached. Seeing the roasted meat in Zhan Tianming's hands, both girls' stomachs growled in unison, their mouths watering. Xiang'er, go give him some silver and ask him to roast another one. No, roast 2 more. Yes, sister. Xiang'er walked up to Zhan Tianming, glancing at his tattered clothes, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she arrogantly said, Hey, our sister is hungry. You need to roast 2 more rabbits for us. We want short change. You will give you 5 taels of silver. Zhan Tianming understood Xiang'er with a glance. What kind of attitude is this? You're asking for a favor yet being so arrogant. Get lost. He couldn't be bothered to respond and continued eating deliberately, making loud chewing noises. So delicious, so tasty, truly delightful. With a mouthful of roasted meat, Zhan Tianming looked down at Z and said, Z, aren't you enjoying it immensely? Humph. Z grunted, swallowing the meat in her mouth. Huh. I'll reward you with another piece. Zhang Tianming tore off another piece and fed it to Z. Z joyfully ate. Hey, I'm talking to you, why are you ignoring me? Xiang'er said, somewhat displeased, raising. Zhang Tianming raised his head and scrutinized Xiang'er. She was quite pretty, just a bit fierce. Moreover, she had developed a bit in her chest. Hey sister, please understand there are no more meat to roast here. If you want roasted meat, go catch it yourself. Zhang Tianming replied impatiently, while casting a glance at Zongjing Weiner, who was standing far off and not approaching. At that glance, Zhang Tianming was taken aback. That girl. Isn't she the one I saw yesterday? With a slight shrink of his head, Zhang Tianming turned it back, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. This is too coincidental, right? Not recognizing me, not recognizing me, not recognizing me. Zhang Tianming continuously prayed in his heart. No, to ensure safety, I need to put on some makeup. Quietly, Zhang Tianming smeared some charcoal ash on his face while eating meat. Xiang'er glared at Zhang Tianming, showing an expression of dissatisfaction. Looking around, it seemed there was no prey to be found. Suddenly her gaze fell upon the purple figure eating meat and gently nudging her pant leg. She pointed and said, "Isn't there a purple pig here? Roast it for our elder sister to eat. If she starves, your life won't be enough to compensate." With that, Zhang Tianming became furious. Damn, want to eat the purple one too. Suddenly Zhang Tianming stood up, glaring fiercely at Xiang'er, causing her to take a step back in fright. Zhang Tianming roared, "Who the hell are you? Is your elder sister made of gold? Why should I care if she starves? Get out of my way, don't obstruct me from eating." Oomph. With a light snort, Zhang Tianming sat back down, holding the purple pig in his arms. You? Xiang'er was infuriated, her brows furrowing tightly as she stared at Zhang Tianming. Unfortunately, Zhang Tianming didn't even glance at her. Stamping her foot, Xiang'er cursed Zhang Tianming in her heart, but how could she explain to her master if she didn't get the roasted meat? With an unhappy expression, Xiang'er glared fiercely at Zhang Tianming, then had to suppress her displeasure and said softly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. If I catch some game, could you please help me roast it?" Zhang Tianming remained silent. "I really was wrong, I'm sorry. Our elder sister is really hungry. Please, you'll bring the game, and I can pay you with silver," Xiang'er pleaded. Seeing the other party softening, Zhang Tianming finally turned his head. "All right, roasting one will cost you 10 taels of silver." "Good deal." Without a second thought, Xiang'er agreed. As long as the princess isn't hungry, she wouldn't care about this. "Wait for me, you'll go catch some game now." As if afraid Zhang Tianming would back out, Xiang'er immediately took out 10 taels of silver, stuffed it into Zhang Tianming's hand, and then turned to leave. "Did I ask for too little?" Zhang Tianming stared at the silver in his hand, taken aback. If he had known, he might as well have asked for more. "Forget it, who told me to be an honest person? 10 taels it is. Actually, when I think about it, 10 taels is not little. If I save a bit, it can last a family of 3 for a month." Zhang Tianming put the silver away. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for accepting the roasting task. Complete the task to earn 1,000 experience points and 100 taels of silver. Status incomplete. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for activating the currency system. Zhang Tianming was momentarily stunned. Why didn't it prompt me earlier that this was a task? If I had known it was a task, I would have accepted it earlier. This system really is slow to react. Did I get pinched by the door? Forget it, now that I've accepted the task. I even earned an extra 10 taels of. On the other side, Xiang'er muttered a few words in front of Zongjing Weiner's face, then went off to hunt solo, while Zongjing Weiner frowned slightly, then gracefully walked over to Zhang Tianming, taking out a handkerchief to place on a rock before sitting down. She glanced at the roasted meat in Zhang Tianming's hand, her stomach growling. Zhang Tianming felt a bit guilty and didn't look at Zongjing Weiner. Not recognizing me, not recognizing me, surely, not recognizing me, surely, not recognizing me. After mumbling in his heart, Zhang Tianming realized that Zongjing Weiner really didn't seem to recognize him, which made him feel much more at ease. Tearing off a piece of untouched rabbit leg, he casually handed it over. "Is this for me?" Zongjing Weiner was taken aback. "Is there anyone else here?" Zhang Tianming rolled his eyes. "No, absolutely not." Zongjing Weiner hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out to take it. There was no point in worrying about the details, eating came first. Biting into it, joy instantly lit up Zongjing Weiner's eyes. So delicious. Eating more, taking big bites. Cough, cough, cough. Zongjing Weiner choked. "Slow down, Tianming." Zhang Tianming took out his water bottle and handed it over. Zongjing Weiner took the bottle, drank a couple of gulps, and felt better, then looked at Zhang Tianming and said, "Thank you." Zhang Tianming smiled, inwardly thinking, "Thank me. If you recognized me, you would probably want to hit me, right?" Anyway, Zhang Tianming would never stand up to confess, even though he was an honest person. But if he stood up to confess, that wouldn't be honesty, that would be getting his head pinched in the door or kicked by a donkey when he goes out. After taking back the water bottle from Zongjing Weiner, Zhang Tianming also took a couple of gulps. Seeing his actions, Zongjing Weiner slightly furrowed her brows. "This is considered indirect, right?" Seriously, why didn't I think about whether the other party had already drunk from this water before drinking? Thinking this way, Zongjing Weiner felt somewhat uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable she felt, the water had already gone down her throat, and she couldn't throw it back up. Forget it, don't think about it, just pretend I didn't see it. He'll just not drink it next time. At this moment, the purple pig ran to Zongjing Weiner's feet and gently rubbed its head against her foot. What a cute pig. Zongjing Weiner smiled, feeling delighted, and reached out to pick up the purple pig. Humph. The purple pig grunted. Zhang Tianming didn't care about that and continued to eat the roasted meat voraciously. Suddenly he realized that as he ate, the true essence he consumed was actually recovering faster. Oh, so it can work like this. Good. Amazing. This Supreme Dragon God system is really powerful. By the way, Xiang'er's speed in hunting is quite fast. It didn't take long for her to return with a large fat red-haired rabbit. The rabbit was still alive, kicking its legs. Unfortunately, Xiang'er was holding it by its ears with one hand, and it couldn't escape. Zhang Tianming took the red-haired rabbit, then took the purple pig from Zongjing Weiner and placed it in his arms, saying, "You two wait for me here. I'm going to the creek to clean it up." With that, Zhang Tianming turned and left. The two women watched Zhang Tianming's departing figure and were not worried he would run away. After all, his bag and tools were still left behind. However, as they watched, Zongjing Weiner's brows furrowed slightly, and a layer of frost gradually appeared on her face. This person is the one who peeked at her while she was bathing. With a huff, Zongjing Weiner stood up and coldly shouted, "Stop right there, you little thief." Zhang Tianming, who was walking, suddenly froze. Turning back, he saw Zongjing Weiner angrily pointing at him, and it seemed there was no one else around him. No way has he been recognized. What to do? If not now, when? Run. With that, Zhang Tianming activated the 9 dragon steps and quickly dashed forward. "Xiang'er, chase after me. We must catch him alive," Zongjing Weiner angrily said. Yes. Xiang'er quickly chased after him, and Zongjing Weiner also followed closely. Clutching the russet-furred rabbit, he could barely run at all. Moreover, the creature bared its teeth and snarled fiercely at Zhang Tianming, as if voicing its profound indignation. "You wretched rabbit, dare you glare at me? I'll deal with you later." With a flick of his palm, Zhang Tianming sealed the russet-furred rabbit into his system inventory. Ding dong. And congratulations, host Zhang Tianming. You have unlocked the Battle Pet system. In Battle Pet detected russet-furred rabbit, grade 3 wild beast, HP 1200, combat power, confirm enrollment as Battle Pet. Recommendation: combat power is critically low, growth potential severely limited, unsuitable as Battle Pet. No. And upon selecting no, the russet-furred rabbit vanished into the system inventory. Display 1 living rabbit. Zhang Tianming had no time to ponder. He realized the two women were closing in at astonishing speed, faster even than a hare. They drew nearer still. I'm not one of your men. Why chase me so relentlessly? Let me make this clear, no matter how hard you pursue, I shall never accept you. Zhang Tianming sprinted wildly while shouting aloud, so fiercely that frost hardened upon the two women's faces. Wretched thief, you're as good as dead, damn it. Still they pursued. Zhang Tianming bellowed, "Watch out. Hidden weapon." Whoosh. Stone shot backward like an arrow. Forewarned, the two women reacted instantly, leaping aside with flawless grace. Yet the flying stone delayed them just a fraction. Accursed thief. They gritted their teeth in fury. Another hidden weapon. Whoosh. Another stone hurtled toward them. They dodged without hesitation. Even so, Zongjing Wanyo's delicate brows furrowed faintly as she murmured inwardly, "Such exquisite precision. Stop right there, you wretched thief." Xiang'er cried out. Zhang Tianming fled at breakneck pace, and yet twisted mid-stride to shout back, "What thief? You must address me as husband. And frankly, neither of you possesses an ounce of gentleness. I hereby divorce you both. Cease your pursuit at once." Unforgivable. Xiang'er's face flushed crimson with rage. Watch out, hidden weapon. Whoosh. Another stone whistled through the air, forcing Xiang'er and Zongjing Wanyu to twist aside once more. Watch out, hidden weapon. This time, nothing flew. Yet instinctively the two women flinched and evaded, only to realize they'd been tricked. Their silver teeth clenched tighter than ever. Before long, Zhang Tianming slipped free of their pursuit. Phew. That was perilously close. Had my concealed weapon technique not been peerless, my footwork unmatched, and my stratagems flawless, I'd be lying motionless by now. Zhang Tianming exhaled softly, then recalled glancing earlier at the Supreme Dragon God system, which had nearly made him leap in shock. Zongjing Wanyu, 7th rank Martial Cultivator. Xiang'er, 1st rank Martial Cultivator. Both were terrifyingly formidable. With his own strength merely at 4th rank Martial Disciple level, capture would surely leave him maimed, if not dead. Fine then. I may not challenge you, but surely I can evade you. Alas, the roasted meat quest has gone up in smoke. 1,000 experience points, and 100 taels of silver, lost forever. Elsewhere, Elder Sister, The wretched thief has vanished, Xiang'er said, her expression still smoldering with ire. Zongjing Wanyo's elegant brows nodded slightly, frost shimmered across her countenance as her delicate nose gave a soft, disdainful snort. Humph. General, Li should now be nearing Nanqing village. Let us rendezvous with him first, then devise a way to apprehend that thief. With those words the two women set off toward Nanqing village. Inzha and Tianming remained concealed among the branches for a long while, seeing no sign of them, before finally leaping down. Yet this area felt strangely unfamiliar, and he had no idea where he'd ended up. No matter. Time to slay monsters and ascend. Wait. Zhan Tianming grinned, drawing forth Z from within his robes. Enroll. Ding dong. Divinity or battle pet, detected Ziyun, flying sky pig. Confirm enrollment as battle pet. Divine tier. Zhan Tianming blinked in astonishment. What exactly constituted a divine tier battle pet? He hurriedly scanned the system's explanation in battle pet hierarchy: wild beast, ferocious beast, grade 1 demonic beast, grade 2 demonic beast, grade 9 demonic beast, divinity or demonic beast. Ah, I see. Grade 9 is divine tier. Understanding dawned. Then his expression froze. Wait. Z was actually a divine tier demonic beast. Blimey. This creature is a divine tier demonic beast. No wonder not a single other one existed in all of Nanqing village. It truly was divine tier. But how then had Z become Mu Qianqi's companion? Scratching his head, Zhan Tianming found himself utterly baffled. Enough, let the headache wait. Confirm. Zhan Tianming's affirmation, Z instantly appeared on the battle pet interface in battle pet Ziyun flying sky, pig divinity in level 0. Experience to next level 15, 1000 in abilities. Description, a purple pig. Good grief. That description is worse than none at all. Snorting at the system's lackluster description, Zhan Tianming suddenly sensed, faint yet unmistakable, a nascent spiritual bond forming between himself and Z. Master Z requires nourishment to grow, preferably items infused with spiritual energy. Zhan Tianming paused, startled. Z, was that you speaking just now? Yes, master. Hearing this, Zhan Tianming's face lit up with delight. Haha, excellent. I'll secure you the finest delicacies imaginable. The sudden ability to communicate with Z filled Zhan Tianming with joy. By the way, master, the two human females you encountered earlier, Z finds them exceptionally beautiful, especially the one clad in yellow robes. Her bosom is magnificently ample, her hips gloriously rounded. When she lifted me, I longed desperately to nestle against her chest. Zhan Tianming froze speechless. Blimey, are you a reincarnation of Zhu Beiji? Shouldn't a pig's aesthetic standards revolve around? That so is stunning. Why are humans deemed beautiful instead? From today onward you shall no longer answer to Z. Your new name is Beiji. Zhan Tianming declared solemnly. Beiji. Why? Z tilted its head, perplexed. Because your first precept must be the precept against lust, Zhan Tianming replied. No. I adore resting upon voluptuous women. So soft, so comforting. Z tilted its head, perplexed. Because your first precept must be the precept against lust, Zhan Tianming replied. No. I adore big lecherous swine, Z has done nothing wrong. Or does master prefer resting upon a man's chest? Damn it, what did you say? Do you want a beating? It's only natural. System. Do you possess any punitive function for battle pets? None. Die already. How can you lack even a punitive function? Then tell me, do you offer a mute function? None. Good grief. Master Z truly loves it. So soft, so springy. Beiji, you may fall silent now. No. I've only just gained speech with master. I must speak more. Your rations for today are revoked. Master Z truly. And tomorrow's rations too. No, please. Master Z knows its error. Z won't speak again. Never again. You are not Z. You are Beiji. Yes, I am Beiji. Having ruthlessly leveraged rations to silence, Zhan Tianming stood dumbfounded. This lustful pig, divine beast. More like a bestial one. Enough. Back to monster slaying and cultivation. Nanqing village and whoosh, Nas Zongjing Wanyu and Xiang'er arrived. Over 100 soldiers snapped into perfect unison, kneeling on one knee. A sight of impeccable discipline. Hail the princess. In the evening the setting sun dipped below the horizon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dozen flying stones shot out in succession. Thud thud thud. Goth. Gah. A giant hog slightly larger than a tiger with 8 sharp black teeth, as cold as iron, let out an angry roar. Its blood-red, beastly eyes fixed intently on the agile and nimble Zhan Tianming, while 2 puffs of white vapor escaped from its large nostrils. The dragon in the sky has regrets. Boom. Zhang Tianming advanced with the nine-dragon step, striking the hog with a palm, sending it crashing to the side. His health instantly depleted by 182 points. Not good, the hog still had over 3,400 health points left. Meanwhile, his true energy was down to 125 points, enough for just one more use of the dragon in the sky has regrets. Then one more palm. The dragon in the sky has regrets. Ding. Double power activated. Zhang Tianming felt a surge of joy. It came just in time. A powerful and vigorous palm force burst forth, a translucent dragon silhouette roared and charged out. Boom. With one palm, nearly 3,700 health points were obliterated. The enraged hog let out a final muffled grunt before collapsing onto the ground. Boom. The ground shook with a resounding sound, sending dry leaves swirling into the air. Phew. Finally took it down. Zhang Tianming exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead, a smile of joy spreading across his face. If he hadn't managed to defeat it now, he would have had no choice but to flee. The hog was a 6th-grade ferocious. Even the village's hunting team would retreat at the sight of it, afraid to provoke it, unless there were a dozen or so people together. Only then might they attempt to capture it. Yet such a ferocious beast now lay at his feet. It seemed the advantage brought by the Supreme Dragon God system was truly evident. Zhang Tianming was overjoyed, feeling exhilarated. Ding! Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for killing the hog and gaining 50 experience points, 1 portion of pork, 8 hog teeth, 1 hog tail, and 1 attribute point. Ding! Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for leveling up to a 5-star martial apprentice, gaining 1 attribute point. Leveled up, finally leveled up. Having worked hard all day, Zhang Tianming finally reached 5-star martial apprentice, his face beaming with silly smiles. This real-life experience was infinitely more thrilling than playing games. Zhang Tianming checked his backpack. 1 portion of rat meat, 1 portion of rabbit meat, 2 portions of deer meat, 1 portion of hog meat, 1 live rabbit, 1 piece of rabbit fur, 8 hog teeth, and 1 hog tail. The harvest was quite good. Zhang Tianming also glanced at his attribute points. 19 points. All of them were added to attack. In an instant, his attack surged from 45 to 64. As for defense, it was a pitiful 10 points. The next day, Zhang Tianming tested it out. When he used a branch as a throwing weapon, his attack increased to 66 points, while using stones raised it to 6 points, meaning the branch added an extra 2 points to his attack, and the stones added 12 points. If he switched to throwing knives, or the like later, his attack would definitely continue to rise. This was great. After all, he had the secondary profession of a blacksmith. When the time comes, if he crafted a bunch of top-tier throwing weapons, who would dare to provoke him? They would directly explode with no chance to recover. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianming couldn't help but shiver. He truly felt sorry for those who would be blown up. Now within 60 meters, nothing could escape Zhang Tianming's throwing weapon attacks. The 9 Dragon's dart level had already risen to 6. The 9 Dragon's step level also increased to 5. Unfortunately, the proficiency of the dragon in the sky has regrets was only at 54, far from the required 100 points. The supreme level martial arts were indeed hard to upgrade. Besides that, Zhang Tianming also dug up several ordinary herbs, activating his alchemist's secondary profession. Homeward. In high spirits, Zhang Tianming slung his newly collected backpack over his shoulder and headed toward Nanqing village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he observed keenly. Why aren't Wang Man and his gang here to ambush me? Seriously, they have no sense of being a villain at all. With a hint of disdain, Zhang Tianming shrugged and walked into the village. As he walked, he suddenly felt something was off. It's so quiet, even the dogs aren't barking. Such an unusually quiet atmosphere definitely indicated something was wrong. Passing by Li Lanner's house, Zhang Tianming took a look. Li Lanner's dog, which was usually fierce and as aggressive as a tiger, was lying in its dog hole, looking too scared to come out. Zhang Tianming couldn't help but furrow his brow. What was going on? What happened in the village? Wait. When he entered the village, he seemed to have seen some tents in the distance on the square. What were they for? Zhang Tianming ran over to the square. Upon looking, he saw military tents. Outside those tents stood a tall pole, 3 zhang high, topped with a triangular flag embroidered with a furied 2-winged fierce tiger beside, which were 2 crooked characters that seemed to read Linshang. Moreover, outside the tents, there were several soldiers clad in black armor, standing guard with long spears, their bodies as straight as poles. Could it be that this is the army of Linshan County? An army stationed in Nanqing village? That's a onsen 100 years big news. Yet it was of no use. Shaking his head with an air of indifference, Zhang Tianming walked towards his home. Once back inside, he started a fire, set up a pot, and added water. Zhang Tianming took out 3 portions of rat meat, adding a few herbs he had gathered, and placed them into the pot, cooking a medicinal stew. These 3 portions of rat meat were substantial, each as big as a dog, and the meat was tender and delicious. 3 portions were enough to eat. There would even be leftovers. It's done cooking, I'll take some to Uncle Musan, and also send a bit to Dog Egg. Zhang Tianming muttered to himself. Li San and Dog Egg were the two best friends Zhang Tianming had in the village. Although Dog Egg's mother was somewhat petty and looked down on Zhang Tianming, Dog Egg truly regarded Zhang Tianming as his brother. While it was cooking, Zhang Tianming suddenly heard a rustling sound outside and couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. Humph, Wang Man, you've finally shown a bit of awareness as a villain. Extending 2 fingers, Zhang Tianming picked up a burning branch. He approached the window and leaned out to look. Sure enough, it was that Wang Man. The sneaky Wang Man held a wooden bucket in his right hand and pinched his nose with his left, clearly carrying something unpleasant in the bucket. Whoosh! The burning branch flew out. Thud! It struck Wang Man squarely. Ah! Wang Man shouted loudly, flinging the bucket high into the air. In a whoosh, the contents of the bucket poured down, drenching Wang Man. Bang! The bucket also landed upside down on Wang Man's head. Watching Wang Man standing frozen in place, Zhang Tianming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Tianming grinned. He was unaware that due to his peeking at the Bowtai's bath, a fully armed army closest to Nanxing village after receiving a message was quickly heading. Wang Man, with a wooden tub on his head, dared not take it off lest he suffer great embarrassment. He turned. Just a few steps into his turn, he crashed into a wall and fell back, causing the wooden tub to tumble off, revealing Wang Man's true appearance. However, his face was smeared with excrement, which was truly disgusting. Wang Man, what are you doing? So gross. Wang Man actually ate feces. How hungry could he be? Wang Man was nearly fainting from the disgust of the excrement on his face, and upon hearing the comments from the 2 villagers, his face turned crimson, but unfortunately the redness was completely concealed by the filth. Getting back up, Wang Man wasted no time and hurriedly ran away. Ha ha! Wang Man, I admire you so much. Zhang Tianming shouted with laughter. After a bout of laughter, the 2 villagers turned and left. 2 hours later, the medicinal dish was finally done. Zhang Tianming filled a large bowl and walked towards the back door of Dogden's house. After mimicking a couple of bird calls, Dogdan opened the back door. Dogden's real name was Lu Yu, who was born on the same day and year as Zhang Tianming, with less than an hour's age difference. Lu Yu was quite sturdy, of similar height to Zhang Tianming, but his build was much more robust. His face bore a hint of simplicity with bright black eyes and a buzz cut. Tianming, you're here. Look at what I brought you, that's so good. Smiling broadly, Lu Yu looked around, and seeing no one, pulled out something wrapped in leaves from his pocket. He unwrapped it to reveal a piece of roasted rabbit meat. Here, eat it while it's hot. Lu Yu presented the meat to Zhang Tianming. Huh. He was momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixated on the bowl in Zhang Tianming's hand. In that bowl, steam was rising, and there must be meat inside. Zhang Tianming grinned, accepting the roasted meat from Lu Yu, and placed the large bowl into Lu Yu's hands, saying, I also brought you some good stuff. You should try it too. Staring at the large chunks of meat in the bowl, Lu Yu took a moment to regain his composure. Tianming, where did you get this from? I hunted it. You hunted it? Lu Yu looked disbelieving. In this village, who didn't know that Zhang Tianming couldn't even defeat a colorful rooster? Even the caterpillars in the valley behind the mountain could make Zhang Tianming scream for help. Now there was actually meat in that bowl. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the meat of a blue-haired rat. The blue-haired rat was much stronger than caterpillars. How did Zhang Tianming manage to hunt it? Lu Yu simply didn't believe it. Don't look at me like that, oh, I'm not gay. Zhang Tianming chuckled. Go on, who said anything about being gay? Lu Yu shot Zhang Tianming a glare, and then said seriously, Tianming, tell me the truth. Where did you get this meat? You didn't steal it from that fat old hag, did you? Also, I just came back from the mountain this morning, and I heard people say you beat up that old hag yesterday. Vice Captain Wang is really angry and wants to break your legs. So be careful. Wang Sishi. That guy is no good either. If it weren't for not being able to beat him in the past, I would have turned against him long ago, Zhang Tianming scoffed. Wang Sishi was Wang Man's father, and also the vice captain of the hunting team in Nanjing village. In Nanjing village, Wang Sishi was the strongest person besides Zhang Yong, the acting village chief and hunting team leader. It is said that he could lift an 8,000 gene giant cauldron. In other words, Wang Sishi had already reached the strength of an 8-star martial apprentice and was the most likely to break through to a 9-star martial apprentice. This made him an extremely formidable figure among the 3 nearby villages. Of course, as an ordinary villager, he hadn't cultivated martial arts like those true martial apprentices. I couldn't beat him either, otherwise I would have stood up for you, Lu Yu said with a simple smile. You're a good brother. Zhang Tianming patted Lu Yu's shoulder. The two began to eat. Zhang Tianming asked while eating, by the way, Dogden, what's with those military tents in the square? Lu Yu paused. You don't know? No. Zhang Tianming shook his head. Let me tell you, this is a big deal for our... Lu Yu said with a mouthful of meat. Those people are sent by the county prince's mansion to select guards in the nearby... Tomorrow they will start selecting from our village. The county prince's mansion is coming to our village to select guards. Zhang Tianming was taken aback. Yes. Lu Yu nodded, swallowing the meat in his mouth, and continued, if anyone gets selected, they'll hit the jackpot, and the whole village will benefit from it. Moreover, I heard that the guards from the county prince's mansion receive 15 taels of silver as monthly wages. Lu Ye's face was filled with envy at the mention of 15 taels of silver. My parents prepared a special meal for me today to replenish my strength so that I can perform well tomorrow and strive to get selected. However, I won't forget you. I specifically saved you that piece of meat. Who knew you would bring so much meat for yourself, even more than mine? As he spoke, Lu Yu pulled out another piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing away. Zhang Tianming grinned and said, "All right, eat well, I'll cheer for you tomorrow. Of course, if you don't show up tomorrow, you won't treat me as a brother." Lu Yu said while eating. "I will definitely be there." With that, Zhang Tianming stood up and left. After Zhang Tianming had walked far, Lu Yu slapped his forehead, saying, I completely forgot to ask Tianming where he got that meat from." Lu Yu simply couldn't believe that it was hunted by Zhang Tianming. However, since the person had already left, there was no way to inquire further. Forget it, who cares? Lu Yu turned and headed back into the house. Upon returning home, Zhang Tianming prepared another large bowl of meat and delivered it to Mu Hai's house. However, knowing that Mu Hai was not as easily fooled as Lu Yu, he placed the bowl at Mu Hai's doorstep, knocked on the door, and then executed the Dragon 9 steps, disappearing in a flash. Opening the door, Mu Hai saw a large bowl of meat on the doorstep and scratched his head, utterly confused about what was happening. In the end, it was Aunt Mu San who brought the bowl inside. Back at home, Zhang Tianming let Zi out, and the two began to enjoy a delicious meal. Not long after finishing, Mu Hai arrived with half a bowl of meat for Zhang Tianming. Taking the bowl nonchalantly, Zhang Tianming feigned happiness. Once Mu Hai walked away, he set the bowl down. He couldn't eat anymore. He really was too full. After resting for an hour, Zhang Tianming practiced a few rounds of punches in the yard, going through the basics like the Dragon 9 fists and Dragon 9 legs. Though he had already learned these basic martial techniques to enhance their power, he needed to practice them to gain proficiency. Moreover, only with improved proficiency could he better understand the techniques. The night had grown deep, but Zhang Tianming was still prepared to practice one more time. Just then a cold shout came from outside. "Zhang Tianming, you bastard." The newcomer wore a cold and disdainful expression, followed closely by a plump woman with a round belly and a tall, burly young man. Thanks to the light streaming in from the room and his cultivation having reached the 5-star martial apprentice level, Zhang Tianming's eyesight had improved significantly, allowing him to instantly recognize the three individuals entering his courtyard. The three were none other than the Wang family. Leading the way was Wang Sishi, followed by his wife Aunt Zhang and their son Wang Man. Aunt Zhang looked at Zhang Tianming with a cold sneer, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly in disdain. She never expected to have been beaten by Zhang Tianming just yesterday. Today her husband had finally returned. She was here to exact revenge for that kick. Wang Man, standing beside Aunt Zhang, had already bathed and changed into clean clothes, yet as he approached, the stench of excrement was still palpable. Stop, stop, stop. Zhang Tianming pointed at the Wang family. "Don't come near me. Wang Man, why are you getting so close with that smell of excrement all over you? Are you trying to suffocate me?" Wang Man's face was filled with anger. "Oomph." Wang Sishi, standing at the front, let out a cold snort and looked down on Zhang Tianming with contempt. His already imposing figure resembled that of a wolf, standing there exuding an invisible sense of oppression. "Bastard, you've grown wings and dare to hit someone, huh?" Wang Sishi fixed his gaze on Zhang Tianming. "Old bastard, who are you talking about?" Zhang Tianming appeared unfazed. "It's you," Wang Sishi replied. After finishing his response, he noticed the mocking expression on Zhang Tianming's face and was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had fallen for a trap. After all, such a response was tantamount to admitting he was the old bastard. Instantly, Wang Sis's expression turned gloomier. Zhang Tianming merely glanced at the three of them. He was well aware of this family's nature. They were the kind of malicious people who would take advantage of your kindness. They would even play tricks on you for fun. Wang Sis's face darkened further as he regained his composure. Regarding Zhang Tianming, Wang Sishi still maintained a hint of disdain. A waste who couldn't even defeat a colorful rooster did not deserve to provoke his anger. Wang Sishi glanced at Zhang Tianming with contempt, indifferently stating, "Bastard, my Wang family provides you with food and drink, and yet you not only steal, but also injure my wife, taking the opportunity to splash a bucket of excrement on my son Wang Man when he wasn't paying attention. You filthy creature, if I don't break your arms and legs today, I am not Wang Sishi. Father, you must teach him." Wang Man furiously pointed at Zhang Tianming. "Head of the household, break this bastard's legs to vent my anger." Aunt Zhang also looked at Zhang Tianming with hatred. Zhang Tianming let out a cold laugh. At the same time, a surge of anger rose within him. "Damn, this really is a case of the wicked complaining first. I beat your wife because she deserved it. Did I splash excrement on your son when he wasn't paying attention? It's truly ridiculous to turn black and white upside down. It's absolutely absurd. They are nothing but a group of wicked people. The kind of shameless villains I despise the most." Suppressing the anger in his heart, Zhang Tianming coldly said, "Old bastard, don't be so self-righteous. You must know what kind of creatures that fat woman and your son are, right? If you want to pick a fight, just come at me directly. Don't make so many excuses. Also, after hearing what you just said, I'm truly worried for you. Because soon you won't be Wang Sishi anymore. What do you plan to change your name to? Oh, I remember you're the 8th in line in your Wang family, right? How about we call you Wang Ba? Or Wang Bastard? Or Wang Tortoise Egg? Perhaps we should just stick with Old Bastard. Wang Sishi was enraged, his eyes narrowing fiercely. Indeed, he knew the background of the matter. However, a waste like him was not qualified to lay hands on his wife and son, let alone speak to him like that. Moreover, Wang Sishi had long wanted to kill Zhang Tianming. Once Zhang Tianming was dead, Zhang Yong would go from being the acting village head to the real village head. And he could go from being the vice captain of the hunting team to the captain. At that time, the benefits would be endless. However, no one dared to blatantly kill Zhang Tianming. After all, Zhang Tianming was the only one of the 9 children who survived the mountain god sacrifice. Zhang Tianming was chosen by the mountain god as the heir to the village head. No one had the right to revoke his qualification. Furthermore, no one dared to kill him before he turned 16 and completed the assessment. Initially, Wang Man and the others had no idea that the previous Zhang Tianming had already been bullied to death by their neglect. They were even more unaware that the current Zhang Tianming had already become a different person. Although they couldn't kill Zhang Tianming immediately, severely injuring him to the point of disability would not attract much attention at all. Wang Sishi was very clear about this. After all, Zhang Tianming's reputation as a waste was already well known throughout the village. No one wanted Zhang Tianming to become the village head of Nanxing Village, or else Nanxing Village would become a laughingstock among the other 2 villages. The people of Nanxing Village would also be unable to hold their heads up. Thoughts flashed through Wang Sishi's mind, and a fierce aura gradually emanated from him. If I can't kill him, can I not beat him? With a cold smile in his heart, Wang Sishi was already preparing to take action. Dad, let me do it. He'll teach him a lesson. Just as Wang Sishi was about to make his move, Wang Man stood up with his eyes wide open, declaring, "Today, I must break all the limbs of this waste, leaving him unable to crawl for the rest of his life, just lying on the ground awaiting death." Having fallen victim to Zhang Tianming's hands twice, although Wang Man found it strange, he still believed it was accidental. The first time he was completely ambushed. The second time he didn't understand at all. Though he knew Zhang Tianming was skilled at throwing stones, Wang Man did not believe that with his father present, Zhang Tianming could pull off any tricks. Wang Sishi glanced at his son with indifference and nodded slightly. "Find such a bastard is not even worthy of me taking action. There you go, teach him a lesson." Wang Sishi shot a glance at Zhang Tianming filled with disdain and contempt. He didn't believe Zhang Tianming could stir up any trouble in front of him. Wang Man excitedly nodded. He then turned to Zhang Tianming with a cold smile, clenching his fist, mocking, "Zhang Tianming, if I don't break all your limbs today, I won't call myself Wang Man." The anger in Zhang Tianming's heart surged higher and higher. That fury rolled within him, roaring. Truly kind people get bullied and good horses are ridden. Humph. With a cold snort, Zhang Tianming glared at Wang Man. "It seems that like father, like son indeed. If I were to go today, your father should be called Old Bastard. As for you, let's just call you Bastard. One old and one young, 2 bastards together, it would be fitting to go out as a pair." Bang. Wang Man had no idea what was happening. He only felt a sudden blur before him, and then Zhang Tianming vanished. Shortly after, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, causing his entire body to fly backwards, violently crashing against the courtyard wall, which collapsed under the impact, scattering large chunks of stone across the ground. Wang Man had already fainted amidst the rubble. 9 Dragons Fist. Zhang Tianming maintained the stance of the 9 Dragons Fist. That fist trembled slightly. He showed no mercy with that punch, fueled by rage. That fist was akin to a truly furious dragon. Its power was tremendous. Wang Sishi and his wife stood by, stunned. Monair. They looked at their son lying amidst the rubble, panic rising within them. Wang Sishi, coming back to his senses, was filled with rage. "Bastard, die for me." With a ferocious lunge, Wang Sishi pounced on Zhang Tianming like a starving tiger, his fist capable of unleashing over 8,000 pounds of force, smashing down towards Zhang Tianming's head, intent on killing him in one blow. At this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. Even if Zhang Tianming was the inheritor of the village chief chosen by the mountain god, so what? Fight! With one punch, he intended to kill him and avenge his son. Wang Sishi showed no mercy whatsoever. Zhang Tianming already harbored hidden anger. He had been enduring this family for a long time. He hadn't even sought trouble with the Wang family, yet they had come knocking on his door. Such foul people. There is a limit to what one can tolerate. The dragon in rage has regrets. With a low shout, Zhang Tianming struck out with a palm. Ding dong. Triggered, double power, activated strangulation effect. Zhang Tianming felt overjoyed. It was truly fortuitous. That palm slammed down suddenly. Boom. The fist and palm collided. A dull explosive sound erupted. Crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed from Wang Sis's arm as his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. With a loud crash, he brought down another section of the courtyard wall. Zhang Tianming, however, held his palm strike steady, as firm as Mount Tai. A shockwave of pain surged through his palm, but it was worth it. Although Zhang Tianming was merely a 5-star martial apprentice, his The Dragon in Rage Has Regrets was a supreme-level martial technique, and it had just unleashed double power and a strangulation effect. How could Wang Cixi, relying solely on brute strength, possibly be his opponent? That palm had severely injured Wang Cixi, especially the strangulation effect, which had completely shattered the bones in his hand. Zhang Tianming's gaze turned cold as he slowly swept towards Aunt Zhang, who stood nearby, as plump as a pig frozen in place. What? What do you want? Aunt Zhang was utterly terrified, her face pale. Zhang Tianming wanted to shout loudly, "Who else is there?" However, he did not yell out. Instead, he sternly commanded, "Get out of my sight." Bang! Aunt Zhang was so frightened that she fell onto the ground, panic all over her face, her hands pushing back as she retreated. The severely injured Wang family's father and son stumbled away in a fleeing manner. Nearby villagers heard the commotion and came out to see. Unfortunately, there was no one there, only a pile of collapsed walls. At the campsite in front of Nanxing Village. Though the setup was somewhat simple, it was certainly beyond what any villager in Nanxing Village could compare to. Inside the simple yet elegant tent, the candlelight was bright. 2 stunningly beautiful women sat within, especially the one dressed in a yellow gown, who was exceptionally rare. "Xiang'er, do you think that rascal will fall for it?" Zongjing Wanyu asked. "Princess, rest assured," Xiang'er replied confidently. "Haven't we tailored the conditions specifically for that rascal? With the conditions set by the Wang family, that greedy rascal will surely fall for it. When the time comes, as long as he joins the Wang family as a guard, princess, you can deal with him however you wish. Let's see if he dares to peep at you while bathing." Thinking of Zhang Tianming, Xiang'er's face filled with anger. Beside her, Zongjing Wanyu also wore a frosty expression. Peeping at the princess while bathing. That was a capital offense. That rascal, it won't be long before this princess catches you, and then you will wish for death, but cannot have it. No, I won't let you die that easily. This princess will make you cook roasted meat for me every day. If you ever do a bad job, I'll deal with you severely, strip you of your clothes, tie you up, whip you, and drip wax on you, forcing you to beg for mercy in front of me. Realizing this, Zongjing Wanyu finally revealed a hint of satisfaction on her face. "Princess, are you going to play queen and beast?" "Indeed, this princess is going to play Queen Anne." Suddenly her voice halted. Zongjing Wanyu came back to her senses, glaring at Xiang'er, who was secretly giggling. "You, Xiang'er, are you itching for a beating?" "Princess, spare me." Xiang'er dares not. "Dare you not? If you dare tease this princess again, I'll betroth you to that rascal as his wife." Princess, no." Xiang'er knows her mistake. Seeing Xiang'er's pleading look, Zongjing Wanyu displayed a victorious smile. The next day, the weather was fine. The sunlight cast down upon Nanxing Village Square, and occasionally colorful halos could be seen in the air. General Li Guangxing, clad in shining black armor, stood proudly in the square, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surrounding villagers. Instantly, all the villagers fell silent, not daring to make a sound. A strong man. This Li Guangxing was undoubtedly a powerhouse. Next to Li Guangxing stood the acting village chief, Zhang Yong, a middle-aged man towering at 2 meters and 3 centimeters. He spoke simply, "Dear villagers, the prince's manor has come to our Nanxing village to select guards, which is an honor for the entire village. You must all perform well." Zhang Yong dared not take up too much of Li Guangxing's time, quickly bowing his head in respect. Li Guangxing slightly nodded. He disliked flatterers, so he was quite satisfied with Zhang Yong's performance. A soldier must be straightforward. 1 is 1. 2 is 2. No nonsense. Li Guangxing stepped forward, speaking loudly. "Dear villagers, I am here to select guards today, and there are 3 conditions. First, you must be between the ages of 16 and 20. Second, your cultivation must be at least 2-star martial apprentice. Third, you must possess excellent roasting skills. All 3 are non-negotiable." Upon hearing this, many villagers who had prepared to perform well were immediately dumbfounded, especially those who were either too old or did not meet the standards. They felt quite frustrated. Moreover, everyone was puzzled by the last condition. Why must a mere guard possess excellent roasting skills? Was the prince's manor not selecting guards, but chefs? Yet this was the requirement of the prince's manor, and no one dared to question it. All right, all those aged between 16 and 20 with at least 2-star martial apprentice cultivation, come up to. If you pass all rounds of testing, you will officially become a guard of the Linshan County Prince's Manor. After saying this, General Li Guangxing stepped back a few paces and sat down on a chair covered with black bear skin. Zhang Yong shouted to those below, "Listen to General Li's words and hurry up to the stage." Instantly, more than 30 young people stepped up, one after another. All these individuals wore expressions of joy. As long as they stepped through the doors of the prince's manor, they would soar to great heights for the rest of their lives. And now the opportunity lay before them. Qiu Long was the first to approach a furnace. He knew that he was inferior to Xia Zian in the art of forging, yet he did not mind losing an unusable imperial weapon to her. After all, pleasing the junior sister might not be a bad thing. However, before losing, he must at least show his capabilities. Stepping forward, Xiaolong took out a considerable amount of top-grade crystal ore from his Qinkuan bag, tossing it into the furnace and beginning the smelting process. Xia Zian glanced at Zhang Tianming, then chose a furnace of her own to begin forging. Fortunately, the guys I killed had plenty of crystal ore on them, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to forge now. Zhang Tianming quietly murmured to himself, a faint smile on his lips as he walked closer to a furnace and similarly tossed in some top-grade crystal ore. Nearly half of the furnaces here were preheated and ready for use. Otherwise, one would need to preheat the furnace before refining the crystal ore. The ground fire burned fiercely, controlled by a small formation. Zhang Tianming exerted his soul power on the formation, allowing him to manipulate the temperature changes within the furnace at will, and clearly sensed the melting of the crystal ore. Ground fire. Compared to the Nine Suns' divine emperor flame, this hardly qualifies as fire at all. Zhang Tianming shook his head inwardly. Although the ground fire influenced by the formation was not comparable to ordinary furnace fire, it was still far too weak compared to the Nine Suns' divine emperor flame. With his soul power acting on the formation, Zhang Tianming attentively sensed the situation in the furnace. After all, he could not directly use the system's forging function here. Otherwise, it would be frightening to complete the forging in the blink of an eye, and there would be no way to explain it. Fortunately, he had previously allowed the system to learn the forging manual. At this moment, Zhang Tianming had a clear understanding of all the steps and details, having reached a master-level standard without any deviations. Under precise control, the ground fire melted the crystal ore into magma, which Zhang Tianming then directed into the mold for the weapon. He had chosen a great axe. He thought that he should forge a good axe for Zhang Colin. This way, Zhang Colin could have an easier time battling beasts in training. The initial shape of the weapon mold was completed almost simultaneously by the three of them. Xiaolong and Xia Zian each took out a type of natural cooling water and directly splashed it onto the weapon mold. The golden mold, tinged with a hint of red, immediately absorbed the cooling water and completed its first cooling phase in a very short time. Such cooling would not harm the mold. After all, the cooling water was specially formulated, unlike Zhang Tianming smiled lightly. He did not use the cooling water for cooling. According to the forging manual of my master, cooling with pure ice attribute true essence would yield better results. Xiaolong and Xia Zian were purely fire attribute. Unless someone assisted them, they could not do this. But I am different. Although my 8 attributes have fused into chaos attribute, I can separate the purest ice attribute true essence whenever I wish. A thought flashed through his mind, and Zhang Tianming gently clapped his right hand. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. Pure ice attribute true essence surged from his palm, enveloping the initial shape of the weapon mold. What? He actually possesses ice attribute. Xiaolong was taken aback. Xia Zian, however, did not pay attention to Zhang Tianming, completely focused on her forging. The disciples around were somewhat astonished. An ice attribute forger. Could he be a body of ice and fire? Or is it possible that he completely lacks a fire attribute? Only Ling Chenfeng nodded discreetly. Indeed, this young man not only possesses a special flame formed by the fusion of 2 ancient divine fires, but he also embodies the 8 attributes along with an unknown law. This ice attribute true essence is indeed extraordinarily pure. Such a prodigy has likely appeared no more than a handful of times in the entire Jilong continent since ancient times. Ling Chenfeng did not know for sure, but he felt this way. After all, being born with the 8 attributes was truly hard to believe. Moreover, there was also an unknown attribute. Ling Chenfeng even suspected that the unknown attribute might be the long-lost 9th attribute. The initial shape of the weapon mold quickly cooled down. Zhang Tianming placed his left hand directly on the mold, inserting part of it into the furnace again, and controlled the ground fire to heat it until the mold glowed red before taking it out. On his right side lay at least a dozen hammers of varying sizes. Zhang Tianming picked up the largest hammer and began to strike. The initial shape of the weapon mold is made from crystal ore. Although top-grade crystal ore contains very few impurities, they do exist. Thus, the initial treatment of the weapon mold involves repeated hammering to remove impurities. To achieve the best effect, one must choose the largest hammer, as this allows for greater efficiency. Ling Chenfeng continued with the teaching. For him, any moment could be a teaching moment. The inner disciples around him listened attentively. There are 7,286 basic methods to remove impurities from crystal, or 1,401 intermediate methods, and 108 advanced methods. To forge a top-quality divine weapon, one must base it on advanced methods. However, advanced methods are built upon intermediate methods, and intermediate methods are founded on basic methods. Without a solid foundation, one cannot master advanced methods. This is something you all must remember. Look, the technique that Xiao Long is using now is one of the advanced methods called the 18 hammer technique of clang clang clang. With every strike, Xiao Long displayed extraordinary skill, producing a resonating sound with each hammer blow, as if celestial music were descending. The 18 hammer technique of heavenly sound is based on 13 intermediate methods and 1,120 basic methods. It is one of the advanced methods very suitable for removing impurities. Now look at Xian. The technique she is employing is called the 36 hammer technique of Phoenix crying heaven. Wherever the hammer strikes, the sound of the phoenix reverberates through heaven and earth. Ling Shifeng explained step by step. Clearly, no matter how complex these things were, they were as familiar to him as the back of his hand. The 36 hammer technique of Phoenix crying heaven is based on 301 intermediate methods and 4,000 basic methods. Its effectiveness in removing impurities surpasses that of the 18 hammer technique of heavenly sound, resulting in a more perfect weapon mold. Then Ling Qinfeng's gaze shifted to Zhang Tianming, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Buzz! Buzz! Waves of Tao rhythm continuously emanated from the long sword, and the 4 characters Ningxue Qianlong were directly imprinted onto the sword's body under the influence of that rhythm. The 4 characters imbued with coldness unexpectedly caused the temperature in the originally heated refining hall to drop slightly in an instant. Tao Rhythm Divine Weapon. It has finally been forged. Although this is merely a holy tier Tao Rhythm Divine Weapon, it still pales in comparison to Imperial artifacts. However, this marks the first artifact that Xia Xian has forged for herself, signifying that her future achievements in the realm of refining will surpass many other refiners. Countless refiners aspire to forge Tao Rhythm Divine Weapons. And today Xia Xian has accomplished. Ningxue Qianlong flew into the air, circling around Xia Xian several times before obediently landing in her hand. At the moment the Tao rhythm reached perfection, this sword had already birthed its own spirit. This is distinct from the spirits created through postnatal means. It's akin to the difference between innate and acquired. The Tao rhythm spirit is innate. An acquired spirit is postnatal. There are several layers of difference between the two, and their future growth potentials are entirely different. At this moment, due to the Tao rhythm, energy generated during its naming, Ningxue Qianlong's quality has elevated from a standard holy tier to an exceptional holy tier, providing this sword with the potential to evolve into an imperial artifact in the future. This is the advantage of an innate spirit. It can continue to grow. In contrast, acquired spirits cannot facilitate a divine weapon's leap to a higher tier. At most, they can only achieve minor improvements within the original tier. The commotion caused by Xia Xian's crafting of a Tao Rhythm Divine Weapon gradually subsided after some time. All gazes fell upon Zhang Tianming. Clang clang clang. Each strike was accompanied by the distribution and permeation of the Tao rhythm, and the shape of the great axe was subtly changing. Time and time again, heating and hammering, Zhang Tianming showed no signs of fatigue. In his eyes there remained only that great axe constantly taking shape. Here the techniques of refining do not involve processes such as sharpening, coarse grinding, fine grinding, or polishing. By infusing the weapon with the Tao rhythm through techniques aligned with heavenly principles, and ultimately drawing down the light of the Tao rhythm, one can complete the divine weapon directly. Thus the key lies in the forging process. During this process, the power of the heavenly Tao is evenly distributed throughout the weapon, preserved in a form similar to that of an array, ultimately invoking the power of heaven and earth. Zhang Tianming's mind was gradually completing a layout akin to an array. At this moment, he had already entered a state of complete immersion. After hammering continuously for such a long time, doesn't he ever tire? Someone couldn't help but whisper. It had already been 4 days since Xia Xian forged Ningxue Qianlong. His strength is astonishing. He uses a total of 18 types of hammers, switching to a different one every so often to perform various advanced hammer techniques. I reckon he has mastered all 108 advanced hammer techniques, right? How long has he been practicing refining? How could he master so many advanced hammer techniques? Damn, even if he started learning refining from the womb, he would have only been studying for 20 years or so. I have been engaged in the path of refining for over 40 years, and I have only managed to grasp 11 advanced hammer techniques. How? How did he achieve this? Many were in all. Xiao Long looked on with eyes filled with jealousy. He never expected Zhang Tianming to reach such a terrifying level in the art of refining. Xia Xian was also slightly taken aback and found it hard to believe. It's over 101. She silently counted the advanced hammer techniques Zhang Tianming had used, and it left her feeling astonished. My master once said that even he took nearly 300 years to learn all 108 commonly used advanced hammer techniques. I am considered the most gifted refiner he has ever seen, yet I spent a full decade honing my hammer techniques, and only mastered 72. But how did he manage to do this? Xia Xian truly couldn't believe it. Each advanced hammer technique exhibited by Zhang Tianming was no longer merely a mastery. Rather, it had reached an exquisite level. The hammer techniques seemed to be second nature to him, as if he were directing his own limbs. It's the 102. Once again, another advanced hammer technique was showcased by Zhang Tianming, while Xia Zian silently recorded it. Lung Feng's face was already filled with a smile. Her gaze fixed upon Zhang Tianming, unwilling to shift it away. Tianming, for the sake of taking you as my disciple, I may have lost some face, but it was truly worth it. Ha ha. As one of the 10 elders of the inner court of the Julong Academy, Lung Feng had already learned about Zhang Tianming's affairs through the Deacon Hall at the first opportunity. The thought that Zhang Tianming possessed 8 attributes along with an unknown attribute and had gathered information about ancient divine flames led Lung Feng to resolve to take Zhang Tianming as his disciple. After all, being able to fuse 2 ancient divine flames is a legendary feat. Such a person can either become an alchemist or a refiner. This is undoubtedly the best choice. Now Lung Feng felt that Zhang Tianming was a promising material for a refiner. With proper guidance, it is entirely possible for him to become a master artifact creator in the future. As for the incident where Zhang Tianming had spoken out against him upon their first meeting, he had long since cast it aside. And that so-called Tianxing gold was also forgotten. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 108th advanced hammer technique was also executed by Zhang. The Tao rhythm had been intricately arranged within that great axe during these days and nights of sleepless toil, and at this moment the great axe had already revealed its formidable and imposing shape. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly Zhang Tianming struck 9 blows in rapid succession with the speed of a gale. As the 9th blow fell, a deafening buzzing sound erupted, followed by a 5-colored divine light breaking through the air and enveloping everything. That rich divine light nearly concealed both Zhang Tianming and the great axe. What powerful divine light! Could it be an imperial artifact? My heavens! Could he be an imperial artifact master? That's impossible. This light is so blinding. The inner court disciples present in the refining hall were all astonished. Even Lung Feng's brow furrowed as he found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. Could it be? Tianming is truly an imperial artifact master. No way. Along the way, Guang Yuyao was very friendly, explaining everything to Zhang Tianming. When the two arrived in front of a secret chamber, Zhang Tianming already understood the entire process of the connection, and all the important points were clear to him. Senior Brother C, are the other 3 senior brothers also at the Half-Dao realm? Zhang Tianming asked curiously. After all, Half-Dao realm experts are quite rare. To think that among his master's 7 disciples were already at the Half-Dao realm was simply unimaginable. This also left Zhang Tianming with a sense of emotion. Back in the southern region, Emperor realm experts were as rare as exotic animals, so encountering one was a rare event. Even during the 8 domains war, Saint realm practitioners were already the best of the best. But how about in the 9 dragons Emperor domain? Here Saint realm practitioners are as abundant as dogs. Although Emperor realm experts are still hard to come by in many places, in certain fixed locations like near the Burial Sky mountain range and the 9 Dragons Academy, where he currently was, Emperor realm practitioners were everywhere. It must be said, when a person's realm has not reached a certain level, the dimensions they can access will be very limited. It's like an ordinary commoner seeing village officials, township officials, and town officials is already impressive. They would never have the opportunity to meet county governors, mayors, or provincial leaders. But what if they themselves were city or provincial leaders? They would naturally encounter far more high-ranking officials than an ordinary commoner. This thought briefly flashed through Zhang Tianming's mind. At this moment, Guang Yuyao smiled lightly and replied, Junior Brother 7, the Senior Brother to Senior Brother Heir, and Senior Brother San had already achieved the Half-Dao realm before me. In the past, when I was undergoing the connection, it was still Senior Brother San who assisted me, and at that time Senior Brother San had already entered the Half-Dao realm for over 800 years. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianming was momentarily stunned. Senior Brother San had already been in the Half-Dao realm for over 800 years when Senior Brother C was undergoing the connection. This. Ha. Junior Brother 7, you need not be surprised. The first to follow our master Senior Brother Da had become a powerful being of the Half-Dao realm over 3,000 years ago. Guang Yuyao laughed. How old is Senior Sister Wu this year? Zhang Tianming couldn't help but ask. Senior Sister Wu is about the same age as you. Master married our senior mother just over 20 years ago, but unfortunately shortly after giving birth to junior sister, she passed away. Our master is reluctant to talk about it, and as disciples we naturally cannot inquire further. Guang Yuyao showed a hint of nostalgia. Zhang Tianming nodded slightly. In this world age, truly, it is quite normal for a several thousand-year-old old monster to marry a woman in her 20s. After all, the lifespan of cultivators increases with their cultivation. It is rumored that the lifespan of a powerful being at the Half-Dao realm can reach tens of thousands of years. But what of tens of thousands of years? They still cannot escape the shackles of fate, nor can they attain eternal life. All right, Junior Brother 7, please follow me inside. Guang Yuyao stepped forward and pushed open the heavy stone door of a secret chamber. This stone was not an ordinary stone door, it was engraved with intricate runes capable of isolating all external disturbances. Furthermore, once closed from the inside and less attacked with formidable force, it could not be opened from the outside. Such a design was evidently meant for closed-door cultivation. As Guang Yuyao entered, an ancient stone platform came into view. Guang Yuyao gestured for Zhan Tianming to sit on the stone platform. Zhan Tianming glanced at the stone platform and could sense faint fluctuations of spiritual energy and Tao rhythm emanating from it. Soon Zhan Tianming complied and sat down. Focus your mind and gather your qi, Guang Yuyao said. Zhan Tianming formed a cultivation seal with his hands, gently closed his eyes, focused on his nose, then on his heart, and finally on his Dan, maintaining a state of no distractions, effortlessly entering a state of harmony with the Tao. Guang Yuyao nodded in approval. He then flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle intricately engraved with runes from his Qinkuan bag. This Qinkuan bottle, though small, contains unimaginable space. Since Master acquired this Qinkuan bottle, over half of the Emperor's qi inside has already been used. Who knows how much longer the Emperor's qi inside will last? Guang Yuyao couldn't help but sigh internally. After all, the Nine Dragons continent has lost its connection with the upper realm, resulting in a severance of Dao Yuan. The original Dao Yuan has long since disappeared. In this world, perhaps only in some ancient spaces would some still remain. As this thought flashed by, Guang Yuyao flicked his finger lightly, and the bottle's cork flew out. Through the bottle's opening, one could see a riot of colors swirling inside, chaotic and indistinguishable. Oh, in fact, after watching for too long, one might even feel as if their soul would be drawn in. Guang Yuyao did not look further. With his left hand supporting it, the Qinkuan bottle floated in midair, and he formed hand seals pointing suddenly. Qinkuan 1 Qi, the method of the Tao endures. Emperor's Qi emerge. Whoosh, whoosh. A sound like a bubbling stream emanated from the Qinkuan bottle, and then a fine water column flew out, dancing in midair under Guang Yuyao's control, before suddenly shooting toward the Baihui acupoint atop Zhan Tianming's head. The water column formed from the liquefied Emperor's qi did not wet Zhan Tianming at all, it directly entered his body. Zhan Tianming's heart jolted. A wondrous feeling spread from within his heart. Concentrate your mind, embrace the primal essence, and do not act recklessly, Guang Yuyao reminded. Instantly, Zhan Tianming no longer allowed his thoughts to wander. He simply let that wondrous sensation roam within him, penetrating every cell, every meridian, every bone, every muscle, and even the soul. Meanwhile, Guang Yuyao was also fully controlling the liquefied Dao Yuan as it flowed through Zhan Tianming's body. Dao Yuan connecting, washing marrow, and opening veins. This process required utmost caution, otherwise it could easily ruin the one undergoing the connection, turning them from an unparalleled genius into an ignored waste. Moreover, it was essential to ensure that the liquefied Dao Yuan thoroughly traversed every part of the body of the one undergoing the connection. Otherwise, the connection would also be impossible to complete. Time flowed slowly. Even with Guang Yuyao's level and strength, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Performing the connection and washing marrow for others is certainly not an easy task. 1 hour. 2 hours. 1 day. 3 days. Time passed bit by bit, and before one knew it, it had already slipped by like a fleeting moment. As if yesterday was a winter with layers of snow, and now it was the scorching summer under the blazing sun. Time flies, one must cherish it as the winds and rains change with time. In the blink of an eye, several months had already passed. Along the way, Zhan Tianming encountered several groups of cultivators, but they did not provoke him, and he couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. He only wished to reach Flame Mountain and search for clues about the Langya Divine Flame. The Flame Desert is devoid of demonic beasts, filled instead with the raging aura of fire attributes, making cultivation impossible. Those cultivators who came here were likely all drawn by the Wulong Guardian Pearl. Unfortunately, after the previous shock, the Wulong Guardian Pearl was no longer here. Zhan Tianming speculated quietly, yet he had no intention of informing those cultivators. Moreover, even if he were to speak up, no one would believe him. So what was the need for more words? After 3 days of travel, Zhan Tianming had already flown out of the dust storm zone, but he had inadvertently entered new dust storms several times. At this moment, he finally arrived at the foot of Flame Mountain. Is this Flame Mountain? Zhan Tianming looked up at the towering mountain, seeing that the entire peak was engulfed in raging flames. The mountain was burned red, yet it did not flow as lava, as if the flames had refined it to a point where it could withstand the heat without melting, and the clouds swirling around the mountainside were also tinted crimson. Gazing at this mountain instilled a sense of dread and trepidation. Suddenly a rumble echoed from Flame Mountain, and a terrifying force of flames spread outward from its center. The heat wave surged forth, its might astonishing, shattering the clouds at the mountainside and sending them racing away. The heat wave struck Zhang Tianming, but was blocked by his protective aura, causing him no harm. However, the winds surged through the protective barrier, causing Zhang Tianming's clothes and hair to flutter wildly, creating a rustling sound. The yellow sand on the ground was also swept up in a frenzy. Indeed, the power emanating from Flame Mountain at intervals contained an exceedingly terrifying special flame energy. Ordinary demonic beasts could not possibly survive here. Zhang Tianming murmured softly, involuntarily closing his eyes to keenly sense the energy pervade. It is the aura of the Langya divine flame, but this is merely the residual flame energy it left behind. Its true body is no longer here. Although he had already sensed it through the fire within him, Zhang Tianming decided to use the Jiuzi Li Huading to sense it further, and he retrieved it from his system backpack. Holding the Jiuzi Li Huading, Zhang Tianming lightly flicked a strand of true essence. With a hum, the Jiuzi Li Huading immediately floated into the air. Then Zhang Tianming raised his hand, and a small flame danced at his fingertip. Go! With a whoosh, the flame leaped into the Jiuzi Li Huading, and Zhang Tianming closed his eyes, enveloping his spiritual force around the ding, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from within, and synchronizing his spiritual force with it, allowing it to resonate and expand far into the distance. In an instant, everything within a million-mile radius imprinted itself in Zhang Tianming's mind. Indeed, the Langya divine flame is no longer here. Muttering softly, Zhang Tianming opened his eyes, and the flame that had been in the Jiuzi Li Huading flew back into his body. He stored the Jiuzi Li Huading safely and continued towards Flame Mountain. In the beast space, Shadow had already set up a circular mist dome around herself, otherwise the climate here would make her feel very uncomfortable. However, Xiao Zi was completely unconcerned about the heat. Seeing that Shadow ignored her, Xiao Zi dashed out of the beast space, perched on Zhang Tianming's shoulder, and asked, "Big brother, did you find any clues just now?" None. Zhang Tianming shook his head. Using the Jiuzi Li Huading, he could sense a million-mile range, but this sensing felt vague and unclear. He could determine whether there was an ancient divine fire present, but could not finally sense every detail. Moreover, Flame Mountain was not an ordinary mountain range filled with violent auras that obstructed the sensing of spiritual force. Thus, everything on Flame Mountain needed to be investigated further. Roar, roar, roar. At the foot of Flame Mountain, numerous flames roared in anger, as if warning Zhang Tianming not to come near. However, Zhang Tianming did not even pause, directly stepping in. Instantly, those flames seemed to retreat in fear, rushing away until Zhang Tianming had gone far before reigniting. In the presence of the Nine-Yang Divine Emperor Flame, these flames left behind by the Langya Divine Flame, though strong, were still no match and had to submit. Big brother, the chaotic fire energy here makes the spiritual sensing quite vague. Why don't we split up to search for clues? Xiao Zi suggested. That works too, Zhang Tianming nodded. Beiji, be careful. I understand. Xiao Zi nodded, and then the two began searching separately. Flame Mountain was even more barren than Zhang Tianming had imagined. Aside from flames and astonishingly refined mountain rocks, there was really nothing else. As Zhang Tianming searched for clues, he also observed these mountain rocks. Refined to such an extent it must be comparable to imperial-grade crystal mines, or even possibly divine-grade crystal mines. Why has no one taken them to forge divine weapons? Zhang Tianming couldn't help but murmur, while various forging knowledge learned from Ling Feng surfaced in his mind as he tried to understand the mysteries behind it. Unfortunately, it seemed impossible to explain the scene before him. Check. Zhang Tianming directly activated the system's inspection function. Item: Xianhua Seal Level Supreme Description: a supreme seal created by an ancient great being to bind the Langya divine flame, formed over countless millennia from an immense mountain possessing unparalleled might. What a... Zhang Tianming was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. This Flame Mountain is actually an ancient divine seal. This unexpected discovery greatly astonished Zhang Tianming, causing a sense of yearning to arise. The ancient great beings refer to cultivators of the Nine Dao realm. It seems they truly possess celestial capabilities far beyond those in the imperial realm. Zhang Tianming murmured. If that's the case, unless one enters the Nine Dao realm, one may never truly comprehend what constitutes a genuine great cultivator. This is likely the main reason why those at the Half Dao realm pursue breakthroughs so fervently. Just as Zhang Tianming was murmuring, the system prompt rang in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to host Zhang Tianming for triggering the task to obtain the Xianhua Seal. Task details: find the core of the Xianhua Seal and use blood as a sacrifice to obtain it. Task rewards: 100 million experience points. Clues about the Langya Divine Flame: 10 million Dragon Energy. 1 to the Violent level, 1 million Violent points. Swish. A sword chi as slender as a thread was unleashed from Zhang Taiming's fingertip, but instead of soaring into the sky, it sliced toward the distant Tian Buli. The sword chi was so thin that it was nearly invisible. After being unleashed, it instantly pierced into a rift in the void, as if this space were merely a thin sheet of paper that could be easily cut apart. The sword chi seemed to vanish, but in an instant it broke through the other side of the void and appeared right before Tian Buli. The sword chi appeared to traverse time and space. What a... Tian Buli's eyes suddenly narrowed. Just as the sword chi was about to strike him, an eerie scene unfolded. The entire space seemed to freeze completely. Time appeared to stop flowing. The sword chi was suspended less than an inch away from Tian Buli's body. The shock on Tian Buli's face had not yet subsided when he swiftly darted to the side. In that moment, the stillness of time and space instantly vanished. Swish! The sword chi sliced through the spot where Tian Buli had just been, then once again plunged into the void, disappearing from sight. Did he evade it? Zhang Taiming's brow furrowed slightly. His understanding of this sword technique was still quite rudimentary, unable to compare with the already perfected Batian Xinjiang and Long Xingong. However, with the enhancement of the nameless divine sword, the power of that sword strike was certainly not inferior to Batian Xinjiang and Long Xingong. He originally thought it would at least injure Tian Buli, but who would have thought? It didn't even graze him. Wait. Suddenly Zhang Tianming sensed a familiar aura. This is the mark of time. No, not entirely. It feels more like the laws of time. And the laws of space. Time is the passage of years. Zhang Tianming possessed the divine ability of time, making him more sensitive to the laws of time. However, the laws of time are not equivalent to the divine ability of time. The laws are merely a primitive manifestation of the Tao. Divine abilities, on the other hand, are a higher existence built upon those laws. Zhang Tianming felt a slight shock in his heart. At this moment, he could affirm that just now Tian Buli had simultaneously employed the dual laws of space and time to evade his sword. Boom, boom. At the very moment Zhang Tianming made this judgment, the attacks of Longshan, Yijiqiu, and Nangong Wening had completely shattered the terrifying thunder that enveloped a 10-mile radius. Ha ha, Tianming, little brother, well done. Nangong Wening laughed heartily. It was precisely that previous strike that exacerbated the death aura surrounding Tian Buli. Clearly, activating the dual laws of space and time had taken a heavier toll on Tian Buli, so it was no wonder he had not intended to use these two laws in the earlier battle. Whoosh! At the very moment everyone paused, a black figure darted past, directly flying into the entrance of the Enexion. Did someone go in? Yijiqiu frowned tightly, a bit unsure. That moment had been too quick. Even with Yizikia's strength, he had only vaguely sensed a shadow. But seeing the expressions of the others, Yijiqiu knew he asked in vain, for it was impossible that only he sensed it incorrectly. With so many people focusing on the entrance of Enexion, someone must have entered. Zhang Taiming's brow furrowed slightly as well. How could it be him? That figure, although Zhang Tianming had only caught a glimpse, felt extremely familiar. Nangong Wening, on the other hand, frowned slightly, pondering. That person's strength was formidable, yet unfamiliar. But in recent years there shouldn't be any newly advanced half-path experts, so who could it be? Could it be a powerful being from another realm? Tian Buli's brow also furrowed slightly. Previously startled by Zhang Tianming's sword, he had let his guard down, which allowed someone to enter the Enexion entrance without him noticing. However, the fact that person could remain hidden nearby for so long without being discovered likely means their strength is not much weaker than mine, or perhaps even stronger. If they were to intervene in the attack, they would not be able to stop me. Nevertheless, as long as they can hold these people off for a moment, it would suffice to fulfill my promise to Ouyang Shua. Little brat, you truly astonish me. That sword just now, although it only had the power of the 8 paths of the sword, was already sufficient to injure me. His voice paused slightly, and a more solemn expression appeared on Tian Buli's face. It seems I must unleash some true abilities. Before Zhang Tianming could speak, Nangong Wening had already laughed. Haha. Tian Buli, you should take a look at the death aura on you. If you continue fighting, how much longer can you live? Are you truly willing to expend your vitality for the sake of those inside? Although it will consume some vitality, now it is not irredeemable. Tian Buli spoke dismissively, but a flicker of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Vitality. This was far too important for Tian Buli. In the coming years he would not be able to utilize the soul-seizing technique again, and the vitality within this body could not last much longer. Thinking about it, in less than 10 years, a body that was originally only in its 20s had already aged to such an extent the rate of vitality depletion was simply terrifying. If possible, Tian Buli would prefer not to engage in combat. Tian Buli, you made an agreement with someone, didn't you? Could it be that person has a way to eliminate the death aura on you? Or can they grant you endless vitality? Nangong Wening speculated. After all, having lived for over 10,000 years, the old monster could deduce a lot from Tian Buli's work. Tian Buli did not show any signs of surprise. Indeed, if Nangong Wenning could not guess this much, it would be a waste of his long life. Indeed, I have made an agreement with someone. Their demands of me are not excessive. As long as I can hold you off for a brief moment, I actually do not wish to engage you in combat. There is no need for us to suffer mutual destruction. As long as you wait here for a moment, I will naturally allow you to enter. Tian Buli attempted to persuade them, but unfortunately Zhang Tianming would never agree, his unwavering gaze firmly locked onto Tian Buli. Is this the distant shore of the Kuhai Tianlu? Long Shan gazed at the two enormous stone sculptures of dragon and tiger that had suddenly appeared before her. The weariness that had clung to her seemed to evaporate from every pore, and her entire body and spirit underwent a seismic metamorphosis. Zhang Tianming's face betrayed neither joy nor sorrow. 3 years of trials upon the Kuhai Tianlu had rendered his disposition far steadier. Ding dong. Congratulations, host Zhang Tianming. Hundun battle body has risen to level 6. Chaos principle has advanced to the 8th tier. In that instant, Zhang Tianming felt his body undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Strength, defense, agility, even soul force. All were transfigured and elevated. He felt reborn, and the exhaustion accrued across 3 years on the Kuhai Tianlu vanished without a trace. Big brother Yinger and I have also gained much. Xiao Zi's voice carried a strand of excitement. He and Yinger were divine beasts by nature, far beyond ordinary creatures. Now, through this metamorphosis, they became markedly more powerful, their beastly auras swelling in intensity. However, no matter how Yinger's body changed, she could not shed the intrinsic traits of the Yao and clan. No offensive power, no defensive strength. Only that terrifyingly potent illusion seemed capable of boundless amplification. Senior brother Yi. Suddenly Zhang Tianming and Long Shan were both taken aback. They found Yi Zhiqiu standing right beside them, his expression profoundly downcast. Looking down again, they saw the two broken steely lying askew on the ground, identical to how they had been 3 years before, their positions unchanged. It was as if time had frozen the moment the three of them set eyes on the broken steely. Yet the two colossal dragon and tiger stone sculptures that had once been distant on the horizon now stood before them. Senior brother, Yi, are you all right? Long Shan nudged Yi Zhiqiu. Huh. Ow. Yi Zhiqiu snapped back to himself. Seeing Long Shan and Zhang Tianming before him, he wondered whether he had been dreaming. His face was a portrait of bewilderment. When he realized the two dragon and tiger sculptures were actually right before him, his shock deepened. So that's how it is, Zhang Tianming said evenly. Long Shan nodded, as if in understanding, though she seemed disinclined to speak much. What on earth happened? Yi Zhiqiu could not help asking. Zhang Tianming said calmly, the Kuhai Tianlu was indeed greatly damaged, but some of its divine efficacy was preserved. One can no longer through the Kuhai Tianlu clearly perceive the heavenly Tao, yet its effect in tempering the Tao heart remains. From the moment we first saw these broken stele, we had in truth already entered the Kuhai Tianlu's trials. So even if we had not moved forward, the opportunity would have been expended just the same. No matter how long we felt we spent within it in the outside world, only the time of a cup of tea had passed. In the end, if someone completes the Kuhai Tianlu, or if all companions fail and abandon the path, everyone returns to reality. Some will arrive here, others may never reach this place. Long Shan nodded slightly in agreement. Zhang Tianming continued, the Kuhai Tianlu of today is no longer what it once was. It no longer strictly demands an unquenchable yearning for the Tao to be traversed. In truth, if one endures 3 years will inevitably suffice to pass it. Thus the Kuhai Tianlu's potency has been greatly diminished. Otherwise, by the time we finish, Senior Sister Long and I would likely have attained supreme Daoic arts. Yet, in fact, during those illusory 3 years, Zhang Tianming had wavered. Time had slipped away there for so long that he feared some change might have befallen Feng Wuxuang. But he had no choice. He had to see it through. A voice within him insisted that if he did not finish, he might miss the chance to meet Feng Wuxuang. Long Shan nodded and said, indeed, this Kuhai Tianlu can no longer grant supreme Daoic arts. It is but an incomplete Kuhai Tianlu. Hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu could not help showing a trace of regret, though there was also a flicker of relief. If the Kuhai Tianlu had still been whole, would not his Tao heart have been harmed? Although he had sunk into sorrow and self-reproach, feeling his Tao heart heavily oppressed upon awakening, that impediment no longer hindered him. So, this is the law of gains and losses. Very well. Though I did not complete the Kuhai Tianlu, I must continue my path myself henceforth. His mindset corrected itself swiftly. Yi Zhiqiu, Zhang Tianming, and Long Shan all looked up at the two colossal stone sculptures. Each sculpture towered 1,000 zhang high, their majesty overwhelming. On the left, a blue dragon stone sculpture soared through the 9 heavens, vanishing into and emerging from the clouds, vividly lifelike. Its sinuous body shimmered as if half visible, One could sense the true dragon's majesty, and when those dragon eyes fixed upon them, it felt like an ancient primal beast staring straight at them, filling one with awe and trepidation. On the right, a white tiger assumed the posture of a tiger, descending a mountain, mouth wide in a roar that made the woods tremble. Its powerful limbs trod upon a vortex of wind, as if it were riding the gale. The ninth 5 says the flying dragon is in the heavens. It is auspicious to see a great man. What does it mean? The master said, like responds to like. Those of the same breath seek one another. Where water flows it wets, where fire is it dries. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. When the sage acts all things behold, what belongs to heaven moves upward, what belongs to earth moves downward, and thus each follows its kind, Zhang Tianming murmured. These lines come from the I Ching, the Qian hexagram, the judgment of the ninth 5 line. Zhang Tianming had not originally remembered them, but as his comprehension of the heavenly Tao deepened, the words flowed naturally from his lips, and he even recalled their origin. The sensation was ineffable. Hearing Zhang Tianming, Longshan could not help adding, the dragon is a creature of water, clouds are its vapor, so the dragon's cry brings forth clouds. The tiger's roar is mighty, stirring the valleys and rousing the winds, so the tiger's bellow begets wind. These two sculptures seem to be imparting some principle to us, perhaps connected to the valley ahead. Following the broad avenue guarded by the sculptures, they saw a mist-shrouded valley. That valley and the world behind the three of them seemed like two entirely different realms. Moreover, under the guardianship of the two divine beasts, the place exuded a solemn gravity. Even Zhang Tianming and the others felt it involuntarily, adopting a reverent bearing. It tells us that things sharing the same nature attract and resonate with one another, that a person of noble inner character, simply by standing forth, allows all to be seen clearly, like a flying dragon cruising the heavens. What deeper meaning lies within can only be discovered by entering, Zhang Tianming explained. These insights had suddenly dawned within his mind. In a previous life, merely seeing these archaic words might not have sufficed for him to understand. Now, inexplicably, he grasped their import. Let us go in and see for ourselves. With a calm and passive expression, Zhang Tianming stepped forward. Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu immediately followed. As they walked between two massive stone sculptures, Zhan Yiming and Longshan felt nothing unusual ahead, but Yi Ziqiu's face turned pale. Having not completed the trials of the Bitter Sea Heavenly Road, he found himself nearly unable to withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from those two stone sculptures. It seemed as though they were not two stone sculptures, but two living ancient divine beasts. The sheer terrifying pressure they exuded was enough to crush Yi Zhiqiu, the 9-star Emperor, to death. This was entirely a form of mental oppression. However, this time Yi Zhiqiu did not give up and resolutely followed behind Zhan Yiming and Longshan. With a cough, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Yi, senior brother. Longshan turned to look, only to see Yi Ziqiu's face had turned deathly pale with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. She then advised, Yi, senior brother, why not stay here and wait for us to return? No need. Yi Zhiqiu shook his head, saying that mouthful of blood just now actually helped clear a subtle blockage within me. The senior who set the trial was actually kind-hearted. If I do not persist in moving forward, I fear that this blockage formed from retreating from the Bitter Sea Heavenly Road will pose great hazards to my future cultivation. But now I have chosen to forge ahead, and I have instead eliminated that blockage. With that, Yi Zhiqiu bowed to each of the stone sculptures. Zhan Tianming also nodded, slightly murmuring to himself, Yi, senior brother, has already given up once on the Bitter Sea Heavenly Road. If he were to give up again, just now, he would likely find himself stagnant in the path of martial arts for his entire life. But this time he has grasped the final opportunity, not giving up, and has instead gained a new chance, which could be seen as turning misfortune into fortune. Sure enough, after expelling the blockage-formed blood, Yi Ziqiu's spirit improved significantly. The three then moved toward the mist ahead. As they stepped into the mist, Zhan Tianming and the others heightened their vigilance. After all, no one knew what. As they proceeded, nothing particularly unusual occurred, but suddenly strands of red mist began to appear. It smells of blood. Be careful, that is not blood energy, but a type of blood insect, Zhan Tianming warned with a frown. In his view, above those blood energies were visible blood vessels. Be careful, that is not blood energy, but a type of blood insect, Zhan Tianming warned with a frown. In his view, above those blood energies were visible blood vessels, clearly indicating that they were living beings, not mere blood energy. Check. Species: blood mist insect. Level grade 8. Description: a very small demonic insect that typically lives in groups. Each individual has a short lifespan of merely 3 weeks, but possesses great strength. Within just a day of birth, they can grow from an ordinary grade 1 insect to a grade 8 insect and are extremely bloodthirsty, making them a very terrifying life form. These are blood mist insects. Within each wisp of blood mist, there are at least thousands of them, and each one possesses the strength of a grade 8 demonic beast. Zhan Tianming solemnly reminded them. Although grade 8 demonic beasts are only equivalent to sacred level cultivators, the sheer number of these grade 8 insects appearing together still put pressure on the three. After all, those strands of blood mist upon quick estimation numbered at least 100. This meant that there were at least over 100,000 of these blood mist insects. Just think what a terrifying scene it would be if 100,000 sacred level cultivators all attacked at once. Just imagining it sent shivers down one's spine. They are coming towards us, Yijiqiu said in a low voice. He and Longshan were both prepared to strike as those blood mist insects had already detected them, and as they approached, the powerful aura of the grade 8 insects began to spread. Although the individual combat strength of these blood mist insects was far inferior to the three of them, the gathering of such a formidable aura created a terrifying might. Zhantianming, however, maintained a calm expression, listening to the voice from Xiaozhi. Big brother, these are great supplements, what a waste to kill them, just leave it to me. He then hurriedly said to Longshan and Yijiqiu, don't attack. The two looked at Zhantianming in shock. At that moment, a flash of purple light shot out from Zhantianming's body, directly rushing toward one of the blood mist insects. In an instant, that wisp of blood mist insect, thousands of them, was swallowed whole by Xiaozhi. Before the other blood mist insects could react, Xiaozhi rushed toward another group of blood mist insects, opening its mouth to swallow once more, and another 1,000 blood mist insects were devoured clean. At this point, the remaining blood mist insects finally came to their senses and hurriedly fled. If you think you can escape in front of my big brother? Xiaozhi suddenly trembled. Split. In an instant, a surge of purple light emanated from Xiaozhi, and dozens of phantoms were produced, swiftly darting in all directions. The groups of blood mist insects were all completely devoured. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of groups of blood mist insects had not a single one escaped. They all ended up in Ziota's belly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dozen or so phantoms quickly converged in one direction, merging into burp. A satisfying belch escaped Xiaozhi, who looked quite content, grinning at Zhantianming and the others before flying into the battle pet space. Longshan and Yijiqiu looked at Zhantianming in surprise. Meanwhile, the battle pet space echoed with the voice of Yinger. Damn Beiji, how can you eat such disgusting things? Get away from me. That's a supplement, very delicious. Get away, turn your head, you're too disgusting. Yinger, really, those are great keep talking. If you do, you'll be the one to die. Zhantianming had long been accustomed to the two little ones' quarrel and paid it no mind. He simply said to the somewhat dazed Longshan and Yijiqiu, let's go, we should continue forward. As he spoke, he was already leading the way deeper into the mist. That divine beast seemed to be injured when it saved us earlier, but after swallowing those blood mist insects, just now it seems to have recovered most of its injuries. Yijiqiu couldn't help but murmur, moreover, its cloning technique just now would surely make many half-Dao experts envious and jealous, right? Longshan also nodded slightly. Indeed. Many half-Dao experts possess only a few clones, but Xiaozhi had over a dozen, and each clone's strength was surprisingly similar. Zhantianming was not overly surprised. After all, Xiaozi was a divine beast born of bloodline, and even the Beast Clan elder, who helped Xiaozi awaken her bloodline, had once said that she was a rare divine beast. As a rare divine beast, it was perfectly normal for Xiaozi to inherit some bloodline secret techniques passed down from their lineage of the Ziyun flying sky pig. This technique of creating avatars was evidently no exception. However, Zhantianming was skeptical about Nangong Wentang's claim that the more avatars one had, the greater the destiny one could attain. He did not need any avatars. He only needed to accumulate enough experience points to directly break through to the initial stage of the Nine Yin realm. What destiny? That was hardly a concern. The misty area was not large, and after that, Zhantianming and the other two did not encounter anything particularly remarkable. They soon passed through that region, revealing a completely otherworldly paradise before their eyes. Ahead, the sea of clouds surged like a tide, with several islands floating in the void, a rainbow arching across them. Jie, Jie. Celestial cranes circled, calling out as they entered the clouds and mist, utterly carefree. Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from one of the islands, the surging waves of energy sweeping across the island, scattering the surrounding sea of clouds and rushing directly towards Zhantianming and the other two, causing their hair and clothes to sway backward, making a rustling sound. Such powerful energy. Is someone fighting? Yijiqiu couldn't help but speak up. The three of them had already unleashed their spiritual senses. I didn't expect you three brats to arrive so quickly. A cold snort came from ahead. Since you're here, come on over. Zhantianming and the others said nothing, directly darting forward. On that island, Ouyang Shua, dressed in a dragon robe, and a ghostly figure cloaked in black, were facing each other. Zhantianming's gaze did not fall on Ouyang Shua, but on the ghostly figure. Before entering the entrance of the Heart Seal, he had sensed this person's presence, but Zhantianming did not expect that this would be an old acquaintance. The Corpse Sovereign. The one he had rescued from the Ziyun one-line sky, when he was still weak. However, at this moment the corpse sovereign gave Zhan Tianming a very unfamiliar feeling, as if he had become a different person. Moreover, the corpse sovereign's cultivation level had actually reached the half-Dao realm. It should be noted that the corpse sovereign had suffered a significant drop in cultivation due to Zhan Tianming taking 3 drops of zombie blood, losing even his ghost sovereign level. Yet now he had astonishingly become a ghostly cultivator at the half-Dao level, even matching Ouyang Shua. This was simply hard to believe. Furthermore, the corpse sovereign's expression seemed to indicate that he did not recognize Zhan Tianming at all. This was even less reasonable. Zhan Tianming, Longshan, and Yi Zhiqiu stood together. Although they were not half-Dao powerhouses, the three had already fought against half-Dao experts, especially Zhan Tianming, whose strength was not inferior to that of half-Dao cultivators. Thus, the three did not show any signs of timidity in the face of 2 half-Dao powerhouses. On the contrary, under the calm aura emanating from Zhan Tianming, Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu appeared quite confident and serene. Zhan Tianming, help me kill that ghost cultivator, and I will keep your little secret hidden. How about that? Ouyang Shua said with a hint of threat. He did not articulate it clearly, but Zhan Tianming understood what the former was alluding to. The only thing the other party could use to threaten him was that one matter. It was nothing more than the matter of being the successor of the Heavenly Machine sect. This was indeed something Zhan Tianming did not want others to know for now, as it would undoubtedly bring a lot of trouble. However, who did he think he was to dare threaten me? Zhan Tianming despised this feeling of being threatened. He couldn't remember if he had ever said that once threatened one must destroy the entire family of the opponent, but that was not important now. Deciding to annihilate the opponent's entire family now would not be late at all. My. Ouyang Shua frowned. What do you wish for that secret to be made public? If that happens, there will be no place for you in the entire Jilong continent. So what? Zhan Tianming's voice was very calm. However, the killing intent in his heart had already surged, and even the gaze he cast towards Ouyang Shua became 2 points colder. Zhan Tianming, you must think this through. Ouyang Shua's expression darkened. He had initially thought to leverage Zhan Tianming to embark on another path to achieve the 9-Dao realm. After all, the identity of the successor of the Heavenly Machine sect was said to help various half-Dao cultivators ascend the heavenly ladder, and for this purpose Ouyang Shua did not hesitate to let Zhan Tianming take away the dragon vein of the Southern Zhan Empire, even returning the Zhan family's Zhan Yuan divine order. However, now that he learned that the Flame Mountain was actually the ancient treasure, the Xuanhua Seal, Ouyang Shua could no longer sit still. Such an ancient treasure might allow him to step into the legendary 9-Yin realm before others. What could be more tempting than this? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. For these old monsters who had stepped into the half-Dao realm, achieving the 9-Yin realm, and then pursuing the 9-Yang, 9-Union, 9-Void, and other great paths, was the greatest aspiration of their lives. Ancient treasures passed down from ancient times. The mighty cultivators of that era were spread throughout the world, and the treasures they left behind must contain opportunities to reach the 9-Yin realm. This was much more reliable than believing in that mysterious master or the opportunities brought by Zhan Tianming, the successor of the Heavenly Machine sect. For the sake of this ancient treasure, Ouyang Shua did not hesitate to abandon the elaborate setup he had created around Zhan Tianming for so long. What national fortune dragon vein? What empty talks? What secrets of the Heavenly Machine sect? What destined person? In the face of this ancient treasure, all these were utterly insignificant. Moreover, Ouyang Shua believed that other half-Dao powerhouses came here with the same thought. However, until now he had still not figured out why Nangong, Wenting, Xian Lei, and Xian Chongtong had all received news about the Xuanhua Seal. Who was it that sent out this message? What was their purpose? No matter what their purpose is, as long as I can obtain the Xuanhua Seal, all plots and schemes will be shattered before absolute power. Ouyang Shua let out a cold snort in his heart. At the same time, his imposing gaze was fixed on Zhan Tianming, as if threatening him to make a final choice. Will you help me slay this ghost cultivator before you? Or will you wait for the identity of the successor of the Heavenly Machine sect to be exposed? Ouyang Shua, you can try. Zhan Tianming remained unfazed. Although the Imperial artifact could no longer catch Zhan Tianming's eye, it was still suitable for gifting or perhaps feeding the Nameless Divine Sword. Especially when it comes to feeding the Nameless Divine Sword, an Imperial artifact is worth a mountain of low to mid-tier weapons. As for the life-giving creation pill, Zhan Tianming was immensely satisfied. And there were other items that also buzz. Just as one speaks of Chow 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 arrives. While Zhan Tianming was pondering about feeding the Nameless Divine Sword, it had already begun to roar within his bloodline, and the intent to summon was unmistakable. Hungry. Zhan Tianming cleverly released the Nameless Divine Sword into a pre-prepared Qianquan bag, which contained various items meant for feeding the sword. Things he had no use for, along with 2 Imperial-grade artifacts he had deliberately tossed in. Crunch crunch. Crunch crunch. The nameless divine sword joyfully devoured those items. Connected by their bloodlines, Zhang Tianming could fully sense the sword's delight, prompting a faint smile to appear on his face. Junior brother Zhang, since you possess such combat prowess, why didn't you take action to deal with that person back then, and instead let Senior Nangong face him alone? Is there any difference? Zhang Tianming retorted with a question instead of answering. Knight Jiqiu was left speechless. Is there any difference? Of course there is. If Zhang Tianming had intervened alongside Senior Nangong, the outcome would have been decided in an instant, if not in the blink of an eye. But now, the three of us have been separated from Senior Nangong for quite some time, and we have no idea how Zhang Tianming did not respond and walked toward another island. Long Shan stepped forward, glanced at Knight Jiqiu, and said, Senior brother, Senior Nangong did not wish to confront Junior brother Zhang directly, so he volunteered to stay behind and entangle the enemy. Junior brother Zhang understands Senior Nangong's intentions and naturally reciprocates his favor. It's just that some things don't need to be explicitly stated. Is that so? Knight Jiqiu appeared somewhat dazed. Of course, that's just my perspective, Long Shan added. Does this mean Senior Nangong intends to give up on competing for the Xuanhua seal? But as soon as he said it, he suddenly realized, shaking his head. No, Senior Nangong is not giving up. Rather, he intends to separate from us and let everyone test their luck to see who finds the seal first. But as soon as he said it, he suddenly realized, shaking his head. No, Senior Nangong is not giving up. Rather, he intends to separate from us and let everyone. He was not foolish. On the contrary, to reach this stage and achieve the 9-star Emperor realm at such a young age, his wisdom was 1 in a million. However, while he focused all his energy on cultivation, he naturally overlooked some social nuances. In contrast, Long Shan was somewhat different. When she met that man, she had experienced many social dynamics that many of her peers had not, thus her perspective on issues was slightly different, allowing her to see aspects others could not and grasp the underlying meanings. Catching up to Long Shan, Knight Jiqiu transmitted his voice. Junior sister Long, do you still choose to follow Junior brother Zhang, because you think he is also one of us from Jiulong Academy? If he obtains the Xuanhua seal, it would be the same as if we had obtained it, and it would count as fulfilling the Academy's mission, right? Long Shan nodded slightly. She had naturally not forgotten the task assigned by the Academy. But just as Knight Jiqiu said, if Zhang Tianming obtained the Xuanhua seal, it would indeed count as Jiulong Academy obtaining it, thus completing the task. Knight Jiqiu nodded slightly and said no more. Although this differed from what the Academy had assigned, he could see that Zhang Tianming seemed determined to obtain the Xuanhua seal. Given Zhang Tianming's strength, even if he and Long Shan joined forces now, it was likely they would not be able to defeat him. Moreover, judging by Long Shan's demeanor, it was clear she would not turn against Zhang Tianming. In this otherworldly paradise, while Zhang Tianming and the others were searching, the corpse sovereign was also on the hunt. No one knew whether the heart of the Xuanhua seal was here. Yet this place was completely different from the outside. Perhaps it truly was the perfect hiding place for the heart of the seal. Unfortunately, after several days, the group searched every corner but found nothing. Could it be that the heart is not here? Zhang Tianming did not want to linger and turned to leave. Junior brother Zhang, do you still remember those 2 huge dragon and tiger sculptures? Long Shan suddenly spoke. During the days of searching, she had pondered it repeatedly. Zhang Tianming gazed thoughtfully at Long Shan and murmured, like attracts, like those of the same breath seek each other. Water flows wet, fire burns dry. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. When sages act, all things are revealed. That which is of heaven draws near to that which is of heaven, and that which is of earth draws near to that which is of earth, thus each follows its kind. Yes, that's it. Long Shan nodded and said, you mentioned that things with similar qualities attract each other and resonate. But when someone with a beautiful inner self or character stands out, all things can see clearly, much like a soaring dragon in the sky. In a moment of clarity, Zhang Tianming flipped his hand and took out the 9 purple leaf fire cauldron, then activated the 9 yang. In a moment of clarity, Zhang Tianming flipped his hand and took out the 9 purple leaf fire cauldron, then activated the 9 yang divine emperor flame within him, pouring a strand of flame into the cauldron. He closed his eyes, enveloping his soul force around the cauldron, feeling an energy fluctuation emanating from within and controlling his soul force to resonate with it, allowing his soul force to spread far away with that vibration. In an instant, everything within 100,000 miles imprinted itself in Zhang Tianming's mind. This otherworldly paradise was less than 100 miles in total, and everything fell within Zhang Tianming's perception. This method made it easier for Zhang Tianming to sense the presence of the Langia divine flame than if he had used his soul force alone. Unfortunately, he remained disappointed. In this otherworldly paradise, there were no clues or traces regarding the Langia divine flame. Zhang Tianming said nothing more, retracting the 9 purple leaf fire cauldron and then fully activating the 9 yang divine emperor flame within him. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The golden Nine-Yang divine emperor flame transformed Zhang Tianming into a golden-armored war god, and as the flames surged it seemed as if he was about to merge with this space. The Nine-Yang divine emperor flame was a fusion of the three ancient divine fires, while the Xuanhua seal was crafted using the Langia divine flame, having been refined over countless millennia. Thus, it surely contained the essence of the Langia divine flame. The only other thing of fundamentally the same nature was the Nine-Yang divine emperor. A stick of incense. 2 sticks of incense. It wasn't until 3 hours later that Zhang Tianming finally retracted the golden flames enveloping him. I sense something new. Unfortunately, it's not complete. Zhang Tianming frowned. Not complete. What does that mean? Longshan asked confused. Zhang Tianming calmly replied, follow me. He had already started ahead. Longshan and Knight Jiqiu exchanged glances, then quickly followed Zhang Tianming, and soon arrived at a tower stone tablet they had already searched several times. We've already searched here several times. Could there be something special? Longshan asked, frowning. Longshan had always been taciturn, and combined with her proud demeanor that suggested a desire to keep others at bay, even Yi Jiqiu dared not approach her too closely. However, during the time spent with Zhang Tianming, she had become a bit more talkative, unlike before, when she might not say a word all day. This was something even Yi Jiqiu had noticed. However, he did not wish to indulge in idle gossip. Zhang Tianming did not pay attention to these matters. His gaze fell upon the tower steely, and with a solemn expression he said, if I am not mistaken, this is one of the mechanisms to unlock the imprint of the heart. One of the mechanisms? Yi Jiqiu frowned. Yes. Zhang Tianming nodded. Thanks to Senior Sister Long's reminder, I used ancient divine fire as a medium to thoroughly sense this space again, and I discovered that this tower steel contains a special power, though it is extremely subtle. Without the ancient divine fire, one would not even sense a trace of it. Moreover, from my sensing, this power is at most half. The other half is not here. Yi Jiqiu and Longshan both nodded. In the past few days, they had already scanned every corner with their spiritual power and had not found any anomalies in the tower steel. Isn't this just confirming the saying that things with similar traits attract each other? The Xianin imprint. Its heart imprint must be fire, and it is the essence of fire. Since Zhang Tianming used powerful ancient divine fire as a guide, it naturally attracted and resonated with the unusual aspects of this tower steel. The two estimated that using ordinary flames as a guide might not yield any discoveries. Only Zhang Tianming possessed the ancient divine fire, and it was a unique kind of ancient divine fire which allowed him to sense this. Finally, Longshan asked, so how do we activate this mechanism? This was the crux. Even if they discovered the mechanism without knowing how to activate it, it would be futile. It was like seeing a door without finding the keyhole. Wanting to open it would be an exercise in futility. Surely they couldn't just smash it open. Although this method was direct, simple, and convenient, it was definitely not what the three wanted to see, nor could it possibly be a way to activate the mechanism. Zhang Tianming did not rush to reply. Any misjudgment could ruin this mechanism, and if that happened, no one would be able to find the location of the heart imprint. Unless that formidable predecessor who crafted the Xianin imprint returned to this place. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Yi Jiqiu murmured as he paced. I believe that since the predecessor left a mechanism for unlocking the heart imprint, it must be intended for someone fated to find it. Clearly that fated person needs to possess ancient divine fire, otherwise they would not sense the subtle energy within this tower steel. Thus the way to activate this mechanism must also be related to the ancient divine fire. It is not impossible. Zhang Tianming nodded. The three of them carefully observed the tower steel. The steel was devoid of inscriptions, entirely red, standing over 10 feet tall, 1 foot wide, and 2 feet thick, with intricate winding patterns covering its surface, making it impossible to discern what it was trying to express, and it did not resemble characters or symbols at all. Studying the tower steel closely, Longshan began to recite. The azure dragon rides the fire and roams the lotus pool, illuminating the elixir below with warmth. Moved by the true feelings of the white tiger emerges from its lair, realizing the mutual affection between the azure dragon and itself. The dragon and tiger embrace, while ignoring each other. Thus the heart and kidneys intersect, water and fire are harmonized. Could this be the diagram of the dragon and tiger's mating? Hearing this, Zhang Tianming halted in his tracks and pondered carefully. What Longshan had just said was part of the incantation from the inner alchemy technique, discussing the mating method of the dragon and tiger, which also resonated with the azure dragon and white tiger stone carvings outside. However, shaking his head, Zhang Tianming felt it was not so. The mating of the dragon and tiger emphasizes the concept of yin embracing yang, the cycle of life, while the patterns on this tower steel were exceedingly chaotic, sometimes showcasing lonely yang or solitary yin, rarely embodying the state of yin and yang embracing each other. Although Longshan had said this upon careful reflection, she also felt it did not quite fit. Wait. Suddenly Zhang Tianming's gaze fell upon certain points among the disordered patterns. The arrangement of these points seems to have a pattern. Where? Let me see. Yi Zhiqiu hurried over. Longshan also leaned in for a closer look. Zhang Tianming raised his hand and pointed, saying, "Look, although these lines are strangely arranged, the slightly deeper points on the lines adhere to a peculiar order. This is the 36 stellar techniques." Suddenly Longshan exclaimed. Zhang Tianming and Yi Zhiqiu both turned to her with puzzled expressions. Longshan furrowed her brows tightly and explained, "This technique is recorded in our Long family's genealogy as a volume of an unnamed arcane work said to possess unfathomable power, yet no one has been able to comprehend it, let alone understand its content. I heard some sayings from my uncle that this is a treasure guarded by the Long family for generations, waiting for a fated person to take it away. But why would the 36 stellar techniques appear here?" Longshan could not comprehend. At that moment, there was no way to consult anyone in her clan. But why would the 36 stellar techniques appear here? Longshan could not comprehend. At that moment, there was no way to consult anyone in her. My uncle mentioned that the 36 stellar techniques follow the changes of the stars, possessing an inherent quality of perpetual motion and embodying the image of an emperor, being the utmost young and the strongest among the strong. Only by transforming can one attain the gentle power woven into the celestial battle's numbers. Thus, to activate the ancient 36 stellar techniques, one must first transform. At this point, Longshan gazed at Zhang Tianming with unblinking eyes. "Junior brother Zhang, please infuse these lines with ancient divine fire, especially in the deeply recessed areas, ensuring they are completely filled and that the entire steel remains absolutely flat." Zhang Tianming immediately complied. His control over the 9 Yang divine emperor flame had reached an extremely subtle level, even to the point of perfection. Sure enough, under the influence of Zhang Tianming's powerful spiritual energy, all the 9 Yang divine emperor flame just barely leveled with the surface of the tower steely, without spilling a single drop. The heavenly talisman leads the stars using one flame doubled in infusion. Longshan recited as she guided Zhang Tianming to infuse different degrees of ancient divine fire into each star point, causing the entire tower steel to flicker in brightness. The star of heavenly favor reaches the neck marked by star points, the stars of the sky with fierce winds like ropes and swift horses thrice. Zhang Tianming executed each instruction flawlessly. Heaven weeps in confusion, heaven crafts through clumsiness. These 2 stars need to be tapped 3 times simultaneously. Pop, 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 pop. As Zhang Tianming completed all of this, the tower steel truly began to change. The 36 points of starlight began to burn on their own based on the 36 star positions. Even if Zhang Tianming ceased to infuse any true essence and firepower, the flames at those 36 star points would not extinguish. It was indeed correct. Thankfully, all disciples of the Long family were required to memorize the complete text of the 36 stellar essence formula, otherwise it would have been truly unsolvable. Longshan let out a light breath. Zhang Tianming also secretly sighed in relief. Without Longshan, how would they have solved this? One would be hard-pressed to figure it out, even if they racked their brains. This seems to be the arrangement. A thought flashed through Zhang Tianming's mind. Senior sister Longshan, since this place is protected by the dragon and tiger guarding the 36 stellar essence formula, there should be another location guarded by the vermilion bird and black tortoise for the 72 earthly principles, right? Longshan replied solemnly, "Junior brother Zhang, you once mentioned that the mechanisms here are incomplete. There should be something, but it is not called the 72 earthly principles, rather it is the 72 earthly caverns." Zhang Tianming had initially been casually speaking about the 36 stellar essence formula, so he did not mind the mistake and merely nodded slightly. Finally, Zhang Tianming added, "Then let us go search for the 72 earthly caverns." All right, both Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu nodded in agreement. The 3 did not hesitate and left this otherworldly paradise directly. These 3 little children have indeed helped me greatly. If it weren't for them, even I wouldn't have been able to comprehend what the 36 stellar essence formula is, nor that earthly caverns thing. Since they are working so hard, I will just wait and reap the benefits. The corpse lord chuckled coldly, and his figure quickly vanished from sight. Not long after the corpse lord's figure disappeared, a flame-like silhouette emerged from the ground, its fiery eyes staring intently at the direction of Zhang Tianming and the others for a moment before vanishing again. What? Someone has unlocked the stellar monument and is heading to the earthly caverns. Indeed, this matter has been verified. It is absolutely true. What should we do now? We are tasked with guarding the divine fire seal, awaiting the master's return. Long ago, in our negligence, we let slip the ancient demon fire that forged the divine seal. If we allow these outsiders to tamper with the divine fire seal now, when the master returns, he will surely be furious. We must stop them and absolutely cannot let them approach the 72 earthly caverns. I have long noticed those people are full of vitality. Oh, I want to rush up and absorb some of it. Be careful, those who have made it this far and unlock the stellar monument likely possess great strength. Be cautious, or you might find yourself in a predicament. Boss, you are overthinking it. Those people are just a bunch of useless individuals claiming to be of the half-path realm. 3 of them haven't even reached the half-path realm. Killing them is as easy as pie. Alright, enough talk. Notify the brothers monitoring outside to take action. Understood. Damn. Nan Gong Wenting shouted loudly, his blood surging like a dragon, flames blazing fiercely. However, instead of scaring off the strange flame creatures, it only made them more excited and frenzied, all howling as they pounced towards him, reckless and fearless. Get away from me. Blood of the fallen. Nan Gong Wenting threw a punch. The force of his punch erupted like the opening of heaven and earth, possessing an otherworldly might. The void shattered inch by inch as if struck by a hammer, unable to stop. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of flame creatures were obliterated into nothingness, yet in just a moment they reformed. Nan Gong Wenting could only fight while retreating. Not far away, Ouyang Siguan, who had earlier been entangled with Nan Gong Wenting, was also besieged by thousands of flame creatures. Void Finger. Boom boom. The power of a single finger crushed half the world. All flame creatures that touched the Void Finger would be obliterated, yet merely moments later they would reconstitute, impossible to kill. Xian Lei and Ma Nina were still fiercely battling outside Flame Mountain, the terrifying energy fluctuations sweeping through like a hurricane. Boom boom. The flames on Flame Mountain were blown about, swaying incessantly. Be careful. Suddenly, after forcing Ma Nina back, Xian Lei made a rapid movement, positioning himself in front of her. Just as Ma Nina turned around, she instinctively struck out with her palm, directly hitting Xian Lei's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, immediately followed by a flame creature pouncing onto him, turning him into a fireball. You? Ma Nina's beautiful eyes widened, no longer able to care about her hatred for Xian Lei. As she waved her hands, a mass of frost law enveloped Xian Lei. Ah! A scream rang out as the flames enveloping Xian Lei quickly retreated. Fire and ice are natural enemies, and the flame creature could not withstand such terrifying laws of ice. Yet in just that brief moment, Xian Lei's aura became incredibly weak, as if a common adult man had labored for 3 days and nights, without rest, appearing utterly exhausted. Ma Nina hurriedly supported the swaying Xian Lei, her eyes reddening as a few crystalline tears welled. You? Don't think that blocking a blow for me will clear all debts. I hate you, and even if you die, I will always hate you. Ma Nina cried out vehemently. However, the flicker of regret and tenderness in her eyes completely betrayed her. In the blink of an eye, the two had been surrounded by thousands of flame creatures. At the foot of Flame Mountain, Tian Bewley, enveloped in death energy, did not rush to leave. He wanted to wait for Ouyang Shua to come out to obtain the promised 100 life creation pills, otherwise he would not know when he could completely rid himself of this death energy. But just as he prepared to sneak into Flame Mountain, he unexpectedly discovered a large number of flame creatures. What is this? Tian Bewley's old eyes involuntarily widened. What kind of beings are these? He had never seen anything like it, and it didn't resemble the legendary fire spirit. As Tian Bewley discovered those flame creatures, they also noticed him. However, upon sensing the strong death energy on Tian Bewley, they showed no interest. One of them angrily shouted, "Old man, if you don't want to die, get lost. Just looking at your death energy makes me uncomfortable, hum. Damn it, a worthless dead thing without a shred of vitality. If you dare to step into Flame Mountain, you'll die a horrible death," another flame creature threatened. Tian Bewley truly did not dare to act recklessly anymore. He thought to himself that he, a dignified powerhouse of the half-path realm, was being insulted and mocked by these unknown flame creatures. It was utterly unforgivable and deserving of extermination. Yet in the end, he could only swallow his anger, clenching his slightly trembling fist and vowing silently, "When I recover, I will make you pay for this." Hee hee. A chilling laughter echoed through the Flame Mountain. The entire Flame Mountain, both outside and within the Inxin space, was in a state of frenzy. Flame creatures were everywhere. As Zhang Tianming and the other two stepped out from that otherworldly paradise, they were quickly surrounded by a group of flame creatures. These creatures took on human forms, and their mouths continuously emitted cold laughter that sent shivers down one's spine, even as the temperature around them was scorching hot due to the presence of these flame beings. This feeling. So that's how it is. Zhang Tianming thought to himself. Before entering the Inxin, he had sensed that something was watching him, which had stirred the Zhiyang divine flame within him. At that time, he felt puzzled and looked around, but unfortunately, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. For a long time after, that feeling would occasionally resurface. Now, from these flame creatures, Zhang Tianming finally understood where that feeling had come from. Target Guardian Fire Spirit. Level none. Description: the Guardian Fire Spirit within the Mystic Fire Seal integrated with the Mystic Fire Seal. As long as the seal exists, the spirit exists. When the seal is destroyed, the spirit perishes. Seeing this description, Jian Tianming couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Everyone be careful. These should be the Guardian Fire Spirits of the Mystic Fire Seal. They won't die as long as the seal remains intact. Jian Tianming kindly reminded them, but he used the word should to avoid raising suspicion from Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu about how he knew this. If the seal exists, the spirit exists. If the seal is destroyed, the spirit perishes. Does that mean they are invincible here? Longshan said with a slight frown. Jian Tianming nodded slightly. Water and fire are opposites. I believe that water-based and ice-based weapons will inflict much greater damage on them. Jian Tianming continued. Longshan possesses both wind and water attributes, and Yi Zhiqiu only has the metal attribute. At the same time, both of them wield powerful swordsmanship. Without needing Jian Tianming to elaborate, a powerful stream of water-based true essence emerged from Longshan, and under the influence of that essence, the laws of water suddenly descended upon her, causing several guardian fire spirits that were trying to approach her to retreat. Yi Zhiqiu, however, was at a loss. Longshan initially intended to expand the range of the water laws to cover Jian Tianming and Yi Zhiqiu. Sister Long, just take care of yourself. The strength of these guardian fire spirits is not weak. If the range of the laws is expanded, the effect will diminish, and they might seize the opportunity. Jian Tianming said repeatedly. And what about you? Longshan frowned slightly. Jian Tianming smiled calmly, and with a flick of his hand produced two imperial-grade artifacts, tossing one water-based longsword to Longshan and the other to Yi Zhiqiu. With the enhancement of the water-based imperial artifact, the water power surrounding Longshan suddenly surged. Meanwhile, the metal attribute from Yi Zhiqiu could also generate a complementary effect against the water attribute. Although not as overwhelming as Longshan's, it still managed to push back some of the approaching guardian fire spirits. Seeing that both Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu were enveloped in the aura of water, the guardian fire spirits dared not draw too close, prompting two of them to launch a surprise attack on Jian Tianming. Junior brother Jian, be careful, Longshan shouted. Jian Tianming was not surprised. He glanced at the two attacking guardian fire spirits and let out a low grunt. Oomph! Whoosh! Whoosh! Two streams of sword energy shot forth from Jian Tianming's eyes. Puff! Puff! Crack! 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 As the sword energy pierced through the two fire spirits, the terrifying laws of water caused them to scream in agony, and soon after the laws of ice froze them, turning them into ice sculptures. Although the two guardian fire spirits were not dead, they were clearly destined to suffer for a while. Ah! Damned creatures, we will not let you go. One of the frozen guardian fire spirits was still roaring and threatening Jian Tianming. Oh, is that so? Jian Tianming's face showed no change in expression. Threats. Over the years, those who had threatened him had all perished. Who do you think you are? Jian Tianming approached, raising his right hand. With a thought, a wisp of golden flame rose, swirling like a fire spirit between his fingers. As the Jiuyang divine flame emerged, the guardian fire spirits were filled with both fear and greed. They could sense that the flame was a great tonic for them. As long as they could obtain it and slowly refine it, their power would surely increase significantly. However, correspondingly, that flame was also a deadly threat to them. If they mishandled it, they would be left with nothing. Jian Tianming's gaze swept across the surrounding guardian fire spirits, and then his right hand lunged forward. In an instant, Jian Tianming's claw pierced through one of the ice sculptures and reached into the body of the previously roaring guardian fire spirit. Ah! A more terrifying scream erupted from the mouth of that guardian fire spirit. It struggled desperately, but could not escape. In the blink of an eye, that guardian fire spirit was completely devoured by the Jiuyang divine flame. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host Jian Tianming for killing the guardian fire spirit and gaining 100 experience points, 100 rage points, and 100 dragon energy points. Indeed, it was transformed from the subflame of the Langia divine flame. However, it is merely a fragment of subflame, yet it has evolved to possess intelligence akin to that of a human. Moreover, it once imprisoned the Langia divine flame. After absorbing that guardian fire spirit, Jian Tianming instantly gained a wealth of information. He couldn't help but admire the ancient powerful being who had imprisoned the Langia divine flame to refine the mystic fire seal. They truly possessed extraordinary means, managing to utilize the subflames that fell from the Langia divine flame. For countless years, they had been wholeheartedly imprisoning the Langia divine flame, only to encounter a mishap when the mystic fire seal was finally completed, allowing the Langia divine flame to escape. Just the thought of such a terrifying ancient being was enough to instill fear. Without hesitation, Jian Tianming waved his right hand again and directly seized the second guardian fire spirit, which had just broken free from its ice sculpture and was attempting to flee as it struggled wildly. Unfortunately, in front of the Juyang Divine Flame, the mere sub-flame of the Langia Divine Flame could not resist at all. In almost an instant, that Guardian Fire Spirit was consumed. Ding dong. The system prompt sounded again. To a certain extent, these Guardian Fire Spirits can also be considered a part of the Mystic Fire Seal. If I can consume them, it might increase my chances of obtaining the Mystic Fire Seal. However, Zhang Tianming hesitated for a moment. However, with them here, they might also hold off others, thereby increasing my chances of obtaining the Mystic Fire Seal. After a fleeting thought, Zhang Tianming decided not to continue devouring them. But he absolutely could not allow these Guardian Fire Spirits to interfere with him. Immediately, he cast a fierce glare at the Guardian Fire Spirits. Those who block my path shall be killed without mercy. The chilling voice and gaze sent a shiver through the hearts of the Guardian Fire Spirits. Though they are in a sense immortal, they will still be devoured by the Nine Suns' divine flame, becoming a part of it. It may seem like a change of existence, but in reality it has erased their original intelligence. In death, there is no difference. Yet, if this human were to unlock the earthly abyss 72 caverns and find the fire seal, taking the mystic fire seal, wouldn't all of us guarding fire spirits be wiped out by our master upon return? Even if by the time our master returns we have already left with a new master, the thought of our master's terrifying power made all the guarding fire spirits resolute. Fight! Whoosh whoosh! Not yielding to Zhang Tianming's threat, the guarding fire spirits surged forward, pouncing toward Zhang Tianming, Longshan, and Yi Zhiqiu. In that moment, it felt as if countless fireballs were rushing towards them. Then don't blame me. Zhang Tianming ceased to wield any water or ice elemental laws, directly summoning the Nine Suns' divine flame. Dragon battle in the wild. Roaring dozens of fire dragon shadows soared out, charging directly at the attacking guarding fire spirits. All the guarding fire spirits struck by the fire dragon shadows transformed from the Nine Suns' divine flame, cried out in agony, or were directly assimilated. Ding dong. The system prompt rang incessantly. Clang. Yi Zhiqiu wielded the water-type Imperial Sword, and though the surge of gold attribute True Essence could not match the amplification effect of water attribute True Essence, it still activated the sword's power, creating a resonating sound that shook the heavens, and the sword light flickered, transforming into countless sword shadows that flew forth. Swish swish. The guarding fire spirits struck down, let out pained cries, yet within moments, Azure Lotus Sword Song. With a light touch of Longshan's jade-like finger, the water-type Imperial, in the blink of an eye, centered around the water-type Imperial Sword, a Azure Lotus about 10 feet wide materialized, its petals blooming, bathed in radiant light, resembling an otherworldly paradise, while around it small Azure Lotuses rapidly appeared, each emanating rich water elemental laws. Transform Sword Absolute Slash. Each small Azure Lotus transformed into water-type sword shadows flying out. The water-type Imperial Sword, moving at an astonishing speed, surged forth, leading the multitude of Azure Lotus sword shadows. Guided by the Imperial weapon, Longshan's strike suddenly increased dramatically in power. The guarding fire spirits struck down would almost be pierced through their faces, revealing expressions of immense pain. Unfortunately, even so, they could not suffer true harm. In just a moment, they would recover once more. Even if completely severed, as long as a spark remained in the void, a flicker of fire would naturally emerge. Don't linger in battle, retreat. Zhang Tianming shouted. His Nine Suns' divine flame could devour those guarding fire spirits, but Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu could not. If they lingered in battle, they would surely be worn down. Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu understood this, quickly moving to follow Zhang Tianming's lead, fighting while retreating. Once they had distanced themselves, the figure of the corpse sovereign emerged from the void. Such strange guarding fire spirits. Aside from the ancient divine fire, no other attacks are effective against them. Fortunately, I possess the ancient era's invisibility secret art, allowing me to evade these guarding fire spirits. Otherwise, with my not yet fully recovered strength, I would certainly suffer a headache from them. Muttering to himself, the corpse sovereign quickly vanished into the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he disappeared, 3 guarding fire spirits appeared nearby. I clearly saw enemies just now. How can they be gone? One of the guarding fire spirits remarked in surprise. They must have hidden, but as long as he hasn't left the Flame Mountain, we will definitely find him. Another guarding fire spirit. Let's split up the search. We absolutely cannot let any outsiders find the location of the fire seal, said the third guarding fire spirit. Instantly, the 3 guarding fire spirits nodded and dispersed. Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu followed behind Zhang Tianming. Although their attacks had no killing effect on the guarding fire spirits, they could still serve as a hindrance. While Zhang Tianming's attacks possessed terrifying power, each strike capable of annihilating a group of guarding fire spirits. Yet those guarding fire spirits still charged relentlessly. I had underestimated this before. Zhang Tianming's eyes turned cold. He had originally feared that if too many guarding fire spirits were killed, it would prevent him from restraining others, making it much harder to seize the mystic fire seal. However, these guarding fire spirits seemed impossible to kill off entirely. Looking around, the skies were moreover, the nearby guarding fire spirits appeared to be charging toward Zhang Tianming and the others. The fire seal space that had originally absorbed Zhang Tianming's flames was now once again engulfed in a sea of fire. Whoosh whoosh. Amidst the rising flames, guarding fire spirits continuously emerged. How can there be so many guarding fire spirits transformed from the Langia divine flame? Zhang Tianming felt his scalp tingle from the sheer volume. Yet with each guarding fire spirit he killed, his combat power grew increasingly formidable. Boom. With a palm strike, a multitude of guarding fire spirits were obliterated and assimilated. This must be the effect of the title King of Heavenly Wrath Slaughterer, Zhang Tianming suddenly realized. At that time, when he saved the Zhang family members in a fit of rage, he had obliterated the entire Xiantian sect, thus acquiring the title of King of Heavenly Wrath Slaughterer. The effect of the title is that the more enemies killed within a certain time, the stronger one becomes, with power increasing infinitely. However, if one does not kill for a minute, the accumulated power will dissipate. With the guarding fire spirits swarming, and how could Zhang Tianming possibly refrain from killing for a minute? As his combat power accumulated, it felt as if he wielded the power to destroy heaven and earth. Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu watched in shock. What terrifying power! Is this the true combat strength of Brother Zhan? Long Shan could hardly believe it. Brother Zhan. He has actually become this strong. Yi Zhiqiu was equally taken aback. The terrifying strength exhibited by Zhang Tianming once again reshaped Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu's perception of him. Both were filled with astonishment and shook their heads in disbelief. Too terrifying. Dragon Elephant Prajna. Deep Abyss Dragon. Dragon Battle in the Wild. Divine Dragon's Tail Sweep. Zhang Tianming executed the Supreme Dragon God martial arts move by move, particularly the Dragon Elephant Prajna, Deep Abyss Dragon, and Divine Dragon's Tail Sweep. These three moves consumed remarkably little true essence, and were exactly what Zhang Tianming needed to enhance his proficiency. After all, if he could elevate all three moves to the 9th level of perfection, the Supreme Dragon God martial arts would reach its pinnacle. Upon merging the 9 moves, the myriad techniques would return to their origin, granting him the power of supreme infinity. Zhang Tianming was uncertain about what this supreme infinity technique would truly entail. Although the last 3 moves of the Supreme Dragon God martial arts were still of low rank, they wielded terrifying power in Zhang Tianming's hands. After all, his understanding of the laws was profound. Coupled with various enhancements to the Supreme Dragon God martial arts, as well as the cumulative power of the 9 Yang God Emperor's flames, it was formidable. When combined, even the most ordinary of techniques remained powerful. Moreover, with the enhancement effect of the title King of Heavenly Fury, the power was naturally even more terrifying. How is this possible? Hidden in the shadows, the corpse sovereign couldn't help but tremble at the sight. His current strength is far superior to mine. Furthermore, his combat power is continuously increasing. Is there no limit? Or is he employing some secret technique? He couldn't help but shake his head. If this is truly the case, how could he compete with Zhang Tianming for the Xuanhua seal? He must strike unexpectedly. He needed to take action while Zhang Tianming was unaware to seize the Xuanhua seal. Otherwise, once detected, he wouldn't even know how he met his demise. With this in mind, the corpse sovereign acted with even greater caution. Ding! Divine Dragon's Tail Sweep level upgraded to 2nd level. Ding! Deep Abyss Dragon level upgraded to 2nd level. Ding! Dragon Elephant Prajna level upgraded to 2nd level. The 3 moves of the Supreme Dragon God martial arts completed their first enhancement in a surprisingly short time. Zhang Tianming ignored the notifications and continued his onslaught. Moreover, the more fire spirits he assimilated, the clearer he became about the location of another secret realm within the imprint of his heart, and he pressed forward toward that direction. Wherever Zhang Tianming went, it was as if a bulldozer had passed through, unstoppable by anyone. Ha ha ha! Bring it on! As Zhang Tianming became more fervent in his slaughter with a casual strike, he unleashed tremendous formidable power. Wherever his palm struck, the heavens collapsed, and all things were obliterated. With his current true essence limit combined with the recovery speed of the Ice Xian Yen Lei Ju, he could continuously engage in battle. After all, the 2nd level of Divine Dragon's Tail Sweep, Deep Abyss Dragon, and Dragon Elephant Prajna consumed so little true essence. Even if other techniques consumed more, using these 3 moves allowed more time for true essence recovery. In a certain space, several fire spirits observed the ongoing battle through a circular array's spatial. Damn! Who is that human? How could he be so powerful? He has killed so many of our brothers, and this person absolutely cannot be spared. In my opinion, we should dispatch the 10 generals to deal with him. I agree as well. Boss, what do you think? All right, send one of the 10 generals to eliminate that human. He cannot be allowed to continue this massacre. No. Send 2. Dragon Elephant Prajna. Boom. Another strike of the supreme dragon god martial arts consumed and assimilated a large number of fire spirits. Ding. Ding. Although the rewards for defeating these fire spirits were minimal, there were simply so many of them that Zhang Taiming's experience points, dragon energy, and rage points continued to accumulate. This was even faster than killing those Imperial Realm cultivators. Now Zhang Taiming's every move exuded a divine might akin to that of a god of destruction. With a single palm strike, the void shattered, and the laws stirred violently. The power of his palm, transformed by the 9 Yang God Emperor's flames, was even more earth-shattering. Ding! Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for acquiring the Destruction Law level 1. Destruction Law. Zhang Tianming was taken aback. This kind of killing law, instead of obtaining the killing law, he has acquired a more powerful destruction law. At this moment, the comprehension of the world-destroying law had begun to spread within Zhang Tianming's heart. Destruction. Humans, animals, demons, star races. Trees, objects, mountains, rivers, the very heavens and earth. All seemed to lie within Zhang Taiming's grasp. If he wished to destroy, he would destroy. In the face of destruction, everything was rendered meaningless. Zhang Tianming attempted to merge the destruction law into the supreme dragon god martial arts and unleash it alongside the 9 Yang God Emperor's flames. Boom. Boom. The terrifying divine might now exhibited a force that made it even more daunting to behold. This power seemed poised to plunge the world into the depths of hell. Even though those fire spirits feared their master's punishment, they began to cower upon sensing the destruction law emanating from Zhang Tianming. Bold fool, kneel and accept your death. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated through the heavens and earth. Boom. Zhang Taiming's palm strike was forcefully blocked by a towering fire seal. All the surrounding fire spirits retreated, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to the fire general. We pay our respects to the fire general. The spirits knelt in utmost reverence. 2 figures resembling flame war gods rose, their fiery aura more terrifying. Unlike the ordinary fire spirits who were merely humanoid, these 2 fire generals clearly manifested facial features and wore armor forged from flames. Standing there, they emanated an overwhelming divine might. Kid, kneel and accept your death. My brother, and I can offer you a swift end. One of the fire generals spoke sternly. Younger brother, there's no need to waste words with him. He has killed so many of our brothers. The several fire sovereigns have decreed to tear him apart. Yes, ninth brother. The older brother nodded, and suddenly both of them stomped the ground, shooting toward Zhang Tianming like 2 launched missiles. Looking at the 2 fire generals, Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu felt a heavy weight in their hearts. After all, the strength Zhang Tianming had just displayed was already quite powerful among those at the Half-Dao realm, yet even such a strike had been blocked by one of the fire generals. Now could Zhang Tianming withstand the assault of these 2 fire generals together? Zhang Taiming's expression slightly tightened. The palm strike that had just been intercepted, although it was merely one of the weakest techniques of the Supreme Dragon God martial arts, and only at the 2nd level, was not to be underestimated due to the amplification of various forces. The protective fire general that blocked his palm was completely unscathed, showcasing the strength of both sides. With 45 seconds remaining, once the power accumulated by the Tianru Wang had disappeared, if he couldn't defeat the 2 now, he feared there would be no chance. Once that power faded, a swift resolution was essential. Zhang Tianming muttered quietly to himself. Facing the 2 protective fire generals, he was ready to unleash the nameless divine sword for a strike, when suddenly the system prompt echoed. Ding dong. Congratulations, host Zhang Tianming, for triggering the taming task. Task details: defeat and tame the 2 protective fire generals before you. Task rewards 20 million experience points, 20 million dragon energy, and a 10 increase in the success rate of obtaining the Xian Fire Seal. What? Defeat and tame. Zhang Tianming was momentarily stunned, quickly dispersing the condensed sword energy, then his figure leaped, evading a punch from one of the protective fire generals. The 2nd protective fire general's punch followed closely, not giving Zhang Tianming a second chance to dodge. Boom. The punch struck Zhang Taiming's crossed arms. Bang. Zhang Taiming's figure flew backward, only coming to a stop after 100 feet. The power is not weak, but it's useless. Zhang Tianming scoffed disdainfully. His current strength was already astonishing. If he hadn't been in midair just now and had just dodged another protective fire general's punch, the 2nd one would never have been able to send him flying. Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu were momentarily stunned. Even someone as strong as Zhang Tianming was knocked back by a single punch. How powerful were these 2 protective fire generals? The 2 could hardly imagine. Meanwhile, the 2 protective fire generals didn't even glance at Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu, stepping forward to charge at Zhang Tianming once more. At this moment, the ordinary protective fire spirits finally surrounded them, sneering at the two. Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu regained their composure, fully on guard. Brothers, these two have strong vitality and blood energy. Let's all attack together and devour them. Oh, let's go. A massive wave of protective fire spirits surged forward. Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu could only wield their water element imperial sword and prepare to fight back. On the other side, while Zhang Tianming dealt with the attacks of the two protective fire generals, he contemplated how to tame these two behemoths. The most direct method is to beat them down until they can't get up first. A thought flashed through his mind. Fury. Boom. Instantly, the terrifying energy Zhang Tianming had accumulated surged again, doubling in Concealed Dragon, do not use. Arrogant Dragon regrets. Ding dong. Triggered double power. Triggered strangulation effect. Zhang Tianming's left palm struck out the power, stacking once more. Roar. With the flames of the Nine-Yang Divine Emperor and the laws of destruction, the dragon shadow roared forth, its might far greater than before, becoming even more terrifying. Almost at the moment the flame dragon shadow appeared, the surrounding space couldn't withstand it, collapsing into powder and creating a void of annihilation. 10th brother, don't collide, Hedon, shouted the 9th rank protective fire general. Unfortunately, Zhang Tianming's timing was too precise for them to evade. Boom. The flame dragon shadow struck directly against the 10th ranked protective fire general's fist, and the flames instantly erupted, engulfing the latter. Whoosh. The protective fire general was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. One strike heavily shaken. What incredible power. Damn humans, I will tear you apart. Old Ninth was furious. Zhang Tianming coldly snorted, not even moving from his position, casually extending his right hand. Bang. The giant arm, sweeping like a fire column, was forcefully stopped by Zhang Tianming's hand. Then Zhang Tianming clenched his fingers and suddenly hurled it down. Bang. Old Ninth slammed into the ground, shaking the earth. Then he was slammed again. Bang. Again. Bang. With each throw, a deafening sound erupted, and Old Ninth was like a chick in Zhang Tianming's grasp, utterly powerless to resist. After being slammed several times, the part of Old Ninth's arm that Zhang Tianming held was ripped off, sending Old Ninth flying. In Zhang Tianming's hand, the piece of flame quickly dissipated. Without wasting words, he flipped his palm and dragon battle in the wild. Roar, roar, roar. Several dozen flame dragon shadows roared out, crashing towards the ordinary protective fire spirits surrounding Long Shan, and Yi Zhiqiu, instantly wiping out a large group, and the effect of Tianru Wangtu was refreshed. Ding dong. Congratulations, host Zhang Tianming, for killing the protective fire spirit. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhang Tianming paid no attention to the system prompts, seizing the opportunity. While the fury time hadn't ended, he flashed to the air above where Old Ninth had fallen and struck down with his left hand. Dragon Elephant Prajna. Boom. The palm force struck directly at Old Ninth's chest, forcing him back down as he attempted to rise. At this moment, Zhang Tianming stood high above in the sky, looking down at the two protective fire generals below with an air of ancient pride, overlooking all. Protective fire generals. Merely trivial. As his voice fell, a vast amount of Nine-Yang Divine Emperor flames surged forth from Zhang Tianming. He spread his arms, sending two golden fire columns crashing down towards the two protective fire generals on the ground, quickly enveloping them. The two protective fire generals could not withstand the engulfing of the Nine-Yang Divine Emperor flames and cried out in agony. In that instant, the ordinary protective fire spirits still attacking Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu were all horrified and stopped their gazes fixed on Zhang Tianming in the sky, filled with fear. Those are the protective fire generals. Even the powerful and terrifying protective fire generals are no match for that human. Zhang Tianming paid no heed to others, meticulously controlling the Nine-Yang Divine Emperor flames. After all, he did not want to assimilate these two protective fire generals, or else the taming task would be impossible to complete, and taming protective fire generals could increase the chances of acquiring the Shenfire seal. How could he let this opportunity slip by? The sounds of wails still echoed in the void. The two guardian fire generals rolled on the ground, yet no matter what they did, they could not escape the scorching control of the Nine-Yang Divine Emperor flame. Meanwhile, the aura emanating from Zhang Tianming was slowly diminishing. However, he no longer cared about that. As long as he could subdue these two guardian fire generals, what was there to fear from those ordinary guardian fire spirits? Seeing that the time was nearly right, Zhang Tianming spoke in a deep voice. I give you two options: either submit to me or be devoured and erased by me. When he mentioned erased, Zhang Tianming deliberately intensified the power of the Nine-Yang Divine Emperor flame, but it was only for an instant before he restrained it again, lest he truly devour and erase these two guardian fire generals, which would be counterproductive. A mere human dares to make my brothers submit to you. Dream on, one of the guardian fire generals shouted in anger. They had all felt the terrifying might of their former master. That was the might of heaven and earth. The might of dominance. The might of disdain. Only such a powerful being could oversee the existence of all under heaven, and that was the master to whom they would be loyal for life. Zhang Tianming had long predicted that it would not be so easy to succeed. They call themselves Lao Jiao and Lao Shi, so there must be 8 elder brothers above them, right? If time dragged on, it would become troublesome, Zhang Tianming thought to himself. He had already experienced the strength of the Guardian Fire Generals. If it weren't for the fact that he had already accumulated a vast amount of power through the Tian Nu Wang Tu and had just activated his berserk state, it would have been nearly impossible to subdue these 2 Guardian Fire Generals. If even one more Guardian Fire General were to appear, Zhang Tianming might find himself in a headache. Old madman, will you not release my 9th brother and 10th brother? Just as Zhang Tianming was worried, an angry voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom. From underground emerged 5 more Guardian Fire Generals, all clad in fiery battle armor. The ordinary Guardian Fire Spirits all knelt in respect. We greet you, esteemed Guardian Fire Generals. The thunderous voice echoed through the skies. Ah, brothers, quickly save us. The 9th-ranked Guardian Fire General, gritting his teeth against intense pain, shouted toward the 5 newly arrived Guardian Fire Generals. 9th brother, 10th brother, do not panic, we will come to rescue you immediately. The 5 Guardian Fire Generals glared fiercely at Zhang Tianming. Kid, quickly release my 9th brother and 10th brother. One of them angrily pointed at Zhang Tianming. However, at that moment, they were somewhat apprehensive, afraid that Zhang Tianming would truly kill their 2 brothers, and thus did not dare to rush forward. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for triggering the subduing task. Task content: defeat and subdue the 7 Guardian Fire Generals before you. Task rewards 70 million experience points, 70 million Dragon Chi, and an increase of 35 in the success rate of obtaining the Mystic Flame Seal. The system notification sounded again while the previous subduing task vanished. Clearly this was merely an accumulated task. For every additional Guardian Fire General, the success rate of obtaining the Mystic Flame Seal increases by 5. If I can subdue all 10, I will directly obtain a 50 success rate. Of course, they must really have 10 Guardian Fire Generals, and I must truly be able to defeat and subdue them. Zhang Tianming quickly contemplated in his heart. Wait a minute. Success rate. He paused slightly and could not help but start to speculate. Does this mean that even if I find the seal hard, I may not necessarily be able to successfully obtain the Mystic Flame Seal? The thought flashed through his mind. Zhang Tianming focused his spirit and immediately sent a message to Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu. Sister Long, brother, Yi, you too should leave now. I am going to go on a killing spree, and I fear I might accidentally. Upon hearing this, Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu both nodded and quickly darted away. Stop those 2. One of the Guardian Fire Generals commanded. Immediately, a large number of Guardian Fire Spirits shouted and chased after them like locusts swarming through. All of you stay. Zhang Tianming let out a heavy grunt, and a whip-like 9-yang Divine Emperor Flame surged out from his body, violently striking out, leaving a vacuum trace in the void. Only when the fiery whip flew far away did that vacuum trace shatter. After the strike, the fiery whip continued to stir in the void. Roar! Roar! Wherever the fire whip passed, those Guardian Fire Spirits were instantly devoured and erased. Multitasking. Zhang Tianming not only continued to control the 2 Guardian Fire Generals on the ground, but also used his spiritual power to control the fiery whip striking at the surrounding Guardian Fire Spirits. As the ordinary Guardian Fire Spirits continued to perish, the effects of the Tian Nu Wang Tu activated once again. A vast power accumulated, and the overwhelming aura rose ever higher. The 5 newly arrived Guardian Fire Generals watched in fury, but without ensuring the safety of their 2 brothers, they did not dare to act directly. Seeing that the ordinary Guardian Fire Spirits were fleeing far away, Zhang Tianming clenched his 5 fingers together, and using the 9-yang Divine Emperor Flame as a rope, lifted the 2 Guardian Fire Generals and flew towards the area where the ordinary Guardian Fire Spirits were more concentrated, while the fiery whip on his body lashed out frantically. Crack! 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 With each lash, numerous Guardian Fire Spirits were devoured and erased. Kid, stop it! Another Guardian Fire General roared. Although these ordinary Guardian Fire Spirits were not closely related to them, in a sense they were still their brothers. After all, they had all separated from the body of the Langya Divine Flame. Zhang Tianming paid no heed and continued to erase those ordinary Guardian Fire Spirits. The 2 Guardian Fire Generals, trapped by the 9-yang Divine Emperor Flame, continued to scream loudly. 4th brother, what should we do? The 4 Guardian Fire Generals all turned their gazes towards the central Guardian Fire General. Out of the 10 Guardian Fire Generals, 7 had now appeared. The 4th-ranked Guardian Fire General, clearly the backbone of this group, had 3 elder brothers who had yet to appear. The 4th-ranked Guardian Fire General clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, and saying damn human, actually using the lives of my 9th brother and 10th brother as leverage while slaughtering many of my brothers. I absolutely cannot let him go, but I also cannot endanger the lives of 9th brother and 10th brother. So, what should we do? Yes, 4th brother, should we act or not? The 4th one was also, although they possessed wisdom not inferior to the 9 major races, they had had very little contact with the outside world, so they often could not think broadly and lacked adaptability. At that moment the ground suddenly shook and a violent flame suddenly surged up. While walking, Jian Tianming consumed a considerable amount of pills. The recovery of his true essence was quite rapid, but the replenishment of his vital blood was far more challenging. It would be difficult to return to his former state in less than a month or two. Moreover, at this moment Jian Tianming's body could no longer withstand the Chaos 9 Dragon state. Not only that, but even transitioning to the ultimate 100 Dragon state was impossible. At most he could only achieve the first stage battle transformation, which was the 1 Dragon state. Of course, even if he could not enter this battle form, Jian Tianming still had many means to preserve his life. In the last battle, if I had fully unleashed the Overlord's divine palm, I probably wouldn't have been able to flatten the fused body of those 4 Guardian Flame generals, right? Jian Tianming murmured to himself, not because he felt that the Overlord's divine palm was inferior to the sword technique he had comprehended, but because the consumption of true essence was too great. Only when the true essence was sufficiently profound could the Overlord's divine palm exert its full power. Merely having an understanding of the laws was insufficient to maximize the might of the Overlord's divine palm. The sword that he had comprehended was different. That sword consumed far less true essence, while its application of the power of the laws was significantly greater. More importantly, that sword had already fused with the Nameless Divine Sword. With the power amplification of the Nameless Divine Sword, although the inherited sword technique was not yet perfect, its might was already transcendent. After all, the Nameless Divine Sword was an ancient treasure formed at the dawn of the world. Jian Tianming was well aware that he could not even unleash 1/10th of the power of the Nameless Divine Sword at present. Regardless, to deal with those ordinary Guardian Flame spirits, I only need to summon the 9 Yang Divine Emperor Flame. As long as I don't encounter that Xian Huoren general from earlier, or any of his even stronger brothers, there shouldn't be any major issues. Jian Tianming contemplated silently. Moreover, the Xian Huoren general and his 2 brothers should be hindered by something and won't easily come out. What kind of existence is that Guardian Flame King? Jian Tianming clearly remembered that the Xian Huoren general had mentioned the Guardian Flame King, indicating that the Guardian Flame King was likely above the Xian Huoren general, and his power would probably be even more terrifying. Amidst his myriad thoughts, a flicker of clarity gradually arose in Jian Tianming's heart. Perhaps even if I find the heart of the Xian Hua seal, without the foundation of the 10 Guardian Flame generals, to increase the likelihood of obtaining the Xian Hua seal, it would likely be futile, right? Various connections led Jian Tianming to think this way. After all, if the Guardian Flame generals were already this powerful, how strong would the Guardian Flame King be? Peak Half-Path realm, early 9-in realm, or even stronger. Shaking his head slightly, Jian Tianming chose not to dwell on it further. If the Guardian Flame King truly was an early 9-in realm expert, or even a being more powerful, then the combined strength of all the experts in the 9-Dragon continent would probably be insufficient to rival him. No matter how strong the opponent is, I will definitely obtain the Xian Hua seal, Jian Tianming vowed to himself. Acquiring the Xian Hua seal is equivalent to obtaining the clues to the Langia Divine Flame, something I will never give up on. In the distance at the foot of Flame Mountain, Tian Buli was still waiting, hoping to meet Ouyang Shua soon to acquire his life creation pill. Otherwise, with the rate at which the death aura on him was increasing, it wouldn't be long before he met his end. My. Suddenly Tian Buli furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed ahead. Before long, a figure appeared in his line of sight, exuding vitality like a dragon, domineering and fierce, yet at this moment was being chased by a group of Guardian Flame spirits fleeing in disarray. Nangong Wenting. The newcomer was none other than Nangong Wenting. Whoosh! Nangong Wenting burst out of the range of Flame Mountain, and after the Guardian Flame spirits pursued him for several miles, they reluctantly returned. Damn it! If you have the ability, come chase me again. Nangong Wenting shouted at the Guardian Flame spirits, his arm already shriveled like a mummified corpse that had been preserved for 1,000 years. If it were not for his own exceptionally vigorous vitality, his condition would be even more pitiful. Human, consider yourself lucky to have run fast. If you dare step foot in Flame Mountain again, I will ensure you have no place to die, one Guardian Flame spirit snorted. After speaking, they all turned back towards Flame Mountain. Damn, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the ability, come over here and see how I deal with you. Come on, why don't you come over? No matter how Nangong Wenting shouted and provoked, the Guardian Flame spirits paid him no further attention. Damn it, lowly cursing Nangong, when he finally looked down at his left arm. His entire left arm had almost lost all its vitality, but as a half-path realm expert, and an experienced one at that, upon seeing his injury, he remained unfazed. With the activation of a secret technique, the vitality from other parts of his body surged into his left arm, visibly restoring it. If all goes well, it would take just a few days for a complete recovery. Of course, the lost vitality would take years to fully replenish, unless he could find some powerful vitality to devour and fuse with. Otherwise, it would be impossible to recover in a short time. Nangong Wenting, I didn't expect you to be driven out as well. Tian Bewley's voice rang out, his expression neutral, displaying the demeanor of a seasoned half-path expert. Tian Bewley, it seems the death aura on you is increasing more and more, Nangong Wenting retorted. Is that Xian Lei? Nangong Wenting's brow furrowed, and disregarding his injuries, he rushed forward, unleashing a terrifying punch that reduced the Guardian Flame's spirits, chasing Xian Lei and Ma Nina to a sea of flames. He did not dare to linger, and immediately retreated. In an instant, the sea of flames that had erupted quickly reformed into countless Guardian Flame spirits, all glaring resentfully at the fleeing trio. Xian Lei was heavily injured, and the Ma Nina, who had relentlessly pursued him days ago, now had no intention to kill. Instead, her only concern was for Xian Lei's injuries and her own exhaustion. Moreover, to protect Xian Lei, Ma Nina's own vitality had been significantly drained by the Guardian Flame spirits. If it weren't for her being a powerful ice attribute expert, her situation would have been even worse, likely not even able to ensure her own safety, let alone escape with Xian Lei. Seeing that Xian Lei's life was no longer in danger, Nangong Wenting also let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he turned his gaze to the towering flame mountain, which spanned thousands of kilometers, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I once thought we stood at the pinnacle of this world, but who would have imagined that today we would all be reduced to such a pitiful state? Truly laughable. The three-headed hellhound's towering flame-wreathed claws halted midair. Xing'er, what? What did you just say? All three heads of the hellhound turned to look at Xing'er, staring blankly, as if struggling to believe her words. Xing'er said they are all her companions. Companions? One of the dog heads could not help but repeat. Ha ha ha. So they are little Xing'er's companions. Why didn't you say so earlier? It was a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Another dog head chuckled, appearing somewhat embarrassed. But the last dog head wore a serious expression and said, Little Xing, this is the gate of hell. How could you possibly be here? Zhang Tianming thought to himself, as expected. After all, the only place where that poem could appear along with the hellhound is the gate of hell. The senior who crafted the mystic fire seal truly is remarkable. Such a grand gesture indicates that the senior holds this mystic fire seal in high regard. But I wonder why they haven't returned to retrieve it. Could it be that they have lost contact with the Julong continent and the higher realm? Or perhaps that senior has thoughts surged in Zhang Tianming's mind, yet he could not ascertain the answer. Regardless of the truth, the uncertainty left him feeling powerless. If such a powerful senior could not return to collect the mystic fire seal, how many unknown and terrifying dangers lie hidden in this bizarre world? A half-path expert in this world possesses nearly world-destroying power. What kind of terrifying beings are those of the nine-path realm? Big brother, what are you thinking? Little Sanzi is apologizing to you. Xing'er interrupted Zhang Tianming's thoughts. Upon regaining his senses, he looked up at the hellhound, only to see two of its heads wearing goofy smiles, as if expressing their apologies. However, the third head was glaring intently at Zhang Tianming and Xiao Zi. Since it was a misunderstanding, there's no harm done, Zhang Tianming chuckled lightly. Wait a moment. The dog head with a stern face glanced at Xing'er before shifting its gaze back to Zhang Tianming. Kid, you come here, don't tell me you intend to enter the gate of hell. With this dog head's voice, the other two heads immediately became vigilant, their eyes fixed tightly on Zhang Tianming and Xiao Zi. Little Sanzi, what's wrong? Xing'er asked. Little Xing'er, this is the gate of hell. I was captured by a senior expert long ago, and have been guarding this gate, not allowing anyone to enter. I cannot disobey the orders left by that senior. The hellhound said solemnly. In its eyes, Zhang Tianming and the others could see a strong sense of reverence. What if we insist on entering? Zhang Tianming said in a deep voice. There was no hint of jest on his face. Upon seeing Zhang Tianming's expression, the anger that the hellhound had just reigned in resurfaced, and one dog head growled, Humph. Even if you are little Xing'er's companions, if you dare to approach the gate of hell, don't blame me for being rude. Little Sanzi, what are you doing? Xing'er urged anxiously. Little Xing'er, stay aside, you need not concern yourself with this matter, said the hellhound. But Tianming is Xing'er's big brother and master. She cannot just watch her brother fight for his life. Xing'er said with difficulty. What? This human kid is your master. Indeed, he is not only Xing'er's big brother, but also her master, and he has saved her life. This? Two of the dog heads showed expressions of difficulty, while the third remained adamant, shouting, Little Xing, you have no idea how terrifying the senior who captured me was. If you force your way in, you will only offend that senior, and then no one will be able to save you. Yes, Little Xing, or hurry and leave this place with your companions. I'm doing this for your own good, said another dog head. Big brother. Xing turned to look at Zhang Tianming, feeling conflicted. Xing, listen to them, step aside for now. Beiji, you need not intervene, I can handle this alone. Zhang Tianming said solemnly. He could not abandon his intent to enter for any reason. But big brother. Xing, rest assured, I will be lenient. Quite the boastful tone. Just you, a mere 9-star martial emperor, dare to speak of mercy. Since you are little Xing's companion, I will spare your life. One of the dog heads laughed furiously. No, we cannot kill him. If we do, little Xing will die as well, said another. Indeed, he is Xing's master, and must have a master-servant contract with her. If he dies, little Xing will undoubtedly perish too. At that time, not even Granny Icefire will spare us, and we certainly won't be able to forgive ourselves, said the third dog head. What should we do then? In my opinion, we should beat him to a near-death state, force him to dissolve the master-servant contract with Xing, and then devour him whole. Good idea. I agree. The three dog heads completely ignored Zhang Tianming's presence and loudly discussed among themselves. Little Sanzi, don't act recklessly. Xing is willingly following Big Brother. If anything happens to him, she will never forgive you. This. Forget it. Since little Xing has spoken, we will just drive him back. Xing also felt quite helpless and could only look toward Zhang Tianming. Big brother, be careful, a little Sanzi is quite formidable. Zhang Tianming nodded, slightly signaling for Xing and Xiao Zi to be at ease. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the Hellhound obstructing his path, Zhang Tianming could also see that the Hellhound cared for Xing, so he had no intention of killing it. However, no one shall stop him from opening the Yosemite abyss. Since avoidance was impossible, he could only fight. Slowly, Zhang Tianming floated up as if propelled by an invisible wind, lifting him high into the air, walking on the breeze, while his robes billowed in the gusts. His long black hair flew wildly, swaying incessantly. Kid, I'll ask you one last time, are you leaving or not? One of the dog heads asked in a deep voice. Zhang Tianming's expression remained unperturbed, with only the unwavering fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Stop with the nonsense, let's go. Boom. Just when Xing and Xiao Zi thought that Zhang Tianming and the Hellhound would soon engage in battle, the Hellhound unexpectedly struck at a void space with a claw. Bang! A figure was sent flying, crashing violently into a hard stone wall, creating a deep humanoid-shaped cavity filled with cracks as rubble tumbled down. Oomph! The Hellhound snorted coldly. A mere three-legged cat dares to flaunt its hiding skills in front of me. Xiao Zi, Xing, and even Zhang Tianming were momentarily stunned by this scene. That person just now seems to be Ouyang Sigong, right? Zhang Tianming said, somewhat uncertain. That instant was simply too abrupt, and prior to that he had sensed no aura at all. Clearly Xiao Zi and Xing had not sensed anything either. Big brother, it really seems to be Ouyang Sigong, Xiao Zi said, frowning. Previously he couldn't detect it, but now as Ouyang Sigong was severely injured by the Hellhound strike, the latter could no longer conceal his aura, allowing Xiao Zi to catch the scent. I didn't expect him to have followed us here. Zhang Tianming's brow furrowed slightly. The methods of these half-step experts had truly surpassed his previous understanding. Various life-saving techniques and clones along with this undetectable stealth art were all things he had never encountered before. If Ouyang Sigong could hide and follow here, what about others? Whoosh! Just as these thoughts flashed through Zhang Tianming's mind, a disheveled Ouyang Sigong burst out from the shattered stone wall, immediately distancing himself from the Hellhound, gasping for air. Huff! Huff! His chest heaved violently, soaked in blood, his hair disheveled, and bloodstains clung to the corners of his mouth. Evidently that claw had severely injured him. Didn't die? You do have some skills, but that's all. One of the dog heads scoffed disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Ouyang Sigong, which made the latter's face flush with rage. Unfortunately, severely injured Ouyang Sigong dared not engage the Hellhound. After all, there were Zhang Tianming, Xing, and Xiao Zi, three equally formidable onlookers. Particularly Zhang Tianming, whose strength was enough to kill half-step experts. I will remember today's humiliation. With a cold snort, Ouyang Sigong turned and flew away. Zhang Tianming did not attempt to stop him. Though he had the ability to intercept, he had already consumed his blood essence to perform the Nine Thunder illusion, and although he had recovered significantly, it was better to refrain from unnecessary actions. After Ouyang Sigong had fled far away, the Hellhound laughed heartily. Just now it was because I noticed that guy sneakily following behind you, so I staged that act to catch him off guard. As for guarding the gate, just thinking about that guy who brought me here irritates me. Why would I help guard the gate? Of course, that's also because you are Xing's companions, and I sensed a faint special scent on you. The Hellhound's gaze fell entirely on Zhang Tianming. Xing appeared greatly relieved. She was the one who least wanted to see a fight between Zhang Tianming and the Hellhound. Now that she understood the intent behind the Hellhound's previous actions, she was naturally overjoyed. Xiaozi, however, looked somewhat dissatisfied. It was said that the noses of pigs and dogs were the most sensitive. Why could the Hellhound smell Ouyang Sigong's scent while she could not? Zhang Tianming slightly furrowed his brow. What does that mean? What special scent? Kid, you should have figured it out. On you there is a key to unlock something, the Hellhound said. Zhang Tianming's heart echoed with realization. In fact, upon hearing the Hellhound's words, he immediately thought of the bone key. With a flip of his hand, Zhang Tianming took out the bone key from his system backpack. Upon seeing the bone key, the Hellhound immediately revealed an ecstatic expression, unable to tear its gaze away. Yes. This bone key is the key to unlocking the chains on me, but there are a total of 3 bone keys. 2 are hidden in the passage you came from, and 1 is hidden inside the gate of hell. Only by gathering all 3 bone keys can the chains on me be fully unlocked, the Hellhound said excitedly. Little Sanzi, are you saying that as long as we gather all 3 bone keys, we can Yinger was also very excited. Previously, she had already noticed those huge golden chains, and felt a terrifying suppressive force from them, knowing that with her strength, it was absolutely impossible to break them. And at this moment, knowing that the bone key was crucial to freeing little Sanzi, how could she not be happy? Big brother. Yinger quickly looked at Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming smiled, and said, Yinger, don't worry, I will definitely help you rescue him. Thank you, big brother. Yinger replied gratefully. Kid, if you can really rescue me, I little Sanzi swear to serve you for 1,000 years, the Hellhound said to Zhang Tianming very seriously. Zhang Tianming glanced at him calmly, and said, rescuing you is because you are Yinger's companion. After rescuing you, you need not feel indebted to me. Whether to stay or leave is entirely your decision. Little Sanzi, big brother, is not the kind of person who seeks repayment. Yinger's matters are big brother's matters, and big brother's matters are also Yinger's matters. You haven't interacted with big brother, so you wouldn't understand how loyal he is. Yinger proudly explained for Zhang Tianming. Though somewhat unconvinced, the Hellhound still looked at Zhang Tianming a couple more times. Yinger didn't say anything more, and turned to look at Zhang Tianming. Big brother, what shall we do now? Zhang Tianming turned to the entrance they had come from. After a moment, he said, according to little Sanzi, 2 of the keys are in the passage we came from. We have obtained one, and we can only hope that senior sister Long and senior brother Yi can get the other. To unlock the 72 hellholes, we also need senior sister Long's help. I think we should wait here for a bit. Actually, Zhang Tianming felt a bit worried. After all, Ouyang Sigong had followed closely behind them and infiltrated here. Who could guarantee that there weren't other powerful beings following Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu, potentially posing a threat to them? An hour passed. 2 hours. Time flew swiftly, yet Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu had yet to appear. Elder brother, waiting like this is not a solution. Yinger spoke anxiously, hoping to rescue the Cerberus of Hell as soon as possible, and she was naturally most eager for Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu to appear with the other Wangu keys soon. What if we go back to look for them? Yinger gazed at Zhang Tianming with anticipation, but Zhang Tianming, no, you saw the scene when we came here. The entire sea of white bones extracts a wisp of the challenger's soul, forming a corpse of the challenger's soul. If the challenger cannot rely on their own strength to emerge, that wisp of the soul will forever be lost in the sea of white bones. What we can do is wait. Zhang Tianming felt a sense of urgency within himself. After all, the longer they delayed here, the greater the possibility that Feng Wushuang was in danger. This was definitely not what Zhang Tianming wanted to see. However, he was well aware that in this trial no one could help Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu. They could only rely on themselves. Indeed, all challengers must rely on themselves, otherwise they will lose a wisp of their soul to the checkpoint, falling into the Avici Hell, unable to return to their original state. The Cerberus of Hell nodded in agreement. Although Yinger felt a bit anxious upon hearing this, she could only continue to wait. Buzz. Not long after, a buzzing sound resonated between heaven and earth. It seems someone has emerged. Yinger joyfully looked toward the entrance. Zhang Tianming and the others also turned their gazes toward the entrance, their spiritual senses sweeping over it directly. Unfortunately, whether it was the spiritual sense or their gazes, they could not penetrate the hellish passage filled with vengeful spirits. I wonder if it's senior brother Yi or senior sister Long. Zhang Tianming murmured softly. Meanwhile, on the other side, huff, huff. Yi Zhiqiu was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling irregularly. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu looked extremely fatigued, his face pale, and even his aura was extremely unstable, clearly having exhausted a great deal to pass the trial. Yi Zhiqiu took out some pills and swallowed them. Then he sat cross-legged, circulating his cultivation method to recover for a moment, feeling somewhat better. He opened his eyes, which still held a hint of lingering fear. What a terrifying sea of withered bones, especially that creature made of countless bones. Its strength has already reached the half-Dao realm. If it weren't for the treasures given by my master, I would probably be dead by now, let alone retrieving that wisp of soul that was captured. Thinking of the creature made of countless bones, even though Yijiqiu had one, he still felt a lingering fear. What is this? Soon Yijiqiu noticed the words left by Zhang Tianming. Zhang Shidi is truly the direct disciple of Deputy Dean Long. It seems he has arrived here long ago. I wonder if Senior Sister Long has reached this place. Muttering this in his heart, Yijiqiu didn't think much more and walked straight ahead. Passing through the passage filled with vengeful spirits, Yijiqiu finally arrived before the gate of hell. Just as he got there, he was momentarily stunned by the enormous Cerberus of hell before him. Another half-Dao realm demon beast. Yijiqiu frowned tightly. Although he was a super genius in the Jiulong Academy, holding the top positions in both the Tianbang and Longbang, he still felt powerless in the face of a half-Dao expert. Senior Brother Yi, Zhang Taiming's gaze had already recognized the newcomer, and he called out. With Zhang Taiming's voice, Yijiqiu finally noticed him. Zhang Shidi. Halfway through his words, he was somewhat at a loss on how to continue. Did the Cerberus of hell seem to know Zhang Tianming? Carrying such doubts in his heart, Yijiqiu relaxed the tension within himself and calmly walked over. Zhang Shidi, what is this? The Cerberus of hell, the guardian beast of the Gate of Hell, Zhang Tianming explained. The Gate of Hell. Yijiqiu was a bit surprised. At this moment, he finally noticed that behind Zhang Tianming and the Cerberus of hell was an enormous head. Zhang Tianming briefly explained to Yijiqiu, and only then did Yijiqiu come to a clear understanding. Unfortunately, Yijiqiu did not obtain the Wangu key, and Zhang Tianming Yinger and the others could only place their hopes on Longshan, hoping she would bring the Wangu key out. Otherwise, Zhang Tianming Yinger and the others would have to act separately. Zhang Shidi, you can rest assured. Since I have come out, I believe Senior Sister Long will be fine. After all, ever since Senior Sister Long separated from that bastard, she has devoted herself to martial arts, and her strength has surged. Even I probably am no match for her now. Yijiqiu comforted. Zhang Tianming glanced at Yijiqiu, but did not say much. The relationship between Longshan and him could only be considered ordinary. After all, there was no intersection between the two. If it weren't for Longshan being the niece of Long Yao, their relationship might be even more superficial. Moreover, as Yijiqiu stated, the current Longshan was indeed pursuing martial arts wholeheartedly. Her strength far surpassed her previous self. If the Tianbang and Longbang were to be re-ranked, Longshan might even surpass Yijiqiu. A fleeting thought passed, and Zhang Tianming quickly calmed down. Wait, this was the only thing they could do right now. Time passed little by little. Zhang Tianming said nothing, simply sitting cross-legged on the ground, while Yinger could no longer remain calm, her gaze fixed on Zhang Tianming. Elder brother, why don't Yinger and Ba Jie go back to take a look? Yes, elder brother, perhaps Yinger and I can return to take a trial and find the Wangu key in advance, Xiaozi eagerly added. Zhang Tianming slowly opened his eyes, turning his gaze towards the entrance. It's been so long, the Senior Sister Long hasn't come out yet. Could it be? Zhang Tianming did not know what was happening, but this trial, aside from Longshan herself, no. Finally, Zhang Tianming said, Ba Jie, Yinger, you must be careful. Yes, elder brother. Yinger, elder brother, don't worry, I will definitely protect Yinger well. Xiaozi also patted her chest. Zhang Tianming nodded slightly, and the two immediately transformed into two streaks of blue and purple light, flying toward the entrance, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhang Tianming also stood up, casting his gaze toward Yijiqiu. Senior brother Yi, your aura is very unstable. Just stay here to rest. If Senior Sister Long comes out, you can enter the Gate of Hell with her, or wait for me here. I plan to go in first to take a look and find the 72 ghostly pit of the hell. Perhaps it will save some time. Creak, creak, creak. The gates of hell were opened by the three-headed hellhound. The heavy friction between the massive gates and the ground sounded as if an ancient machine was in motion, adding even more chilling coldness to this already eerie environment. Inside the open gates of hell, it was dark as ink, resembling the gigantic mouth of an unparalleled demon beast waiting for those who dared to enter. Those who enter this gate must relinquish all hope. The three-headed hellhound gazed solemnly at Zhang Tianming. Zhang, have you thought this through? Once you step through this gate of hell, there is no turning back. You can only walk to the end of hell and seek a way out. This is the only thing I can tell you, and it is also your only chance to walk out of the gates of hell alive. Zhang Tianming stood before the gates of hell, his gaze seemingly piercing through that dark world. There is nothing to consider. I must enter this gate. His voice was soft, yet it contained an unwavering determination. Very well, then go in. The three-headed hellhound moved its massive paws aside. Zhang, be careful, Yijiqiu cautioned. Zhang Tianming did not look back. He merely nodded slightly, then lifted his feet and walked straight towards the gates of hell, disappearing into it in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the three-headed hellhound turned to Yijiqiu and said, Little ghost, I advise you not to enter. Your Dao heart is not complete. Although you have exceptional talent, you ultimately cannot resist the erosion of the malevolent spirits within the gates of hell. Just wait here until that so-called Dragon Jr. sister you spoke of arrives, and then wait for Jean to successfully reach the end of hell and find a way out before coming back for you. Yi Zhiqiu frowned slightly. He was quite displeased. However, he understood that the three-headed hellhound spoke the truth. His Dao heart was indeed not complete. In previous trials it had been difficult to notice this, but this time facing enemies that were either extremely powerful half-step experts or the near-immortal fire spirit along with the ultimate test rarely encountered on the Jiulong continent had revealed the flaws in his Dao heart. Perhaps this is also a kind of blessing. If one cannot recognize their shortcomings early on, they will need to spend even more time to make up for and correct them in the future. Perhaps this is the direction I need to strive for in my cultivation. He murmured inwardly, then sat cross-legged and entered a state of comprehension. The three-headed hellhound glanced at Yi Zhiqiu. Had it not been for the fact that Yi Zhiqiu and Zhang Tianming were allies, it wouldn't have bothered to give a warning and would have already driven Yi Zhiqiu away or even killed him to prevent him from getting close to the gates of hell. Now, having given the necessary advice, if the latter still did not know better, it was not its concern. With that, the three-headed hellhound lay down on the ground and began to snore loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A chilling wind swept through, piercingly cold. Zhang Tianming appeared in a desolate world shrouded in darkness where silence enveloped the surroundings as if it were a dead domain. Hell! Zhang Tianming's gaze scanned the area, and his soul force had already spread out. The so-called hell refined within the Xuanhua seal should merely be a similar space, right? Zhang Tianming did not believe that true hell could be refined here. What is hell? If hell truly exists, then this place is the realm of reincarnation, a domain of the utmost heavenly Tao. Even legendary figures like Hongjun and Laozu merely merged with the Tao and could not create or transcend the heavenly Tao. How could a treasure crafted by a Ju Dao realm expert possibly contain true hell and merely serve as a mechanism to unlock the heart seal? Creak, creak. Zhang Tianming moved his feet, stepping on the branches on the ground, which snapped continuously, sending shivers down one's spine. Wah! Wah! A coarse horse sound came from a distance, evoking feelings of desolation and annoyance. Crows. Zhang Tianming frowned slightly. In this deathly silent hellish world, there were actually living creatures like crows. No, wait, this doesn't sound like a living creature. Wah! Wah! Zhang Tianming listened intently to this discomforting sound, and an ominous premonition surged from his heart. This is a Yin crow. Zhang Tianming's soul force had already located a vividly colored Yin crow, its eyes shimmering in a kaleidoscope of hues. Unfortunately, this bird, which should have been extraordinarily beautiful, was enveloped in thick death energy, far more concentrated and refined than the stench emitted from a pile of 100,000 corpses. Suddenly, a piece of information from ancient texts surged in Zhang Tianming's mind. The Yin crow, a specter bird nurtured by blood-refining techniques. It is said that there are 4 great Yin crows in the world: the red refining Yin crow, the specter Yin crow, the colorful Yin crow, and the absolute destruction Yin crow. These 4 are among the most fearsome creatures in existence. Wherever a Yin crow appears, there will undoubtedly be a peerless catastrophe, lurking, spilling blood for miles, and devouring corpses and bones. The Yin crow he was currently seeing was indeed the colorful Yin crow. In such a mere heart seal space, could there truly be a peerless beast? Zhang Tianming found it difficult to believe. Yet this colorful Yin crow was undoubtedly real. Impossible. The space that previously concealed the 36 celestial star techniques was like a paradise imbued with extreme yang energy corresponding to the heavenly number, yet no auspicious beast appeared. Conversely, this hell space hiding the 72 hidden caverns should be imbued with extreme Yin energy, thus it shouldn't harbor any ferocious creature either. Otherwise, Zhang Tianming hesitated before continuing, otherwise the Xuanhua seal would not be a treasure affecting Dao fortune, but a peerless, ferocious object. Yin and Yang balance is the fundamental principle of any treasure. If a treasure breaks this principle, it will lean towards extremism. Leaning towards extreme Yin becomes a peerless, ferocious item. Leaning towards extreme Yang becomes a weapon of slaughter. Both extremes of Yin and Yang are not the best choices and are also extremely difficult to control, with potential backlash against their master. A supreme treasure forged by an ancient power over such a long time could never choose extremism, unless... Just as Zhang Tianming was pondering this, a sudden uproar erupted throughout the space, with increasingly disturbing hoarse cries drifting from afar. Wah! 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 Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that cry were the sounds of countless birds flapping their wings. And Zhang Tianming's soul force quickly detected it. It was an endless expanse of colorful Yin crows. Wow! 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 The cries of the colorful shadow crows spread across the entire sky, their vibrating wings producing a constant whoosh, while the flock completely obscured the already darkened sky, instantly plunging the surroundings into shadow. The simultaneous appearance of so many colorful shadow crows is simply unimaginable. One must understand these are legendary ferocious crows. One of the 4 legendary ferocious crows. The emergence of just one of these deadly creatures is exceedingly rare, yet now thousands appear at once. What kind of space is this hell? Zhan Tianming felt a torrent of invisible sound waves rushing into his mind, as if they were intent on tearing his soul apart. Huh! Suddenly Zhan Tianming roared fiercely. Under the impact of his roar, a powerful force collided violently with the overwhelming sound waves. Boom! Boom! The sound of the trembling sky struck within the void, causing the entire sky to ripple and fold, leading to drastic changes in this space. Huh! 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 With every few seconds a roar erupted from Zhan Tianming's mouth. The sound waves generated by the colorful shadow crows continuously clashed against the sound waves he emitted. Is it coming at me yet? A fleeting thought crossed Zhan Tianming's mind, but he showed no signs of unusualness on his face. From the moment he stepped into the gates of hell, he had resolved to push through to the very end and find the third one. Is it coming at me yet? A fleeting thought. Amidst the clash of sound waves, all the colorful shadow crows emitted a dazzling cold light, filling the heavens and earth. As they surged, they transformed into countless icy sword energies, each possessing the power to sever mountains and rivers, pouring down like a torrential rain, tearing the void asunder, and leaving countless traces of sword paths. Ice Heart Sword Technique. Clang. The sound of a sword resonated without an actual sword present. Using the nameless divine sword within him, Zhan Tianming's realm was only at the 8th path of the sword, yet he could faintly display the might of the 9th path. The instant the sword sound rang out, countless icy sword energies appeared around his body, as if he had unleashed 108 sword techniques in that moment. However, Zhan Tianming stood there, yet he had not unleashed a single sword strike. The Ice Heart Sword Technique consumes an average of 10,000 true essence with each move. If all the techniques could be executed in one breath, it would possess the unparalleled divine might of freezing the heavens and sealing the earth. When performing it, one must remember to keep the welfare of the world in mind. Otherwise, it would plunge the world into a deathly silence. Now Zhan Tianming's true essence limit had already exceeded 180,000. With a single breath, he completed the execution of 108 sword techniques. Slash. Whoosh whoosh. Thousands of icy sword energies shot out at high speed from around Zhan. Crack crack. The sword energies, wherever they passed, turned the void into unyielding sandier cold ice. The icy sword energies clashed with the colorful sword lights emitted by the colorful shadow crows, either slicing through the colorful sword lights or vice versa. Regardless of which sword energy severed, which the entire world quickly crystallized into ice. In the blink of an eye, the cold ice froze the heavens and the earth, encapsulating all the colorful shadow crows. A massive ice mountain nearly filling the entire world suddenly appeared. All the colorful shadow crows were completely sealed in ice. This sword nearly sealed the heavens and the earth. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhan Tianming for slaying the colorful shadow crows, gaining 100 experience points, 100 magic energy, and 10 rage points. Ding dong. Ding dong. System prompts sounded successively. Are the colorful shadow crows really this weak? Zhan Tianming's brow furrowed slightly. Or is it that after the Ice Heart Sword Technique's 108 moves merged into one, it reached a brand new level of sword path power? No, my understanding of the sword path is still at the 8th path. Although I am extremely close to the 9th path, I have not broken through. It is entirely due to the nameless divine sword that I can barely exhibit the power of the 9th path. Without the nameless divine sword, it would be absolutely impossible to achieve such a level. But Zhan Tianming looked at the endless ice mountain that surrounded him. He was at the very center of this, but even the 9th path of the sword should not allow my sword power to undergo such a drastic change. It seems that the Ice Heart Sword Technique passed down by that senior is an extremely powerful sword technique. Perhaps it is also a martial art that has stepped into the realm of divine abilities. Zhan Tianming felt that this was the only possibility. Divine abilities are powerful existences that surpass ordinary supreme martial arts. Whether they are innate divine abilities, martial arts divine abilities, or secret techniques divine abilities, they can barely be considered a small part of the heavenly path. In the face of the heavenly path, what does supreme martial arts amount to? However, Zhan Tianming also realized that even if the Ice Heart Sword Technique is a martial art divine ability, it can only be achieved with the one sword that merges the 108 techniques. If it were to be executed as a single move, it would absolutely not be attainable. Glancing at the system interface, there were no special prompts. It seems that unless one steps into the Tao realm, the system will not display any descriptions or prompts regarding divine abilities. And if we are to speak of divine abilities, the Dominant Sky, Divine Palm Dragon God Technique, and Eye of Time are definitely among them, while Super Demonization Chaos Battle Body and the Merged Ice Heart Sword Technique may or may not be. Additionally, what about my Bloodline Inherited Martial Technique that is already merged with the Nameless Divine Sword? After successfully comprehending it, I wonder what level of existence it will be at. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Zhang Tianming snapped his fingers. Bang! Just a slight movement of his mind caused the massive ice mountain nearly filling the heavens and earth to instantly collapse into nothingness, transforming into countless specks of cold light that dissipated into the void. Along with it, the colorful shadow crows also vanished without a trace. This sword obliterated the heavens and earth. Thousands of colorful shadow crows left not even a feather behind. However, Zhang Tianming was left with a considerable amount of magic energy. This magic energy is enough for me to execute several instances of super demonization. In this way, even if I encounter some legendary ferocious creature here, it is not entirely impossible to fight back. But, as Zhang Tianming walked, his gaze lightly swept around the void. Are the colorful shadow crows really this weak? Zhang Tianming would not believe that the colorful shadow crows could be so weak, yet the scene before him was, with one sword strike, he had annihilated all the colorful shadow crows. What on earth is going on? As Zhang Tianming continued forward, filled with doubt, a larger colorful shadow crow than usual awakened from its long slumber. Its five-colored eyes radiated a terrifying power capable of devouring the heavens and earth, annihilating the myriad realms. The hell here is not as eerie and terrifying as Zhang Tianming imagined. Aside from the colorful shadow crows that appeared several hours ago, he has yet to encounter any strange occurrences, nor can he hear even the faintest sound of wailing spirits. Is this place really considered hell? What does it mean to abandon all hope? This serene hell is completely different from Zhang Tianming's imagination. He has not seen a single entity such as the Ox-Head and Horse-Faced Guardians, the Black and White Impermanence, Meng Pezhong, Kuei Chui Fujuan, the Ten Yama Kings, the Five Ghost Emperors, the Emperor of Fengdu, or the Great Emperor Tianqiren, nor even a single recorded stone tablet. There are absolutely no traces of hell. Could it be that the senior did not fully complete the refinement of the hell space while crafting the mystic fire seal? Zhang Tianming pondered carefully. In such an aimless search, he has no idea where the 72 hell caverns might be hidden. Moreover, even after finding the 72 hell caverns, he would not be able to open them with his own abilities. He must wait for Longshan to enter or find the exit back to hell, return to the Gate of Hell, and then bring Longshan in together to successfully unlock it. A day later, Zhang Tianming had flown over hundreds of thousands of kilometers, but unfortunately, he still found nothing. Moi. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the horizon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of colorful divine light surged up from the earth, soaring into the sky and forming pillars of light connecting heaven and earth. Under the impact of those light pillars, the horizon was dyed in a myriad of colors. Zhang Tianming swept his spiritual sense over, but unfortunately, once his spiritual sense reached a 100-mile radius nearby, it was completely isolated, and he could not probe the situation within. There's nothing else found in other places. Since colorful light has appeared there, I can only go and take a look. Whoosh. Transforming into a stream of light, Zhang Tianming flew towards the location of the colorful light pillars. At that moment, two figures appeared in the hell space, a man and a woman, none other than Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu looked pale, but not extremely, so though his aura still seemed unstable. In contrast, Longshan's aura was the opposite. Having undergone the trials in the Sea of Bones, Longshan not only did not appear weak, but her mental state elevated to a higher level, and her aura was even closer to that of a half-Dao expert, as if only a small opportunity was needed to completely cross that line and become a true half-Dao expert. If she truly achieves that, it would be a shocking event for the entire Jilong continent. A half-Dao expert at just 20 years old. This had not happened in nearly 10,000 years. Long Shimi, do you really believe you can find that opportunity for breakthrough here? Yi Zhiqiu turned to look at Longshan. This astonishing woman, ranked third on both the heaven ranking and the dragon ranking, had already achieved a height that Yi Zhiqiu could no longer reach. Longshan gazed out at this dark world, her eyes shifting as if lost in thought, and finally she spoke slowly. I'm not certain, but I feel as though there is a special power in this hell that is guiding me. If I do not come in to explore, I will surely regret it for the rest of my life. At this point, she slightly shifted her gaze to Yi Zhiqiu. As for you, brother Yi, you don't have to accompany me in here. No, Long Shimi, I'm not accompanying you in, or rather I believe if I fear the dangers here and stop at the Gate of Hell, I will likely never have the chance to reach the half-Dao realm in this lifetime. So I must enter, I must traverse this mountain of hard obstacles before me. Only by doing so can I break through myself, Yi Zhiqiu said solemnly. His understanding of his own Dao heart has deepened, so he knows exactly what he must do. Long Shimi, look quickly, what is that? Yi Zhiqiu suddenly pointed towards the far horizon, where a faint glow of rosy light was undulating. Seeing that colorful glow appearing and disappearing in the distance, the two exchanged glances and immediately executed their body techniques, transforming into two streams of light as they dashed away. Rumble, rumble. The closer they got to the colorful light pillars, the heavier the rumbling sound in the world became, as if muffled thunder was continuously resonating. Crackle. The colorful light pillars also revealed some extremely cold lightning flickering and darting like thunder dragons. Evil entities fear thunder the most. Thunder has always existed as a divine punishment. I never expected that within this hell space there would actually be these lightning-filled light pillars. Moreover, these thunders seem to have been eroded by an immensely powerful evil energy, no longer the divine punishment lightning. Zhang Tianming halted 10 miles away from the colorful light pillars. Feeling the earth-shattering power emanating from the light pillars, he could hardly imagine what kind of evil force could erode thunder. Zhang Tianming's gaze fell on the center, surrounded by those light pillars. There a colorful mist swirled and thickened. Within that mist it seemed like some terrifying being was about to emerge. Zhang Tianming let out a soft snort. Even if a peerless monstrous entity emerges, I will fight with all my strength. Crackle. His fist clenched, cracking sounds echoing as the air around his fist trembled violently. The force of his strength was such that even the void could not bear it. This was Zhang Tianming's power. My. Suddenly Zhang Tianming's eyes narrowed, fixated on that colorful mist. Within the mist a pair of colorful eyes subtly emerged. Zhang Tianming immediately activated the Dragon Soul Absolute Eyes, his pair of radiant eyes changing rapidly, transforming into something entirely different in the blink of an eye. Within those eyes, imbued with an otherworldly beauty, black patterns outlined a vividly lifelike divine dragon. As the Absolute Eyes were activated, Zhang Tianming's vision gradually pierced through the layer of colorful mist. Gradually a blurry figure appeared within his sight, and slowly became clearer. It was the figure of a Taoist dressed in a robe adorned with colorful celestial lights, a jade hairpin shaped like a swirling 8 trigrams cloud atop his head, wielding a Taiji tail brush in his hand, and carrying a Taiji Liangyi Jinwu sword on his back, resembling a monk. However, that pair of eyes exuded an otherworldly charm. Moreover, they were a pair of colorful eyes. As Zhang Tianming gazed at the Taoist, the figure seemed to be scrutinizing him in return, and those eyes projected a divine might that felt as though they could obliterate all existence. Had Zhang Tianming not possessed the Dragon Soul Absolute Eyes, he feared that with just this moment of eye contact he would have been obliterated by the other's gaze. At this moment the mysterious Taoist suddenly laughed, and with one hand forming a seal, slightly bowed his head. Ha ha ha! This humble Taoist, the Shadow Crow Taoist, greets you here. As the laughter of the Enya Taoist echoed, the colorful mist suddenly rolled up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye all the colorful mist entered the body of the Enya Taoist, and the towering beams of light surrounding them began to tremble, as if shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the ground and sky to sway violently. At that moment the Enya Taoist opened his mouth and swallowed. With a whoosh, all the colorful light beams transformed into light dragons, rushing directly into the mouth of the Enya Taoist. In the blink of an eye, all the light beams disappeared. Esteemed Taoist, may I ask your name? The Enya Taoist asked with a light smile, a halo of 5 colors appearing behind his head, reminiscent of the holy light behind a deity in a painting. Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming had no intention of hiding. However, he remained constantly vigilant against this Enya Taoist, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. After all, he was a being from the hellish realm. Check. Quietly Zhang Tianming opened the viewing interface of the Supreme Dragon God System. Demon and Monster Enya Taoist. Realm. Description: a fusion of demon and monster transformed from the colorful Enya, one of the 4 great Enya possessing the dual bloodline powers of both demon and monster, neither demon nor monster, transcending the myriad realms, with infinite life. In ancient times it was captured by a powerful human and refined into the Xuanhua seal to guard the void realm, serving as the Eye of En. Infinite life, transcending the myriad realms. Zhang Tianming was secretly astonished. Now he finally understood that the countless colorful Enya he had slain a day ago were merely the descendants of this Enya Taoist. Wait a minute. How could a male Enya give birth to those countless colorful Enya? Could there be a female? This is impossible. If there were 2 Enya serving as the Eye of En, it would definitely cause problems. After all, the layering of En is the emblem of extreme En, and when things reach their extremes, they must turn into their opposites. Hence, after extreme Yin-Yang energy would emerge, disrupting the stability of the Eye of En. That predecessor who refined the Xuanhua seal could not possibly be unaware of such a simple principle. Forget it. Such matters were beyond his knowledge. Even if there were truly a female Enya, that was something to discuss later. Now how should he respond to this Enya Daoist? Let's see what he intends to do first. A thought crossed his mind, and Zhang Tianming then spoke. Dao brother, how did you end up here? It's a long story. To put it simply, I was trapped here by someone. Over the years I've tried every possible means to leave this place, but it has been truly unfortunate for my life. The Enya Daoist wore a sorrowful expression, and then he asked in return, by the way, why are you here, Dao friend? I'm looking for something. Zhang Tianming replied calmly. Oh, may I ask what you are looking for? I have been here for some time, so perhaps I might know what you seek. The Enya Daoist spoke nonchalantly. Zhang Tianming secretly scoffed. What does it mean to have been here for? He had been captured since ancient times and refined into the eye of Yin. Countless thousands of years had already passed, with eras changing countless times. Is this what it means to have been here for some time? Is he trying to fool me? However, Zhang Tianming didn't reveal his thoughts, and instead felt that this could be an opportunity. Ultimately, Zhang Tianming calmly said, have you heard of the Earthly Abyss 72 Void Cavern? Ha ha ha. So it turns out you are looking for this. You have asked the right person. Oh, I happen to know the location of the Earthly Abyss 72 Void Caverns. If you don't mind, I would be willing to guide you there. The Enya Daoist smiled kindly, as if he and Zhang Tianming were long-lost old friends. After all, the Earthly Abyss 72 Void Caverns were the divine objects that suppressed him. He had long hoped someone would destroy or open the Earthly Abyss 72 Void Caverns, as that would allow him to escape. However, for countless thousands of years, Zhang Tianming was the first person he had encountered. Now, upon hearing that Zhang Tianming was seeking the Earthly Abyss 72 Void Caverns, how could he not be happy? Even the hatred for Zhang Tianming for killing his thousands of descendants was temporarily set aside, and he showed no signs of wanting to settle scores with Zhang Tianming. Then I must trouble you, Dao friend. Zhang Tianming said impassively. In fact, ever since entering the hellish realm, he had attempted to use the Nine-Yang Divine Emperor Flame as a guide to find the existence of the Earthly Abyss 72 Void Caverns. Unfortunately, unlike the Tianqing 36 vital techniques, he couldn't sense the existence of the Earthly Abyss 72 Void Caverns with the Nine-Yang Divine Emperor Flame. After encountering the Enya Daoist, Zhang Tianming felt a lot clearer and had figured out some key points. One Yin and one Yang. To open the eye of the seal, the Yin is the colorful Enya, and the Yang is likely the Langya Divine Flame. Using these extreme Yin and extreme Yang items as the eyes of Yin and Yang, one condenses the eternal Yin energy, while the other provides the burning Yang fire, which is an excellent means of refining treasures. However, for some unknown reason, the Langya Divine Flame escaped, leaving only this Enya Daoist trap. I estimate that when that predecessor who refined the Xuanhua seal comes to retrieve the seal, they will also open the eyes of Yin and Yang, releasing the Langya Divine Flame, and the Enya Daoist restoring their freedom. What a pity. That predecessor who refined the Xuanhua seal is probably no longer in this world. Just as these thoughts flashed rapidly through Zhang Tianming's mind, the Enya Daoist happily led the way, saying, Dao friend, this way please. Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Tianming slightly clasped his fists. You are too polite, Dao friend. The Enya Daoist returned the gesture and then led the way ahead. Zhang Tianming unconsciously followed him. By the way, Dao friend, since you've been here for a while, do you know if there's the end of hell? The Enya Daoist's heart stirred slightly, but he pretended not to know, shaking his head slightly and showing an apologetic expression. I truly apologize. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known there is talk of the end of hell in this space. What? Is there something special about the end of hell? Not really, I just noticed a hellish gate at the entrance and remembered the legend that hell has 18 layers, with the last layer being the end of hell, so I casually asked. Zhang Tianming laughed. He was not a newcomer to the world, and since the Dragon Soul's absolute vision was still active, every subtle expression from the Enya Daoist fell into his eyes. The other party pretended not to know, and Zhang Tianming naturally wouldn't speak the truth. The two continued forward, passing through a stone forest filled with jagged and bizarre rocks, until they finally saw a row of neatly arranged black stone pillars. Dao friend, please look, that is the Earthly Abyss 72 Void Caverns. The Enya Daoist pointed to the stone pillars. With a swift glance, Zhang Tianming had already taken in all 72 neatly arranged black stone. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the height and thickness of these 72 black stone pillars were completely identical, with not a hint of difference. Each pillar was intricately carved with images of myriad beasts, yet these carvings were not lifelike paintings, but mere outlines. However, even these simple outlines emanated an incomparably profound aura of the myriad beasts, as if each depicted creature was a living entity. Such craftsmanship could possibly rival the spirits of heaven and earth. The Enya Daoist stood by, silently observing Zhang Tianming without urging him, as if once he led Zhang Tianming here his role was fulfilled. Zhang Tianming said nothing more, simply gazing calmly at those stone pillars. This Yin Taoist is indeed a cunning old ghost who has lived for countless millennia. He brought me here clearly to have me activate the Earth Ghost's 72 tombs, yet he now appears even more composed than I am. Zhang Tianming privately sighed, realizing that time truly sharpens a person's temperament. However, he also feigned ignorance while fully aware. Since the Yin Taoist did not inquire, he chose to remain silent. Eventually, the Yin Taoist could no longer hold back and asked first, "Dao friend, how do you plan to handle the Earth Ghost's 72 tombs?" "What do you think, Dao friend?" Zhang Tianming countered. "Ha, this humble Taoist does not know. Otherwise, during the time I was trapped, I would have already addressed it myself." The Yin Taoist chuckled in response. Zhang Tianming did not expose him, merely stating calmly, "I still need to wait for someone." "Oh, is it one of the two approaching figures in the distance?" the Yin Taoist inquired. Indeed, Zhang Tianming nodded. Long before their casual conversation, he had already noticed that Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu had entered this hellish space. Thus he spared himself another trip. But where could the third key, the key of myriad bones, be? It couldn't possibly be with the Yin Taoist, right? This left Zhang Tianming somewhat uncertain. If it were indeed with the Yin Taoist, Zhang Tianming had plenty of ways to obtain it. Therefore he remained. The two waited calmly, and after several hours Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu finally arrived. They both sensed the extraordinary strength of the Yin Taoist, but seeing him standing together with Zhang Tianming, they felt reassured and approached. "Junior brother Zhang, is this the Earth Ghost's 72 tombs?" Long Shan gazed at the neatly arranged black stone pillars ahead. "It should be," Zhang Tianming replied. Upon hearing this, Long Shan slightly turned her head, gazing intently at Zhang Tianming. "Should be. Could it be that even Zhang Tianming is not certain? I cannot sense the profound mysteries within, so I cannot be certain at this moment," Zhang Tianming explained without needing Long Shan to ask. "And that person is a?" Long Shan inquired further. "Yin Taoist," Zhang Tianming replied. "Yin Taoist." Long Shan's brows furrowed slightly. Naturally, she was aware of the legends surrounding Yin, and someone bold enough to use such a title was surely not to be trifled with. Wait. Long Shan's gaze quickly landed on the Yin Taoist's eyes. Those multicolored eyes seemed to possess the ferocity of a beast that devours others. Even with Long Shan's composure, she felt a slight tremor, quickly retracting her gaze to dispel the extreme unease. The multicolored eyes seemed to embody the power to devour heaven and earth, resembling the descriptions of the multicolored Yin in ancient texts. And this person also goes by the name Yin. Could it truly be related to the multicolored Yin? Though she had her suspicions, seeing that Zhang Tianming had no intention of elaborating, she chose not to voice them. Standing beside her, Yi Zhiqiu was equally uncomfortable under the Yin Taoist's gaze. The Yin Taoist soon withdrew his gaze, turning it back to Zhang Tianming, observing his similarly extraordinary eyes, while thoughts surged within. At this moment, Zhang Tianming had not fully activated the Dragon Soul's Eye. Otherwise, it would not merely be the dragon shadow visible in his red pupils, but a dragon image appearing within the purple concentric circles of his eyes. "Sister Long, how do you think we should activate the Earth Ghost's 72 tombs?" Zhang Tianming spoke up. This question pulled everyone's thoughts back into focus. Long Shan stepped towards the 72 black stone pillars, pacing among them, while carefully observing the positional changes of the pillars, her red lips moving slightly, though she made no sound, as if calculating something. Zhang Tianming and the others did not disturb her. Meanwhile, the Yin Taoist occasionally glanced at Long Shan, appearing quite interested in this little girl, who seemed capable of deciphering the Earth Ghost's 72 tombs. "Junior brother Zhang, come here for a moment," Long Shan called. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianming walked over. "Look at this stone pillar. Although it appears identical to the others on the surface, its interior is vastly different. I have a feeling that these pillars are not the true Earth Ghost's 72 tombs. Only by breaking this pillar can we find the real Earth Ghost's 72 tombs." Long Shan pointed at the black stone pillar before her, speaking earnestly. Zhang Tianming raised his gaze, staring at the black stone pillar. "Different inside and out. Let me shatter it and see," he said, preparing to act. However, the Yin Taoist, who had followed closely, quickly halted Zhang Tianming, a solemn expression on his face. "Dao friend, you must not act recklessly with these stone pillars. Otherwise, an unparalleled killing formation will surely manifest within this space, obliterating us from existence." "Cannot destroy." Zhang Tianming frowned slightly. "Yes, cannot destroy," the Yin Taoist affirmed with a nod. Zhang Tianming turned to look at Long Shan. Yet she insisted, "We must break it to find the true Earth Ghost's 72 tombs." "Little girl, do not speak carelessly. This humble Taoist has been here for quite some time, and has studied these stone pillars. Although they seem inconsequential, they conceal a lethal formation that we cannot decipher. If the formation is triggered, we will surely face death. The Yin Taoist continued. He had been imprisoned here for countless ages, and if these 72 black stone pillars could be easily destroyed, he would have long since reduced them to dust. However, Zhang Tianming was more inclined to trust Longshan. It seemed she understood Zhang Tianming's thoughts without him needing to express them as she nodded towards him, signaling for him to believe in her. Zhang Tianming also nodded slightly, saying no more. With a sudden grip of his right hand, he prepared to strike. Boom! The punch shook the heavens and the earth, causing ripples in the void. The fist fiercely struck the black stone pillar, yet the pillar did not shatter instantly. Instead, a few cracks appeared at the point of contact between Zhang Tianming's fist and the pillar, spreading outwards for several meters. Yin Daoren had intended to intervene, but alas, he had not anticipated that Zhang Tianming would strike without hesitation. He couldn't help but glance around, appearing ready to flee at any moment. Back in the day, he had casually struck a few stone pillars, and each time the terrifying energy unleashed had filled him with dread. Yet, the surroundings were eerily quiet, without a trace of energy fluctuations from the deadly formation. What is going on? Could it be that this pillar is different from the others? For a moment, numerous thoughts flashed through Yin Daoren's mind, but the tension and surprise on his face quickly faded, making it difficult to discern what he was truly thinking. This pillar is quite sturdy, Zhang Tianming snorted lightly. As the fist withdrew, a fist imprint was left on the stone pillar, and strangely the cracks were slowly beginning to frenzy. A deep grunt echoed in his heart, doubling the aura emanating from Zhang Tianming. He clenched his left fist and struck out forcefully. Boom! The sound of the punch reverberated across the sky. His left fist's power was already twice that of his right, and now in a state of frenzy the strength surged again by 100%. How terrifying! Bang! The left fist struck fiercely against the stone pillar. Crack, crack! Crack, crack! A multitude of cracks radiated outwards from Zhang Tianming's left fist. Rumble! Rumble! The surface of the stone pillar shed several stones which rolled to the ground and bounced repeatedly. Come again! Bang! The second punch, still with the left fist, left more cracks on the stone pillar, causing even more stones to tumble down. However, the pillar remained standing firmly, as if it were an unyielding pillar of heaven. Come again! Bang! Come again! Bang, bang! Bang! In just 30 seconds, Zhang Tianming delivered over 100 punches with both hands. Each punch possessed enough power to slay an Emperor Realm cultivator. Finally, as the last punch landed, the ancient black stone pillar, which had stood for countless millennia, collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a large amount of debris rolling to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust approached Zhang Tianming and the others, it naturally swirled around their bodies. After all, Zhang Tianming and his companions were all individuals with an understanding of the laws of heaven. Watching the swirling dust, Longshan waved her long sleeve, and a gust of wind swept by, instantly dispersing all the dust. Yin Daoren glanced at Zhang Tianming and smiled. Ba. Your power is truly impressive, Dao friend. I must say, I am in awe. You flatter me, Zhang Tianming. At this moment, as the dust settled, Zhang Tianming and the others quickly noticed an entrance facing downwards among the rubble. There really is an entrance. Yin Daoren's heart sank. This place, he had not dared to destroy with brute force, yet he had previously examined it with his spiritual power and found nothing particularly noteworthy. Unexpectedly, Longshan said it could be destroyed, and it truly could, leading to the discovery of an entrance. Could it be that the 72 black stone pillars built on the ground are merely a facade of the true Gu Yu 72 burial mounds? Audacious thief! How dare you destroy the guardian pillar of the burial mounds? A thunderous sound erupted from the heavens, shaking the very skies. Boom! 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 3 pillars of divine flames soared from the ground, illuminating the dark space with blazing light. The rising flames roared like dragons, threatening to set the world ablaze. Zhang Tianming and the others all sensed the terrifying heat, wild, furious, destructive, and chaotic. As if only by turning this world into a sea of flames could they find peace. In an instant, the 3 heavenly flames transformed into 3 massive fire beings, each clad in battle armor, exuding an air of authority, intimidating without even showing anger. Guardian Fire Generals. Zhang Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, the system prompt echoed once again in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for triggering the subjugation mission. Mission details: defeat and subjugate the 10 Guardian Fire Generals. Mission rewards 100 million experience points, 100 million dragon energy, increase success rate of obtaining the Mystic Fire Seal by 50%. The stacked mission refreshed again, but the completion rate was only 70%. Bach. Yin Daoren bowed slightly. I never expected that even the 3 great Guardian Fire Generals of heaven and earth would emerge. It seems that what lies below is the true Gu Yu 72 burial mounds. Zhang Tianming checked through the system, and indeed found the three Xuanhua, Tianjiang Xuanhua Dijiang, and Xuanhua Renjiang. However, it hardly mattered whether he checked or not, for the system had already issued a mission proving they were undoubtedly the Guardian Fire Generals. And these three are the most powerful among the Guardian Fire Generals. The aura emanating from the three Guardian Fire Generals was incredibly terrifying and powerful, rivaling that of Yin Dao Ren. However, the aura of Yin Dao Ren was a chilling coldness that seemed to belong to the depths of the nine hells, unfathomable, whereas the aura of these three Guardian Fire Generals represented the opposite extreme of a furious heat capable of incinerating everything, imbued with a terrifying yang energy. At this moment, the three towering Guardian Fire Generals looked down upon Zhang Tianming and the others like deities. You again, human. The Xuanhua Renjiang growled in anger, his gaze fixated on Zhang Tianming, raising his hand as if to strike him down. Calm down, third brother, Xuanhua Dijiang restrained him. Second brother, I wanted to strike him down earlier, but you and eldest brother pulled me back, resulting in the deaths of fourth brother and the others. Now do you still wish to stop me from killing him? Third brother, with eldest brother here, we follow his lead, Xuanhua Dijiang replied, finally releasing his grip on Xuanhua Renjiang's arm. Both turned to face Xuanhua Tianjiang. This one is the leader of the 10 Guardian Fire Generals, the most powerful existence aside from the Guardian God. Xuanhua Tianjiang did not look at his two brothers, but instead focused his gaze on Zhang Tianming and the others, the swirling flames in his giant eyes seeming to pierce through them all. After a moment, Xuanhua Tianjiang finally spoke. You have destroyed the guardian pillars left by our master, attempting to open the seal of the heart, committing an unforgivable crime. I advise you to obediently surrender and await our master's return for judgment. Go dream your big-head dreams. Before Zhang Tianming could speak, the Yin Daoist had already shouted coldly, then, without hesitation, charged forward and struck out with a palm. Bai Yushin Tian. With a whoosh, one palm was unleashed, and the world transformed. As the Yin Daoist struck out with that palm, the originally red and yellow world, illuminated by firelight, instantly manifested a long river of emerald green, as if it had emerged from the void between heaven and earth, exuding an extremely cold aura sweeping towards the three great Guardian Fire Generals. In that moment, it felt as if heaven and earth had reversed, and the Milky Way poured forth its might, shocking the heavens and weeping the spirits. What a powerful palm! Yi Zhiqiu exclaimed in astonishment. Those eyes hardly blinked. The force of the laws of heaven and earth contained in this palm has already reached perfection, and it is a fusion of space, water, and ice. Long Shan was equally astonished. A palm formed by the fusion of three elements. How terrible! However, looking at the expression of the Yin Daoist, it was clear that this palm was merely a casual display, indicating that his true strength was even more horrifying. Under the gaze of Zhang Tianming and the others, the emerald green river surged toward the three great Guardian Fire Generals. Get back! The Xianhua Renjiang shouted with a thunderous voice. Booming. The void in front wrinkled under the force of that shout, forming an invisible air shield that was heavily impacted by the river, erupting with a thunderous sound that shook the heavens. The shockwave alone was like a full-force strike from a supreme being. Zhang Tianming, Long Shan, and Yi Zhiqiu quickly unleashed their attacks to meet the surging shockwave. Is this the true battle of half-Dao realm experts? At that moment, Zhang Tianming and the others simultaneously had this thought. Compared to the Yin Daoist and the three Guardian Fire Generals, they felt that the so-called half-Dao realm experts they had encountered before seemed too weak. They were simply not on the same level. Third brother, be careful! Xianhua Dijiang shouted loudly. At that moment, the river actually broke through the air shield in front of the Xianhua Renjiang, violently crashing into him, nearly overwhelming him completely. Fortunately, the Xianhua Dijiang acted quickly to help block the terrifying strike, but even so, the Xianhua Renjiang still suffered a significant hidden loss. With this strike, the outcome was evident. If the Xianhua Renjiang were to fight alone, he would have no chance against the Yin Daoist. These bastards have helped that old bastard trap me for so many years. Today it is time to settle the debt. The Yin Daoist sneered coldly, completely ignoring the Xianhua Renjiang and Xianhua Dijiang, and made his move again. Wen Yusuahan. With a whoosh, endless cold air surged from behind the Yin Daoist, transforming into myriad ghostly chains that shot out toward the Xianhua Renjiang and Xianhua Dijiang. The Xianhua Renjiang and Xianhua Dijiang both raised their hands to defend, but those myriad ghostly chains were incredibly strange, being completely invisible, easily passing through their bodies. In that instant, the expressions of the Xianhua Renjiang and Xianhua Dijiang changed drastically, revealing profound fear. What a bunch of useless Guardian Fire Generals. Just this. The Yin Daoist sneered disdainfully. With a thought, the myriad ghostly chains tightened, causing the Xianhua Renjiang and Xianhua Dijiang to scream in agony. Their cries were heart-wrenching. Release. The Xian Huatianjiang let out a soft breath as if issuing a holy decree, causing the myriad ghostly chains that penetrated the bodies of the Xian Huarinjiang and Xian Huadijiang to snap immediately. Bang bang bang. Even though the myriad ghostly chains were completely invisible, they still made the sound of metallic chains breaking, and those ghostly chains truly danced chaotically in the void before falling to the ground, as if they had lost all vitality. Only then did the Yin Daoist slightly furrow his brow, casting a serious glance at the Xian Huatianjiang. Others might not know, but he was very clear. That last move when Yu Suohun was not an ordinary technique, but one of his divine abilities. To be able to break his divine ability with a mere word was obviously not simple. Fellow Taoists, these three fellows will definitely do their utmost to prevent us from entering the DU-70 pits. It is best for us to work together to eliminate them first, and then proceed to the DU-72 pits. As his thoughts flashed, the Yin Daoist glanced at Zhang Tianming and the others. Whoosh! Before anyone could respond, Zhang Tianming took the lead, transforming into a streak of light and flying into the entrance among the rubble. At the same time, a sound transmission pierced into the minds of Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu. Without a moment's hesitation, following Zhang Tianming, the two also flew into that entrance with a whoosh. The Yin Daoist was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. Those three little brats actually ran off on their own. Humph. Don't let me catch you, otherwise you'll regret it. In a fit of rage, the Yin Daoist wanted to fly towards the entrance, but the Xian Huatianjiang shouted in anger. Stop right there. Whoosh. A pillar of flame erupted from his mouth, rushing towards the Yin Daoist. Looking at the flaming pillar charging towards him, the Yin Daoist showed no sign of relaxation, striking out with all his strength while his body darted swiftly. Booming. The palm strike collided with the flame pillar, unleashing a terrifying might. The impact shattered the void like a drought-stricken field, and those cracks continued to spread far away. The Yin Daoist, like a flash of colored lightning, swiftly dodged the spreading void cracks, but from within those cracks a giant hand engulfed in flames suddenly reached out, as if trying to seize the Yin Daoist. Unfortunately, the Yin Daoist had seen through it in advance and successfully evaded. Though he wasn't hit, the Yin Daoist was still unable to enter the entrance in the rubble due to the force of the obstruction. Take this person down first. The Xian Huatianjiang spoke again. Immediately, the Xian Huarinjiang and Xian Huadijiang launched a fierce attack against the Yin Daoist. With the assistance of the Xian Huatianjiang, the three great guardian fire generals joined forces, causing the Yin Daoist to be forced back step by step, falling into a disadvantage and clearly not being their opponent. Damn it! I was born with a divine body, and I have an eternal life equal to heaven and earth. With just the three of you worthless fools, do you think you can capture me? Dream on. Buzz. As he passed through the entrance amid the rubble, Zhang Tianming immediately felt a surge of power sweep across his body. Suddenly, his entire field of vision changed, revealing an incredibly vast underground world. Looking around, the entire underground world stretched for miles, illuminated by dim light above with magma and dark ground below. Buzz! Buzz! As soon as Zhang Tianming arrived, two more buzzing sounds followed, and the figures of Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu also appeared. Zhang Tianming did not look at the two of them, but instead scanned the underground world. 72 magma pools. Could this be the earthly abyss? 72 caves. Zhang Tianming murmured. Beside him, Long Shan nodded slightly and said, indeed, according to the ancient texts collected by our Long family, the earthly abyss 72 caves gather the number of earthly evil spirits, concentrating the yin and evil energies of heaven and earth into one. The 72 evil pillars on the ground correspond to this, but the earthly abyss 72 caves hold another secret. That is, the 72 caves are not naturally yin attributes, but arise from extreme yang, giving birth to yin. The 72 magma pools are precisely where the extreme yang lies, and intricate formations inscribed at the edges of the pools can infinitely convert extreme yang energy into yin evil energy, thus forming the true earthly abyss 72 caves, enabling it to combine with the 36 stars of heaven to create a resonance of yin and yang, allowing this ancient treasure to wield the formidable power to influence the Taoist fortune. After hearing Long Shan's explanation, Zhang Tianming felt an even greater admiration for the ancient powerhouse who crafted the mystic fire seal. Senior Sister Long, how do we break this? You must fully unleash the power of the ancient divine fire, and I will use secret techniques to assist you in opening it, Long Shan said directly without further ado. After all, the three of them were able to enter this place, so it was uncertain whether the three guardian fire generals could also come here. Given their strength, it would be terrifyingly difficult to handle even one guardian fire general, let alone if another one came, they would definitely be in big trouble. Now they could only hope that the three guardian fire generals could entangle with the Yin Crow Taoist for a while longer. Junior brother Jean, junior sister Long, you can exert your full strength. I will go to the entrance and hold them off for a while to buy you enough time. After saying this, Yi Zhiqiu turned to face an immovable energy portal in the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He formed seals with his fingers quick as lightning, and mystical runes continuously emerged from the void, swirling around Yi Zhiqiu's body like chains of law. Yi Zhiqiu was also chanting incantations. Seal of heaven and earth open. Buzz. A strange force surged forth, and the chains of laws surrounding Yi Zhiqiu instantly intertwined into a web heading towards the swirling energy entrance. Yi Zhiqiu did not dare to stop there, continuing to channel his star power and the power of laws, constantly injecting energy into the chains of laws. Zhan Tianming and Long Shan no longer hesitated. Boom, boom, boom. With a thought from Zhan Tianming, the nine-yang divine emperor flame suddenly surged from within him, transforming him into a flaming war god. The overwhelming fire power was awe-inspiring, as if it sought to incinerate the heavens and destroy the earth. Beside him, Long Shan quickly formed seals using secret techniques to draw upon Zhan Tianming's nine-yang divine emperor flame. My. Long Shan was slightly taken aback. Although she had seen Zhan Tianming's nine-yang divine emperor flame before and knew he possessed ancient divine fire, now that she was personally drawing upon it, she truly felt its earth-shattering violent power, even greater than what was recorded in their Long family's ancient texts. Could it be that over the years the ancient divine fire has evolved and become stronger? Long Shan had no idea that Zhan Tianming's nine-yang divine emperor flame was a fusion of 3 ancient divine fires and could not be compared to just one ancient divine fire. The doubt flashed through her mind, but Long Shan quickly focused her thoughts and exerted her full strength in the secret technique. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming divine flame danced high into the sky. Initially, the 72 magma pools only trembled slightly, but moments later, with a loud boom, magma from one of the pools was drawn up by the nine-yang divine emperor flame, transforming into a pillar of magma that shot into the sky, resembling a divine pillar supporting the heavens. At this moment, no intense heat was emanating. Instead, an astonishing force of evil surged forth. Boom. Magma also erupted from the second magma pool. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the magma pools erupted, sending pillars of magma soaring into the sky, while some small magma rained down. The entire underground world also trembled due to the erupting magma. Long Shan's forehead was already beaded with fine sweat. Clearly, drawing upon the nine-yang divine emperor flame was still somewhat strenuous for her. If Zhan Tianming were to exert even the slightest control over the nine-yang divine emperor flame, Long Shan's secret techniques would not be able to summon it at all. Junior brother Zhan, do you know about the earthly evil 72 star formation? Long Shan suddenly asked. I do, Zhan Tianming nodded. He had seen this formation in the system store and had exchanged for it to study. That's great, Long Shan said with a slight smile. Although she did not know how Zhan Tianming had learned this ancient formation, it was not the time to dwell on that. She continued, the ancient divine fire within you is too powerful. I cannot control it to complete the entire opening process. Since you know the earthly evil 72 star formation, I will explain the changes, and you will control the ancient divine fire. All right, Zhan Tianming nodded. Under their cooperation, a strong resonance and vibration began between the nine-yang divine emperor flame and the 72 soaring magma pillars. Boom, rumble. Boom, rumble. At the entrance, a violent rumbling sound emerged, and the chains of law set up by Yi Zhiqiu were shaken violently, as if they might snap at any moment. Reinforce it for me. Yi Zhiqiu glared, gritting his teeth, fully channeling his inner star power. Zhan Tianming and Long Shan did not dare to be distracted and continued to open the earthly abyss 72 caves. As the nine-yang divine emperor flame rose, it transformed into a massive fire whip connecting 9 of the soaring magma pillars together. Subsequently, some of the nine-yang divine emperor flames separated and transformed into various runes, moving between the 9 pillars, constantly drawing upon the thicker and richer evil power within. Moments later, the 9 soaring magma pillars turned completely black. The evil power was fully activated to its limit. Second group, with the Azure Dragon Star position at the forefront, extending to the Heavenly Star General position and then to the Hingyang Heavenly position. Long Shan began to speak the changes. Zhan Tianming did not hesitate at all, controlling the nine-yang divine emperor flame to fly through the second group of 9-star positions. And there were a total of 8 groups of such changes. Rumble, rumble. The celestial law chains sealing the entrance trembled violently, warping under the onslaught. Were it not for Yi Zhiqiu continuously infusing stellar energy and invoking the primordial forces of heaven and earth, they would have shattered instantly. Even as Yi Zhiqiu exerted every ounce of his strength, torrents of flame still pierced through the energy aperture at the threshold, relentlessly striking the law chains. and seeping through their fissures like venomous breath. Clearly the opponent's fire law far surpassed the resilience of Yi Zhiqiu's celestial bindings. Senior sister Long recount every subsequent transformation, then assist senior brother Yi. Zhang Tianming spoke swiftly. He had already discerned that Yi Zhiqiu standing alone could not hold out much, and judging by the current pace of activation, completing the opening of the 72 Abyssal Su Shui would take no less than 1 incense stick's time, far beyond what remained. Longshan perceived this at once. Her crimson lips parted softly, murmuring an ancient sutra whose resonance flooded Zhang Tianming's mind. Then without hesitation she darted toward Yi Zhiqiu's position. With a surge of true energy, 7 lotus phantoms bloomed in the air, each coalescing under her sword's guidance into a divine blade sharp as fate itself. Senior brother Yi, I shall reinforce you with my sword formation, Longshan declared. Very well. Yi Zhiqiu nodded. Instantly his hand seals shifted, adapting his heaven and earth sealing seal to harmonize with Longshan's formation. With the sword formation integrated, the sealing force at the entrance intensified markedly. The rampant surges of law flame, once spilling wildly outward, now receded like tide before a sovereign shore. Though Zhang Tianming did not witness the scene with his eyes, his soul sense perceived every shift with crystalline clarity. May senior brother Yi and senior sister Long endure just a little longer. A quiet murmur echoed within his heart. Then he withdrew his focus entirely, channeling all will and essence into guiding the 9-sun divine emperor flame to unlock the 72 abyssal Su Shui. One sequence, then another. One by one the 72 abyssal Su Shui awakened. Each successfully activated Su Shui transmuted its molten pillar into a towering obsidian divine column, solidified, unyielding, and rising like pillars upholding heaven and earth, radiating an aura of chilling, soul-shattering malice. Any cultivator below the level of martial emperor who dared enter this realm would have their spirit and soul erased outright by that very aura alone. What unspeakable terror did this malice embody? And as more Su Shui ignited, the subterranean world grew ever colder, its chill sharpening into a blade that pierced marrow and froze thought. The 7th set. As time flowed onward, Zhang Tianming had successfully unlocked the 7th set of the 72 abyssal Su Shui, leaving only 9 colossal magma pillars piercing skyward, yet unopened. But, at that very moment, a thunderous explosion shook the void. Yi Zhiqiu and Longshan's combined defense finally collapsed. A torrent of apocalyptic flame surged inward, coalescing into the towering, wrathful form of the Xuanhua Divine General. Daredevil, cease at once. The Xuanhua Divine General roared, the sound shattering the firmament itself. Stop him, Longshan cried sharply, lunging forward first. Lotus Sword Song. Phantom Heart Strike. Clang. A resonant sword song rang across the heavens, conjuring a 3-hang-long blade of pure light, a weapon forged from illusion and will, that cleaved downward upon the Xuanhua Divine General, its edge seeming capable of sundering creation itself. Get out of my way, the Xuanhua Divine General snarled. Whoosh. His right fist lashed forth, unleashing a tyrannical wave of annihilation that struck the descending blade directly. Boom. The blade phantom shattered instantly, scattering into motes of starlight. Heaven and Earth's Yi Zhiqiu's Heaven and Earth sealing seal had been broken, his chi recoiling violently, blood surging in his meridians. Yet Longshan's brief diversion granted him precious moments to steady himself. Without delay he drew forth the water element imperial sword, gifted earlier by Zhang Tianming, and slashed forth with desperate precision. Clang. That single stroke cleaved reality, its aura threatening to sever heaven and earth, eclipse sun and moon, a strike of peerless dread. Yet the Xuanhua Divine General merely flicked his wrist. Roar, roar, roar. An inferno of law flame erupted, engulfing Yi Zhiqiu's sword energy utterly, then surged onward without pause, swallowing Yi Zhiqiu whole in its blazing maw. Senior brother Yi. Longshan gasped, startled but swift. With no time to hesitate, she struck again, her blade arcing toward the Xuanhua Divine General, now striding inexorably toward Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming sensed the battle erupting at the entrance, and his brow furrowed faintly. Just a little more. Give me 3 minutes. 3 minutes is all I need. A silent scream tore through his mind. Yet hope was fragile, reality merciless. Even an ordinary half-Dao realm expert would struggle to impede the Xuanhua Divine General for 3 minutes, let alone Longshan, and Yi Zhiqiu especially, with Yi Zhiqiu grievously wounded. Zhang Tianming had no choice but to redouble his focus, guiding the 9-sun Divine Emperor flame to ignite the final 9 magma pillars. At this moment Xiao Zi and Ing'er were elsewhere, searching for the key of 10,000 bones, and thus absent from the battlefield, unable to lend aid. If only I possessed a true body double, Zhang Tianming murmured inwardly. Indeed, ever since learning that half-Dao realm masters cultivated independent avatars to amplify their Dao fortune, he had contemplated this path deeply. His memory-based martial technique, Ju's Insight, had already been employed twice. The third activation would cost 1 million Dragon Chi. That sum posed no insurmountable barrier for him now, but among all avatar techniques imprinted in his memory, the Shadow Clone stood clearest. Though potent, the Shadow Clone divided the user's internal energy equally. Multiplying clones diminished individual combat potency proportionally. Moreover, such clones could neither cultivate autonomously nor evolve independently, not like those forged by half-Dao realm masters of the Jiulong continent, who nurtured avatars as living extensions of self. Thus, compared to true avatars, the Shadow Clone fell short. Elegant in form, yet fundamentally inferior in essence. After all those Shadow Clones could train separately to accumulate experience, they ultimately merged back into the host, bolstering only his growth. Without attaining independent existence, and during creation, they siphoned vital energy from the core self. Such trade-offs defied easy judgment. This dilemma remained the chief reason Zhang Tianming had never spent Dragon Chi to deepen his insight into the Shadow Clone. Yet another avatar technique lingered in his mind, distant, vivid, and potent. The Monkey King's hair clone art: pluck a handful of fur, breathe celestial chi, and instantly manifest 10,000 incarnations. These clones lacked cultivation capacity or longevity, but crucially, they drained no energy from the host, rendering them supremely practical for tactical deployment. Yet, neither the Shadow Clone nor the hair clone technique of the 72 transformations fulfilled Zhang Tianming's aspiration, nor did they meet the standards demanded by half-Dao realm masters. What they truly required was an external avatar, born of Dao, sustained by will, and sovereign in its own right. 300 million Dragon Chi, is it truly worth it? Zhang Tianming felt somewhat conflicted within. He had originally planned to return to Jiulong Academy when time permitted and consult his master Long Yao about the true art of separation. In the system shop, there was a manual titled Art of External Avatars priced at 300 million Dragon Chi. This was considered one of the most expensive manuals in the shop, even 3 times more costly than the Dragon Clan's bloodline. Moreover, even if he purchased it now, it would not guarantee the immediate creation of an external avatar capable of battling the Xuanhua general. There was also one other factor that Zhang Tianming could not foresee. That is, should his external avatar be cultivated by himself? Or would it, like him, also possess a supreme dragon god system? Forget it, he'll comprehend it first. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianming made his final decision. Ding dong. Please confirm whether to purchase Art of External Avatars. Yes. Ding dong. Purchase successful. Would you like to cultivate? Cultivate. Ding dong. Cultivation successful. Congratulations, host. Zhang Tianming has learned the art of external avatars. In an instant, Zhang Tianming felt an incredibly profound technique added to his mind. Open the martial arts interface. Skill: Art of External Avatars, Supreme Level, First Layer, Proficiency 0-100, Spirit Consumption 1, Description 1. External Avatar, manifesting heaven and earth, independent spirit roaming the universe. At the first layer, one can cultivate another spirit aside from the main body possessing an external avatar. At the second layer, 2 spirits can be cultivated possessing 2 external avatars. At the third layer, 4 spirits can be cultivated possessing 4 external avatars. At the fourth layer, 8 spirits can be cultivated possessing 8 external avatars. And so on until the 9th layer is fully realized, allowing for a total of 256 external avatars. Description 2. When simultaneously possessing multiple avatars, one can control them to merge into one, rapidly enhancing the avatar's strength, but this fusion cannot occur between the avatar and the main body. Description 3. Each external avatar that enters the main body can provide 1/10 of its strength to the main body. After leaving, the enhancement effect disappears. Zhang Tianming merely glanced at it quickly. With his current speed of perception, this brief scan was more than enough to read through all the introductions. 1 external avatar. I wonder how strong it can be. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Without further deliberation, Zhang Tianming immediately initiated the art of external avatars. In that moment, Zhang Tianming felt a spirit separating from his body, then a brilliant light erupted as vast amounts of spiritual energy gathered from the world. Even the laws of heaven and earth pierced through space, descending here, and in a very short time coalescing into an external avatar that looked exactly like him. Zhang Tianming also clearly felt that his sword power had been replicated by the laws of heaven and earth merging into the body of this avatar, and the cultivation level of that avatar. What the heck? Zhang Tianming, who hadn't cursed in a long time, was utterly stunned by this scene. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? The strength of the sword avatar was not at all inferior. It was entirely on par with Zhang Tianming's realm, both at the 9-star martial emperor level. Moreover, Perhaps because the sword avatar only possessed sword power, while Zhang Tianming's comprehension of swordsmanship was only at the 8 paths of the sword, which alone could not manifest the 9-star martial emperor. Thus, when the laws of heaven and earth replicated the avatar and sword power, they directly supplemented the slight comprehension Zhang Tianming was lacking. The sword avatar thus possessed the comprehension of the 9 paths of the sword. Standing there, it resembled a divine sword returned to its sheath. It would remain sheathed, but once drawn it would surely astonish heaven and earth. That is an avatar. Longshan noticed the change on Zhang Tianming's side. After all the earlier commotion caused by the descending laws of heaven and earth, and the gathering of vast spiritual energy was not small, though it was impossible to overlook. Moreover, relying on the treasure given by the elder of Julong Academy, Yi Zhiqiu barely managed to resist the Xuanhua general's flame of law and also took notice. Even the Xuanhua general discovered Zhang Tianming's sword avatar. They were not overly surprised by the art of separation, but the fact that the avatar's strength was faintly even higher than the main body was hard to believe. Both Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu knew that Zhang Tianming's comprehension of swordsmanship was only at the 8th, yet from this avatar they sensed an immensely greater power than the 8 paths of the sword. Although this power was quite restrained, both of them had considerable expertise in swordsmanship, allowing them to perceive it clearly. As the brilliance faded, the sword avatar finally coalesced. It glanced at Zhang Tianming, and without the latter saying a word understood the intention, then said, "I shall borrow a sword." "Take it." Zhang Tianming nodded. Instantly a surge within him occurred, and a beam of sword light emerged, transforming into an ancient sword mold. The nameless divine sword. Having been nurtured within Zhang Tianming's body for quite some time, as soon as it appeared it was grasped by the sword avatar, exuding a divine might that could pierce through heaven and earth. Whirring. The nameless divine sword seemed to sense the sword avatar's mastery of the 9 paths of the sword, emitting a joyous humming sound. "Ha ha ha, it seems you are also quite happy." The sword avatar gently stroked the nameless divine sword, using the word also because he was equally delighted. What could be more joyous than a master who comprehended the 9 paths of the sword encountering a peerless At that moment the joy in the heart of the sword avatar was beyond words. "No need to rush, I shall fulfill your wish," the sword avatar said again. Finally, he turned to look at the Xuanhua general rushing over in the distance, his eyes calm and unperturbed, as if nothing in this world could capture his attention aside from the sword. To say he was born for the sword would not be an exaggeration. "Let him come." The sword avatar called out to Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu. The two were momentarily stunned before dispersing. With the two no longer restraining him, the Xuanhua general surged forward like a raging inferno, charging directly towards Zhang Tianming. He absolutely could not allow Zhang Tianming to activate the Earthly Abyss 72 caverns. After all, once the Earthly Abyss 72 caverns were activated, coupled with the already opened Heavenly Star 36 formation, the core of the Xuanhua seal would be completely unlocked. At that time, the Xuanhua seal would also be taken away. Their mission as seal guardians was to protect the Xuanhua seal and wait for the return of their master. Boom, boom, boom. The Xuanhua general rushing forward was akin to an enraged fire god crashing fiercely. However, the face of the sword avatar remained calm, as tranquil as an ancient well without a ripple. He slowly raised the nameless divine sword in his hand. Then with a gentle slash of the sword, clang, the sword was drawn, and the heavens and earth trembled in awe. That seemingly casual strike unleashed a majestic might that shook one's very soul. The sword light instantly sliced through the body of the Xuanhua general, then vanished into the void. This sword, Zhang Tianming's heart surged with shock. In his mind, the understanding of the technique inherited from merging with the nameless divine sword suddenly multiplied several times, as if he had grasped a fragment of something profound. However, he had no time to contemplate further, sensing the unstable connection between the Zhuyang divine Emperor Yin and the last 9 magma fire pillars. He could only focus his mind and exert all his strength to open the final 9 earthly abyssal caverns. After all, with the Sword Dao avatar present, there would be many such opportunities for insight. Even if one round of comprehension wasn't enough, he could always come back for more, eventually reclaiming that rare understanding. On the other side, Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu stood in stunned silence. They witnessed the Xuanhua general's body, which had charged forward, turn into nothingness at a visible speed, completely dissipating into the void. Dead. This protective fire general, who could not be easily slain, was just cut down by Zhang Tianming's avatar with a single sword strike. How powerful was that sword? Although Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu saw the Sword Dao avatar strike, the avatar had already integrated the 9 paths of sword into itself, becoming a part of him. It wielded the sword's power freely and without hindrance. To avoid influencing Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu, he condensed the sword power into a single line, allowing only the Xuanhua general facing that sword to clearly sense its might. Yet Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu were entirely oblivious, feeling as if that sword was quite ordinary. Moreover, even with their understanding of the 8 paths of sword, they found that sword to be quite mundane. Had they not immersed themselves so deeply in the sword Dao, they might have thought that sword was weaker than one struck by an ordinary martial king. That sword has already reached the realm of returning to simplicity, Yi Zhiqiu said longingly. Indeed, Long Shan nodded. So the 9 paths of sword are truly powerful. Although we have comprehended the sword Dao to the 8th level, we are still far from the 9th. Yi Zhiqiu unconsciously nodded. Yes. After witnessing that sword returning to simplicity, they realized how vast the gap was between the 8 and 9 paths of sword. This gap was countless times larger than a stunning chasm. If the 8 paths of sword were the martial sovereign realm, then the 9 paths of sword represented the martial emperor realm, and the difference was indeed colossal. In the face of a martial emperor, a martial sovereign was nothing more than an ant easily extinguished with a mere snap of the fingers. Such was the disparity. Terrifying indeed. At this moment, Zhang Taiming's completion rate for the stacking task had also reached 80%. If he could defeat both the Xuanhua Heavenly General and the Xuanhua Earth General, he would gain 100 million experience points and 100 million dragon energy, while the success rate for obtaining the Xuanhua seal would increase to 50%. Zhang Taiming merely glanced over, showing no concern, and continued to exert all his effort to open the 72 earthly abyssal caverns. Not far away, the sword Dao avatar turned gracefully, taking a step, and its entire being melded into Zhang Taiming's body, along with the nameless divine sword which returned to Zhang Taiming's bloodline. The external avatar could freely merge with or separate from the main body. In that instant, Zhang Tianming felt a new surge of power, a 10% increase in strength. Quite impressive. Zhang Tianming felt a flicker of joy. An external avatar entering the main body allowed his strength to gain a 10% boost, which was undoubtedly a significant advantage. Of course, if the external avatar left the main body, that enhancement would vanish. Moreover, more importantly, as the sword Dao avatar entered the main body, Zhang Taiming's comprehension of the 9 paths of sword improved significantly. As if with just a few hours of careful pondering, he could completely break through from the 8 to the 9 paths of sword. However, Zhang Tianming currently had no time for such contemplation. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. The last 9 pillars of magma surged skyward, turning completely black and solidifying into towering divine pillars. Rumbling. The entire underground space trembled. No. It should be said that the entire Xuanhua, this towering giant peak which reached into the clouds, let out its first roar to the world after countless millennia of silence. It showcased its unparalleled majesty and divine power to the world for the first time. At the same time, the flames on Flame Mountain and the protective fire spirits were all drawn in by a powerful force merging into Flame Mountain. As the immense Flame Mountain trembled violently, the once incredibly hard rocks began to roll down in large chunks. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, and the rumbling sounds were incessant. Tian Bewley, Xian Lei, and Nangong Wenting, who had already fled to the outside of Flame Mountain, were all startled. What's happening? Has someone succeeded in obtaining this ancient supreme treasure? Nangong Wenting was the first to stand up, his eyes fixed intently on the distant giant peak. No, it doesn't seem like it was taken by someone, or it feels more like the seal has been activated, said Menina, her brows furrowed. Xian Lei, whom she was taking care of, seemed somewhat better, but still exhibited unstable energy. The seal has been activated. If that's the case, this ancient supreme treasure is truly about to reveal itself to the world, Nangong Wenting said excitedly. Unfortunately, he understood very well that even if this ancient supreme treasure were to reveal itself, it would have little to do with him. Reaching the entrance of the seal would take them half a day, even with their strength, and in that time, it would be enough for the person inside the seal to successfully claim the treasure. Yet if they did not go, they would feel unsatisfied. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited here for so many days. At this moment, the falling rocks had already descended, revealing the true form of the Xuanhua seal. It was an extraordinary seal carved with 2 spiraling divine dragons. Whoosh! Just as Menina and Nangong Wenting were gazing at this celestial seal, a figure wrapped in death energy, Tian Bewley, transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the entrance of the seal. What a cunning old fox, Nangong Wenting snorted softly. He glanced at Menina, who hesitated before looking at Xian Lei, seemingly worried to leave him alone. Nangong Wenting also turned his gaze toward Xian Lei. After all, Xian Lei was indeed great. I'm fine, you all go quickly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if the chance of success is extremely small, it's worth a shot, even if it's just 1 in 10,000. Xian Lei completely saw through Nangong Wenting and Menina's thoughts, then began to persuade them. How about this old Xian? I'll leave this Emperor Realm puppet here to protect you. As he spoke, Nangong, Winning took out a humanoid puppet from his Chinquan bag. Within the ancient space, deep beneath the Shoshu realm, Zhan Tianming gazed upon the 72 celestial pillars towering before him, each saturated with evil energy, and finally exhaled a long, relieved breath. At last the seal has been successfully activated. Now I must locate the ancient itself. He then turned his gaze toward the entrance. Go! With a sharp whoosh, Zhan Tianming shot forward like an arrow, darting through the threshold and re-entering the hellish expanse of the Shoshu realm. Enya Daoist Xuanhua Heavenly General and Xuanhua Earthly General had vanished into some distant battlefield, nowhere to be seen. Yet Zhan Tianming paid them no mind. Instead, he scanned the boundless Stygian wasteland, seeking the very edge of hell, the only path out of this realm and back into the ancient space. After all, this place was merely the impole of the Inshin mechanism. The Inshin itself could hardly reside here, nor for that matter within the Shugong realm, where the 36 stellar mantras were concealed. Senior Brother Zhan, what are you searching for? Yi Zhiqiu asked. The edge of hell, Zhan Tianming replied. Hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu nodded slowly, recalling the words spoken by the Hellhound with 3 heads. Only by reaching the edge of hell could one hope to escape this place. Boom. Boom. At that very moment, an immense shockwave erupted from the far horizon, so violent it sent ripples tearing through the void itself. Even at a distance exceeding 1,000 li, its cataclysmic force shook the air around Zhan Tianming and his companions. That must be Enya Daoist and the 2 remaining seal-guarding fire generals, Zhan Tianming murmured inwardly. He had originally intended to depart immediately in search of the Inshin. Yet upon reflection, he realized the Supreme Dragon God System's assignment, to subdue the 10 seal-guarding fire generals, surely carried profound significance. Senior Brother Zhan, earlier you sent a spirit message instructing us not to interfere with Enya Daoist. Yi Zhiqiu had long harbored this question, but until now, with the urgent need to activate the 72 nether caverns and block the Xuanhua human general's intrusion, there had been no time to ask. Enya Daoist is no outsider. He is the Inseal Eye of this ancient supreme treasure, incarnated from a true 5-colored Incrow. Zhan Tianming replied. What a genuine 5-colored Incrow. Both Yi Zhiqiu and Long Shan recoiled in shock. The 5-colored Incrow, a legendary fiend of unparalleled dread. Wherever it appeared, a primordial evil spirit, or some other abominable entity, was invariably lurking nearby. There is no need for such alarm. This space likely harbors no primordial malevolence. If my intuition serves me, while the 5-colored Incrow was captured and sealed here by the immortal cultivator who forged this ancient supreme treasure, transformed into the Inseal Eye. Zhan Tianming framed this as mere conjecture, leaving no trace of certainty, lest he inadvertently reveal the existence of the Supreme Dragon God System. Even the faintest suspicion would be best avoided. Then we should hasten to find the edge of hell and depart this, Yi Zhiqiu urged. No, Zhan Tianming shook his head. You intend to go there? Longshan asked. Though she had scarcely known Zhan Tianming, their brief companionship had granted her uncanny insight. She could read his intentions in every gesture, every word. Indeed, Zhan Tianming nodded. Precisely. I must go, defeat the Xuanhua Heavenly General and the Xuanhua Earthly General. Silence fell between Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu. They had witnessed the terrifying might of those 2 generals firsthand, their power capable of shattering heavens and rending earth. Even deploying the hidden trump cards bestowed by their academy's elders would likely prove futile. Yet Zhan Tianming's strength perhaps truly matched theirs in combat. Senior Sister Long, Senior Brother Yi, if I am not mistaken, this is the entrance. You should fly directly opposite, straight across, hoping to reach the edge of hell. I shall first confront the 2 seal-guarding fire generals, then catch up with you. Zhan Tianming pointed them toward their course. Though uncertain whether this direction was correct, it remained the most logical inference, like moving from front gate to rear gate, always diametrically opposed. Agreed. Long Shan inclined her head gracefully. Yi Zhiqiu likewise nodded. As soon as they departed, Zhan Tianming wasted no time, shooting forth toward the epicenter of the battle's lingering tremors. 1,000 li, though vast to ordinary mortals, was but the blink of an eye to Zhan Tianming now. Fellow Daoist, might you require assistance? Upon arrival, he called out casually, while carefully maintaining a safe distance from the battlefield, prepared to retreat instantly should danger arise. Seeing Zhan Tianming appear, Enya Daoist sneered inwardly. After all, Zhan Tianming and his companions had abandoned him without a second glance. Yet he also recognized alone he stood no chance against both the Xuanhua Heavenly and Earthly Generals. If Zhan Tianming could pin down even one foe for a short, while victory might yet be possible. His thoughts flashed, and he swiftly suppressed his resentment, feigning gratitude instead. Fellow Daoist, please lend me your strength. Help me eliminate these 2 wretches. A faint smile curled Zhang Tianming's lips. Fellow Taoist, I would indeed be honored to assist. Yet I am still searching for the key of 10,000 bones. My fear grows perilously thin. You, Enya Taoist choked on his own words, fury boiling within. Wait, the key of 10,000 bones. Is it the one forged from jade bone? Recalling the very key he bore upon his person, Enya Taoist, while fending off both generals, asked urgently, fellow Taoist, is the key you seek truly cast from jade bone? Zhang Tianming's heart quickened, his suspicion confirmed. He had long suspected the key of 10,000 bones resided with Enya Taoist, and now it did. Indeed. Do you happen to possess it? Zhang Tianming asked, voice calm, expression unreadable. If you aid me in dispatching these two, I shall gift you the key. Enya Taoist replied. Agreed, let it be so. Zhang Tianming smiled. Whoosh. His sword Dao avatar surged forth from his body, clutching the nameless divine blade, its form radiating the aura of a peerless celestial weapon drawn from its scabbard. Sword raised, strike. Swoosh. A blade light erupted, so fierce it inverted heaven and earth, eclipsed sun and moon. Piercing with unerring clarity, it cleaved straight into the Xuanhua earthly general. Ho! Ho! Flames roared across the general's body, then sputtered and died. One slash, swish. The virtual whip seemed capable of slicing everything in its path in half, sharp and unmatched, ruthlessly tearing towards the infernal beast. If it weren't for the latter pausing for a moment, it would have certainly collided directly. It actually dodged a thought flickered in Zhang Tianming's mind. Previously, when he unleashed the dragon breath and the ice heart sword technique, through his sword clone, the infernal beast remained unmoved and broke through them directly. Yet now this dragon split long sky forced the infernal beast to actively evade. Perhaps this move of his was indeed effective against the infernal beast. At this moment, Zhang Tianming, under the operation of Dragon God technique, transformed into a divine dragon, naturally awakening several divine abilities. Dragon breath. 1,000-fold increase in power. Dragon split long sky, etc. These were all powers acquired after transforming into a divine dragon. Without further thought, Zhang Tianming unleashed Dragon Split Long Sky, once more the dazzling golden light spilling 3 feet from the dragon claws, radiating with the might to destroy the heavens and earth. Come again. Swish. With a tear of his claws, another virtual whip shot out. Indeed, the infernal beast dodged once more. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Longshan, carrying Yi Zhiqiu, had already flown far away at high speed. Roar. The infernal beast was consumed with rage. As its roar echoed, the entire 18th level of hell suddenly trembled. A surge of overwhelming fury erupted from the void and surged towards it. Not good, it is leveraging the power of the Xuanhua seal. Zhang Tianming's brow furrowed. This creature was already incredibly strong. If it were to draw upon the power of the Xuanhua seal again, even if it were just a tiny fraction, it would be a devastating blow to him. It must be stopped. Without Zhang Tianming needing to say much, the sword clone naturally sensed his thoughts and began to wield the nameless divine sword. Swish, swish, swish. Each sword strike in the void extended a gigantic sword chi over 100 feet long, slashing towards the flames converging in the air. Boom, boom. The energy surged violently, the force clashed, disturbing the flames gathering from. Fortunately, the sword clone wielding the nameless divine sword was able to achieve this. Otherwise, if it were any other sword force that hadn't reached the 9th level, or didn't possess the nameless divine sword, it would have been impossible to disrupt those gathering flames. After all, that was just a faint trace of the Xuanhua seal's power. And the infernal beast was inherently fused with the Xuanhua seal being a part of it. How terrifying was the power of the Xuanhua seal, it commanded. Zhang Tianming wouldn't give the infernal beast another chance to channel the Xuanhua seal, and tore out another virtual whip, charging straight towards the infernal beast. However, this powerful killing move, which tore the heavens and formed a temporarily stable void fissure channeling the tearing force, could not be unleashed too many times in a short period, even with Zhang Tianming's transformed dragon body. After casting 6 or 7 virtual whips, he felt a severe pain emanating from his dragon claws. Junior brother Zhang, come quickly. Longshan's voice reached him. She had already brought Yi Zhiqiu to the exit. Meanwhile, the Yin Crow Taoist had already left earlier with not even a shadow visible. Zhang Tianming and his sword clone wanted to leave, but they were completely entangled by the infernal beast. Roar, roar, roar. The infernal beast continuously let out earth-shattering roars. Wherever the sound waves passed, they possessed the might to destroy the heavens, and Zhang Tianming and his clone dared not charge through. After all, the power of this infernal beast was too terrifying. Even a single breath, if directly blown onto Zhang Tianming, would be sufficient to severely injure or even kill him. This was the might of a super divine beast close to the 9th Yin realm. Zhang Tianming tried it out. He was clad in dragon god armor, and had a dragonized body, yet merely grazing against the sound waves from the infernal beast's roar caused excruciating pain, directly shattering a piece of dragon scale. Such terrifying power. If it weren't for the dragon god armor with my current physical strength, I would probably be instantly turned into blood mist. Swish. Zhang Taiming's figure flickered rapidly, daring not to let those sound waves approach him, even slightly. However, because of this, he had no opportunity to cross through those walls of sound waves towards the exit. Roar. Suddenly, amidst the long roar of the infernal beast, a Threes-Hanglong clone beast emerged from its body, swiftly charging towards Long Shan and Yi Zhiqiu. Sister Long, you take senior brother Yi and leave first. Zhang Tianming shouted loudly. At the same time, he raised his hand and threw out several previously crafted fire pearls. Bang, bang, bang. The fire pearls exploded, forming a vast amount of flame energy. Indeed, the clone beast that charged out, including the main body of the infernal beast, was indeed drawn to those flames, greedily absorbing them. Long Shan hesitated for a moment, then looked at the already temporarily unconscious Yi Zhiqiu she was supporting, gritted her silver teeth, stomped her foot, and stepped into the energy exit. The two figures then disappeared without a trace. Zhang Tianming had also prepared to take the opportunity to slip away, but the speed at which the infernal beast's main body absorbed the flame energy was simply too fast. In just the blink of an eye, the flame energy from those fire pearls had been completely absorbed, and the clone of the infernal beast did not return to its main body, but instead continued to rush towards the energy exit. Boom boom. Under the tumult of energy, the exit suddenly vanished. What? Both Zhang Tianming and his sword clone were stunned. The exit has disappeared. At the same time, Long Shan, who had exited the Guardian Realm, quickly realized that the energy exit which had been behind her had, with a tremor, directly collapsed. Then it turned into countless specks, disappearing from her sight. Junior brother Zhang. She shouted loudly, but there was no echo. No, this is impossible. It must be that once you exit, you can no longer see the energy exit, but those within should still be able to see it. Yes, it must be like this. Haha, little one, stop deceiving yourself. A voice filled with a hint of schadenfreude echoed nearby. Long Shan turned to look. The one chuckling lightly was the Yin Crow Taoist who had fled the fastest earlier. Don't look at me like that. Oh, I'm merely speaking the truth. When I first emerged, the energy exit was still quite stable, but after you and that little one beside you came out, the infernal beast's clone crashed into it and destroyed the exit. It will not reappear for at least 10,000 years. The Yin Crow Taoist laughed heartily. Countless millennia have passed, and today I finally get to see the light of day again. Ha ha ha. That laughter echoed in the Heart Seal space, venting the pent-up frustration the Yin Crow Taoist had felt for endless years. Furthermore, even his self-reference had shifted from I to this old man. Long Shan was utterly unconcerned with these matters, her gaze directed towards the place where the energy exit once existed, her heart unable to find peace, even feeling a trace of self-reproach. Why am I not strong enough? If only my strength were greater, I could have stopped the avatar of that infernal soul beast, and the exit wouldn't have disappeared. Crack crack. Her jade fists tightened, the bones cracking audibly. Long Shan was filled with self-reproach. The corner of the Yin Crow Taoist's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he scanned Long Shan with his gaze. Little beauty, there's no need for you to blame yourself. Now just follow this old man to the location of the Heart Seal and seize the Mystic Fire Seal. You. Long Shan's eyebrows knitted together. She had already discerned the ill intentions of the Yin Crow Taoist. A mere 9-star martial emperor dares to resist before me. The Yin Crow Taoist's eyes sharpened, revealing his true nature. Previously, he had some apprehension when confronting Tianming's sword avatar, but now there was nothing that instilled fear in him. As he took a step forward, an overwhelming pressure surged towards Long Shan, rendering her unable to move a muscle. With another step, his aura became even more formidable, pressing down on Long Shan, whose already pale face grew even more ashen. With a third step, the oppressive force nearly brought Long Shan to her knees. Yin Crow Taoist, when my senior brother emerges from battle, it will be your demise. Emerge. The Yin Crow Taoist looked on with disdain. That one is trapped in the 18th layer of hell, with the exit sealed off. How can he possibly emerge? Even if he were strong, even if he were not killed by the infernal soul beast, escaping would still be a matter of 1,000 years later. For now, you should obediently follow me, or I won't hesitate to kill you immediately. A chilling, murderous intent surged from the Yin Crow Taoist, coiling around Long Shan like a venomous serpent. Long Shan felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. 1,000 years. For someone barely in their 20s like Long Shan, it felt like an astronomical number. Although as a martial emperor, she possessed a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years, the thought of such a duration still evoked terror. That is the total time for an ordinary person to live at least 100 lifetimes. Who With a wave of his hand, the Een Crow Daoist summoned forth a transparent giant hand formed from energy, grabbing Long Shan from the void before swiftly flying away. Yi Zhiqiu fell to the ground still unconscious. In the 18th layer of hell, flames roared, and the sounds of battle echoed. Whoosh! The sword avatar re-entered the body of Tian Ming. Tian Ming frowned tightly. The exit is gone. How can I possibly get out now? Swish, swish, swish. As he executed the 9 transformations of the divine form to its fullest, he dodged the attacks of the infernal soul beast while contemplating strategies. But under such circumstances, he simply could not calm his thoughts. Soon after, Tian Ming retreated to the 17th layer of hell. As he had suspected, the infernal soul beast ceased its pursuit at the boundary of the 2 layers. Buzz! He took out the Heavenly Mystery Gate's compass and activated it directly. Radiance flowed as the heavenly mysteries aligned, and symbols emerged. Groups of profound and complex symbols continuously combined and moved, as if calculating the heavenly mysteries. Is there a glimmer of opportunity within me? Tian Ming's heart suddenly jolted. Could there really be a trace of opportunity to escape hidden within him? He then immersed his mind into the system's backpack. He began to sort through all the items one by one, carefully examining each, not daring to be careless. Time flowed slowly. After a good half a day, Tian Ming finished inspecting everything in the system's backpack, including the items stored in the bags within. It seems there's nothing particularly special. Tian Ming muttered, puzzled. What exactly could provide him with a glimmer of hope to escape this place? With a wave of his hand, he took all those items out, and then used his spiritual power to carefully sense the subtle changes in the void. The 9 Dragons' secret scroll. No, there was no response at all. It couldn't be it. The 9 Dragons' ancient cauldron. There was no response, so it shouldn't be it either. An ancient painting depicting a person who seemed to be Feng Wuxuan. It too showed no response. Tian Ming carefully sensed each item, and at that moment one of the items suddenly shot up, floating in the void. Suddenly Tian Ming opened his eyes wide, fixating on that item. The Luo God diagram. The item floating in the air was precisely the Luo God diagram that Tian Ming had painstakingly collected. This diagram had been in Tian Ming's possession for a long time, but unfortunately it had never been of any use. But now, could it be that this Luo God diagram is the key to my escape? Little brat, where did you obtain this diagram? Just as Tian Ming was lost in thought, a voice suddenly inquired from the void. The voice was ethereal and heavy, seemingly coming from the distant horizon, yet sounding as if it were right beside him. Who are you? Tian Ming frowned and asked. This was the 17th layer of hell within the guarding void realm. How could there still be someone here? Could it be that he had misheard? That was even more impossible. As thoughts surged in Tian Ming's mind, a semi-transparent figure emerged in the void. It was an old man with flowing red hair, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, yet his eyes exuded an overwhelming authority that was hard to look at directly, as if with just a glance he could intimidate anyone who met his gaze into submission. However, Tian Ming was still utilizing the Dragon Soul Absolute Eye, and though his resolve was somewhat diminished, he did not show any sign of weakness. Little brat, don't think that just because you've mastered a bit of eye technique you can ignore this old man's soul projection. I'll ask you again, who are you, and where did you get this diagram? As he spoke, the red-haired old man's eyes glimmered with a frightening light, causing Tian Ming to feel a piercing pain, as if his soul was being pierced. Tian Ming had no choice but to look away. Looking into the eyes of the red-haired old man was simply terrifying. This soul projection could easily obliterate him with just a glance. What immense power was this? In response to your question, esteemed elder, I am Tian Ming. This diagram was collected by me from various fragments during my travels, and then combined into one beneath a canyon that holds a legacy, ultimately resulting in this complete diagram. Although Tian Ming no longer met the gaze of the old man, he spoke with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, the red-haired old man's soul projection remained fixed on Tian Ming, silent, yet intensely focused. This feeling of being scrutinized made Tian Ming quite uncomfortable. After a long while, the red-haired old man finally spoke again. Little ghost, I never expected that after countless years you would manage to gather the fragments of the Luo Shin map and fulfill my long-held wish. Speak, what do you desire? The distant voice, tinged with a sense of melancholy, emanated from the mouth of the red-haired elder. Zhang Tianming was momentarily taken aback. Who exactly is this elder? The Luo Shin map was connected to the red-haired elder, a fact Zhang Tianming had never anticipated. Moreover, this elder showed no interest in anything other than the Luo Shin map, treating items like the 9 Dragons' secret scroll and 9 Dragons' ancient cauldron as if they were mere trash. What kind of reward can you offer me, esteemed elder? Zhang Tianming asked cautiously. This was certainly better than making a random demand. The elder smiled upon hearing this, not angered by Zhang Tianming's cleverness. Instead, he calmly replied, Little ghost, you are indeed a shrewd one. However, if it weren't for your cleverness, it would have been impossible to gather the scattered fragments of the Luo Xin map from the world, let alone enter the Nine Dragons Abyss secret realm and unite this map into a complete one. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianming inwardly acknowledged the truth. After all, those who knew of the Nine Dragons Abyss secret realm were undoubtedly ancient powerful beings. In the present Nine Dragons continent, people were only aware of a perilous place in the Zhongtian mountain range known as the Nine Dragons Abyss. They had no idea that beneath the abyss lay another world. Well, since you have helped me fulfill a lifelong wish, I shall not treat you unfairly. The red-haired elder pondered for a moment and said, "Little ghost, you came here and successively activated the mechanisms within the Yin-Yang seals, i.e. surely you are also after the Xian fire seal, right?" Indeed, Zhang Tianming did not deny it. "Very well, I shall gift you this Xian fire seal," the red-haired elder declared. "Gift?" Zhang Tianming was taken aback. "Indeed." The red-haired elder nodded. "This Xian fire seal was held by the Xian fire celestial sovereigns from ancient times and is also in my possession. Unfortunately, during a battle against the extraterrestrial demons, I fought for over a month with the opposing general. Although I ultimately vanquished the enemy, the Xian fire seal was damaged in the process. Afterward, I spent over 10,000 years gathering materials to repair the seal." Hearing this, Zhang Tianming felt a stir in his heart. What kind of beings were these extraterrestrial demons that could damage such a divine artifact? Indeed, the so-called powerful cultivators on the Nine Dragons continent were merely viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. How could they possibly understand the true terror of real power? The red-haired elder's voice continued. "Almost 10,000 years ago, this seal was finally repaired, and its power exceeded that of the past. Unfortunately, the Nine Dragons continent has been stripped away from the myriad realms by the various dominators, forming its own world. My descendants can no longer return to this realm through the spatial passage to reclaim the Xian fire seal, while those disreputable clans have repeatedly descended to this realm using the Guardian Passage. They are nothing but a bunch of shameless scoundrels." The red-haired elder seemed to hold a deep disdain for this matter. However, seeing his demeanor, it appeared he did not wish to dwell on it. After expressing his grievances, he shifted the topic. "Little ghost, let me make it clear from the start, the Xian fire seal is not something easily acquired. Though I promise to give it to you, whether you can take it depends on your own abilities." "I understand, esteemed elder." Zhang Tianming nodded. At the same time, he had numerous questions he wished to ask this red-haired elder. "By the way, esteemed elder, may I ask a few questions to clarify my doubts?" Upon hearing this, the red-haired elder, who was about to take Zhang Tianming away, paused and fixed his gaze on him slowly, saying, "Speak. You mentioned a passage connecting the Nine Dragons continent to the higher realm. May I ask where that passage is located?" Zhang Tianming inquired. If this question could be resolved, perhaps the Nine Dragons continent would undergo tremendous changes. Currently, the reason so many half-step powerful beings on the Nine Dragons continent cannot make progress is that the Dao Yuan between heaven and earth has been consumed by the Zong Dao tomb. If they could locate the passage and successfully reach the higher realm, the scarcity of Dao Yuan would naturally be resolved. Of course, whether one could traverse the passage was another matter. Little ghost, you need not devise schemes. The Mu clan which guards the passage will never allow others to traverse between the two realms. The red-haired elder saw right through Zhang Tianming's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianming could only sigh helplessly. However, he was not overly worried. With the supreme dragon god system he possessed, as long as his experience points increased, he could directly step into the early stage of the Nine Yin realm. No matter how scarce the Dao Yuan in this world was, as long as he did not consume the Dao Yuan in his body, his advancement would remain unimpeded. Since you say that, esteemed elder, I shall not inquire further about this matter. However, I am very curious as to why the Nine Dragons continent was severed from the higher realm. Could it be related to the Zong Dao tomb? Zhang Tianming asked again. You even know about the Zong Dao tomb? The red-haired elder was slightly surprised. However, after a moment's thought, he did not take it too seriously. In fact, the reason the Nine Dragons continent was separated from the myriad realms apart from the Zong Dao tomb is due to another more crucial reason. However, that is not something you can comprehend at your current level. When your opportunity arises and your realm is sufficient, you will naturally come to know it. The red-haired elder gently stroked his beard. All right, if the subsequent questions are still about these matters, there is no need to ask further. I cannot disclose that to you at this time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianming felt a bit regretful, but did not dare to press too much. After all, the aura from this elder's soul projection felt overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, he was not entirely familiar with this elder's temperament. If he were to inadvertently provoke him, not only would he not obtain the Xian fire seal, but he would also be unable to leave this place. That would truly be a loss too great to bear. Yes, Zhang Tianming nodded slightly. By the way, little ghost, you should have also heard that the holder of the Xian fire seal is the Xian fire celestial sovereign and I am the previous Xian Fire Celestial Sovereign, Xian Yin Dao, who once presided over a realm of the myriad heavens. If you truly have the destiny to successfully acquire the Xian Fire Seal, you will inevitably attract countless powerful beings who will hunt you down to obtain it. Especially the current acting Xian Fire Celestial Sovereign, who will surely try every means to seize the Xian Fire Seal from you to establish his legitimacy. Are you frightened? What is there to be afraid of? Zhang Tianming retorted. Ha ha ha. Indeed you do have some spirit. The red-haired elder laughed heartily several times. I never expected that after countless eons of my passing the soul projection I left behind would encounter such an interesting little fellow as you. I can finally rest easy and entrust everything to you. At this point Xian Yin Dao's expression grew solemn. His gaze fixed intently on Zhang Tianming, as if scrutinizing something. Zhang Tianming felt as though he was being thoroughly seen through an extremely uncomfortable sensation. After a moment Xian Yin Dao slowly nodded. While the ancient divine fire within you should be based on the sun-eating black flame, which has successively merged with the Nine Heavens mystic flame and the Xianming imperial flame, its power is indeed much stronger than any single ancient divine fire. With this you have a greater chance of becoming the master of the Xuanhua Seal. Are you ready? Zhang Tianming couldn't help but admire. Xian Yin Dao truly lived up to the reputation of an ancient powerhouse. With just one glance he not only discerned that the Nine-Yang divine emperor flame within him was formed from the fusion of three ancient divine fires, but also identified the order of their merging. Such insight was undoubtedly beyond the ordinary. Finally Zhang Tianming solemnly nodded. I am ready. Then let's go. The red-haired elder waved his long sleeve, and instantly the entire space transformed drastically. Zhang Tianming was momentarily stunned by the sudden use of a northern dialect, almost thinking he had encountered a compatriot from the northern part of his homeland. When Zhang Tianming came to his senses, he found himself in another space. All around it was a sea of red. At the center of that space stood a high platform resembling a tiered pyramid. Suspended in the air above the high platform was a burning red orb. That is the true heart of the Xuan. As the voice echoed, Zhang Tianming turned to look, and the speaker was none other than the lingering spirit of the red-haired elder Xian Yin Dao. Young one, you may proceed. Drip a drop of your blood onto the heart of the seal, then sit quietly there, allowing your soul to merge with the heart. If the compatibility exceeds 90%, you will have the chance to become the true master of the Xuanhua Seal and make it your own. If the compatibility is only between 60 and 80%, although you may temporarily control the seal, I still advise you to give up early, or it will only bring you calamity. After all, if the compatibility is too low, you will be unable to control the seal freely, unable to unleash even 1/1000th of its power, and it would be better for you to casually take a piece of imperial weapon instead. After saying this, Xian Yin Dao did not speak further. He turned and returned the already rolled-up lotus goddess picture to Zhang Tianming. Aren't you keeping this, senior? Just a glance suffices, replied Xian Yin Dao, his voice tinged with reminiscence. Keep this picture well. If you ever encounter the woman depicted in it, please convey a message for me. Zhang Tianming sensed that Xian Yin Dao had a deep connection with the woman in the picture. What should I tell her? Xian Yin Dao took a long breath as if contemplating something, and after a moment he said, tell her I was wrong. Ding. Task triggered. Find the woman in the lotus goddess picture and convey Xian Yin Dao's words. Task reward 500 million experience points, 500 million dragon energy, and a special reward. Do you wish to accept it? Zhang Tianming felt a slight doubt. Just that one sentence. However, Zhang Tianming did not question further. Since this was a task with abundant rewards, including that mysterious special reward, he nodded slightly, saying, I will remember it, senior. Ding. Task accepted successfully. All right, you may proceed. Xian Yin Dao nodded, gesturing for Zhang Tianming to approach the heart of the seal. Zhang Tianming clasped his fists once more, and then headed towards the location of the heart. At this moment outside this space, Tian Buli Nangong, Wenting Ouyang Sigong Menina, and even Ouyang Shua, whose clone had been defeated, all manifested another clone here. These semi-path boundary powerhouses occasionally struck the towering heart of the seal before them. Unfortunately, that terrifying defense was like an unbreakable wall, remaining completely unmoved no matter how they attacked. Everyone was at a loss. Ha ha ha. Dear friends, please pause for a moment and allow this humble Taoist to speak. A deep voice echoed from the horizon. Nangong, Wenting, and the others turned to the horizon, where they saw a Taoist flying over with a woman beside him. My, isn't that the senior sister of little brother Tianming? Nangong Wenting frowned slightly. How did she end up with that Taoist? Moreover, she seems to be unable to use her true essence. He had seen Longshan and was aware of her relationship with Zhang Tianming. However, the strength of the Yinya Taoist was far too profound, and Nangong Wenting did not consider himself a match for him. Acting rashly would not only fail to save Longshan, but could also endanger her. Let's observe for now. Having made up his mind, Nangong Wenning decided not to act carelessly. Dear friends, I am the Inya Daoist paying my respects here. Amitba, the Inya Daoist resumed his humble address, bowing to everyone. Upon hearing the name of the Inya Daoist, everyone felt a slight shock in their hearts. Inya. This name was hardly auspicious and evoked discomfort. They wondered why this Daoist chose such a name. Everyone had never heard of such a semi-path boundary master in the southern region, and given his strength, which was quite exceptional among semi-path boundary cultivators, a hint of caution crept into their minds. After a moment, Ouyang and I stepped forward and asked, "What did you mean by your earlier words, Inya Daoist?" The Inya Daoist smiled mysteriously and said, "Dear friends, I trust you have already noticed. This is not the true heart of the Xuanhua seal. Of course, compared to the immensely large Xuanhua seal outside, it could indeed be considered a heart, and is key to controlling the entire Xuanhua seal, but it cannot be used to collect the Xuanhua seal. The true heart of the Xuanhua seal lies within this artifact." The Inya Daoist pointed lightly at the towering heart of the seal before them. What he said naturally did not exceed what everyone already knew. "Indeed, we have tried various methods, and found that we cannot collect it. We suspect the true heart is inside, but how to open this object remains unknown for now." Ouyang Shua added, "Based on the appearance of the Inya Daoist, you seem to understand this very well. Earlier, after discovering the heart, they had already launched a significant assault. However, in the end, neither side could outmaneuver the other, and they had to withdraw for the time being. Now Ouyang Shua, Ouyang Sigong, and Xian Chongtong formed one group, while Nangong Wenting Menina and Tian Buli made up the other. Originally, Tian Buli stood with Ouyang Shua's group. Unfortunately, the life-renewing pill promised by Ouyang Shua to Xian Chongtong was seized by Zhang Tianming, leaving him unable to provide anything to Xian Chongtong, which led the latter to join Nangong Wenting's side in anger. Otherwise, Nangong Wenning and Manina would have already been defeated, and they would not stand here in a stalemate. Facing Ouyang Shua's inquiry, the Inya Daoist chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Dear friends, need not rush. With our power, opening this false heart is not difficult, but it requires the assistance of one person." As he spoke, the Inya Daoist turned his gaze to an empty space. "Friend, why not come out and have a chat?" Upon hearing the words of the Inya Daoist, Nangong Wenning and the others were momentarily stunned. Was there someone there? Each of their spiritual senses swept over, yet they sensed nothing, leaving them puzzled. However, they believed that the Inya Daoist would not speak without reason. "Indeed. I didn't expect that someone could actually discover me." The chilling laughter infused with a hint of coldness enveloped each person's heart as a shadowy figure suddenly appeared, as if it had always been standing there. It was the corpse sovereign. That dark figure was none other than the corpse sovereign whose soul had been seized by an unknown being. However, only Long Shan and Ouyang Shua among those present had seen the corpse sovereign's appearance. "It's you again." Ouyang Shua narrowed his eyes slightly. The corpse sovereign let out a cold laugh, glancing over at Ouyang Shua, clearly not considering him a threat. At that time, he had no intention of making a move in the Shugong realm, which led to a draw with Ouyang Shua. If he were to get serious, Ouyang Shua would not be his match. "Fellow Daoist, we have all come for the Xuanhua seal, but relying solely on individual strength, we cannot open this false seal heart. If we all contribute our might, I indeed have a method to unlock this false seal heart, allowing us to enter and find the true heart of the seal. At that time, everyone can compete for it. How about that?" The Inya Daoist said with a smile. Ouyang Shua and the others had been at a loss regarding this false seal heart, pondering briefly before agreeing one by one. At the top of the pyramid, Zhang Tianming stood proudly. The seal heart, resembling a fiery pearl, emitted energy that surged outward beneath the flames, causing Zhang Tianming's hair and garments to sway backward incessantly. He slowly raised his hand, and as his true essence circulated, a drop of blood seeped from his fingertip and fell downward. Hiss! Hiss! As the blood fell, it made a hissing sound upon contacting the flames of the seal heart. A minuscule amount of blood evaporated before finally falling into the seal heart. In an instant, the blood was completely absorbed by the seal heart. Zhang Tianming took a deep breath, naturally sitting cross-legged, without needing to circulate his true essence, as he began to float effortlessly. His soul power enveloped the seal heart like an ocean. His mind felt as though it was being drawn by something. Zhang Tianming felt a thread of his soul automatically shell out, flying into the seal heart. That thread of the soul gradually began to merge with the seal heart. Bit by bit, it progressed slowly. The Supreme Dragon God system hasn't reacted directly. Zhang Tianming felt a bit puzzled. In the past, the Supreme Dragon God system would have reacted long ago. Why was he now slowly merging? A single thought could complete it. But now the Supreme Dragon God system showed no response to the Xuanhua seal, and Zhang Tianming could only continue to carefully sense, allowing his soul power to gradually merge with the Xuanhua seal. Just then the void began to tremble. Buzz! Buzz! Powerful ripples spread out continuously, resembling waves on a tranquil lake. That little Yin Ya hasn't wasted his years. He actually knows the location of the true Xuanhua seal heart, and has thought of such a method to open it. Quite interesting. Xian Yin Dao smiled lightly, appearing completely unconcerned as he waved his sleeve, causing the intensifying fluctuations in the void to instantly vanish. What? How could this be? Ouyang Shuo and the others outside the false seal heart had shown joy on their faces, but that joy instantly froze. It actually failed. The Yin Ya Daoist was somewhat puzzled. This formation, which combined the strength of 8 people to open the false seal heart, he had deduced countless times over the millennia, certain that it would work without error. But now, let's try again, or perhaps something was off earlier. You must follow my orders, understand? Whoosh, whoosh. The Yin Ya Daoist once again led the way in casting the secret technique. At this moment, Zhang Tianming, whose soul power was slowly merging with the Xuanhua seal, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding dong. The host's soul power has reached 10% fusion with the Xuanhua seal, triggering a 50% success rate increase from subduing the 10 Guardian Fire Generals, raising the fusion rate to 60%. In that moment, Zhang Tianming felt that he had formed a special connection with the Xuanhua seal. He was now capable of preliminarily controlling the Xuanhua seal. But that was not enough. With only a 60% fusion rate, even if he obtained the Xuanhua seal, as Xian Yin Dao had said, it would merely be an iron lump unable to unleash its true power. Continue. The subsequent fusion progressed even more slowly. This so-called fusion must be completed under the condition of the soul and the Xuanhua seal being connected. A 10% fusion rate corresponds to a 10% connection. For countless centuries among the proud sons of heaven who entered the Xuanhua seal, there were not less than 8,000, if not 10,000. Unfortunately, through various trials, only 6 or 7 managed to reach the true heart of the seal. The third to arrive, a gifted little ghost, achieved a fusion rate of 5.9%, just a step away from barely meeting the requirement, but ultimately failed, meeting his demise. And this little guy's talent likely ranks among the lowest of the few. Xian Yin Dao was secretly thinking when his expression suddenly froze. What did that little ghost just do? In an instant, he clearly sensed that Zhang Tianming's connection with the Xuanhua seal had jumped from 10% to 60%, an utterly incredible feat. Haha, this little fellow is indeed interesting. It seems even I can overlook some things at times. Xian Yin Dao stroked his beard with a smile. Although he was already a person who had perished, this remnant soul lingering in the Xuanhua seal would likely dissipate soon, yet he was still very pleased to see a talented junior inherit his Xuanhua seal. After a moment, Xian Yin Dao turned and disappeared from sight. In another space, I pay my respects to the master. The 5 Guardian Fire Kings knelt respectfully. Xian Yin Dao chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the 5 Guardian Fire Kings, and commanded, "From today onward, your master will be that little fellow merging with the Xuanhua seal. However, I believe it will be difficult for him to raise his connection rate to 90% in one go. Even with the aid of the ancient divine fire, reaching 70% would be remarkable. You 5 will assist him in completing the fusion with the Xuanhua seal within the next 100 years, and when he faces life and death crises, you will protect him." Understood. The 5 Guardian Fire Kings all responded in unison. Zhang Tianming continued to merge with the Mystic Fire Seal. As time passed, the merging speed slowed down to an astonishing degree. It took an entire hour to only increase by 0.1, and that was merely at 60%. If it continued like this, the speed would likely become even more absurd. It seemed that there was no way to merge to a higher degree in a short time. However, with the current merging rate, I could barely control the Mystic Fire Seal. In other words, the Mystic Fire Seal was now mine, and no one could take it from me. Yet, I couldn't help but worry, if I stop merging halfway, will I get another chance to continue? After all, according to what Xian Yin Dao said, if the compatibility was too low, I wouldn't be able to control the seal, freely unable to exert even 1/10,000,000th of its power. It would be better to use a random imperial weapon instead. If I couldn't merge again in the future, it would essentially be a useless artifact. Suddenly, a humming sound echoed and violent ripples surged through the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures flashed in. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. We've finally entered the true heart of the seal space. Ouyang Shuo laughed heartily. He was determined to have the Mystic Fire Seal, and with Ouyang Siguang being his junior, their combined strength would certainly give them an advantage over others fighting individually. Xi and Chongtong, who had previously aided Ouyang Shuo against Nangong Wenting, now had no intention of continuing to cooperate. After all, who wouldn't want to seize such an ancient treasure as the Mystic Fire Seal? Tian Bewley was also fighting alone. Nangong Wenting and Ma Nina maintained a tenuous cooperative relationship, but their connection was entirely founded on Xi and Lei, who was not present. The fact that they were not fighting each other at the moment was already a blessing, and it paled in comparison to the alliance between Ouyang Shuo and Ouyang Siguang. The Corpse Sovereign and the Een Crow Daoist had no assistance either. To save trouble, the Een Crow Daoist didn't even bring Longshan inside, leaving a restriction on her and making her stay outside. Now that everyone has entered the true heart of the seal space, who can obtain the heart of the seal, no matter their own? Suddenly Xian Chongtong's eyes narrowed sharply. The words that were about to leave his mouth were forcefully swallowed, and his eyes trembled, nearly bulging out. Everyone else sensed something was off and turned their gazes. What is that? The kid named Jean. How did he end up here? Tianming little brother. Damn. When did he get in? Everyone was taken aback. The Een Crow Daoist was so startled that his heart skipped a beat, nearly preparing to flee. After all, he had witnessed Jean Tianming's strength firsthand. That sword avatar was terrifying. However, the Een Crow Daoist quickly regained his composure, scanning the other powerful figures present, and with just a glance he could vaguely see that aside from Nangong Wenting, only Ma Nina from the Feather Clan had an icy expression, while the others wore looks of intent to kill. With so many people attacking together, could they not kill that kid? No matter how strong he was, how could he face a crowd alone? Each person here was a half-step Daoist powerhouse, and his own strength was among the very top. In such a situation, what was there to fear? A thought crossed his mind, and the Een Crow Daoist immediately sneered. Bastard! Ouyang Shuo was already furious. One of his avatars had been killed by Jean Tianming, and he originally had a great chance to become the master of the Mystic Fire Seal, but now, Jean Tianming had actually gotten there first. This was intolerable. Xian Chongtong was equally furious, wishing he could crush Jean Tianming underfoot. At this point, his avatar was already the last one. If he faced any more setbacks, he would truly perish. So even though he desperately wanted to tear Jean Tianming apart, he had to hold back, waiting for the right moment to strike. Tian Bewley also appeared unwilling to make the first move. Others had avatars to replace them in death, but while he also had avatars, due to the nature of his technique, his avatars were completely connected to his main body, each one bearing a large amount of death energy. Making a move would only accelerate the accumulation of death energy, leading to the demise of both his main body and avatars. Naturally, Nangong Wenting would not make a move either. He even directly stated his stance, loudly declaring, "Who dares to disturb little brother Tianming will have to pass my test first." With his voice falling, a surge of blood energy rose up like a dragon. Truly deserving of being called the Blood Emperor, the Lord of the Sin City. Just this dragon-like blood energy alone was beyond what others could compare to. Ma Nina, that kid, is also someone old Xian wants to protect. What do you think? Nangong Wenting knew very well that relying solely on his own strength was absolutely insufficient, so he planned to try and see if he could bring Ma Nina over to his side. Having one more ally meant one less enemy. In times like these, it was certainly worth the effort. Ma Nina stood like an ancient glacier, showing no signs of response on her frosty face. Ma Nina, you must think carefully. Many people here want to obtain the Mystic Fire Seal. If everyone attacks together, who can withstand it? A single wrong choice leaves no room for retreat, Ouyang Shuo threatened. Even if she really stands on the other side, we still have 6 people here. Xian Chongtong also said with a sneer. Either we 6 kill 2, or we 7 kill 1. I believe Ma Nina is a smart person and should know how to choose. Tian Bewley also spoke grimly. Indeed, the current situation is just like that. If Ma Nina stands with Nangong Wenting, it would be 2 against 6, and she would eventually be killed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a few whispered conversations, Ouyang Shuo and the others reached a unanimous first deal with Nangong Wenting and Ma Nina, as well as Jean Tianming, who is currently collecting the Mystic Fire Seal. Then everyone will rely on their own strength to compete for the ownership of the Mystic Fire Seal's core. Ouyang Siguan faced Ma Nina. Xian Chongtong confronted Nangong Wenting. Ouyang Shuo and the Een Crow Daoist charged straight towards Jean Tianming at the top of the stepped pyramid. Roar! Suddenly a roar shook the heavens. Boom boom boom. A disturbance in the void revealed a rapidly expanding fireball from which a fiercely powerful fire spirit beast stepped out. Is that a Hell Soul beast? The Een Crow Daoist was instantly dumbfounded. His body was filled with cold energy, and the last thing he wanted to face was a fire-type monster as young and fierce as the Hell Soul beast. Moreover, this was an incredibly Classido 9 Een Realm Soul beast. In an instant, the terrifying pressure emitted from the Hell Soul beast forced the Een Crow Daoist and Ouyang Shuo to retreat rapidly. Wait a moment. Suddenly the Een Crow Daoist let out a long breath. I thought it was the real Hell Soul beast. Turns out it's just a small clone of it. Though still very strong, at least it can be killed. After his sinister laugh, the Een Crow Daoist turned to Ouyang Shuo. Ouyang, this clone of the Hell Soul beast is quite powerful. We must join forces to have any chance of fighting it. Of course, Ouyang Shuo nodded. At this moment, as long as we can kill Jean Tianming and relieve the hatred in our hearts, it will feel immensely satisfying. Moreover, Jean Tianming is still foolishly trying to collect the Mystic Fire Seal. In an instant, the two charged forward. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds of explosive energy filled the relatively small core space with tumultuous waves. The void was constantly being torn apart, then restored. After restoration, it would be torn again. How terrifying is the combat power of a half-path great being. If this were not the core space, a separate space world selected and refined by an ancient great being Xian Yin to become the core space, then the terrifying power of these battles would likely shatter this space. Nangong Wenting Menina and the clone of the Hell Soul Beast were not weak. However, under the situation of fighting against two, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. Nangong Wenting, how long do you think you can hold out? Xian Shongtong said, fiercely, showing no mercy in each attack, targeting the vital points. The corpse sovereign was enveloped in overwhelming ghostly energy, resembling a black monstrous wind sweeping through the air. Bang! Xian Shongtong struck Nangong Wenting's shoulder with a palm, directly shattering his left arm bone. Nangong Wenting retaliated with a punch. Boom! The force of that punch could shatter mountains and split seas, but Xian Shongtong seemed to have been prepared, as a colorful scorpion blocked the blow, taking the brunt of Nangong Wenting's punch and exploding. Colorful venom splattered everywhere. Xian Shongtong chuckled coldly. Gather. Crash. The colorful venom that had been dispersed by Nangong Wenting's punch upon Xian Shongtong's command to gather instantly reformed into the previous colorful poisonous scorpion, its deadly stinger striking down fiercely. Get away from me. Nangong Wenting's punch surged with power once again, sending the colorful poisonous scorpion flying. In that brief moment of delay, the corpse sovereign's withered claw shot towards Nangong Wenting's back. Puff! 5 bloody wounds suddenly appeared on Nangong Wenting's back. Damn! Luckily I dodged quickly, otherwise it would have been 5 fingers through my heart. Nangong Wenting cursed inwardly. If this continued, he feared he would really lose this clone. Meanwhile, Manina faced the siege of Ouyang Siguan, and Tian Buli also finding herself in a perilous situation. If these people had not chosen to hold back while attacking to better contend for the Mystic Fire Seal's core, later Manina and Nangong Wenting would likely have been quickly overwhelmed or even killed. On the other side, the clone of the Hell Soul Beast roared repeatedly. Roar! 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 No matter how it roared, it was still being torn apart by the combined efforts of the Yin Crow Taoist and Ouyang Shua. Fortunately, it could continuously reintegrate. Otherwise, it would have already perished. However, the teamwork of the Yin Crow Taoist and Ouyang Shua was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Although the clone of the Hell Soul Beast could reintegrate, the speed of its fusion was slowing down. It seemed that after just a few more fusions it would be completely killed. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianming, who was fusing with the core, slightly furrowed his brow. The clone of the Hell Soul Beast was summoned by him. With my current level of fusion with the core, summoning that Hell Soul Beast clone is already my maximum limit. It seems this fusion can only be interrupted. Oh, I hope there will be another opportunity to continue the fusion later. Otherwise, the Mystic Fire Seal will truly become a useless item. Zhang Tianming sighed inwardly. He had originally thought he could summon the Hell Soul Beast from the 18 layers of hell. What a pity. The degree of fusion was not enough, so he could only summon a clone. 60% and 3 tenths. Fine, let's leave it at that for now. Zhang Tianming thought to himself. He could see that if he continued to delay, Nangong Wenting and the others would not be able to hold out any longer. And they were all fighting to protect themselves. How could he bear to let them suffer serious injuries? Why bother? You continue fusing, with me stepping in, I should be able to keep them safe. Just as Zhang Tianming was about to end the fusion, the voice of the Sword Dao clone came through. Zhang Tianming suddenly realized. Yes, he was no longer alone, he was now someone who possessed a Sword Dao clone. His main body continued to fuse here, while the Sword Dao clone could save others. Having grown used to being alone, Zhang Tianming had just forgotten about the clone, letting out a self-deprecating smile and thinking, thank you. You are me and I am you, your matters are my matters. Why say thank you? The Sword Dao clone smiled, and its figure flashed out from within Zhang Tianming. Clang! At the moment of its appearance, a sword cry pierced the heavens, as if the high sky had been split in two by that invisible sword energy, unable to close together. The sword intent was sharp, overbearing, majestic, stunning. It instilled a chill in the heart. This is not good. The Yin Crow Taoist reacted immediately. He had witnessed the formidable strength of Zhang Tianming's Sword Dao avatar firsthand. The terrifying power of that Sword Dao was simply outrageous. Originally, he thought that with the assistance of Ouyang Shua and others, combined with Zhang Tianming focusing on merging his heart seal, it would be nearly impossible for him to split his attention. Under such circumstances, eliminating Zhang Tianming should have been a sure thing. However, the Sword Dao avatar still left Zhang Tianming's main body to engage in battle. But why did he not come out immediately? This sufficiently indicates that Zhang Tianming's main body probably cannot complete the merging in a short time. Moreover, with the Sword Dao avatar present, the merging would be somewhat easier. Now with the Sword Dao avatar leaving to fight, the main body could only remain floating there, unable to take action. Now was both an opportunity to kill Zhang Tianming and a tremendous danger. Danger and opportunity coexist. If I don't dare to take this slight risk, how can I reclaim my peak? A thought flashed by. The Yin Crow Daoist had already made up his mind. He must take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate both Zhang Tianming's main body and avatar. Is that the avatar of young brother Tianming? Nangong Wenning was momentarily taken aback. He sensed an incredibly sharp and domineering sword intent emanating from the Sword Dao avatar to the point that it made him feel a bit uneasy. Surprisingly, he felt a sense of astonishment rising within him. Ouyang Shua, Tian Bewley, and others also discovered Zhang Tianming's Sword Dao avatar. An avatar focusing on the Sword Dao power. Damn it, a 9-star Martial Emperor avatar actually gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. Could it be that the avatar is at the perfection of the 9 swords of the Sword Dao? Just at that moment of surprise in everyone's hearts, the Sword Dao avatar had already swung its sword. Whoosh! The formless sword chi sliced through the air. Ouyang Shua, who was engaged in fierce combat with the Infernal Soul Beast avatar, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. After knocking back the Infernal Soul Beast avatar with a punch, he quickly unleashed his divine abilities. Sky-rending finger. He pointed, and though it seemed ordinary, it contained an incomparably terrifying device. That ethereal finger shot out from Ouyang Shua's fingertip, initially no larger than a normal finger. However, as it surged forward, it continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the finger mark to grow larger and more substantial, radiating a multitude of golden symbols that spiraled, resonating with the heavens and earth. This finger was many times stronger than the void finger Ouyang Siguang had previously unleashed. It seemed as if it could truly tear the sky apart. The entire world changed color. The sun and moon crumbled, and the heavens and earth inverted. However, even such a terrifying finger was instantly cleaved in two by the Sword Dao avatar's sword. The sword chi surged forward, instantly slicing through Ouyang Shua's body. Death. Even the primordial spirit could not escape. Both soul and body were directly severed in half by a single sword. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for killing Ouyang Shua. Even someone as powerful as Ouyang Shua could not withstand the sword's might from Zhang Tianming's Sword Dao avatar. After all, that sword not only bore the weight of the 9 swords of the Sword Dao, but was also unleashed by the nameless divine sword. How could it be treated lightly? Old ancestor. Ouyang Siguang shouted in disbelief. He could hardly believe that the old ancestor who had unleashed the sky-rending finger had been slain by a single sword. How powerful could that little brat be? A wave of regret surged within him. He truly regretted letting Zhang Tianming go, and regretted believing the words of Nangong Wenning and Exine Lei. If he had forcefully slain Zhang Tianming back then, today's events would never have occurred. Moreover, this avatar was the last one his old ancestor had left. The previous avatars had already perished at Zhang Tianming's hands. You little bastard, I, Ouyang Siguang, will definitely slay you. Roaring, Ouyang Siguang abandoned Monaina and charged directly towards Zhang Tianming, his body radiating endless divine light. Not good. That guy is going to self-destruct. Everyone who witnessed this scene quickly dodged. How terrifying would it be for a half-path expert to self-destruct? I fear the entire heart seal space will be affected. Damn it. Is that guy stupid? He's trying to drag us all down to hell. Xian Zhongtong cursed angrily. His main body and another avatar had already perished. This body was now his last avatar. If this body were to die, it would truly be the end. Tian Bewley also had a grim expression. The death energy surrounding him was already substantial enough, and resisting Ouyang Siguang's self-destruction would likely accumulate an astonishing level of death energy. Menina Nangong Wenting, Yin Crow Daoist, and the Corpse Sovereign remained much calmer. Without time to think further, they each activated their defensive secrets, preparing to endure the terrifying self-destruction of Ouyang Siguang. On the other side, the Sword Dao avatar glanced back at its main body, knowing that if it withdrew, the main body would likely suffer a catastrophic blow. Therefore, it absolutely could not allow that to happen. Let's see the power of my full-strength strike. With a soft snort, the Sword Dao avatar coldly gazed at the rushing Ouyang Siguang, using the nameless divine sword to make a cut across its palm, drawing a line of blood. Blood stained the nameless divine sword. Buzz! Buzz! The nameless divine sword rang continuously, as if it were rejoicing. With my blood I call forth my sword, soul returns to its abode, spirit returns to its void. Buzz! The Sword Dao avatar and the nameless divine sword instantly became one. In the realm of heaven and earth, it seemed as though the Sword Dao avatar no longer existed, and only a peerless divine sword, proud and untarnished, floated in the void. Heaven, man, sword. The three became completely one. On the nameless divine sword, an extremely small pattern appeared for the first time. This pattern seemed to represent the core of the sword within this peerless divine sword, endowing it with even more spirituality, more divine might, more celestial laws, and more intent to kill. Using blood as a strategy, the resulting killing intent was absolutely shocking. A mere sword Dao dares to stop me. Dream on. Ouyang Siguang gritted his teeth, desperately urging the surging true essence within him, making his body swell even more. A stream of divine light containing immense power burst forth from his body. Explode for me. Accompanied by Ouyang Siguang's roar, more and more divine light shot out densely. His body could no longer withstand the overwhelming and terrifying power, exploding thunderously and forming an unparalleled divine might that swept wildly in all directions. A myriad of radiant light erupted, dazzling to the point where it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. The explosive force sent Nangong Wenting and the others into solemn silence. Each of them channeled their secret arts to the utmost, striving to withstand Ouyang Siguang's world-shaking strike, a final suicidal assault. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianming's true body remained suspended in the void, continuing its fusion with Yin Xian. His sword Dao avatar, merged with the nameless divine sword, raised the blade high and brought it down in a thunderous slash. Clang! The nameless divine sword suddenly stretched into a colossal sword shadow 100 zhang long, cleaving straight into the heart of that terrifying explosion. Wherever the sword light passed, the void itself seemed to recoil. Heaven and earth, time and space, all fractured under that single stroke, their fundamental laws shattered, their Dao resonances utterly erased. In the blink of an eye, the sword shadow struck Ouyang Siguang's self-destructive energy, but met no resistance whatsoever. Unchecked and unstoppable, it plunged deeper, aiming directly at the epicenter of the detonation. The tidal wave of explosive energy parted like brittle parchment, splitting cleanly to either side. SHHRR. The sword light pierced straight into the detonation's core, severing the very source, still triggering the cascading blast. Boom, boom, boom. The catastrophic energy surged outward in uncontrolled release, still immense and overwhelming, yet stripped of its apocalyptic, realish annihilating potency. 10,000 beams of golden light blazed fiercely, blinding all sight. Nangong Wenting and the others had no idea how the confrontation had ended, until the radiance finally faded, revealing the truth before their eyes. A divine sword hovered aloft, majestic and unyielding, while Ouyang Siguang had vanished without a trace. The sword Dao avatar separated from the nameless divine sword, his face pale, but his aura fiercer than ever. When his gaze swept across Xian Zhongtong and the others, an indomitable battle will flared skyward, sharp, unbroken, and utterly relentless. Who else dares challenge? The sword Dao avatar demanded coldly. Xian Zhongtong bowed his head instantly beneath Zhang Tianming's gaze. He could not die again. To die again would mean utter erasure. Tian Bewley stood silent, as well. A death chi already clung thickly to his frame, so dense he likely could not even endure another battle. To fight further would surely end his life within moments. Mo Nina and Nangong Wenting needed no words. They stood firmly beside Zhang Tianming. Yin Yadaoren, the corpse sovereign's disciple, looked deeply unsettled, especially Yin Yadaoren himself. He had never imagined that Zhang Tianming, trapped deep within the 18th layer of hell, could appear here inside the Yin Xian space. And judging by Zhang Tianming's bearing, he had arrived here even earlier than they had. What had transpired? Worse still, he had captured that girl Longshan. If Zhang Tianming learned of it, his doom would be certain. Ha! Esteemed friend, your divine might is peerless. We are truly awestruck. This Xuanhua seal rightfully belongs to you. This humble Taoist now takes his leave. Yin Yadaoren, ever pragmatic, knew better than to confront Zhang Tianming heathen, and chose retreat instead. Wait! The sword Dao avatar's voice cut through the air like ice. Yin Yadaoren's brows twitched faintly, but he held his temper, turning calmly toward Zhang Tianming and asking, "What else does the esteemed friend require?" You sought my death just moments ago, yet now you think to walk away so easily." The sword Dao avatar spoke without expression. Yin Yadaoren's brow tightened further as he retorted coldly, "Esteemed friend, let us speak plainly. Ouyang's self-immolation has drained you severely. Can you truly unleash such a sword stroke again? If this humble Taoist were to follow suit and detonate himself, we would all perish together." At once Nangong Wenting, Xian Zhongtong, and the rest turned their gazes sharply upon Yin Yadaoren. Damn it! One self-detonation from Ouyang Siguang nearly buried us all. What if Yin Yadaoren, far stronger than Ouyang, did the same? You may try. The sword Dao avatar showed no fear. Though that earlier strike had consumed vast reserves of true energy and vital essence, he could still summon 2 more such blows, if driven to desperation. Besides, he was now fully prepared. Would he grant Yin Yadaoren the chance to detonate? No, he would strike first, before the detonation could even begin. Enya Doran's expression darkened further. He possessed no avatar, this being one of the inherent limitations of his cultivation as a Enya. Heaven had granted him boundless longevity. Time itself flowed past him untouched. Yet in exchange it denied him the ability to forge an avatar. Then what does the esteemed friend wish? Enya Doran asked, his face grim. He would never choose self-destruction, unless cornered beyond hope. At that moment Nangong Wenning suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "Young Master Tianming, your young companion remains outside, already taken captive by Enya Doran." Upon hearing this, Enya Doran's face paled. His gaze turned icy as it slashed toward Nangong Wenning. Yet Nangong Wenning simply ignored him entirely. Though the Sword Dao avatar possessed its own secondary nascent soul, it remained an extension of Zhang Tianming's true body, and thus felt every emotion his master experienced. Learning that Long Shan had been seized ignited a storm of fury within him. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Enya Doran bolted toward the energy gateway leading out of the En Exine space. "Humph, you think to flee? Hum." Without a word, Zhang Tianming, through spiritual resonance, sealed the energy gateway shut. Enya Doran's face twisted in horror. "You leave me no choice. Then let us all perish together." With grim resolve, he prepared to detonate himself. Too late. The Sword Dao avatar would grant no second chance for self-destruction. Clang! Man and sword fused, becoming a celestial blade of light, and shot forth, piercing straight through Enya Doran's body. A streak of black light erupted from Enya Doran's form, his soul escaping its ruined vessel. At his realm of cultivation, so long as his soul endured rebirth, through soul possession remained possible. Though finding another five-colored Enya body was near impossible, it was still preferable to absolute annihilation. "Zhang Tianming, you wretched bastard!" Enya Doran roared in fury, only to be cut short as the Sword Dao avatar wielding the nameless divine sword once more descended upon him in a flash. Enya Doran's soul recoiled in terror, swirling into a vortex of black mist to evade the blow. "Humph, you cannot escape." Unmoved, the Sword Dao avatar accelerated to his absolute limit, leaving behind a blazing trail of sword light across the void like a meteor carving its path through the night sky, then pierced straight through the black mist Enya Doran had become. The mist tore open with a gaping wound, yet Enya Doran's soul proved astonishingly tenacious, refusing to disintegrate. "Zhang, if I perish, that girl dies with me," he bellowed. This was the last trump card of the Enya Daoist. If even this could not intimidate Zhang Tianming, he truly did not know what else could spare him from death. In fact, the Enya Daoist was also unsure whether this move would indeed make Zhang Tianming relent. After all, he was not clear about the nature of the relationship between Long Shan and Zhang Tianming. That was why he had not resorted to this tactic earlier. Upon hearing the words of the Enya Daoist, the sword avatar suddenly halted. The sword light did not strike again at the Enya Daoist, but instead a large hand reached out to grasp the already weak soul of the Enya Daoist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black mist swirled violently, transforming into a clump of darkness that fell into the hands of the sword avatar. "Zhang, you better let me go, or I will have that girl perish right now." The Enya Daoist threatened hoarsely. "If she dies, I will throw you into the ancient divine fire, making you endure the tortures of hell for eternity." The sword avatar coldly replied, his expression revealing no ripples of emotion. At the words, the Enya Daoist's soul trembled in fear. What he feared most was the fire that was both the most rigid and the most young. The terror of the ancient divine fire was countless times more frightening than the flames of hell. Just thinking about it sent chills through the Enya Daoist. The sword avatar wasted no time and handed the Enya Daoist over to his main body, while Zhang Tianming directly stored the Enya Daoist in the system's backpack. What he feared most was the fire that was both the most rigid and the most young. The terror of the ancient divine fire was countless times more frightening than the flames of hell. In this case, the Enya Daoist should be unable to harm senior sister Long Shan any more, right? Zhang Tianming murmured to himself. At this moment, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding dong. Discovered the colorful Enya soul. Do you wish to devour it? Notice only after devouring will you truly have killed the Enya Daoist and obtain the corresponding rewards. No. Zhang Tianming was still uncertain about Long Shan's safety, so he temporarily did not plan to devour the Enya Daoist's soul. This matter could wait. Meanwhile, the sword avatar had once again turned its gaze toward Xian Chongtong Tian Buli and the corpse sovereign. After sweeping his gaze over the three, it finally settled on the corpse sovereign. "Who exactly are you?" the sword avatar asked in a deep voice. The corpse sovereign frowned. He could already ascertain that the body he had possessed was one that Zhang Tianming recognized, yet he himself did not know Zhang Tianming or the nature of the relationship between Zhang Tianming and the corpse sovereign. "Do you think you can kill me like you did the Enya Daoist?" Though the corpse sovereign felt uncertain, he did not wish to surrender easily. Who knew what kind of outcome awaited him if captured? Given the state of the Enya Daoist, it was likely the outcome would not be favorable. Rather than that, it was better to fight to the death. Since you refuse to speak, then I'll send you to your end. Clanged. Without saying another word, the sword avatar charged directly at the corpse sovereign. The sharp sword intent filled the entire void. Though the sword light had yet to arrive, the overwhelming sword chi had already left several rents in the corpse sovereign's garments. Moreover, the corpse sovereign's withered face bore several white sword marks. The power of the perfected sword path combined with the might of the nameless divine sword was truly formidable. It was nearly unmatched. The corpse sovereign glared furiously. He did not wish to die. After all, he had already died once. If he had not taken over this body, he would likely never have gained this chance at rebirth. Now he could only fight with all his might. 10,000 corpses, absolute shadow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, countless black shadows flew out from the corpse sovereign's body, coalescing into his likeness in the void. The entire void was filled with dense shadows of the corpse sovereign. Let's see who kills whom first. The overlapping voices rang out from all directions. All the corpse sovereigns spoke the same words, and the voices emitted from each mouth were surprisingly real. It was as if these myriad shadows were all their avatars. But no one would believe that a half-step great master could manifest so many external avatars. This was at most a form of avatar secret technique, which could only be maintained for a period of time and could not exist independently and eternally like external avatars. Nangong Wenting and Ma Nina immediately flew towards the position near the step pyramid protecting Zhang Taiming's main body. Ha ha ha. Just the two of you, how long can you protect him? My countless shadows number in the tens of thousands. Let you see the true power of this seat. The corpse sovereign sneered. As his laughter faded, the endless black shadows surged forward. Protect my main body for a moment and watch how I slay him. The sword avatar shouted at Nangong Wenting and Manina, then the sword light surged. Ice Heart Sword Technique. Clang. The nameless divine sword trembled, and the sound of the sword echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Harnessing the nameless divine sword, the sword avatar brought the power of the 9 paths of the sword to its utmost limit. At the moment the sword ringing sounded, countless ice sword chi appeared around his body, and the brilliance suddenly surged, as if the sword avatar had unleashed all 108 styles of the Ice Heart Sword Technique in that instant. Yet, the sword avatar stood in the void, having not unleashed a single sword strike. Slash, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of icy sword chi centered around the sword avatar shot towards the myriad shadows of the corpse sovereign at high speed. Crack crack. As the sword light passed, the void solidified into an incredibly hard Tenthisandir cold ice. Puff puff. The shadows of the corpse sovereign could not withstand this terrifying sword intent, dying upon contact and transforming into plumes of black mist, which were then sealed within the Tenthisandir cold ice. Xian Chongtong and Tian Bewley stared wide-eyed, feeling a wave of innocence rise within them. Damn it. This has nothing to do with us. Why do we get caught up in this sword strike? The two had no time to think further as they desperately employed their means to strike back against the sword light that was shooting towards them. Nangong Wenting and Ma Nina also attacked with all their might, slaying the shadows that were rushing toward Zhang Taiming's main body. At the same time, both felt a pang of terror within. Fortunately, under the conscious control of the sword avatar, the sword light did not shoot towards the two, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the Tenthisandir ice crystals that were encased in a trace of sealing power chilled them to the bone. Even Manina, who had cultivated the law of ice and comprehended it to the 9th major perfection, felt a burden too great to bear. This sword was too powerful. Ma Nina was not weaker than Zhang Tianming in the realm of the ice law. Yet within the crystallized millennium ice there lay a terrifying sword force that she could never hope to rival. The combination of the sword path and the ice crystal far surpassed the power of Ma Nina's ice law. Crack crack. Crack crack. The cold ice could not kill Xian Chongtong and the others, but the terrifying sword force within it shattered their souls, with fear preventing them from even using their divine abilities, and they were completely sealed in ice. The two exerted all their strength, activating the armor they wore. A radiant holy light, brilliant and resplendent, resisted the sword force. Unfortunately, what kind of terror did the 9 swords of the sword amplified by the nameless divine sword possess? The mere imperial grade armor could only withstand for a brief moment before being utterly crushed, after which the sword force surged directly into their bodies. The two were affected by the sealing power within the ice crystal, who, despite their abundant true essence and star power, they could not unleash their full potential. In an instant, their internal organs were utterly shattered by the sword force. The souls of the two prepared to flee their bodies. However, the surroundings were completely sealed by ice crystals. Oh, where could they escape to? Before the souls could escape, the sword force emanating from the ice crystals obliterated their souls. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhan Tianming for killing Xian Chongtong, earning 310 million experience points, 1 pair of 9 nether heavy pupils, 1 strand of Imperial Aura, 1 strand of 9 nether martial soul, 5 Tianyuan pills, and 1 0 fury points. Ding dong. Imperial Aura detected, would you like to devour it? Ding dong. 9 nether martial soul detected, would you like to absorb it? Ding dong. 9 nether heavy pupils detected, can be absorbed by the Time Divine Eye to enhance power, would you like to absorb it? Devour. Absorb. Absorb. Zhan Tianming did not hesitate in the slightest. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Zhan Tianming for killing Tian Bewley, earning 370 million experience points, 1 strand of Burial Star Martial Soul, 1 strand of Imperial Aura, 1 Void Heavenly Lock, and 5 0 fury points. Ding dong. Burial Star Martial Soul detected, would you like to absorb it? Ding dong. Imperial Aura detected, would you like to devour it? Ding dong. Void Heavenly Lock detected, would you like to fuse it? Absorb, devour, fuse. The corpse sovereign had not yet died, but Xian Chongtong and Tian Bewley were the first to be obliterated. Moreover, the items obtained were quite satisfying to Zhan Tianming. As the 2 strands of Imperial Aura were devoured and fused, Zhan Tianming felt the Imperial Aura within him grow twofold, and the absorption of the 2's martial souls significantly raised the levels of his 9 dragon souls, which were incomparable to those of practitioners below the Imperial Realm. Each of these 2 martial souls had effects equivalent to over 100 Imperial Realm martial souls. Among them, the level of the Bishi Dragon Soul directly reached its maximum. Zhan Tianming's control over the surrounding space also became significantly stronger. The Bishi Dragon Soul, also known as the Basya, resembles a turtle and is known for its heavy load bearing. It is the turtle resting beneath the stone tablet. This Dragon Soul's ability allows for telekinetic control, sensing everything, and possesses the unique effect of ultra-fast movement. When powerful, it can obliterate all things and attain an eternal state. Unfortunately, Zhan Tianming clearly sensed that although his soul had become much stronger, he was still far from being able to obliterate the world for 10,000 years or attain an eternal state. It seems that it must be due to the other dragon souls not yet reaching their maximum levels, Zhan Tianming speculated quietly. Yet regardless, his soul power was now exponentially stronger than before. In addition, the absorption of the 9 nether heavy pupils made Zhan Tianming feel a chill in the Time Divine Eye at the center of his forehead. The Time Divine Eye. This was a great divine ability. Besides special beings like Enya, who could ignore the passage of time, who would dare claim to remain unchanged under the flow of time. However, with Zhan Tianming's current strength, it was also inconvenient to use such a great divine ability too frequently. The final Void Heavenly Lock left Zhan Tianming slightly stunned. This Void Heavenly Lock turned out to be a martial skill divine ability. Perhaps this was the move Tian Bewley used against me to lock my Ba Tian Divine Palm during our battle. Zhan Tianming thought to himself, remembering it very clearly. During his battle with Tian Bewley, he had unleashed the Ba Tian Divine Palm, while Tian Bewley had used chains of silver light that formed the void to fly out from the endless void wrapping around the descending Ba Tian Divine Palm, swiftly locking it in the void and securing it high above. Had it not been for his full activation of the bloodline power, he would have struggled to break those void chains. A divine ability that can slightly contest the Ba Tian Divine Palm is certainly not simple. Zhan Tianming was extremely pleased. He never expected to directly obtain a divine ability, but the current Void Heavenly Lock was only at its initial level, making it difficult to exert the same power as Tian Bewley. Speaking of which, Tian Bewley truly lives up to the title of Burial Star Emperor. Just this Void Heavenly Lock divine ability already surpasses Xian Chongtong by a large margin. Zhan Tianming also did not understand why Xian Chongtong, possessing a pair of 9 nether heavy pupils, did not cultivate eye techniques as divine abilities. It was simply a waste of a pair of bestowed divine pupils. Fortunately, his Time Divine Eye could still absorb the 9 nether heavy pupils to enhance his power. At least he gained something. While Zhan Tianming's main body was pondering these matters, the Sword Path Avatar had already controlled the nearly frozen ice mountain that enveloped the entire Inshin space to shatter and disappear. In the surrounding void, all the manifestations of the corpse sovereign had been obliterated. However, no corresponding system notification sounded in Zhan Tianming's mind. In other words, the corpse sovereign was not yet dead. And here it had already been sealed. Without Zhan Tianming's main body opening the exit, there was no way to escape. Seeing that the corpse sovereign had not appeared, Zhan Tianming did not make a sound. The Sword Path Avatar spoke to Nangong Wenning and Menina, saying, "Please stay here for a while longer. Once my main body fully merges with Inshin, I will open the exit and let you both out. For now, please take a rest here." After speaking, the Sword Path avatar swiftly returned to Zhang Tianming's. Zhang Tianming continued to merge with Yinshin. Since the unknown fake corpse sovereign had hidden itself, and given his current level of fusion with Yinshin, he could not sense where the other was hiding. He decided to treat it as if he did not know and see what the other was truly up to, waiting for the time to escape, or perhaps to launch a sneak attack. What I fear is that you do not come to launch a sneak attack. Although the Sword Path avatar had already merged with the main body, it was prepared to strike at any moment. Nangong Wenning and Ma Nina exchanged a glance, then glided a short distance and settled cross-legged, waiting in hushed stillness. Time drifted by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On that day, the sword Dao duplicate suddenly emerged from Zhang Tianming's body, a faint smile touching its features as it looked toward Nangong Wenning and Ma Nina. The two of you, I have begun to fuse with the Yinshin, or I can send you out now. As the duplicate finished speaking, an energy exit opened in the void. Please go ahead. The sword Dao duplicate signaled that Nangong Wenting and Ma Nina might leave. They nodded and flew toward the portal. Nangong Wenting turned and asked, Tianming young junior brother, will you leave with us? After all, the Xuanhuayin now had a new master, and this journey through the flame desert could be considered concluded. Nangong truly wished to speak with Zhang Tianming at leisure. There was so much of the uncanny in Zhang Tianming that fascinated him. I will leave with you, the duplicate said, but my true body will remain here to continue the fusion, raising the degree of integration to its utmost. The sword Dao duplicate replied calmly. Zhang Tianming's true body remained motionless. After a short while, the duplicate accompanied Nangong Wenning and Ma Nina out of the Yinshin space. The exit vanished with them. The Yinshin space fell silent once more. Seeing Nangong Wenning and Ma Nina emerge, Long Shan felt a flicker of relief while she tried to guess what had transpired within. But she never expected that the one following Nangong and Ma Nina out would be Zhang Tianming. Junior, are you really junior brother Zhang? Long Shan was stunned. She clearly remembered him sealed in the 18 levels of hell. How could he now step out of the Yinshin space? Senior sister Long at his eye, the sword Dao duplicate nodded. He and the true body were originally one. Hearing Zhang Tianming's affirmation, Long Shan's heart leapt with joy. You? It's a relief that you are all right, Long Shan said, visibly moved. The duplicate smiled, then turned to Nangong Wenting, clasped his fists in salute, and said, Brother Nangong, I will not see you off. I must concentrate on restoring senior sister Long. He did not wish to say much about Ma Nina. In the past, Feng Wushuang had indeed been pursued by the Tianyue Empire. Zhang Tianming had once sworn that if Feng Wushuang remained unharmed, he would let matters rest, but if anything befell her, he would flatten the Tianyue Empire. From Liao Qingyun, he learned that fortunately Feng Wushuang had encountered no disaster, which was why Zhang Tianming had not erupted in fury. Had she been harmed, he would show no mercy. As for Ma Nina's aid this time, Zhang Tianming had not truly needed it. Even without Ma Nina, he could have coped of course, because Ma Nina stood at his side in the final moments. Zhang Tianming accepted that debt of gratitude, yet such a favor could never outweigh the safety of Feng Wushuang. Feng Wushuang held more weight in Zhang Tianming's heart than anything else. After Nangong Wenning and Ma Nina departed, the sword Dao duplicate turned to Long Shan and asked, Senior sister Long, how do you feel? No particularly unusual sensation, Long Shan shook her head. For now, the only course is to carefully examine your physical condition. Everything else must wait until my true body finishes fusing with the Xuanhuayin in the Yinshin. Do not worry. That Yin Daoren has been taken care of, but I specialize in the sword Dao and am not as skilled at handling souls as my true body. For the time being, you must be patient. The sword Dao duplicate said so. Long Shan bowed her head slightly. At that moment, the duplicate applied a strand of soul force onto Long Shan. Sensing it, Long Shan did not resist, as she only allowed the duplicate's soul force to slowly seep into her body. Time flowed on. After an hour, the duplicate withdrew his soul force. A strange method, he murmured. My soul force traveled carefully through your body and found nothing. The sword Dao duplicate shook his head. This result did not surprise Long Shan. After Yin Daoren and the others had entered the Yinshin space, she herself had examined and likewise found nothing. Junior sister Long. A shout echoed from afar. Long Shan and the duplicate turned and saw a youth clad in the inner disciple robes of Julong Academy streaking toward them. Senior brother Yi, I am glad you are unharmed. Long Shan breathed a small sigh of relief. Yi Zhiqiu smiled brightly and said, By the way, junior sister Long, junior brother Zhan, why were you gone when I woke? I had a hard time finding you these past days. He was relieved to see Zhang Tianming and Long Shan safe. Senior brother Yi, this is a long story. Listen slowly, Long Shan began. She recounted how Yi Zhiqiu had been knocked unconscious and all that followed. Then she and Yi Zhiqiu turned their gaze to Zhang Tianming. Junior brother Zhan, how did you later enter the Yinshin space? Long Shan asked. Zhang Tianming saw no reason to conceal it and told them how he had encountered the spirit echo of the Xian Yin Dao, and how his true body remained in the Yinxin space, continuing to fuse with the Xuanhua Yin. So that one called Shirzun is still in the Yinxin space. Long Shan's brows knitted with worry. After all, Zhang Taiming's true body was still fusing with the Yinxin. What if Shirzun launched a surprise attack at such a moment? The Sword Dao duplicate smiled faintly. Rest assured, the true body should be fine. During those 7 days, the duplicate had not idled inside the true body. He had left a staggering strike within Zhang Taiming's body. The reason he emerged from the Yinxin space as well was simply to lure Shirzun into revealing himself. Within the Yinxin space, all around was deathly still, as if no life existed there at all. The figure floating in the void no more than 3 feet from the orb wreathed in flames before it seemed utterly devoid. Here the silence was as if death itself held sway. Zhang Taiming's degree of fusion with the Xuanhua Yin advanced at a crawl. 7 days had passed, and the integration had risen to only 65%, and that rate of increase was continuing to drop sharply. Zhang Tianming could already foresee how agonizingly slow the progress would become, yet there was no other way. He could only proceed one step at a time. Otherwise, how could he truly claim to have secured the Xuanhua Yin? Only by successfully taking the Xuanhua Yin could he hope to obtain clues to the Langia Divine Flame, and the Langia Divine Flame was the key to activating the Xiandao Feng Tian Yin and finding Feng Wuxuan. There could be no failure. Zhang Tianming therefore resolved to continue the fusion until it could proceed no further, thereby maximizing the chance of learning the trail to the Langia Divine Flame. No one knew that in this empty, deathly silent space, a black silhouette was slowly taking form. Its chill gaze swept over Zhang Tianming. The void trembled as that cold scrutiny fell upon him. After the corpse sovereign emerged, he did not rush to approach Zhang Tianming. He was extremely cautious, standing still, as if merging with the surrounding darkness, as though he did not exist. With his eyes closed, Zhang Tianming was fully focused on merging with the Yin heart, completely unaware of his surroundings, as if there were truly no one else in this space. He had confidence in his Sword Dao avatar. There was no need for him to worry about the task of slaying the corpse sovereign. Everything had already been prepared by the Sword Dao avatar. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. The corpse sovereign exhibited extreme patience, as if he would not take action unless he was absolutely certain of his safety. Meanwhile, Zhang Taiming's true self had completely cast aside, everything quietly merging with the Yin heart. Finally, the corpse sovereign began to move. He could not wait any longer. After all, no one could clearly say how much Zhang Tianming had merged with the Yin heart. If Zhang Tianming fully merged with the Yin heart, whether he would have the chance to slay Zhang Tianming and re-merge with the Yin heart in his place was completely uncertain. Thus, the best course of action was to strike before Zhang Tianming completed the merger. Silently, like a shadow, the corpse sovereign glided toward Zhang Tianming. It was only when he was 3 zhang away from Zhang Tianming that he revealed a fierce expression. Suddenly, the corpse sovereign struck fiercely. A shadow of a black claw tore through the void, flying toward Zhang Tianming at an astonishing speed. Wherever the claw shadow passed, the void was as fragile as paper, easily torn into shreds, and the chilling, ghostly energy emanating from the claw shadow possessed a terrifying power. Die. The corpse sovereign seemed to envision Zhang Taiming's death and himself inheriting the Yin heart. However, just as the claw shadow approached Zhang Taiming's body, an unexpected change occurred. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out, soaring into the sky. The Sword Dao avatar, having prepared a killing move within Zhang Tianming for 7 days and nights, finally revealed itself. The overwhelming and formidable Sword Dao power erupted, directly slicing the corpse sovereign's claw shadow in half. Then the sword energy surged forth, shooting toward the corpse sovereign 3 zhang away. The corpse sovereign, appearing as if he had already anticipated this, showed no sign of surprise. Ghostly 100 killings. As he extended his claws forward, his figure advanced rather than retreating, attempting to dodge the edge of the sword energy to pounce on Zhang Tianming. He knew well that if this ambush failed, he might never have another chance to ambush Zhang Tianming again. Therefore, this time it had to succeed. Failure meant death. Roar! Roar! As the ghostly 100 killings activated, 2 ghostly apparitions flew out from the corpse sovereign's claws, clawing and pouncing toward the sword energy. Unfortunately, how could those ghostly apparitions be a match for the sword energy? The moment they made contact, they were shattered into pieces. The corpse sovereign originally thought he had dodged the sword strike, but after the sword energy shattered the 2 ghostly apparitions, it unexpectedly turned back, as if it possessed its own intelligence, and flew toward him. A mere uncontrolled sword energy thinks it can kill me. Dream on. With a low growl, the corpse sovereign poured all his strength into a charge toward Zhang Tianming. The distance between him and Zhang Tianming was already short, and with the speed like black lightning, he almost reached him in the blink of an eye. Reaching above Zhang Tianming's head without a moment's hesitation, the corpse sovereign's right claw lunged toward Zhang Tianming's head. Whoosh! Suddenly another sword energy shot out from Zhang Tianming's body, piercing through the corpse sovereign's right claw, then continuing to fly toward the corpse sovereign. Not good. The corpse sovereign's expression changed at the critical moment. He twisted his body to evade the nearly lethal sword strike. Unfortunately, at that moment, the surrounding void suddenly solidified. A powerful force locked down this space, making it feel as if it were coated in a thick slime. The corpse sovereign's speed was suddenly greatly affected. Meanwhile, the two sword lights that had previously shot out from Zhang Tianming's body swiftly returned, directly stabbing toward the corpse sovereign. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. A layer of tough black light appeared on the surface of the corpse sovereign's body, enveloping him like a ghostly armor radiating black light. Taking advantage of the armor blocking the fatal blow, the corpse sovereign quickly urged the ghostly energy, striking out with both palms to knock the two sword lights away. Using this opportunity, he launched another deadly attack toward Zhang Tianming. Roar! The corpse sovereign opened his mouth wide, and a pale golden ghost erupted from it, filled with a dense aura of death, breaking through the obstructed void and rushing toward Zhang Tianming. That ghost possessed the might to devour heaven and earth. At this moment, a single vertical eye on Zhang Tianming's forehead slowly opened. Time. Buzz. The eye of time opened, golden divine light bursting forth, causing the heavens, earth, sun, and moon to reverse, plunging everything into the law of time. The ghost could not approach Zhang Tianming regardless of what it did. The corpse sovereign could not break free from the constraints of time, as if he were forever frozen in place. However, within Zhang Tianming's body, a domineering and formidable sword energy still erupted. The sword energy crossed the void, trailing 100 zhang long sword light, slicing through the pale golden ghost along with the corpse sovereign's head before disappearing into the endless void. Afterward, the eye of time closed. This place seemed to fall into silence once again. The pale golden ghost quickly dissipated while the corpse sovereign stood frozen in place, his eyes wide as beads, as if they were about to pop out. Time. Time. Divine. Power. The corpse sovereign could hardly believe it. Such a heaven-defying divine ability actually appeared on a mere 9-star martial emperor. How could this be? It seemed that the pronunciation of these words triggered something. Before he could finish speaking, a clear sword mark appeared on his brow. The sword mark rapidly expanded, spreading across his entire head, joining into a line. A sword energy suddenly overflowed. Whoosh! The corpse sovereign's head split in two, and even his soul was cleaved in half by a single sword strike. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for slaying the Xianming Golden Ghost, gaining 410 million experience points, 1 Xianming Golden Ghost soul, 1 trace of Emperor's Qi, 1 piece of 10,000 ghost armor, and 1 of his 0 points of fury. Ding dong! Xianming Golden Ghost soul detected. Ding dong! Emperor's Qi detected. Zhang Tianming unhesitatingly chose to devour and absorb. The level of the 9 dragon souls rose significantly again. The Emperor's Qi was also further strengthened. Fortunately, the Sword Dao avatar left a trace of temporary soul power within me, allowing me to use divine abilities to fight during the fusion with the Yin Heart. Otherwise, I would have to interrupt the fusion to deal with him. Zhang Tianming thought to himself. At that moment, an anomaly occurred within the corpse sovereign's body. A trace of divine soul floated out. Brother Tianming, thank you. The drifting soul was none other than the original spirit of the corpse sovereign. Corpse sovereign. Zhang Tianming was slightly taken aback. He had not expected that after slaying the false corpse sovereign, the real corpse sovereign would appear, and in the form of... Then Zhang Tianming gently opened his eyes. Although this would slow down the already painfully slow fusion process, the corpse sovereign was an old acquaintance of Zhang Tianming, having once gone through life and death trials together. Thus he chose to open his eyes. Looking at the soul that seemed like it could dissipate at any moment, Zhang Tianming's brow furrowed slightly. Brother Tianming, you need not worry. I have been possessed by that guy for quite some time. If it weren't for the fact that I still hold some value for him, he would have completely devoured me the moment he successfully took over, leaving me no remnant of soul. The corpse sovereign smiled wryly. Living like that is worse than death. No, in fact, I am already dead. This remnant soul cannot remain in the world for long. Thank you for letting me find release. Lastly, I wish to tell you that the tomb of the buried path is a calamity of heaven and earth, a calamity of annihilation. The one who possessed me escaped from the tomb of the buried path by accident. When the secrets within the tomb awaken, it will be the day of destruction for the Jiulong continent. Brother Tianming, be careful. The voice grew fainter, and the remnant soul of the corpse sovereign gradually faded into the void. Zhang Tianming's brows tightened. The tomb of the buried path. The calamity of heaven and earth. The calamity of annihilation. What kind of secrets are hidden within the tomb of the buried path? What about Wu Shuang? Zhang Tianming could wait no longer. Now that the false corpse sovereign had been dealt with, the Xuanhua seal was already in his possession. It was time to embark on the journey to find the Purple Thunder 9 Dragon Flame. As for the Langya Divine Flame, he could only uncover clues after he merged with the Xuanhua seal as much as possible. During this process, he absolutely could not waste time. The best strategy was to search for the Purple Thunder 9 Dragon Flame while waiting for the fusion of the Xuanhua seal to complete. However, before that, there was one more thing that needed to be handled first. Zhang Tianming transmitted a divine thought to his Sword Dao clone, and shortly after the Sword Dao clone returned to the Seal Heart space. The false corpse sovereign has been dealt with. Now I need you to enter my body, and we will work together to extract the soul of the Yin Crow Taoist, and find a way to lift the restrictions within Senior Sister Long. The main body said, "Okay." The Sword Dao clone nodded, and then entered the main body. With the assistance of the Sword Dao clone, Zhang Tianming could finally temporarily extract his main Buddhist divine soul. Looking at the soul in the system's backpack, Zhang Tianming snorted coldly. Yin Crow Taoist, I helped you escape from the boundary of the Guardian's ruins, and yet you planted restrictions within my senior sister. How very considerate of you. The cold voice sent a chill down the Yin Crow Taoist's spine. However, he knew that begging for mercy was futile, so he coldly replied, Zhang, stop talking nonsense. This is how I always do things. What can you do to me? Zhang Tianming chuckled twice. What can I do to you? Let me show you just what I can do. Without wasting words, Zhang Tianming moved his thoughts and extracted the Yin Crow Taoist's soul from the system's backpack. At the same time, with a casual gesture of his left hand, a wisp of the 9 Yang Divine Emperor Flame rose directly, enveloping the Yin Crow Taoist's soul and burning it fiercely. The Yin Crow Taoist screamed in agony, desperately shouting. Unfortunately, in Zhang Tianming's hands, he had no power to resist. Kid, if I die, that girl will undoubtedly die too. The Yin Crow Taoist shouted hoarsely. Zhang Tianming smirked coldly. Die. Rest assured I will not kill you. Right now you don't even have the chance to commit suicide in my hands, and I will slowly burn you with this supreme Yang flame for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Anyway, I am currently a 9-star martial emperor, and I may very well become a 9-yin powerhouse in the future with a long life ahead. I will slowly enjoy this with you. Leaving behind a meaningful cold laugh, Zhang Tianming ignored the Yin Crow Taoist and closed his eyes, sitting quietly in place. You bastard. May you die a horrible death. The Yin Crow Taoist cursed while screaming. That voice echoed in the Seal Heart space, making it feel like a deep hell, sending chills down one's spine. Kid, what exactly do you want? In less than half an hour, the Yin Crow Taoist could no longer bear the inhuman torture. He had tried, and indeed he could not even think of dying. At this moment, his life and death were completely in Zhang Tianming's hands. If he wanted him to live, he had to live, even if he wished to die. If he wanted him to die, he had to die, even if he wished to live. He had no say in the matter. Zhang Tianming remained silent. Just from the tone of the Yin Crow Taoist, he could tell that the latter had not yet surrendered. Continue burning. What? What do you want? Bastard, at least say something. The Yin Crow Taoist was nearly going mad. This feeling of being unable to live and unable to die was far more terrifying than being trapped in the boundary of the Guardian's ruins for countless years. Brother, I beg you, please stop burning. I can't take it anymore. The Yin Crow Taoist finally began to soften. Lord Tianming, you are my ancestor, you are my master, I beg you, please stop burning. At this moment, Zhang Tianming finally raised his eyes to glance at the Yin Crow Taoist. What? Am I not a bastard anymore? Of course not, I am the bastard, I am. The Yin Crow Taoist did not dare to call Zhang Tianming a bastard anymore. He was now just hoping that Zhang Tianming would make the 9 Yang Divine Emperor Flame disappear. Seeing that the Yin Crow Taoist had indeed softened, Zhang Tianming casually waved his hand, and the 9 Yang Divine Emperor Flame suddenly soared and flew into his body. Speak. Zhang Tianming said indifferently. The Yin Crow Taoist naturally understood what Zhang Tianming was asking and cautiously replied, If I tell you, will you spare my life? Even now you want to bargain with me. Zhang Tianming's eyes darkened. Whether to spare you depends on my mood. Yes. The Yin Crow Taoist did not even dare to meet Zhang Tianming's gaze, nodding submissively. The restriction I placed in that girl. Oh no, I mean the young lady is an ancient secret method passed down from the demon sect, called the Dao Heart Seed Demon. To break this curse, one must cultivate the Dao Heart Seed Demon technique. Dao Heart Seed Demon. Zhang Tianming was slightly taken aback. This was indeed something that Zhang Tianming had not anticipated. In his past life, he had heard of the concept of planting demons in the Dao Heart. In Master Huang Yi's The Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, the idea of planting demons in the Dao Heart was mentioned. It is a peculiar book of the demon sect, and one of the 10 volumes of the Celestial Demon Strategy, long held by the sinister sect of the Demon Path. The scripture is divided into two parts. The first part focuses on the techniques for cultivating the demon seed, while the second part deals with the methods of entering the Tao through demons. The practice of planting demons in the Tao heart primarily discusses the extraordinary powers of the spirit, allowing the spirit to become as substantial as reality, infiltrating everywhere, subduing enemies, without battle, absorbing the essence of the world, through one's pores, transforming it into true energy, continuously strengthening and consolidating the spirit, and restraining opponents' minds. It is a profound technique for seizing the essence of the universe and controlling the forces of creation. Unexpectedly, there is also planting demons in the Tao heart in the Jilong continent. The technique. Zhan Tianming spoke in a deep voice. The voice of the system prompt sounded. Ding dong. Detected planting demons in the Tao heart. Would you like to cultivate it? Cultivate. Ding dong. Cultivation successful. Congratulations to the host Zhan Tianming for acquiring planting demons in the Tao heart. View. Skill planting demons in the Tao heart supreme. Level 1 proficiency 01000 consumes true energy 100 description, a secret technique of the demon sect, an ancient method serving as a soul technique. Each level increases the soul power by double, and upon reaching the highest realm one can plant the demon seed within any Tao heart, driving others to madness or turning them into merciless demons, a truly extreme and sinister magic art. Spiritual secret technique. Zhan Tianming was slightly taken aback. This was indeed very similar to the planting demons in the Tao heart he had heard of in his past life. However, none of this was what Zhan Tianming was concerned about. What he valued more was the enhancement of his soul power. With each level, the soul power could be doubled from its original state. He sensed it slightly. Indeed, the planting demons in the Tao heart was currently at level 1, and his soul power had indeed doubled. If he were to cultivate it to the 9th level of perfect completion, wouldn't his soul power become astonishingly powerful? What a remarkable secret art of planting demons in the Tao heart, truly formidable. Zhan Tianming couldn't help but exclaim. Such a soul secret art was undoubtedly many times stronger than the 10,000 demons soul refining art taught by Urian back then. The two are like heaven and earth, incomparable. How many levels of planting demons in the Tao heart are needed to remove the demon seed from my senior sister? Zhan Tianming spoke in a deep voice. After all, after cultivating planting demons in the Tao heart, he had slightly understood its terrifying aspects. If the demon seed is not removed, Longshan's life and death completely rests on the thoughts of the Yin Taoist. Zhan Tianming would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. I once cultivated this to the 3rd level. You only need to cultivate it to the 3rd level to remove the demon seed. The Yin Taoist replied, terrified. He truly did not know if Zhan Tianming would kill him. The 3rd level. Zhan Tianming murmured to himself. Since it was only the first 3 levels, he did not plan to use the last 4 skill points in the system store. After all, those skill points should be reserved for enhancing the last 1 or 2 levels of the Supreme Dragon God martial arts. One must understand that the further along, the more experience points are required. Using up skill points in the earlier levels was indeed somewhat wasteful. Now that he thought about it, it was quite extravagant to have used skill points so recklessly back then. Finally, Zhan Tianming turned his gaze towards the Yin Taoist and said, all right, I will spare you for now. Once I cultivate to the 3rd level and remove the demon seed from Long Shiji, I will consider whether to kill you. After saying this, Zhan Tianming waved his hand and directly retrieved the Yin Taoist soul into the system backpack. His main body refused with the imprint of the heart, while the sword path avatar departed from the main body. After all, the main body contained the 9 Yang Divine Emperor, Yin, which would speed up the fusion process. In the outside world, the sword path avatar stepped out of the void. Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu turned their gazes over. Long Shiji Yi Shixiang, my main body still needs to continue fusing with the imprint of the heart in the imprint space. Let's leave here first. Zhan Tianming looked at the two. Now he represented Zhan Tianming's main body. After all, they were originally one entity, and there was no need to distinguish between them. Longshan and Yi Zhiqiu both nodded. The 3 then flew towards the Xuanhua imprint. On the way, Zhan Tianming said to Longshan, Long Shiji, the Yin Taoist has planted a demon seed within you. You must not break through any realm in the near future, even if you sense that you can break through to the half-Tao realm, or a certain martial skill and mental technique could break through to a higher level. Do not attempt to break through for now. Wait for me for a while. I will cultivate a secret method to remove the demon seed within you. Upon hearing this, Longshan slightly nodded. It seemed that she had no distrust towards Zhan Tianming. Whatever Zhan Tianming said, she believed. After flying out of the Xuanhua imprint, Zhan Tianming moved his main Buddha's consciousness, raised his hand to summon, and the towering immense Xuanhua imprint transformed into a small seal flying into Zhan Tianming's palm. Zhang Tianming had also taken out a Qianquan bag from the system backpack for temporary use. The Qianquan bag contained some items he currently needed. After storing the Xuanhua imprint in the Qianquan bag, Zhang Tianming said, "I plan to head to the ruins of the Purple Thunder Pavilion. What about you? The matter here has concluded and I need to return to the academy to report to the vice president and the elders." Yi Zhiqiu said, "You can report on this matter, Yi Shixiang. I will accompany Zhang Shidi to the ruins of the Purple Thunder Pavilion," Longshan stated. However, this was quite normal. Shi and Yi Zhiqiu were sent by the academy to search for the Xuanhua imprint, and now that it had been retrieved by Zhang Tianming, having Longshan with him could also assist Zhang Tianming, serving as an additional helper to prevent the Xuanhua imprint from falling into others' hands. Moreover, since there was a demon seed within Longshan, she also needed Zhang Tianming to remove it. Yi Zhiqiu understood the reasoning behind this and slightly nodded, clasping his fists. "Well then, Long Shime Zhang Shidi, we shall meet again. Until we meet again." Zhang Tianming and Longshan also clasped their fists. Whoosh! Yi Zhiqiu transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the horizon. Zhang Tianming and Longshan exchanged glances and then also flew off in another direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two streams of light streaked through the void, leaving long trails behind. In the once scorching center of the fiery desert, with the disappearance of the massive flame mountain, began to cool down. This vast desert, which had existed for countless years, was likely to undergo tremendous changes in the future. Looking at the clouds that continued to flicker behind him, Zhang Tianming's heart was filled with countless thoughts. Purple Thunder, Nine Dragon Flame. I will definitely find you. The Purple Thunder Pavilion, once a transcendent sect that flourished for a time. In the southern domain, many were familiar with the Purple Thunder Pavilion, especially those from various cultivation sects who certainly could not be unaware of it. Here was once a place where numerous forces in the southern domain gathered to pay their respects over the years. Here was once the location of the most powerful sect in the southern domain. Unfortunately, it is now a wasteland with any valuables in the sect long since cleared out, and the once grand protective formation has fallen into disrepair. Legend has it that at the height of its glory, the Purple Thunder Pavilion could stand shoulder to shoulder with the great sects of the Nine Dragons Imperial Domain. Alas, for reasons unknown, its disciples dwindled, ultimately leading to its destruction at the hands of various powerful forces. Afterwards, some claim to have seen 9 purple lightning divine dragons flying out from beneath the Purple Thunder Pavilion. Longshan introduced to Zhang Tianming. The two had arrived at the nearest city to the Purple Thunder Pavilion, preparing to gather some information. According to rumors, those 9 purple lightning divine dragons are the fabled Purple Thunder 9 Flames. Longshan herself found it hard to believe. Among the 5 ancient divine flames, the stories regarding the Purple Thunder 9 Flames are the least, and its traces are the most mysterious. Since the existence of the 5 ancient divine flames, there has only been this one piece of information about the Purple Thunder 9 Flames. The other 4 ancient divine flames have numerous tales associated with them. Until now, Longshan was still unaware that Zhang Tianming had fused the 3 ancient divine fires, the Sun Eclipsing Black Flame, the 9 Heavens Mystic Flame, and the Xianming Emperor Flame, into one. At most, she only knew that Zhang Tianming had merged the Sun Eclipsing Black Flame and the 9 Heavens Mystic Flame. Even so, that was enough to astonish her deeply. For countless eons, all those who attempted to fuse ancient divine fires were turned to ashes. How could Zhang Tianming, who managed to fuse ancient divine fires, be an ordinary person? In all the heavens and earth, there is but one such person. By the way, junior brother Zhang, what are you seeking the ancient divine fire for? Longshan could not help but ask out of curiosity. For someone. A hint of tenderness flickered in Zhang Tianming's eyes. Seeing the warmth in his gaze, Longshan felt a slight heaviness in her heart. She understood that Zhang Tianming must be searching for someone he cherished. If one could go to such lengths, risking their life to seek something that may not even exist, one would surely feel an overwhelming happiness, wouldn't they? My. Suddenly Longshan's expression stiffened. What's wrong? Zhang Tianming was slightly taken aback, then followed Longshan's gaze. Not far away, a young man bearing a long sword sat atop a 7th-grade demon beast, the land tiger, exuding an aura of dominance. The young man was not particularly handsome, but his clothes were well-tailored, and with his hair tied in a jade crown, he appeared quite dashing. Yet the two remained oblivious, continuing to enact this seductive scene. The imposing presence of the 7th-grade land tiger frightened those around, causing them to retreat. Yet the two remained oblivious, continuing to enact this seductive scene. The imposing presence of the 7th-grade land tiger frightened those around, causing them to retreat in fear. An ordinary person caught off guard was bitten by the land tiger, blood splattering everywhere, and the cries of agony echoed through the streets, instilling fear in the hearts of those nearby. Those who had been pointing and gossiping suddenly fell silent. A bunch of ants daring to point fingers at this. The alluring woman displayed a proud and disdainful expression, completely unconcerned by the fact that the land tiger had just devoured a person. But soon the land tiger came to a stop. Roar, roar. Zhang Tianming and Long Shan stood in the middle of the road, provoking the land tiger to roar twice, its yellowish copper bell-like eyes fixated on them, as if it would pounce and tear apart these two unseeing individuals at its master's command. Such audacity let the land tiger devour them both. The alluring woman pointed angrily at Zhang Tianming and Long Shan. However, the land tiger did not move. Dear, they are blocking my path, let the land tiger eat them, so these foolish commoners understand. Shut up. The young man interrupted the alluring woman's words with a sharp rebuke. His gaze, however, was fixed directly. Shan, are you here to find me? I am so happy. Really, I am so happy. The young man leaped down from the tiger's back, quickly closing the distance to Long Shan, reaching out to grab her hand, but she gently dodged his approach. The young man was momentarily stunned. Then his gaze swept to Zhang Tianming beside her, and his expression darkened slightly. Who are you? Zhang Tianming did not answer, merely glancing at Long Shan. Junior brother Zhang, let me handle this myself, Long Shan said. Zhang Tianming nodded slightly, then walked toward the land tiger. As he approached, the land tiger roared and roar, roar. It seemed ready to devour Zhang Tianming at any moment. However, with a swish, a beam of sword light shot from Zhang Tianming's fingertips, slicing through both the alluring woman and the land tiger. With a thud, the land tiger and the alluring woman were instantly cut in half, collapsing to the sides with a thunderous crash. The onlookers were left stunned. Heavens! Such a powerful demon beast was actually slain in one stroke. I have seen it in the Beast Atlas. That demon beast that just died was a 7th grade land tiger, which is equivalent to a formidable being of the respected level. What? A 7th grade demon beast? A 7th grade demon beast couldn't withstand that young man's casual sword strike. This is simply incredible. Upon hearing that the land tiger was indeed a 7th grade demon beast, everyone was utterly shocked. Damn, that person just now was so inhumane, allowing the land tiger to indiscriminately devour people, and now she is dead. It is truly satisfying. The young hero's strike was commendable. Ignoring the lives of ordinary people, she is now regarded as mere weeds by others. She deserved to die. Yes, she deserved to die. Many applauded Zhang Tianming's casual strike. On the other side, although the young man in splendid attire felt a surge of anger, he suppressed it with Long Shan present, forcing a congenial facade, as he said to Long Shan, Shan, I have long wanted to be rid of that vile woman. Now that she is dead, it is indeed a fitting end. As he spoke, the young man cast a fierce glare at the deceased alluring woman and spat on the ground. Finally, he turned to Long Shan with a perfectly amiable demeanor. Shan, I was blinded by lust in the past. I was wrong. I will change now. Please give me another chance. Zhang Tianming had already walked Tianzhong away. He paid no heed to the discussions around him, merely casting a glance toward the position of Long Shan. That person must be the heartless one Mu Qi spoke of, right? Zhang Tianming murmured to himself. When he first entered the Jiulong Academy, he met Mu Qi in front of the Jiulong Sky Tower, and coincidentally encountered Long Shan, which led him to hear about Long Shan from Mu Qi. Speaking of which, senior sister Long Shan is indeed quite pitiful. Senior sister Long Shan once had a partner in cultivation. Although they were not at the stage of discussing marriage, they were indeed a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, that man made senior sister Long Shan heartbroken. He is simply a useless piece of clay. I even want to beat that bastard up. Do you know? That bastard was originally a pauper, not even as handsome as me, yet he won senior sister Long Shan's favor, just because he could play a flute. Senior sister Long Shan gave all her family's cultivation resources to that bastard, but that bastard not only failed to cherish them, but also complained that those resources were too few, always reaching out to senior sister Long Shan for more. Do you think he's even human? Zhang Tianming felt a surge of anger in his heart as he recalled Mu Qi's words and what he had just seen. This kind of man truly disgraced us men. A scumbag. However, since Long Shan decided to deal with this matter herself, Zhang Tianming found it inappropriate to intervene. Moreover, with Long Shan's current cultivation level, she had nothing to fear from that bastard. That man was merely a one-star martial emperor. In the southern region, such a cultivation level was indeed quite strong, but to Zhang Tianming, he could easily crush him. Of course, Long Shan could do the same. However, Zhang Tianming shook his head inwardly. From the look in Long Shan's eyes, he seemed to foresee the outcome. On the other side, although Long Shan had a cold expression, she had no intention of teaching a lesson to the person she once loved. The young man said, Shan, please forgive me. I will treat you better in the future. Long Shan replied, don't call me Shan. The young man continued, Shan, I know you are angry with me, but I truly realize my mistakes. Can't you forgive me just this once for the sake of our past feelings? I know I'm not human, and I deserve to be hit. If you want, just hit me. Ooh, I am willing to do anything to make you feel better. As he spoke, the young man reached out to grab Longshan's hand, hoping she would hit him a few times. But Longshan gently sidestepped, avoiding the young man's hand. He still wore a pleading expression. Shan, what must I do for you to forgive me? Just tell me, and I will do it. You can go now. I don't want to see you again, Longshan resolved in her heart. This person who once had her love had ultimately betrayed her, yet he was still the one who treated her the best in the past. To say she could kill him, Longshan couldn't do it. Shan. The young man's voice rose slightly, seemingly filled with anger as he pointed towards Zhang Tianming in the distance. Is it because of that pretty boy that you refused to forgive me? Longshan did not expect him to question her like this. It has nothing to do with junior brother Zhang, it's just that I don't want to see you again. Still claiming it has nothing to do with that pretty boy. The moment I mention him, your expression flickers. You are clearly lying. The young man looked as if he wouldn't let the matter go. Fine, if that's the case, I will go teach that pretty boy a lesson, so you? Longshan grew increasingly angry as she listened. Her jade fist clenched tightly, her gaze glaring at the young man. The young man scoffed coldly and strode toward Zhang Tianming. Don't provoke junior brother Zhang, Longshan shouted. However, the young man was unwilling to listen. After all, Zhang Tianming had just killed the woman he had temporarily hooked up with, and that land tiger mount, which had already made him very displeased. Now with Longshan unwilling to forgive him, wasn't that a case of losing both the woman and the battle? How could he quell his anger without severely beating that brat? You brat, daring to touch my woman, go to hell. Whoosh. Like lightning, the young man's figure flashed, instantly covering the 10 distance, and appearing before Zhang, Tianming, his right fist striking fiercely. Boom. Boom. His fist was engulfed in a 3-inch radiance and a terrifying force of golden law. Sharp. Unstoppable. My heavens. This is the power of the law. He is a martial emperor strong enough. Goodness, he is actually a martial emperor. It's over. Although that young man could slay a 7th-grade demon beast with a single sword, it seems he is just a holy realm cultivator, right? Faced with the furious strike of a martial emperor, he is likely doomed. Many cultivators with some strength around them thought of this in their hearts. Especially seeing Zhang Tianming standing there motionless only confirmed their suspicions. Junior brother Zhang, don't kill him. Seeing the young man really make a move, Longshan quickly shouted. She was well aware of Zhang Tianming's strength. What was a 1-star martial emperor? Even a half-step realm expert, if they provoked Zhang Tianming, would meet a death they could not escape. After all, Longshan had personally witnessed 8 half-step realm experts enter the Xian space, but in the end, only Nangong Wenning and Ma Nina walked out alive. Where did the remaining 6 go? The answer was already evident. Every time she thought of this, a wave of fear surged in Longshan's heart. Zhang Tianming had indeed been prepared to make a move, as this guy had already charged in front of him, looking like he wanted to kill him. However, upon hearing Longshan's words, he couldn't help but snort. Oomph. With just a snort, a domineering and overwhelming power instantly spread, violently smashing into the young man's body. Bang! The young man was instantly sent flying, not even brushing against Zhang Tianming's clothes. A mouthful of blood was spat out. The young man crashed to the ground, sliding several zhang on the street before finally coming to a stop. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned, gazing in disbelief at this scene. Defeated. A dignified martial emperor was defeated without even touching the opponent's clothes. With such solid golden law and a speed that was utterly unnoticeable, it definitely did not seem like something a holy realm cultivator should possess. Since he was a martial emperor, why was he defeated so decisively? Could it be? All eyes turned to Zhang Tianming, a single thought rising in their hearts. Could it be that this seemingly 20-year-old youth was in fact a true martial emperor, and a far stronger one than that elegantly dressed young man? My heavens! When did martial emperors, such unparalleled powerhouses, become so commonplace on the streets? Just as these thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, suddenly someone excitedly shouted. As the voice echoed, everyone around was momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, a face gradually emerged in everyone's mind. That face coincided perfectly with the young man before them. It was none other than Zhang Tianming, the champion of the South Region's Kungsa battle. At that time, many had witnessed his appearance when he participated in the Kungsa battle. Later, Zhang Tianming unleashed a massacre to save his clan, obliterating a medium-sized sect with a single palm strike. How imposing was that? Moreover, the Tianyue Empire remained silent, and the Nanzhan Empire kept its silence, as well, effectively acknowledging Zhang Tianming's actions. Such dominance, surpassing the 2 great empires of the South region, with just one man's strength, filled people with immense envy. Zhang Tianming also represented the South region in the Jiulong Imperial Domain, participating in the 8 Domains battle, where he defeated experts from various regions and ultimately secured the championship in individual combat. At the same time, he helped the South region achieve a commendable ranking in the 8 Domains battle. Moreover, Zhang Tianming was later accepted as an inner disciple by Jilong Academy, who in the South region did not know of such a dazzling super powerhouse akin to a comet. Even those who had never seen Zhang Tianming knew of his name. Now many disciples of various sects idolized Zhang Tianming, dreaming of one day achieving fame across the Jilong continent like him. Is he really the Zhang Tianming who came from our South region? My heavens, did I hear wrong? My idol Zhang Tianming. Is he the idol I've been admiring? Zhang Tianming. Him. It must be him, it is Zhang Tianming. No wonder I felt he looked familiar just now. It turns out he is Zhang Tianming, haha. Indeed, he looks so young. He must be under 20, right? With him around, no one in Tianfeng country would dare to provoke them for a millennium, right? Yes. I also heard that several of Zhang Tianming's good brothers are working in Tianfeng country, and the current emperor there is still his friend. With such a powerful friend, who would have the guts to provoke Tianfeng country? Unless they no longer wish to live. Various discussions arose one after another. On the ground, the young man in luxurious clothing stared at Zhang Tianming in disbelief, fear flickering. He could not believe that Zhang Tianming had almost injured him with just a grunt, causing his blood to surge. Had it not been for Longshan stopping him, he might have bid farewell to this world the moment he charged forward. How terrifying. Such strength is simply outrageous. Who exactly is he? The young man in luxurious clothing did not know about Zhang Tianming. After all, while Zhang Tianming was renowned in the South region, he was still in Jilong Imperial Domain at that time, and when Zhang Tianming arrived in Jilong, he had already come to the South region. The two had completely missed each other. Furthermore, as a dignified martial emperor, he likely wouldn't pay attention to competitions like the 8 Domains battle, even if he were in Jilong Imperial Domain. After all, he was an inner disciple of Jilong Academy. Now he had officially graduated from the inner academy. However, upon seeing the discussions of those around him, the young man in luxurious clothing instantly realized that he had probably kicked the steel plate. At that moment, Longshan stepped forward, not even glancing at the young man in luxurious clothing, merely slightly nodding her head toward Zhang Tianming. Thank you. If it weren't for Zhang Tianming showing mercy, this man I once loved would already be dead. Finally, she turned to the young man in luxurious clothing and said, leave. Do not come looking for me again. Shanshan, do you really refuse to forgive me? The young man in luxurious clothing felt that perhaps he still had a chance. After all, Longshan's unwillingness to watch him die was enough to prove that he still held a place in her heart. If he pleaded a little more, perhaps there would be a turning point. I will say it again, leave. I do not wish to see you again. Longshan's heart made a decision, and her expression grew resolute. She had to make the final determination. This man was simply not worth her love. A man who betrayed her had just been flaunting with a sultry woman in public. What kind of responsibility could such a man have? The further he rolled away, the better. Longshan, don't get too proud. The young man in luxurious clothing stood up, angrily pressing a hand against his surging chest, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. I tell you, a woman like you, I can have as many as I want. What do you count as? One day I will make you kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. You? The sudden change in demeanor made a hint of anger rise in Longshan's heart. She was not angry at anyone other than herself. She hated herself for knowing such a scoundrel. Slap. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Zhang Tianming struck from afar, sending the young man in luxurious clothing flying, a few teeth mixed with blood and saliva flying out. Bang! The young man in luxurious clothing crashed to the ground again, kicking up a large cloud of dust. A dignified one-star martial emperor could not muster any strength to retaliate before Zhang Tianming, and was no different from an ordinary person. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianming struck him without any courtesy. Junior brother Zhang, let him go. I do not want to see him again. Longshan pleaded once more. All right. Zhang Tianming sighed inwardly. After all, this had little to do with him, but he could not let this go. With a flick of his finger, a strand of Juyang divine emperor flame flew directly into the young man's body. From now on, do not appear before Longshaji. If you see her from afar, just go around. Otherwise, you will be burned to ashes. Zhang Tianming had no intention of joking. His expression was extremely solemn. Now you may leave. Having reached this point, he felt it was enough. After all, Longshan was the party involved. The young man in luxurious clothing sensed the flame within his body, instantly turning pale, with fright scrambling to his feet and fleeing without daring to linger. Bang! A stumble caused the young man in luxurious clothing to fall. Ha ha ha! Some cultivators couldn't help but laugh out loud. A dignified martial emperor actually tripped. This was simply the biggest joke of the year. The young man in luxurious clothing didn't have time to care about those who laughed at him. He got up and flew into the void, darting away like lightning. Longshaji, there is still a trace of something that should not be in your Dao heart. It must be severed to hope for a higher realm. Zhang Tianming spoke slowly. Longshan slightly nodded. She naturally understood this principle. Moments later, when she looked at Zhang Tianming again, there was no longer any sorrow in her eyes. What remained was a firm resolve towards the martial path and gratitude towards Zhang Tianming in her heart. Junior brother, thank you. Humph. Truly domineering and arrogant. A cold snort echoed from the horizon, carrying a fierce demeanor as if a conqueror were arriving. The voice roared like thunder, reverberating above the city. Some weaker cultivators were directly knocked unconscious, while ordinary people, who couldn't cultivate, showed no signs of discomfort. Just based on this powerful control, one could prove the opponent's formidable strength. What a terrifying technique of voice transmission over 1,000 miles, it must belong to a super powerhouse. A cultivator at the respect level couldn't help but exclaim, his face filled with deep apprehension. This person seemed to hold some reputation in the city, as many recognized him. If even Senior Liu says so, then the opponent must be a master. Yes, with Senior Liu's insight and experience, he naturally wouldn't mistake it. However, it seems that the opponent is coming for Zhang Tianming. Although Zhang Tianming is strong, he is still under 20 years old. He probably isn't a match for the opponent, right? Damn it, who dares say that young Master Zhang is not a match for the opponent? He is a legend of our southern region. A super genius of our southern region. No matter what kind of opponent, they should not think they can defeat him. Right, I feel that. Just as the crowd in the city was discussing fervently, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Is that so? In an instant, a figure appeared in the city and a massive hand reached out to grasp the void. Boom. The martial king cultivator who had just praised Zhang Tianming as a legend of the southern region was crushed into blood mist. Zhang Tianming frowned, a hint of anger rising in his heart. His gaze swept towards an old man with white hair. Just now he hadn't expected the opponent to be so domineering and tyrannical as to directly attack an ordinary cultivator, so he hadn't had time to stop it. The opponent's actions were a slap in his face. You must be Zhang Tianming, right? The old man paid no heed to the martial king cultivator. He had just crushed, his cold gaze now fixed on Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming couldn't recall when he had offended such a person, but so what? Daring to be arrogant before him, even if it were the king of heaven, he would still beat you to the ground. Zhang Tianming's temperament had grown quite calm. However, he also gradually discovered that after returning to his true self, his state of mind had become closer to his former personality. Yet, while returning to his true self, his state of mind still retained the advantages from his earlier transformation, no longer being affected by emotional fluctuations affecting his strength. This version of himself seemed to be the true him. In fact, even Zhang Tianming himself found it hard to explain this change in his state of mind. Perhaps just like in his past life, there are people who for a certain period always give others the impression of having changed, but after that period they seem to return to their original selves. The subtlety within is hard to articulate. Junior brother. Longshan was about to say something, but saw Zhang Tianming raise his hand to interrupt her. Senior sister Long, just stand by and watch. Zhang Tianming said calmly. Longshan slightly nodded. The old man also noticed Longshan and recognized her identity. After all, the title of being second on both the heavenly rankings and the dragon rankings of the 9 dragons imperial domain is not small. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more sounds of breaking air came, and in the blink of an eye 3 figures appeared in the city, standing not far behind the old man. Ancestor. This person is Zhang Tianming. One of them pointed angrily at Zhang Tianming. Among these 3, 2 were actually known to Zhang Tianming. Qian Tianhao, Qian Feng. Zhang Tianming was slightly surprised. With a slight shift of his gaze, Zhang Tianming indeed saw a purple jade pendant at the old man's waist, which was engraved with 4 coins, and in the middle of the 4 coins was a character that flowed like a dragon and snake Qian. Back then, Zhang Tianming killed Qian Tianhao's brother in the Zhongtian mountain range, and took Qian Tianhao as a servant. Qian Feng, who served alongside Qian Tianhao, also became Zhang Tianming's servant. Later, Zhang Tianming left them both in the 9 dragons imperial domain to help the Zhang family rebuild, but unexpectedly, they had followed him here. And that Qian Tianhao is actually ranked 20th on the heavenly rankings. However, after Zhang Tianming learned about the heavenly rankings, he found it somewhat strange. How could Qian Tianhao, merely a 6-star martial emperor, become a strong figure on the heavenly rankings? Although it was just a low rank, it certainly wasn't a position a 6-star martial emperor could occupy. Moreover, how did they find their way here? Wait. Suddenly Zhang Tianming's gaze fell on the only unfamiliar figure among the 3, who had arrived, a faint sense of familiarity emerging in his heart. A servant. That person he didn't recognize turned out to be his servant. Could it be? In a moment of realization, Zhang Tianming couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. So that's how it is, you are the servant I took in back then. Yes, I was originally just a servant by young master's side, but due to young master's favor, I used a secret transformation technique during young master's seclusion to take on young master's appearance. I didn't expect to encounter you in the Zhongtian mountain range and be forced to become your servant. Humph. That person stepped forward, looking at Zhang Tianming with a face full of anger. Zhang Tianming secretly thought to himself, as expected. Shifting his gaze again, the young man standing in the middle of the three appeared to be the real Qian Tianhao, and indeed, he was a 9-star martial emperor. It made sense. A prestigious figure on the heavenly rankings of the 9 Dragons Imperial Domain, how could he possibly sit there without the strength of a 9-star martial emperor? Humph. Seeing Zhang Tianming looking over the real Qian Tianhao, sneered disdainfully. However, his gaze quickly fell on Long Shan, who was standing beside Zhang Tianming. Long Shan, why is she here? And why is she with this kid? Qian Tianhao was completely baffled about what was going on. But it didn't matter. He had come here mainly to take revenge for his brother and to regain his own face. After all, rumors were still spreading in the 9 Dragons Imperial Domain that he had been taken as a servant by Zhang Tianming. The best way to dispel that rumor was to personally kill Zhang Tianming. He believed that with his ancestor present, even Long Shan wouldn't dare to say much. His ancestor was known as the #1 person beneath the Half-Dao realm. What does it mean to be the #1 beneath the Half-Dao realm? It means that unless a Half-Dao powerhouse were to appear here, his ancestor Qian Shoheng was the one who ruled everything. A single word from his ancestor would represent the law of the entire world. Facing 4 martial emperor-level powerhouses, Zhang Tianming stepped forward without a hint of fluctuation on his face, gently placing his hands behind his back, standing against the wind, his eyes calmly sweeping over the group, finally landing on Qian Shoheng, and solemnly said, "I just want to know what happened to the members of my Zhang family." "What happened?" "Ha ha." Qian Shoheng threw his head back and laughed. Qian Tianhao let out a few cold laughs disdainfully, saying, "Your Zhang family is no longer the ancient great clan of the past. With those insignificant ants, I could easily crush them with a flick of my hand. But rest assured, I do not wish to kill too many. Oh, I merely swatted a few annoying flies. The rest will simply..." Upon hearing this, a surge of killing intent arose in Zhang Tianming's heart. Crack, crack. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking sharply, and a terrifying power emanated from his fist, causing the void to tremble slightly. Ants. Killing members of my Zhang family. Flies. What an arrogant Qian Tianhao, what a condescending Qian family. Oomph. Seeing Zhang Tianming's slightly angry expression, Qian Tianhao scoffed disdainfully. Zhang Tianming, you do possess some talent. In such a short time you have already become a 9-star martial emperor, but unfortunately, you should not have provoked me, nor the Qian family. As he spoke, Qian Tianhao's expression turned cold, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Zhang Tianming. Today I shall prove to the world that you Zhang Tianming are only fit to shine my shoes. Qian Tianhao's imposing aura was subtly elevating his stature. Although the ordinary cultivators around did not know who he was, they could feel the powerful aura emanating from him, each one gasping inwardly. In contrast, Zhang Tianming stood on the street, appearing no different from an ordinary person, seeming extremely mundane. This stark comparison made it clear that Qian Tianhao was indeed the true powerhouse. You think you are worthy. The killing intent in Zhang Tianming's heart had already surged. Ancestor, please allow my descendant to deal with this fellow. They will surely let the world know that my Qian family cannot be insulted. Qian Tianhao did not look at Zhang Tianming. Instead, he bowed to Qian Shoheng to request permission. After all, Qian Shoheng was an established martial emperor and could break through to Half-Dao at any moment, having lived at least 1,000 years longer than Zhang Tianming, and did not wish to lower himself to confront Zhang Tianming. He nodded. "All right, I leave it to you." "Thank you, ancestor." Qian Tianhao clasped his fists in gratitude. Having successfully requested permission, he stepped forward, looking disdainfully at Zhang Tianming. "Zhang Tianming, now I give you one last chance. If you come over and kneel before me begging for mercy, I might consider taking you as my servant, allowing you to continue your pitiful existence." As he spoke, Qian Tianhao's tone turned grave. "Otherwise, today shall be your day of death." Zhang Tianming no longer wished to waste words with such a person, coldly stating, "If you can take 3 of my strikes and survive, I will spare your life." "You are so boastful." Qian Tianhao's anger flared. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Boom, boom, boom. The laws of fire and ice, 2 opposing forces, suddenly manifested on Qian Tianhao, rising fiercely. Along with it, strange phenomena of rapid temperature fluctuations appeared in the surrounding void. A vast amount of spiritual energy was drawn towards Qian Tianhao by the power of the laws converging, as if all rivers were returning to the sea, forming an overwhelming might that seemed to dominate the world, pressing down so heavily that people could not raise their heads. Thud thud, thud thud. The martial cultivators and ordinary people on the street were all pressed to their knees by this might, bowing in worship. They did not even dare to lift their heads. What overwhelming arrogance this was! So powerful. Is this the pressure of a true martial emperor? The previous respected martial cultivator, known as Lu Qianbei, felt as if he were drowning. He too knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed tightly to the earth. Such a battle was something he could hardly imagine. Qian Tianhao was quite pleased, and the gaze he directed at Zhang Tianming became exceedingly proud. Longshan stood behind Jiang Tianming, shaking her head secretly. Qian Tianhao, 9-star martial emperor, ranked 20th on the sky list. Such strength is indeed quite impressive among the younger generation, but unfortunately he is too blind to have provoked junior brother Jiang. This is simply seeking one's own death, and also bringing trouble to the Qian family. Junior brother Jiang's strength is capable of slaying half-Dao experts. Even if all of you from the Qian family joined forces, you would have no chance of victory. However, Longshan had no connection with the Qian family, and moreover, Qian Shuheng's tyrannical and indiscriminate killing had left her quite displeased. Thus, she had no intention of offering a warning. On the contrary, Qian Shuheng displayed a hint of a smile, lightly stroking his beard and nodding his head in approval. Indeed, this time while Tianhao was in seclusion, he has elevated the fusion of ice and fire laws to a new level. If the sky list were to be ranked again, I believe Tianhao's position would surely rise to the top 10. Having produced such a prodigy, he naturally felt elated. Qian Feng also praised from the side. Young master has already achieved complete mastery of the ice and fire laws, and their fusion has increased in power. Coupled with the Avatar law, in a few years there may be no rivals among the younger generation of the Nine-Dragon continent. Of course, how many can compare to the young master's talent and strength? In the end, he disdainfully looked at Jiang Tianming. What kind of worthless thing is that to be worthy of competing with our young master? One must say this attendant also possesses considerable talent. Otherwise, he would not have cultivated both the Avatar law and ice and fire laws, reaching the level of a 6-star martial emperor. Such a person likely holds significant status within the Qian family. Qian Tianhao had long since become accustomed to the praises from those around him, but receiving commendation from his grandfather still made him quite pleased, and he could not help but desire to defeat Jiang Tianming splendidly. Jiang Tianming prepared to die. Suddenly, Qian Tianhao struck out with his right hand. Ice and fire, absolute heaven. Boom, boom, boom. The laws of ice and fire merged together, forming twin dragon whirlwinds, causing the heavens and earth to reverse, the void to tremble and tear. Roar, roar. The ice and fire dragons both let out deep, furious roars, unleashing a terrifying force as they charged toward Jiang Tianming. The houses around the street were instantly torn away by that force, yet those kneeling on the ground, whether cultivators or ordinary people, remained unscathed. It seemed that Qian Tianhao had done this intentionally, wanting these people to remain as witnesses. Facing such a stunning strike, Jiang Tianming remained utterly unfazed, merely extending 2 fingers and casually drawing in the air. Swish! The sword energy erupted from Jiang Tianming's sword point, cutting through thorns and brambles, surging forward like a wave utterly unmatched. It easily cleaved through Qian Tianhao's ice-fire dual dragons. What? Qian Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his almost perfectly controlled ice-fire supreme palm was so easily shattered. Moreover, that sword energy showed no signs of weakening, continuing its assault towards him. Before Qian Tianhao could react, the sword energy sliced through the ice-fire dual dragons and directly cut through his body, cleaving him in 2, even severing the low-grade imperial armor he wore. However, Jiang Tianming's figure also appeared not far away, holding an ancient sword hilt that had mysteriously materialized in his hand. Raised high to deliver a downward strike. Second sword. Swish. With the enhancement of the nameless divine sword, how fearsome was the sword's 9 paths. In an instant, the sword energy directly cleaved through Qian Tianhao's body, and with the terrifying power of the sword path stirring, even his soul was instantly annihilated. Without a soul, what use was the Avatar technique? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Jiang Tianming for killing Qian Tianhao, gaining 10 million experience points, 1 Avatar Pearl, and 1 Icefire Martial Soul, along with 1 0 Rage points. Ding dong. Icefire Martial Soul discovered. Do you wish to devour it? Devour. Ding dong. Jiang Tianming scoffed disdainfully. You couldn't even withstand my 2 swords, and dared to boast here. The sword avatar could slay a half-Dao powerhouse, or what could a mere 9-star martial emperor be? Qian Shuheng, Qian Feng, and that young servant were all dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that the young master, ranked 20th on the heaven ranking, and now even close to entering the top 10, was actually slain by someone in just 2 sword strikes. How could this be? Tianhao. Coming back to his senses, Qian Shuheng couldn't help but shout loudly. Unfortunately, Qian Tianhao could no longer respond. You. With a face full of fury, Qian Shuheng glared at Jiang Tianming, looking as if he wanted to flay him alive, grind his bones to dust, as if he wished to devour Jiang Tianming's flesh and drink his blood. Bastard! How dare you kill my great-grandson? Today I will make sure you and the Jiang family have no place left to bury your bones. Having lost his most beloved great-grandson, Qian Shuheng could no longer remain calm. His figure flashed, and he charged towards Jiang Tianming, delivering a fierce punch. A boundless holy radiance surged forth. This punch, while appearing ordinary, was instantly recognized by experts as being vastly more powerful than the palm Qian Tianhao had previously unleashed. The two were simply incomparable. Qian Shoheng, indeed deserving of the title as the strongest under the Half-Dao realm, proved his reputation was well earned. On the other side, Qian Feng and Qian Tianha's young servant also wore expressions of rage. You wish to kill my Zhan family. The Zhan family members were his taboo. When he had previously heard Qian Tianhao casually mentioning killing several Zhan family members, his inner fury had already surged. Now, with Qian Shoheng threatening to slaughter the entire Zhan family, how could Zhan Tianming not be truly enraged? In a fleeting thought, Zhan Tianming, filled with true anger, suddenly waved the nameless divine sword in his hand. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out sharp and imposing. The sword light instantly struck down on Qian Shoheng's fist, then without hindrance sliced through Qian Shoheng's arm and diagonally cleaved his body. Qian Shoheng never expected that his furious strike would have no effect whatsoever. Without time to think further, his soul fled with a whoosh, turning to escape. At this moment, he no longer thought of revenge, but only wanted to escape far away to avoid this calamity. Can you escape? Zhan Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold light radiating from them. Whoosh! His body transformed into a dazzling sword light directly pursuing Qian Shoheng's soul, raising his sword to prepare for another strike. No! Brother Ouyang, save me quickly! Qian Shoheng shouted while hastily crushing a golden jade pendant that he had ensnared with his soul. Bang! The jade pendant shattered, and a divine light burst forth from within. Who dares to harm my friend so boldly? A voice of overwhelming authority suddenly echoed, and the divine light shone brightly, blinding the eyes, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. A phantom figure materialized from the divine light. Brother Ouyang, quickly help me kill this brat. Qian Shoheng hid behind that figure, angrily pointing at Zhan Tianming. He hadn't originally intended to use this jade pendant. After all, it was his only one. If it weren't for the fact that he had unintentionally helped the other party in the past, he would never have received this pendant. Within this jade pendant resided the soul sense of a Half-Dao powerhouse. Once crushed, it could summon a fragment of that powerful cultivator's soul, which could then be called upon to unleash a strike. This was Qian Shoheng's most powerful hidden trump card. Now, with his life at stake, he had no choice but to use it. Qian Shoheng glared at Zhan, Tianming, his eyes filled with resentment. You little bastard from the Zhan family, today, let you understand what a true powerhouse is. Brother Ouyang, I'll leave the rest to you. Qian Shoheng cupped his fists toward the phantom. But no reaction. Qian Shoheng felt something was off, and as he raised his gaze, he saw Zhan Tianming wearing a mocking smile. Turning around again, he found that the soul fragment emanating divine light actually displayed a look of fear. What was happening? Zhan Tianming stood proudly, looking derisively at the soul fragment's phantom, lightly snorting him. Ouyang Ziguang. I haven't even had the time to look for you yet, you dare to come find me. At that time, Ouyang Ziguang charged at Zhan Tianming with a belief of certain death, detonating his own split soul to seek revenge for his ancestor, Ouyang Shua. Unfortunately, even with the explosive power of his split soul, which was terrifyingly immense, it still had no effect. Zhan Tianming remained perfectly fine. You actually haven't died. The soul fragment of Ouyang Ziguang couldn't help but squint his eyes fiercely. That figure trembled slightly. His fragment was connected to his current body, what he saw here would immediately transmit back to his main body, and likewise the performance of his main body would also be revealed here. He originally thought that his explosive power should be enough to drag Zhan Tianming down to the underworld, but now he found himself facing a completely unharmed Zhan Tianming. This made it difficult for him to imagine what had truly transpired. Meanwhile, Qian Shoheng was completely dumbfounded. What on earth have I provoked? Even a Half-Dao powerhouse like Brother Ouyang is terrified to see him. This scene is something that Qian Shoheng could never have anticipated. After all, that is a being of the Half-Dao. Hundreds of years ago, he was already at the level of a 9-star martial emperor, yet despite his efforts over these centuries, he was unable to take that final step to become a being of the Half-Dao realm. Thus, he understood very well the vast chasm between a 9-star martial emperor and a being of the Half-Dao realm. But now, this scene before him completely overturned Qian Shoheng's understanding. After thousands of years of time and experience, how could he witness such a scene today? How is this possible? Even if he were to die, Qian Shoheng could not believe what he was seeing. Qian Shoheng. Ouyang Ziguang roared with immense fury, his gaze fiercely sweeping toward the one in front. You have caused me great suffering. Ouyang brother, I had no idea it would turn out this way. Qian Shoheng stammered, his heart pounding incessantly. Swish. A sword chi suddenly surged forth, directly obliterating Ouyang Sigwang's soul fragment. Zhang Tianming stood suspended in midair, his feet treading upon the heights of 10,000 meters. As the wind swept by, it lifted his clothing made of true essence and his flowing black hair, giving him an air of elegance mixed with nonchalance. His appearance was already somewhat handsome, and coupled with his unique aura, it was truly captivating. Especially for the young girls whose hearts were fluttering, they were utterly enamored by his image. Zhang Tianming's gaze shifted slightly to look at the stunned Qian Shoheng, showing no pity as he slowly raised the unnamed divine sword in his hand once more. Flash! Clang! A sword fell, and the sword light flickered, instantly slicing through Qian Shoheng's soul. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for killing Qian Shoheng, gaining 30 million experience points and 1 soul of Qianyuan. 10000 points of fury value. Ding dong! Soul of Qiansu discovered. Do you wish to devour it? Devour! Ding dong! Devouring successful. In the blink of an eye, the 4 members of the Qian family who had come to cause trouble, including the strongest ancestor of the Qian family, and Qian Tianhao, who was ranked 20th on the heavenly ranking, all perished under Zhang Tianming's sword. In the distance, Qian Feng and the scholar were completely dumbfounded, their backs drenched in cold sweat, as if they had fallen into a 1,000-year ice cellar. The chills surged endlessly from their hearts. Swish! Zhang Tianming casually swung his sword again, directly slicing through the scholar. A line of blood appeared on the scholar's forehead, then spread to his neck, chest, abdomen, and groin, forming a continuous line. Moments later, the scholar's body was split in half, gushing blood. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for killing. Qian Feng's body trembled, and with a thud he fell to his knees, knocking his head, and pleading, "Please spare me, senior. Please spare me." As Zhang Tianming approached, he summoned his true self, and raised his hand, a strand of Zhuyang divine flame appearing at his fingertips. Who? With a flick of his finger, the Zhuyang divine flame directly entered Qian Feng's body, who was kneeling in the street. Tell me who else is in the Qian family. Yes. I will tell everything. Qian Feng dared not conceal anything, hurriedly revealing all the combatants in the Qian family. Currently, aside from me, the Qian family has a patriarch who is a 4-star martial emperor. Qian Er Yi is a 3-star martial emperor. Qian San Yi is a 1-star martial emperor, and there are 7 holy realm elders and 13 respected powerhouses. Go back and tell everyone in the Qian family to kneel before the tomb of the Zhan clan members who died at the hands of Qian Tianhao for 100 days in reverence for their spirits in heaven. If anyone rises or speaks disrespectfully during this time, I will annihilate your Qian family and eradicate all those with blood ties. Zhang Tianming's cold and merciless voice frightened Qian Feng to the core, and he did not dare to hesitate in the slightest. Yes. I will return immediately and have everyone in the Qian family kneel at the Zhan family for 100 days. Senior, do not worry. With my current strength, no one in the Qian family will dare to disobey me. Get lost. Yes. Qian Feng crawled away in a hurry. Zhang Tianming's power left him with no thought of resistance. After all, even the Qian family's ancestor, known as the strongest below the Half-Dao realm, was no match for Zhang Tianming's sword. Moreover, the elder Ouyang, who was referred to as the guardian of the Qian family, was also visibly frightened. The Qian family had provoked such a terrifying calamity, they were truly unlucky. The cold expression on Zhang Tianming's face gradually dissipated. He was not afraid of Qian Feng causing trouble. After all, the latter already bore a strand of Zhuyang divine flame within him. As long as the other dared to move with just a thought, Zhang Tianming could reduce him to ashes. Furthermore, leaving Qian Feng alive was also beneficial to deliver a message to the Qian family, letting them know that the Zhan family was not to be trifled with. At the same time, it was to let those great families and factions in the Zheolong Empire know. The Zhan family remains an ancient clan that stands firm. If you wish to provoke the Zhan family, you better weigh whether you possess that strength. At this point, those who had been kneeling in fear under the pressure on the street slowly lifted their heads. Seeing that the previously domineering members of the Qian family had turned into corpses, each of them looked at Zhang Tianming with eyes filled with greater respect. Young Master Zhan is truly the pride of our southern region, so powerful. Someone not knowing who took the lead in saying this. Yes, young Master Zhan is the greatest genius in history. Those so-called geniuses do not even qualify to carry young Master Zhan's shoes. Isn't that right? Young Master Zhan, my daughter is 17, fair-skinned and beautiful, virtuous and dignified. If you haven't found a suitable partner yet, why not consider her? Being a concubine is fine too. If not, being a maid is also acceptable. I go, old manly, you better watch your words. Don't you see there's a celestial beauty standing next to young Master Zhan? Exactly, your daughter is only worthy of a glance from me, let alone worthy of young Master Zhan. Ooh, she falls far short. Get lost with your character. You think you can reach for the swan's meat. Huh. Unless my daughter is blind, she would never look at you. I, young Master Zhan, so mighty and imposing. The voices of discussion resounded. Especially upon seeing that Zhan Taiming's expression showed no signs of displeasure, those people became even more enthusiastic in their praise. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Zhan Taiming reputation increased by 50 points. Zhan Taiming's gaze swept over the crowd, and then he transmitted his voice to the martial artist surnamed Lu, saying, "Do you know about the matters regarding the Zilei Pavilion?" The martial artist Lu was somewhat startled, and after coming to his senses he hurriedly bowed and said, "Junior Lu Tianlin pays respects to Senior Zhan. My humble abode is right here in Suyin City. If Senior does not mind, please move to my residence, and allow me to show you hospitality and explain the relevant matters in detail." From Lu Tianlin, Zhan Tianming and Long Shan learned numerous rumors about the Zilei Pavilion. Unfortunately, most of them were distorted. The two did not linger long in Suyang City and quickly headed towards the ruins of the Zilei Pavilion. The distance from Suyang City to the ruins was less than 100 miles, and with the speed of Zhan Tianming and Long Shan they arrived in the blink of an eye. As far as the eye could see, it was truly a scene of devastation. The remnants of walls and broken bricks were everywhere, wild grass in the corners grew over 3 feet tall, and some 8-eared Qing rats and various insects scurried about. In a sweeping glance, Zhan Tianming also saw a few caterpillars. He chuckled, recalling the time when the Supreme Dragon God system had just activated, how he had stepped on caterpillars for the meager experience points, and how he had been chased for miles by a horde of them. However, if it weren't for that horde, he probably wouldn't have accidentally witnessed the beautiful Zongjing Wanyu taking a bath. Perhaps there wouldn't have been later events, such as going to the Marquis residence. Everything seemed like a destiny's arrangement. Junior brother Zhan, it seems hard to find any clues about the Zilei 9 Dragon Flame here, right? Long Shan frowned as she spoke. It was evident to anyone with clear eyes. After the Zilei Pavilion fell, other forces had likely excavated this place deeply to search for the treasures left behind. Indeed, a little further away, many pits of varying depths could be seen. According to Lu Tianlin, the Zilei 9 Dragon Flame should have flown out from underground in the south. Let's go check that area. Zhan Tianming shifted his gaze southward, where the devastation was even more pronounced, full of pits and hollows. It seemed that later generations would not miss such a rumored place. Indeed, the further they flew south, the more thoroughly it was destroyed. As they approached, Zhan Tianming unleashed his soul power and delved deep underground. He meticulously searched, overlooking nothing. With Zhan Taiming's current soul strength, penetrating 100 miles underground was hardly a challenge. Throughout this process, the expression on his face was one of disappointment. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing. Not even a trace scorched by ancient divine fire could be found. It was as if it were merely a legend. But just after Zhan Taiming's soul power had penetrated 100 miles underground, he discovered an incredibly vast underground cavern. In this pitch-black cavern, there was a large formation with a torn gap. Prison Fire 9 Mysterious. Zhan Tianming recognized it at a glance. He had studied this formation in the system store. Although he had never practiced it, he would never mistake it. With the Prison Fire 9 Mysterious Formation, here the legend must be true. The Zilei 9 Dragon Flame indeed once appeared here. But Zhan Tianming could not ascertain where the Zilei 9 Dragon Flame was now. He could only carefully inspect the empty underground cavern. Nothing. Still no discoveries. Zhan Tianming shook his head in disappointment. Wait. Just as he was about to retract his soul power, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind. Zilei 9 Dragon Flame, Zilei Pavilion. It's likely that the name Zilei Pavilion was derived from the Zilei 9 Dragon Flame. The Zilei Pavilion had stood in the southern region for tens of thousands of years, dominating the area, unmatched by any sect and comparable to some major powers in the Jiulong imperial domain. It was feared that the Zilei 9 Dragon Flame had been trapped here for an extremely long time. In that case, there must be some trace of the Zilei 9 Dragon Flame left within this Prison Fire 9 Mysterious Formation. His thoughts briefly flickered. Zhan Tianming immediately performed an earth escape technique, and with a whoosh, he directly fell into the ground, delving deeper. Long Shan hesitated for a moment before following him underground. Following the torn gap in the formation, Zhan Tianming and Long Shan successfully entered the cavern. Although it was pitch black, their soul powers allowed them to perceive their surroundings clearly. Zhan Tianming raised his hand. A flame flickered. By connecting with his true self's consciousness, a strand of 9 Yang divine flame appeared at his fingertips. My true self, I will now inject my consciousness into your body to temporarily continue merging the imprint. You should also extract your consciousness to operate this formation. Zhan Tianming communicated telepathically with his true self, as he was merely a sword incarnation and did not understand much about formation techniques. At that moment, Yinger and Xiao Zi were still in the imprint space. On the way from Fire Mountain to Suyang City, Zhan Tianming had already summoned Xiao Zi and Yinger, handing over 2 Wangu keys to them. With the key, Xiao Zi and Yinger found they could successfully rescue the Hell Three-Headed Dog. After the Hell Three-Headed Dog was rescued, it immediately said it would fulfill its promise, recognizing Zhan Tianming as its master and serving him for 1,000 years. Subsequently, Zhan Tianming reluctantly stored all three creatures into the battle space. Temporarily focused, Zhan Tianming flicked his fingers, sending the strand of 9 Yang Divine Flame flying into the cavern wall. A line of fire instantly appeared, racing along the special patterns throughout the underground cavern. Suddenly the cave was illuminated. Zhan Tianming closed his eyes, forming seals rapidly. As he completed each seal, the flames began to undergo strange changes. The entire prison Fire 9 mysterious formation began to operate gradually. With each cycle of the formation, the flames dissipated, and within a short span of 10 breaths, all the 9 Yang Divine Flames vanished. Once more the surroundings fell into darkness. At that moment, Zhan Tianming's eyes suddenly opened, and within them 2 clusters of golden flames seemed to possess sentience, radiating countless rays of light. Zhan Tianming's gaze swept over the surrounding walls inch by inch. Found it! Suddenly he felt a surge of joy and thrust his right hand into the air, pulling with all his might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A powerful suction force from the formation drew out a faintly visible trace of purple fire from a crack in the wall. After the purple fire was pulled from the crack, it attempted to flee into the void. Stay still, Zhan Tianming uttered softly, and the purple fire immediately settled down. Zhan Tianming continued to scan the surrounding formations, discovering 3 more traces, each time drawing out a tiny wisp of purple fire. By merging the 4 wisps of purple fire together, it finally revealed a trace of visible purple color. Although it's a bit scarce, as long as this wisp of Zile 9 Dragon Flame is present, finding its true form won't be difficult. Zhan Tianming murmured with some delight. However, he was well aware that this not difficult was merely a relative term. Finding the true body of the Zile 9 Dragon Flame would likely be far from simple. After wandering around the Purple Thunder Pavilion, Zhan Tianming found himself with no further gains. He estimated that the faint trace of the Purple Thunder 9 Dragon Flame he had discovered was only detectable because his body contained the ancient divine object known as the 9 Suns Divine Emperor Flame. Otherwise, those who had come to explore this place would have long since taken it away, leaving nothing for him. Junior brother Zhan, what do you plan to do? Longshan asked. First, let's find an inn and rest for the night, Zhan Tianming replied. As he spoke, Zhan Tianming's spiritual consciousness expanded, quickly discovering a small town. The town wasn't large, but it did have a relatively clean inn. Zhan Tianming and Longshan checked into one of the rooms. After casually eating a bit, Zhan Tianming returned to his own room. He took out the celestial device from the Tiangong sect and infused it with a strand of true essence. Buzz! Under the shimmering golden light, the celestial device began to operate, with various runes flying out and forming strange patterns in the void. Without wasting any time, Zhan Tianming directly pulled out the strand of Purple Thunder 9 Dragon Flame from his system backpack and infused it into the celestial device. Using this as a guide, assist me in my search. As his finger seals changed rapidly, Zhan Tianming struck several strange runes in succession. Those runes flew into the celestial device, causing the floating runes above it to undergo drastic changes. Zhan Tianming carefully observed the evolution of those runes. After a moment, he dissipated the runes on the celestial device and drew back the strand of Purple Thunder 9 Dragon Flame. It's weaker than before. It can probably sense 2 more times before it is completely used up. Zhan Tianming looked at the faint purple flame in his palm, which appeared somewhat exhausted, and furrowed his brow slightly. This Purple Thunder 9 Dragon Flame was originally a remnant that escaped from the true Purple Thunder 9 Dragon Flame lingering in the formation. After so many years, it had become extremely faint. Infusing it into the celestial device to deduce the location of the true Purple Thunder 9 Dragon Flame would only hasten the disappearance of this strand. From the deductions just made, the Purple Thunder 9 Dragon Flame should have flown further south, and it's quite a distance from here, at least millions of miles away. Zhan Tianming murmured to himself. He stored the seemingly fading Purple Thunder 9 Dragon Flame and raised his head to look south. In his mind, a map of the southern region appeared. The extreme south. Zhan Tianming recalled that at the southernmost edge of the southern region, there seemed to be a region of thunder marshes, a land covered in ice and snow, and a vast mountain range stretching for countless miles. It was said that even semi-Dao realm experts could not find the end of that endless mountain range. Therefore, it had come to be known as the Endless Mountain Range. The 9 Dragon Continent is an abandoned land split from the upper realm meant to house the burial Dao Tomb. According to the words of the corpse sovereign before he perished, the burial Dao Tomb is a calamity of heaven and earth, an apocalyptic disaster. When the secrets within the burial Dao Tomb awaken, it will be the day of the 9 Dragon Continent's destruction. Thus, The upper realm, in order to prevent this so-called calamity from affecting them, will undoubtedly completely sever the Nine-Dragon continent, existing as a separate space. Therefore, this so-called endless mountain range cannot truly be endless. The most likely scenario is that an incredibly vast spatial formation has been laid out within the mountains. Jian Tianming did not know much about the endless mountain range. These were merely his speculations. However, it is unlikely that the Purple Thunder Nine-Dragon Flame entered the endless mountain range or ventured into the snow-covered land. The most probable location is that region of Thunder Marshes. With a general direction now established, Jian Tianming felt somewhat at ease. That night, both his true self and his Sword Path avatar were quietly cultivating. The Sword Path avatar temporarily replaced his true self to merge with the Heart Seal, while his true self took the time to cultivate the Dao Heart Demon Seed, hoping to eliminate the Demon Seed within Longshan as soon as possible. Of course, enhancing the realm of the Dao Heart Demon Seed was also a means for Jian Tianming to become stronger. After all, with each level of the Dao Heart Demon Seed, he ascended, his spiritual power would double from its original base. The earlier realms were the easiest to advance. The next day, Jian Tianming did not leave, but continued his cultivation until 3 days later. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Jian Tianming for raising the level of the Dao Heart Demon Seed to the second level, doubling his spiritual power. Whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, Jian Tianming felt his spiritual power expand like an ocean, boundless and vast. Originally, when he was at the 9-star Martial Emperor level, his spiritual power was already significantly stronger than that of others at the same tier, due to his cultivation of the 10,000 Demons Soul refining method and the fusion of various enhancements. Now, with the enhancement of the Dao Heart Demon Seed, his spiritual power strength had directly doubled again, making it 4 times stronger than before. How terrifying was that? In the same realm, he could crush his enemies merely by wielding his spiritual power. Such terror! With the thought, that vast spiritual power surged forth like an ocean of souls rapidly flowing towards the Wherever it passed, everything was absorbed into Jian Tianming's mind. The strengthening of spiritual power brought with it enhancements in willpower, reaction speed of thoughts, and greater proficiency in deducing various complex laws. This growth could be considered an increase in combat ability. It is important to note that in the Nine-Dragon continent, there are people who specifically cultivate spiritual power secret techniques, especially alchemists and artifact craftsmen who regard spiritual secret techniques as treasures. Due to spending a significant amount of time on alchemy, they are much weaker in combat compared to practitioners who focus solely on martial skills, hence they pay more attention to the cultivation of spiritual attacks. Although alchemists may lack combat experience, their spiritual power is stronger than that of ordinary people, making many martial cultivators reluctant to provoke them. Moreover, alchemists hold a certain status in this world. Offending a powerful alchemist is almost equivalent to offending many martial cultivators who are friendly with that alchemist. In the blink of an eye, Jian Tianming's spiritual power had actually spread over 2,000 miles. Now my spiritual power covers a range of approximately 2,800 miles, at least 5 times stronger than a typical 9-star Martial Emperor. It was like the third level would double the current strength, making him 10 times stronger than an ordinary 9-star Martial Emperor. The fourth level would be more than 20 times stronger, with even greater improvements. It was like the third level would double the current strength, making him 10 times stronger than an ordinary 9-star Martial Emperor. The fourth level would be more than 20 times stronger. This was a completely exponential growth. Huff. Jian Tianming let out a sigh, and slowly, although it was only the second level, it took me a full 3 days. It seems that without at least half a month, it would be impossible to cultivate to the third level. Shaking his head, Jian Tianming stood up. He could not continue cultivating here for half a month. He would have to take it. His true self resumed merging with the Heart Seal, while the spirit of his Sword Path avatar was drawn back. Creak. Pushing open the door, Jian Tianming sent a message to Longshan. He was preparing to depart, heading towards the extreme south. The southern region, how vast it is. Even for powerful beings like Jian Tianming and Longshan, who are both 9-star Martial Emperors flying across, it would be impossible without decades or even centuries of unbroken travel, without food or rest. Of course, this is assuming they do not enter the Endless Mountains. Therefore, Jian Tianming and Longshan chose to use the teleportation arrays found in various nations. Jian Tianming even encountered Ouyang Haotian from the Ouyang Trading House. Ouyang Haotian still wore his blue and white robes with a golden abacus hanging from his waist, as if it were part of his standard attire. Upon seeing Jian Tianming, he remained as enthusiastic as ever. Meanwhile, Yang Feinan, who was almost inseparable from Ouyang Haotian, still looked the same, appearing perpetually drowsy. Fortunately, knowing it was Jian Tianming, he mustered enough energy to share a meal with him. Zhang Tianming also noticed that Yang Feinen's lazy persona seemed to have reached the 7th or 8th level of his cultivation, and he estimated that in a few years he would attain the perfect 9th level. At that time, perhaps this sleepy habit would improve. By the way, Tianming, do you know about Miaowen's family situation? Ouyang Haotian suddenly brought it up. Zhang Tianming looked towards Ouyang Haotian. Lin Miaoyan was a woman Zhang Tianming had known for a long time, and she had once triggered a reaction from the beauty system, but regrettably, there had been no response since. After returning to the southern region, Zhang Tianming had already met Lin Miaoyan. Furthermore, due to matters concerning Lin Miaoyan, he had rendered Liao Qingjian's brother Liao Qingge completely powerless. At that time, he also learned some details about Lin Miaoyan's circumstances. It seemed that they were not very good. I met Miaoyan once before and felt that she seemed to be encountering some trouble, but she did not tell me the specifics, and I had pressing matters at the time, so I did not inquire further. After a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Haotian cautiously said, Tianming, it seems only you can help Miss Miaoyan. Upon hearing this, seeing the expression on Ouyang Haotian's face, Zhang Tianming became even more puzzled. Could it be that Lin Miaoyan was truly in some serious trouble? After a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Haotian cautiously said, Tianming, it seems only you can help Miss Miaoyan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianming's suspicions were further solidified. Ouyang, what exactly is going on? Well, after another moment of hesitation, Ouyang Haotian replied, do you know about Miss Miaoyan's family? I only know that Miaoyan is from a certain trading house, Zhang Tianming replied. That's right, Miss Miaoyan is from the Tianzi Trading House, one of the 3 major trading houses in the southern region, and she is a direct descendant. Her father is currently in charge of the Tianzi Trading House. Ouyang Haotian nodded. Tianzi Trading House. Zhang Tianming murmured, I remember the current head of the Tianzi Trading House has the surname Yi, right? How could he be Miaoyan's father? By marrying, and Ouyang Haotian explained. Zhang Tianming finally, it turned out that Lin Miaoyan's father had married into the Lin family, no wonder. However, holding such a position as the head of the Tianzi Trading House, while being a son-in-law, clearly illustrated Lin Miaoyan's father's capabilities. Originally, after Miaoyan's father took over the Tianzi Trading House, he expanded its influence significantly, bringing great development to the trading house and solidifying its position as the #1 trading house in the southern region. However, just a year ago, a powerful being stationed at the Tianzi Trading House unexpectedly perished in the Thunder Marsh. As he spoke, Ouyang Haotian displayed an expression of deep empathy. He understood all too well. A trading house of such magnitude is like a massive piece of meat, and without a powerful figure to protect it, it will only attract the covetous eyes of many predators, including their Ouyang Trading House as well. Thus, the Tianzi Trading House is currently being suppressed by various forces, and its situation has significantly deteriorated. Moreover, it has reached a critical moment for the survival of the Tianzi Trading House. Ouyang Haotian added. Zhang Tianming furrowed his brow. Why wouldn't Lin Miaoyan confide in him about such a major issue? If she did, he would undoubtedly help her. That girl. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Zhang Tianming remained silent, merely gazing at Ouyang. Ouyang Haotian naturally understood Zhang Tianming's intent, and continued, Tianming, I believe that with your reputation and strength, if you can lend Miss Miaoyan a helping hand, perhaps the crisis facing the Tianzi Trading House can be resolved. If you wish to help her, you must reach Nanji City within 2 days. The headquarters of the Tianzi Trading House is located there. Alright, I understand. Zhang Tianming nodded, then stood up. There was no time left to eat. Even using the teleportation array, reaching Nanji City within 2 days would not be an easy task. Nanji City, the most prosperous giant city in the extreme southern region. Originally, this place was just a remote and obscure town, but due to the headquarters of the Tianzi Trading House moving here from the Nine Dragon Imperial Domain, and after nearly 1,000 years of development, it has transformed into its current form. Here stands a city resembling a commercial empire comparable to the imperial capitals of the Tianyue Empire and the Nanzhan Empire, and perhaps even surpassing them. How prosperous was the Tianzi Trading House in the past? It was renowned as the #1 trading house in the southern region, and that was not mere boasting. But now, Yinanhing, you might as well sign the contract, otherwise your Tianzi Trading House will cease to exist from today onwards. A middle-aged man with a full beard slammed a contract down on the table in front of Yinanheng, his imposing aura seeming to overlook all. Yinanheng, the current head of the Tianzi Trading House, the helmsman, was himself a 7-star Saint Realm power. With such cultivation, when had he been treated with such disregard? A surge of anger rose within him, and he clenched his fist tightly, trembling slightly. Anger. He loathed these ungrateful bastards. Did the Tianzi Trading House not provide them with enough benefits back then? Yet now, one by one, they were kicking him while he was down, seeking to carve up the Tianzi Trading House. These people were nothing but wolves in sheep's clothing. However, Yinanheng dared not explode in anger. He had to consider the Tianzi Trading House behind him and the entire Lin family. Anger would not solve the problem, it would only worsen the situation. But Would these guys truly allow the Tianzi trading house a way out? Yi Nanhang's gaze swept over the crowd, and he saw that each person's face bore a smirk, as if they were just waiting to see the Tianzi trading house collapse, ready to take a big bite out of the Lin family's juicy piece of meat. At this moment, the bearded man sneered again. Yi Nanhang, there's no need to think further. Your Tianzi trading house is done for. Do you really think you can withstand the alliance of the Wanfeng trading house and the Baishan trading house? You will sign this contract today whether you like it or not. You are utterly shameless. Lin Miaoyan could no longer contain herself and shouted. Yi Nanhang hastily intervened. Originally, he had sent Lin Miaoyan to the Liao family in hopes of securing their support. After all, the Liao family wielded immense power across the southern region, boasting several sovereign realm cultivators and even rumored to harbor a half-Dao realm expert. With their backing, the crisis threatening Tianzi number commercial house would surely dissipate. Yet who could have foreseen such an outcome? Nevertheless, Yi Nanhang felt no concern for his daughter. On the contrary, he was profoundly relieved she had been rescued. How else could he live with himself? For the sake of his clan's survival, he would sacrifice his own life without hesitation, but never his daughter's. That the Liao family would refuse assistance was something Yi Nanhang had long anticipated. Yet he had not expected this alongside the coordinated suppression by Wanfeng Commercial House and Baishan Commercial House. Even the minor commercial houses that had long relied upon Tianzi number Commercial House had largely betrayed them. These people cared only for profit. Their past sycophantic smiles were nothing but hollow pretense. Haha. Miss Lin Miaoyan, if you consent to become my consort, I might consider absorbing Tianzi number Commercial House into Baishan Commercial House, preserving its name at least. What do you think? A sneering voice issued from the middle-aged man seated before a gilded tea table. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, yet shamelessly cast lecherous glances over Lin Miaoyan's form. His gaze lingered especially upon her voluptuous curves, as though scraping away layers of dignity with each stare. Indeed, I also believe Director Li and Miss Lin make a most fitting pair. A minor commercial house's manager eagerly flattered him. A recent defector from Tianzi number Commercial House to Baishan Commercial House, eager to curry favor. Lin Miaoyan, Yi Nanhang, and many others from the Lin clan recognized the man instantly. Yi Nanhang shot him a venomous glare, then turned furious eyes upon Li Changmao. I believe this may well be a viable solution. Sacrificing Miss Miaoyan alone to preserve Tianzi number Commercial House is entirely justifiable. Precisely. I concur wholeheartedly. Another elder of the Lin clan nodded in agreement. Second elder, seventh elder. What exactly do you mean by this? Yi Nanhang demanded coldly, his voice thick with suppressed fury. Nothing more than safeguarding Tianzi number Commercial House. Do you, Lord Yi, possess any superior alternative? Lin Guantian, the second elder of the Lin clan, replied with disdainful contempt. Yi Nanhang fell silent. Faced with the joint assault of two major commercial houses and the mass betrayal of subordinate houses, he truly possessed no effective recourse. Crack, crack, crack. His fists clenched until bone popped sharply, his teeth ground together with a grating metallic sound. Elder Lin Guanjue, the seventh elder, added, Lord, you do not forget your place simply because your surname is not Lin. Were it not for our Lin clan taking you in and permitting your marriage into our family, would you stand where you do today? Now, as both the Lin clan and Tianzi number Commercial House hover on the brink of annihilation, you hesitate to make even one sacrifice. If so, you are unworthy to lead Tianzi number Commercial House, and even less worthy to serve as head of the Lin clan. Upon hearing this, several other Lin elders silently nodded in assent. Indeed, how could the head of Tianzi number Commercial House and patriarch of the Lin clan refuse sacrifice when survival hung in the balance? I propose stripping Yi Nanhang of both his position as clan patriarch and commercial house director. The second elder spoke again. I second the motion. Elder Lin Guanjue affirmed immediately. The remaining elders hesitated. Lin Miaoyan burst out indignantly. How dare you treat us thus? Has my father not done enough for the Lin clan and for Tianzi number Commercial House? Miaoyan, say no more. Yi Nanhang's face darkened with sorrow. Father. Lin Miaoyan gazed intently at the kind, gentle man before her. Yet in mere moments he seemed to have aged decades. Her heart ached unbearably. Lin Miaoyan, if you willingly sacrifice yourself for the Lin clan and Tianzi number Commercial House, we shall permit your father to retain both his titles. But if you refuse, spare us your noble rhetoric. We seek only resolution, not sentiment. Elder Lin Guantian cast a cool, dismissive glance toward Lin Miaoyan. She clenched her fists tightly, biting her lower lip until blood welled, a thin crimson line tracing her mouth. She felt no pain, only seething hatred for these opportunistic kin. Were they truly family? Not far away, Li Changmao smirked triumphantly. Witnessing such deep discord within the Lin clan delighted both him and Wan Hailong, director of Wanfeng Commercial House. Lin Guantian, shut your foul mouth. Yi Nanheng roared. With such open hostility, familial bonds meant nothing anymore. Yi Nanheng, you dare defy me so brazenly. Lin Guantian thundered. I remain patriarch of the Lin clan. You have no authority to dictate here. Silence now, or face clan discipline. Yi Nanheng's rage surged beyond restraint. His hand gripping the armrest of his chair tightened, splintering the wood into dust. You, Lin Guantian shot upright, poised to erupt, until other elders restrained him with urgent oomph. Let us see how you resolve this. With a final contemptuous snort, Lin Guantian sank back. Ha ha ha. Li Changmao suddenly laughed aloud from his gilded tea table, fixing Yi Nanheng with a mocking theatrical gaze. Lord Yi, why not compromise? Since you reject your daughter becoming my concubine, perhaps she might wed one brother's youngest son instead. Wan Tian, your daughter's perfect match. Wan Tian, the village fool. All merchants knew his fate. 2 years prior he had been beaten into idiot. Though the assailant had later been silenced by the Wan family, Wan Tian remained irreparably broken, doctors, alchemists, and spirit healers alike failing to restore his wits. I'm gonna get a wife. The simpleton beamed with childish delight. Wan Hailong, director of Wanfeng Commercial House, chuckled slyly, then pointed toward Lin Mian. Behold your future bride. Does she please you? If not, keep her merely as a maidservant. No need for marriage. Wan Tian stared at Lin Mian, nodding vigorously. Yes. Yes. I want her. I want her to bear my children. Excellent. Excellent. Let her be your wife, and give you a plump, healthy son. Wan Hailong crowed with smug triumph. Yi Nanheng could endure no longer. With a sharp, explosive motion, he surged to his feet, his gaze sweeping like a blade over Wan Hailong, Li Changmao, and the rest. Do not push us beyond endurance. Humph. A light snort echoed through the void. Beside Li Changmao, the president of Baishan Merchant Guild, sat an elderly man in gray. With just a glance at Yi Nanheng, the terrifying pressure caused the latter to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall back down. Father. Lin Miaoyan, filled with concern, supported Yi Nanheng and asked nervously, Father, are you all right? Yi Nanheng was overwhelmed by the pressure and sound waves. Could it be that the Lin family, which Yan Ran personally entrusted to me, is to be destroyed in my hands? Yi Nanheng felt an intense unwillingness. The Lin family was handed over to him by his wife Lin Yanran just before her death. He had promised his wife that he would ensure the Lin family's legacy continued, and that the Tianzi Merchant Guild would solidify its position as the #1 merchant guild in the southern region, even aiming to reach the Nine Dragons Empire and become a first-class global merchant guild once again. After all, the Tianzi Merchant Guild was once a colossal entity that dominated the entire Nine Dragons continent. At that time, the Tianzi Merchant Guild was established by a powerful figure, Han Ruichuan, who was at the 9th Ascension level. Later, for unknown reasons, the Han family no longer controlled the Tianzi Merchant Guild. The Lin family became the new masters of the Tianzi Merchant Guild. However, regardless of circumstances, even if the Tianzi Merchant Guild had retreated from the super stage of the Nine Dragons Empire to this impoverished southern region, it remained a giant. Upon arriving in the southern region, it became the foremost among the 3 major merchant guilds. Over nearly 1,000 years, the Tianzi Merchant Guild had rapidly developed, showing signs of overpowering the other 2 guilds. But now, is the Tianzi Merchant Guild about to be destroyed? Father. Looking at her father, Lin Miaoyan felt a deep discomfort, her eyes reddening with tears. Is there no one in the entire Lin family aside from her father and herself who dares to stand up and speak for the Lin? She looked at the elders and clansmen of the Lin family, feeling utterly disappointed. Suddenly, Lin Miaoyan stood up, facing the people from the 2 major merchant guilds without a hint of fear, and declared, while my Lin family's ancestors are still here, do you dare to bully us? Now my Lin family's ancestor has only recently passed away, and you all come knocking at our door. It seems you are nothing but a bunch of cowardly troublemakers, no different from rats. I, Lin Miaoyan, am here to tell you that I disdain your filthy actions. Shut up. Li Changmao shouted. As a Holy Realm powerhouse, his shout directly caused Lin Miaoyan's face to turn pale, her delicate body swaying unsteadily. Lin Miaoyan, you little girl, dare to reprimand us. If it weren't for the fact that my nephew Wan Tian has taken a liking to you and intends to marry you today, as an elder, I would teach you how to behave. Li Changmao exuded an air of dominance. Li brother, I must thank you for your leniency. Wan Hailong feigned sincerity as he cupped his fists towards Li Changmao. No need for such politeness, Wan brother. Li Changmao replied with a smile. Seeing the 2 of them colluding and scheming together, Lin Miaoyan could only feel hatred for not being able to beat them senseless herself. She no longer wished to resort to commercial tactics to resolve the issue. Such methods were utterly ineffective in the face of such overwhelming power, only inviting ridicule. Thus she simply wanted to curse them out. But now, being struck by their pressure, she was injured. Yet so what? Lin Miaoyan steadied herself, showing no hint of submissiveness, and declared with righteous indignation, you 2 filthy mongrels are unworthy to speak my name, Lin Miaoyan. When my name leaves your lips, it is a desecration and insult. You do not deserve to mention my name. Humph. Desecration. Li Changmao sneered. I will insult you. What can you do? Let me tell you, if your Lin family obediently submits, you might preserve a path to survival. If you dare to resist by this time next year, it will be the day of mourning for your entire Lin family. At this moment, Wan Hailong shook his head and said silently, brother, such a willful girl is truly unfit to be my Tian's wife. How about this? Let me gift her to you as a concubine instead. Ha ha ha. Then I must thank you, Wan brother. Li Changmao laughed mockingly. The two completely treated Lin Miaoyan as a pawn to be exchanged. Such humiliation made Lin Miaoyan feel utterly enraged, her beautiful eyes nearly bursting with someone seize that girl and take her to the inn where I am staying. Tonight I shall enjoy her properly. Ha ha. Li Changmao laughed heartily. Immediately, a powerful Holy Realm expert walked towards Lin Miaoyan. Who dares? Yi Nanheng growled in anger. But now he had already been injured by earlier pressure, and as he grew angry it affected his wounds. Cough cough cough. Miaoyan, come here. Even if I die, I will not let them touch a single hair on you. Li Changmao looked at him with disdain, and at the end he gave a glance to the elderly man in gray beside him. The elderly man nodded, tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls, unstoppable. Humph. Just you, a wounded waste, think you can resist. Li Changmao looked at him with disdain, and at the end he gave a glance to the elderly man in gray beside him. The elderly man nodded, and the powerful and heavy pressure instantly spread out, pressing down on Yi Nanheng. Puff. Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and Yi Nanheng was forced to kneel down, his face growing. The other members of the Lin family watched helplessly, not a single person daring to step forward. Father. Lin Miaoyan wanted to help her father, but she was captured by the Holy Realm expert, ready to be taken away. At that moment, a mighty celestial might suddenly descended from the horizon. Humph. What audacity, daring to touch my woman. The voice resounded like thunder, rolling and echoing for a long time. Everyone was shaken by the voice, especially the Holy Realm expert, holding Lin Miaoyan, who was so shocked that he bled from all 7 orifices frozen in place, but within just 2 seconds he collapsed to the ground, his spirit extinguished. What? Li Changmao and Wan Hailong were both taken aback, unable to believe this was real. Especially Li Changmao, who had just lost one of his subordinates, a full-fledged 6-star martial saint. How could such a powerful expert be annihilated by a mere shout from the horizon? The elderly man in gray beside Li Changmao also showed a hint of solemnity. Such powerful soul force, it seems, an imperial alchemist has arrived. The old man in gray could not think of anyone other than the Emperor Alchemist who could possess such terrifying— What? Are you saying that the Lin family has another Emperor Alchemist? Li Changmao frowned. Emperor Alchemists are quite rare across the entire Jiulong continent. If the Lin family indeed had another Emperor Alchemist backing them, it would require considerable effort to completely take over the Lin family and the Tianhao merchant group. The head of the family need not worry with this old man around. Even if a true Emperor Alchemist were to come, it would be of no use. The old man in gray spoke indifferently, clearly not placing any importance on the so-called Emperor Alchemist. That is true with you, Elder Long here. Even if 3 Emperor Alchemists arrived, the Lin family would still have no chance to turn things around. Li Changmao then smiled reassuringly. At that moment, 2 streaks of light flashed from the horizon, revealing their figures, a young man and a young woman. Upon seeing the faces of the two, Lin Miaoyan was momentarily stunned. Within her heart, a surge of indescribable excitement welled up, causing her tears to flow uncontrollably. In that moment, it felt as if she were witnessing the prince of her dreams riding upon a rainbow to come and marry her. How magnificent was that figure? How tall was that figure? How striking was that figure? The delightful feelings that surged from her heart eventually transformed into profound sweetness, filling her exquisite face with happiness and smiles. Miaoyan, you've suffered, Zhang Tianming said with concern as he and Long Shan descended to stand before Lin Miaoyan. No, it's nothing. You. How did you come here? Lin Miaoyan was at a loss for words. She eagerly wished for Zhang Tianming's arrival, yet simultaneously hoped he wouldn't come. After all, they were up against the 2 top forces in the southern region, the Wanfeng Merchant Group and the Baishan Merchant. Long Shan looked at Zhang Tianming and Lin Miaoyan, sensing the unusual expressions on their faces, and couldn't help but think, how many women does Brother Zhang actually have? I heard he was searching for the ancient divine fire to save his woman. Now another one appears here. Could there be more elsewhere? Gently shaking her head, Long Shan decided not to think too much about it. Zhang Tianming stepped forward, gently supporting Lin Miaoyan and helping her sit on a chair. Miaoyan, it's all my fault. I came late, which caused you so much suffering. But don't worry, I will settle all accounts for you, Zhang Tianming said with heartfelt concern. Seeing that Lin Miaoyan seemed to want to say something more, he shook his head, indicating that she need not say anything further. Say nothing more, I already know everything. On the way here, Zhang Tianming had already heard plenty of rumors. Moreover, with the current situation, what could he possibly not know? Leave everything to me. Zhang Tianming looked earnestly at Lin Miaoyan, who for some reason couldn't help but nod in agreement, a warm wave of emotion sweeping through her heart. All around, people from various merchant groups were staring at Zhang Tianming. This person seems somewhat familiar. Yeah, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Didn't Elder Long just say that he might be an emperor alchemist? It's likely that he was seen at the alchemy tower. So young. No more than 20 years old, right? What terrifying achievements could such a young emperor alchemist achieve in the future? Damn, offending such a young emperor alchemist who knows whether it will be a blessing or a curse in the future. No, I'm not an emperor alchemist. It seems that I'm the champion of the Kung-Fu battle held by the Southern Zhan Empire, Zhang Tianming. What? He is the one who represented our southern region in the 8 Regions War and won the individual championship, being recruited as an inner disciple by Jiulong Academy. Zhang Tianming. It's definitely him. And who is that woman beside him? Could she also be from Jiulong Academy? The discussions were incessant. After recognizing Zhang Tianming's identity, Li Changmao and Wan Hailong's expressions turned rather grim. An inner disciple of Jiulong Academy carries quite a bit of weight. However, thinking of the various contingencies they had prepared for this occasion, their concerns quickly dissipated. The Tianhao merchant group must be taken down today. Just then the old man in gray sitting beside Li Changmao stood up with a serious expression, saying in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? Today's matter is between the 3 major merchant groups of the southern region, so please do not interfere. Otherwise you will be going against us at Baishan Merchant Group and Wanfeng Merchant Group." The gray-clothed old man Long Yi was not like Li Changmao and the others. He was a dignified 7-star martial emperor. His perspective was undoubtedly several times stronger than that of Li Changmao and the others. With a single glance he could see clearly. The young man and woman before him were both 9-star martial emperors. He couldn't believe that the somewhat talented young Zhang Tianming from back then was now the person in front of him. With a single glance he could see clearly. The young man and woman before him were both 9-star martial emperors. He couldn't believe that the somewhat talented young Baishan Merchant Group, Wanfeng Merchant Group. Zhang Tianming did not respond to the other party's intentions, merely murmuring to himself, "If I remember correctly, I seem to have some business dealings with the Wanfeng Merchant Group, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Changmao could immediately confirm that the person before him was indeed Zhang Tianming. After all, Zhang Tianming's improved pill formula had significantly contributed to monopolizing the low-end pill market for Wanfeng Merchant Group. Now the low-end pill market in the southern region is still under their control. "He really is Zhang Tianming," Li Changmao said in a low voice. At this moment Longshan had already changed into a different outfit and was no longer wearing the emblem of Jiulong Academy on her chest. Otherwise someone of Li Changmao's status would have recognized that emblem at a glance. Zhang Tianming completely ignored the words of the gray-clothed old man and Li Changmao, and simply said indifferently, "From today onward, I will cease all collaboration with the Wanfeng Merchant Group. Moreover, who was it that just harmed my woman?" His voice was as cold as ice, echoing throughout the venue. Wherever Zhang Tianming's gaze passed, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That chill was so intense that they couldn't help but shudder. How powerful was Zhang Tianming's soul force now? Even a 9-star martial emperor would kneel before him under the pressure of his soul force. Even if everyone present were to attack him together, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. He could crush them all with his soul force, and it would be a complete annihilation. Finally, Zhang Tianming's gaze fell upon the gray-clothed old man Long Yi. "You come over here." Although his strength was inferior to Zhang Tianming, Long Yi was still a dignified 7-star martial emperor and the guardian of the Baishan merchants. How could he be so scorned? This is intolerable. "Zhang Tianming, you are being too arrogant," Long Yi said with a deep voice. As Long Yi rose, terrifying wind blades appeared around his body, as if they were about to tear the very fabric of space itself. Li Changmao from the Baishan merchants quickly stepped back. Those wind blades, transformed from the power of the laws, could easily eradicate a sacred realm cultivator like him. Being too arrogant. Zhang Tianming looked at Long Yi with amusement. Long before he issued that earlier shout, his spiritual power had already spread here, witnessing everything. However, due to the overwhelming might of the dragon's intimidation, he could not reach this far in time to stop these people. Otherwise, how could he have just watched as they bullied Lin Miaoyan and Yi Nanheng? When you guys oppressed Yi Nanheng and Lin Miaoyan, didn't you think you were being too arrogant? Now that you are being bullied, you find it intolerable. I bullied you, what are you going to do about it? Kneel before me." Suddenly, an overwhelming spiritual force surged from Zhang Tianming's body, crashing down on Long Yi like a tidal wave. Long Yi could not withstand Zhang Tianming's terrifying spiritual power, spitting out a mouthful of old blood and collapsing to his knees with a pale face. Thud! Bang! His knees hit the ground, cracking the granite floor beneath him. Everyone gasped in shock. This. How is this possible? No one dared to believe it. Long Yi, the guardian of the Baishan merchants, a dignified 7-star martial emperor, How could he be frightened into kneeling by a single word from Zhang Tianming? Others could not fathom the overwhelming nature of Zhang Tianming's spiritual power. After all, with Zhang Tianming's current control, it was far too easy to focus his spiritual power on just one person. The reason he did not cover the entire area all at once was that Zhang Tianming wanted to gradually restore justice for Lin Miaoyan. He wanted these people to understand what true fear was. Li Changmao trembled, his heart surging with turmoil that could not be quelled. How could he have imagined that the Lin family with no resistance left still had Zhang Tianming as a powerful backing? Their intelligence department had no information regarding this. Wan Hailong from the Wanfeng merchants felt a pang of dread as he realized the gravity of the situation. However, at this moment, he dared not act recklessly, having heard of Zhang Tianming's notorious reputation in the southern region. With a single palm, he could obliterate a mid-sized sect. What ruthlessness and dominance! Damn it! Get up! Long Yi, humiliated and furious, tried to rise against Zhang Tianming's terrifying pressure. You, a wounded waste, dare to resist. Zhang Tianming's expression was cold and indifferent. Boom. Crack, crack. As Zhang Tianming's spiritual power intensified, the overwhelming pressure surged, forcing Long Yi to drop his knees again. The cracks on the granite floor spread a yard wide, and Long Yi's kneecaps were crushed under the weight. Blood seeped through his gray robe, pooling on the ground. Long Yi's body began to tremble. Under Zhang Tianming's terrifying pressure, his soul felt as if it would burst. Such astonishing spiritual power, how could it be compared to that of an imperial alchemist? At that moment, Long Yi realized just how wrong he had been. Senior, please spare me, spare me. Long Yi could no longer maintain his pride, his voice trembling as he pleaded with Zhang Tianming. Unfortunately, Zhang Tianming had no intention of sparing him. Spare you? What qualifications do you have to ask for mercy? Zhang Tianming's gaze remained cold and unfeeling. His hand slowly raised, grasping towards Long Yi. Bang! A dignified 7-star martial emperor was crushed to pieces by Zhang Tianming's grasp from a distance. His entire body turned into a mist of blood with not even flesh remaining. Ding! Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for killing Long Yi, gaining 8,000 experience points, and 1 7-star Wind Serpent Martial Soul with 10 points of rage. Ding! Discovered 7-star Wind Serpent Martial Soul. Do you wish to absorb it? Absorb. Ding! Absorption successful. At this moment, Zhang Tianming was not a sword avatar, but his true self. Although the sword avatar was powerful, Zhang Tianming decided to use his true self to decisively suppress these people. Thus, the sword avatar had entered the heart-sealing space, temporarily replacing his true self for heart integration. The surroundings were eerily silent. Everyone held their breath, staring in horror at the youth standing in the center, especially those from the Baishan merchants and Wanfeng merchants, as well as the small merchants who betrayed the Tianhao merchants. Their hearts were pounding like drums, thudding incessantly. Li Changmao was so terrified that his soul seemed to flee, collapsing into his chair. A whiff of urine wafted from him. He peed his pants. The dignified leader of the Baishan merchants, a master of the sacred realm, actually lost control of himself. How ironic. But everyone nearby smelled that odor, knowing it was true. The people from the Baishan merchants were at a complete loss as to what to do. Long Yi was their guardian, just as the Lin family's ancestor was the guardian of the Tianhao merchants. Once the Lin family's ancestor died, the Tianhao merchants faced a life-and-death crisis within just a year. And now, with Long Yi's death, what would happen to the Baishan merchants? Everyone could foresee the grim future of the Baishan merchants, knowing how tragic it would be. At this moment, Zhang Tianming's cold gaze fell upon Li Changmao. The leader of the Baishan merchants, Li Changmao. Zhang Tianming said coldly. Li Changmao shut. That jolt brought him back to reality, and he quickly fell to his knees. Senior, please spare me. I am worthless, I deserve to die. Slap, slap. I am worthless, I deserve to die. Slap, slap. Li Changmao continuously slapped himself, his face swollen in no time, yet he did not dare to stop. Oomph. Zhang Tianming let out a soft snort, showing no sign of wavering. Li Changmao, you and ant dare to touch my woman. If it weren't for the fact that the Baishan merchants were about to return to the Tianhao merchants, I, as a senior, would teach you how to be a dead dog. You may choose not to be a dead dog, but some accounts cannot be ignored, Zhang Tianming added coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Changmao was stunned. Li Changmao had no idea what kind of punishment awaited him next. This psychological fear was far worse than if he were to be killed directly. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianming still wore that cold and unfeeling expression, his gaze casually sweeping over a servant of the Lin family. You go find a male dog. The people of the Lin family had long been subdued by Zhang Tianming's domineering aura. Moreover, Zhang Tianming was aligned with their Lin family, so upon hearing his command, the servant immediately excitedly accepted. They never expected that a terrifying killing god like Zhang Tianming would appear halfway through. Would their earlier difficulties for Lin Miaoyan lead to retaliation? It shouldn't, right? After all, they were elders of the Lin family. Yes, it should be fine. Both of them. After a moment, the Lin family servant returned with a black dog resembling a tiger. Although the black dog sensed many terrifying strong presences around it, as a house pet it seemed quite accustomed to such sights. Additionally, since those strong presences did not exert any pressure, it did not show any signs of fear and quickly followed the servant to Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming nodded slightly, not bad. Finally, he flicked his finger to release a strand of 9 yang divine flame, which directly entered Li Changmeo's body. Li Changmao screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. Moments later, his entire holy realm cultivation vanished. My cultivation. Li Changmeo's face filled with despondency, feeling that living was worse than dying, yet he lacked the courage to end his life. Otherwise, he would not have knelt and begged Zhang Tianming for mercy earlier. Bring in Li Changmao and this black dog together and feed the dog some of that powder. Today let this black dog have its way with him, Zhang Tianming said coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Changmeo's face turned pale and his eyes widened in horror. No, I don't want to. He struggled desperately. Unfortunately, he had already been stripped of his cultivation, making him weaker than the Lin family's servants. He was lifted by a few servants while others brought an iron cage for the dog and the powder. In no time, Li Changmao and the black dog were locked inside the cage, and one servant even fed the black dog the powder on the spot. Although Zhang Tianming did not explicitly state it, everyone present knew what that powder was. No. Li Changmao was terrified and kept retreating. Find a cloth to cover it up, Zhang Tianming commanded. Yes. The Lin family servant quickly found a large black cloth to cover the cage. After all, there were many women present, and if it was not covered it would indeed be quite inappropriate. However, everyone could already imagine the scene inside the cage. The members of the Lin family quietly applauded in their hearts. Meanwhile, the people from Baishan merchants and Wanfeng merchants, along with those who had betrayed the Tianzi merchants, were all terrified, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Woof, woof, Just moments later, the cage covered by the black cloth echoed with Li Changmeo's screams and the frenzied barking of the black dog. It seemed that the powder was quite potent. Even though it was not visible, many could not help but close their eyes and lower their heads slightly. No one expected that the already precarious Tianzi merchants would turn around due to Zhang Tianming's appearance. Moreover, the guardian of Baishan merchants was dead and their leader had been crippled. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. What kind of dominance did this Zhang Tianming possess? At this moment, Zhang Tianming's gaze had turned to Wan Hailong, the president of Wanfeng merchants. Feeling Zhang Tianming's gaze, Wan Hailong's heart trembled, his throat felt unbearably dry and hot, wishing he had more saliva to soothe it. After a moment of silence, Wan Hailong mustered his courage to speak. Senior Zhang, I know my sins are deep and unforgivable, but I hope you can spare me this once for the sake of Senior Nangong. I will do my utmost to make amends for everything done to the Lin family and the Tianzi merchants today. Nangong. Zhang Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, Wan Hailong nodded. To be honest, our Wanfeng merchants were actually founded by descendants of Senior Nangong. Humph. Zhang Tianming snorted coldly, his gaze still ice-cold as it swept over Wan Hailong. If it were Brother Nangong himself who came, I might give him some face. What does it matter to me that a business was founded by his descendants? Bring me another dog, this time a female. Yes. The Lin family's servant excitedly took his leave. Wan Hailong's face had turned as pale as paper, but he did not want to follow in Li Changmeo's footsteps. You have such audacity. Do you know that Senior Nangong is a half-Dao expert? If you dare to touch our Wanfeng merchants, you will be doomed. Wan Hailong couldn't help but roar loudly. However, on Zhang Tianming's face, he could see no sign of being moved. Unable to help himself, Wan Hailong shouted into the void for help. Brother Chasing Wind, come save me. Mo Chasing Wind, the guardian of Wanfeng merchants and also one of the disciples of Nangong Wenting, possessing the strength of an 8-star martial emperor. With a gust of strange wind, a middle-aged man as thin as a bamboo pole appeared eerily in front of Wan Hailong. Seeing the newcomer, Wan Hailong was overjoyed and then respectfully cupped his fists and bowed to the newcomer, saying, Brother Chasing Wind, this person is audacious, even daring to insult Senior Nangong. I hope you can punish him on behalf of Senior Nangong and uphold justice for us. I greet you, Senior Zhang. Respectfully, Mo Chasing Wind bent slightly to Zhang Tianming, completely ignoring Wan Hailong. He had already learned of Zhang Tianming's identity and deeds from Nangong Wenting, understanding that Zhang Tianming was a terrifying figure capable of slaying half-Dao experts. Even if his own master were to come, he might not necessarily be a match. Although he was reluctant to admit it, these words came from Nangong Wenting's mouth, and he could not help but believe. Do you know me? Zhang Tianming asked calmly. Not long ago, my master mentioned Senior Zhang. I was fortunate to hear your esteemed name and deeds while serving nearby. Additionally, you revealed your true self during the battle in Kungsu, which is why I could recognize you. Mo Chasing Wind said respectfully, completely showing the demeanor of a junior. Beside him, Wan Hailong was utterly dumbfounded. The so-called guardian of Wanfeng merchants, Mo Chasing Wind, actually referred to himself as a junior before Zhang Tianming. This. He felt a chill in his heart. Out of respect for Brother Nangong, I shall not press you further. Stand aside and watch. Zhang Tianming spoke indifferently. Since Nangong Weneng had deigned to intervene on his behalf, he naturally extended due courtesy. Yes. Mo Zhuifeng bowed deeply, then stepped quietly to the side. Zhuifeng brother. Save me. You must save me. Wan Hailong's voice cracked with desperation, nearly dissolving into sobs. Alas, Mo Zhuifeng did not even deign to glance at him again. Seeing all hope of appeal extinguished, Wan Hailong clenched his teeth with savage resolve. Very well. If you refuse to save me, then neither shall you walk away unscathed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wan Hailong shuddered violently, as his true energy surged wildly within him. Danger! Director Wan is preparing to self-detonate. The entire contingent of Wanfeng Trading House turned ashen-faced with terror. A Saint Realm expert self-detonation would surely drag them all down into the Yellow Springs. Only 3 figures remained utterly composed amidst the chaos: Zhang Tianming, Longshan, and Mo Zhuifeng. Lin Miaoyan, already dazed as if adrift in mist, jolted fully awake at this spectacle, her dreamlike stupor shattered, and cried out urgently, Zhang Tianming, beware. Humph, self-detonation. Zhang Tianming cast a cold, indifferent glance toward Wan Hailong, and flicked his finger carelessly. Boom. A streak of 9 Yang Divine Sovereign Flame shot effortlessly into Wan Hailong's body, instantly incinerating his true energy into oblivion, and simultaneously obliterating his Dantian. Ah! In that instant, Wan Hailong finally understood Li Changmao's agony when he was crippled. What unbearable torment this was! What inhuman suffering! Within his heart, remorse surged like a tide. He cursed himself bitterly. Why had he ever set foot upon the Lin residence? Yet regret, however fierce, was now utterly futile. Stripped entirely of his cultivation, Wan Hailong stood weeping without tears. All present exhaled in profound relief, and gazed upon Zhang Tianming's peerless mastery with renewed awe. Heavens above! Could even a Saint Realm expert not detonate before him? Yet upon reflection it made perfect sense. Long Yi, the guardian deity of Baishan Trading House, had knelt in abject supplication before Zhang Tianming. Mo Zhuifeng, the revered protector of Wanfeng Trading House, stood before him with reverent deference, and even Nangong Wenting, a half-Dao realm grandmaster, bore ties of acquaintance with him, as Mo Zhuifeng himself had just revealed. Before such an overwhelming sovereign, what significance could a mere Saint Realm hold? Was it not akin to an ant beneath the heel of heaven? At that moment, the servant dispatched to fetch the female hound returned, leading a grayer, fiercer bitch than the one earlier. Elder sir, the dog has been brought, the servant declared, bowing low. All eyes converged upon Zhang Tianming, whose gaze in turn settled coldly upon Wan Hailong. Wan Hailong, behold your future spouse. Do you find her satisfactory? Zhang Tianming asked, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. These were the very words Wan Hailong had once addressed to his own son Wan Tian. Now Zhang Tianming merely returned them in kind. As for Wan Tian, the simple-minded son, having committed no egregious transgression, Zhang Tianming chose to leave him untouched. But against Wan Hailong himself, he showed no mercy. It was then that the onlookers grasped the truth, realizing even Zhang Tianming's earlier dismantling of Li Changmao had mirrored precisely the methods Li had intended to use against Lin Miaoyan. Not identical in form, yet strikingly analogous in essence. This was retribution in its purest form, using an opponent's own weapon to strike him down. What does an eye for an eye truly mean? Here stood its living embodiment. Zhang Tianming clearly intended this day to be seared forever into the memories of both trading houses. Bring forth attendants. Confine Wan Hailong and this bitch together within a cage. For the remainder of his days, he shall live as her mate. Zhang Tianming announced to the assembly. Without delay, 2 Lin household servants locked Wan Hailong and the gray bitch inside an iron cage. In several days' time, issue lavish wedding invitations far and wide, to bear witness to this auspicious union. The banquet must be magnificent, widely proclaimed, and unforgettable. Yes, elder sir. We of the Lin family shall personally oversee the arrangements for this wedding, replied the Lin clan's senior elder, unable to suppress his elation. What sheer unadulterated catharsis. Ha ha ha, father's getting married. Father's getting married. Ha ha ha. Wan Tian, the simpleton's son, leapt up clapping and cheering with childlike glee. Mo Zhuifeng. Your junior stands ready. Mo Zhuifeng stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Return to Wanfeng Trading House and deliver this message. I permit fair commercial competition, but should you dare oppress the Lin family through coercion or conspire against them in shadows, do not expect my clemency. As he uttered the final sentence, an icy, bone-deep dread emanated from Zhang Tianming, causing Mo Zhuifeng's very soul to shiver. Your junior understands. Your junior obeys immediately. Zhang Tianming's gaze then swept sharply toward Baishan Trading House. A trembling elder stepped forward, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Honored elder, this humble one serves as deputy director of Baishan Trading House. Before he could finish, Zhang Tianming cut him off impatiently. From this day onward, Baishan Trading House shall be absorbed as a branch under the heavenly rank Trading House. His tone brooked no negotiation, absolute and irrevocable. This humble one obeys. The elder dared not resist. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the fates of Long Yi Li Changmao and Wan Hailong. Unless he wished to meet the same, and how could he dare refuse? And even should he choose death, it would before absolute power all regulations dissolve into illusion. Master Yi, what say you? Zhang Tianming turned his gaze toward Yi Nanheng. Agreed. Many thanks, elder sir. No many thanks, worthy nephew Tianming. Yi Nanheng had nearly addressed him as elder sir, but swiftly recalled Zhang Tianming's twice-stated claim over Lin Miaoyan as his woman. Thus, by familial reckoning, he was perfectly justified in assuming seniority. Though technically disrespectful, it was wholly justified, so long as his daughter remained with Zhang Tianming. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, Lin Miaoyan herself appeared deeply enamored of him. What objection could possibly remain? Noticing Zhang Tianming's silent assent, Yi Nanheng's heart swelled with quiet triumph. Others too understood instantly. With Zhang Tianming as their patron, the heavenly ranked trading house would reign unchallenged across the southern domain. Also, there appear to be a few rats still scurrying within the Lin residence. Zhang Tianming remarked meaningfully, his gaze sweeping pointedly across the seats occupied by several Lin elders. Yi Nanheng instantly grasped his implication. Previously, propriety had restrained him from acting against elders 2 and 7, but circumstances had changed. Their conduct earlier had been witnessed by every member of the Lin clan, and now backed by Zhang Tianming's authority, what restraint remained? The Lin clan members understood all too well. Their glances, all sharp, disdainful, and filled with revulsion, settled squarely upon elders 2 and 7. Elder 2 Lin Guantian and Elder 7 Lin Guanjua both felt their hearts lurch violently, their faces draining of color in an instant. No waiting here is only a path to death. A similar thought flashed through their minds, and they quickly cast pleading glances at the Grand Elder. Yet the Grand Elder, who had always favored them, pretended not to see them at that moment. Instantly, both of them realized that this time they were likely doomed. Yi Nanheng, what? What do you want to do? Lin Guantian stood up with a start, glaring at Yi Nanheng, and asked with a tremor in his voice. Elder Lin Guanjua also stood behind Lin Guantian in an instant. They were now both in the same boat. You can't escape me, nor can I escape you. Yi Nanheng completely ignored the two and directly announced, Second Elder Lin Guantian, 7th Elder Lin Guanjua, you two are stripped of your titles as elders pending further observation. If you offend again, your cultivation will be abolished, and you will be expelled from the Lin family. What about the charges? Is a charge even necessary? Even though Yi Nanheng did not state any charges, no one dared to oppose him, nor did anyone question him. Yi Nanheng once again demonstrated his decisiveness to the members of the Lin family. Although Lin Guantian and Lin Guanjua were not weak in strength, the thought of the terrifying power of Zhang Tianming made them not even consider resisting. Not being elders is better than dying or being locked in a cage. The two ultimately accepted this reality. Yi Nanheng, considering the last shred of familial affection, chose to give them a lighter punishment. Otherwise, he would have truly wanted to kill them directly. Under the orders of Mo Zhuifeng, all members of the Wanfeng Merchant Group withdrew. The members of the Baishan Merchant Group completely submitted to the Tianhao Merchant Group. As for those small and medium-sized merchant groups that betrayed the Tianhao Merchant Group, they were subjected to Yi Nanheng's ban. He knew that sometimes it was necessary to display some means to deter those people. Zhang Tianming was completely unconcerned about this. He no longer wished to focus on these mundane matters. Moreover, Feng Wushuang was still waiting for him. Zhang Tianming initially planned to leave immediately and continue heading to the Thunder Marsh, but Lin Miaoyan had been insisting that he stay at least to attend the evening banquet before leaving. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Tianming finally nodded in agreement. He took out 2 life creation pills obtained from Ouyang Shua and administered them to Yi Nanheng and Lin Miaoyan. Their injuries showed noticeable improvement immediately, especially Lin Miaoyan, who was only slightly injured, fully recovered. As night fell, Zhang Tianming and Long Shan both attended the banquet that evening, and the prominent figures of Nanji City, as well as prestigious families within a 1,000-mile radius, all received invitations from the Lin family. The banquet was lively, with many people coming to toast. Zhang Tianming merely sampled a few drinks, but no one dared to say anything. However, when it came to toasting Yi Nanheng and Lin Miaoyan, Zhang Tianming drank it all. This further confirmed the relationship between Zhang Tianming and the Lin family in the eyes of the guests present. Who exactly is that person? Even our sect leader only raised a glass casually, when toasting, probably not even touching the wine with his lips. A disciple of a sect could no longer bear it, feeling that it was extremely disrespectful to their sect leader. You don't know? I can't believe you don't know. Another disciple beside him was astonished. What's wrong? The first disciple asked again. He is the champion of the Kungsu battle and represented our southern region in the 8 domains war, winning the championship in individual combat. The illustrious Zhang Tianming Sr. What did you say? He is Zhang Tianming. Absolutely, without a doubt. But even if he is Zhang Tianming, there is no need to be so arrogant, right? Our sect leader is at least a Holy Realm powerhouse. Holy Realm. Judging by your appearance, you really know too little. A Holy Realm powerhouse is indeed a lofty existence for you and me, deserving of admiration, but in front of Senior Zhang, even tying his shoes is not worthy. For Senior Zhang to raise a glass, that is already showing great respect. Exactly, even Imperial Realm powerhouses must submit obediently in front of Senior Zhang. What is the Holy Realm worth? At the banquet, similar discussions arose one after another, especially after learning that Zhang Tianming single-handedly suppressed the Baishan Merchant Group and Wanfeng Merchant Group, forcing their leaders to have their cultivation abolished and locked in a cage. Everyone was horrified. Damn, that is a super large merchant group in the southern region. How could such a powerful existence be suppressed by one person? What overwhelming dominance! Just thinking about it made people feel reverent. From now on, the Lin family's dominance over the southern region's merchant groups will probably never be stopped, nor will anyone dare to stop it. Indeed, Yi Nanheng has a wonderful daughter. That's right, Miss Lin Miaoyan is like a celestial being, young and not only strong in cultivation, but also quite famous in the merchant world. A rare new star, Senior Zhang, is even more remarkable, young and accomplished, unmatched in the world. They are truly a match made in heaven. Who is the girl next to Senior Zhang? Hey, why do you care so much? Exactly. Let's toast Senior Zhang with a cup of wine. Alright, I agree. Many people went over in agreement, while Zhang Tianming did not put on any airs, merely raising his glass slightly and sampling a few sips. Brother Yi, your Lin family is the absolute #1 clan in Nanji City, with ears and eyes everywhere. Have you heard about the recent disturbances in the Thunder Marsh? A sect elder who had a relatively good relationship with Yi Nanheng asked him. Yes, I have indeed heard about it. It seems that the disturbances have been occurring since 2 years ago. Yi Nanheng nodded. Hearing this, Zhang Tianming, who was sitting at the same table, couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Longshan also turned her beautiful eyes towards Yi Nanheng. Uncle, what is the disturbance in the Thunder Marsh you are referring to? Zhang Tianming asked. Seeing that Zhang Tianming seemed interested, Yi Nanheng naturally spoke freely, saying, Nephew, the Thunder Marsh is a perilous place in our extreme southern region, filled with endless thunder, akin to a marsh that nurtures thunder, hence the name. For thousands of years there has been no disturbance. However, 2 years ago our Lin family's spies discovered a sudden disturbance in the Thunder Marsh, as if a flash of purple was dancing within it. Unfortunately, according to the spies, that phenomenon lasted only for a moment before disappearing. After that, there was no more commotion in the Thunder Marsh. But not long ago, the Thunder Marsh once again showed signs of disturbance. Our Lin family spies stationed there saw purple light dancing within it again, and this time it lasted for a long time, at least over an hour. Moreover, in the last 2 days, disturbances have occurred from time to time. Hearing this, Zhang Tianming couldn't help but feel delighted. He believed that the disturbances in the Thunder Marsh were because he had used that faint purple thunder 9 dragons flame to perform divination, thereby allowing the essence of the purple thunder 9 dragons flame to sense it. The next day the sun was bright, and the gentle breeze pleasant. Zhang Tianming and Longshan bid farewell to the Lin family early in the morning, heading straight towards the Thunder Marsh. As for Lin Miaoyan, although Zhang Tianming claimed she was his woman, the Lin family dared not ask further without his confirmation. However, it was already a well-acknowledged fact within the Lin family that Lin Miaoyan was indeed Zhang Tianming's woman. Moreover, this news swept through the southern region at a whirlwind pace. As it spread, various versions began. Some said Zhang Tianming for Lin Miao and Sake had invited the elder from the inner academy of the Jiulong Academy, killing the guardian and the president of the Baishan merchants with a single strike, and forced the Wanfeng merchants to bow down. Others claimed that Zhang Tianming had been betrothed to Lin Miaoyan since childhood, but the Lin family looked down upon him. Who would have thought that Zhang Tianming, once an obscure youth, would transform into a martial emperor powerhouse, and upon returning, he sought to humiliate the Lin family, yet inadvertently saved them instead. There were also rumors that Zhang Tianming was actually the illegitimate child of someone from the Lin family. Some even said that Zhang Tianming had eloped with Lin Miaoyan. In short, the versions multiplied as they spread. At this moment, Zhang Tianming and Longshan had reached the edge of the Thunder Marsh. The sound of thunder crackled, reverberating like an overwhelming force. Zhang Tianming had once again shifted to his Sword Dao avatar. He raised his gaze towards the distance. There lay a vast marsh shrouded in mist where the air was filled with the continuous crackling of lightning echoing ceaselessly. Even in daylight the lightning was dazzling, casting the mist in a flickering light. "Is this the Thunder Marsh?" Jian Tianming murmured. "What a Thunder Marsh! Without the protection of the laws of power, it is impossible to approach, let alone enter and explore it." Long Shan added. "I remember seeing a record in the Academy's library. The purple Thunder Julong flame can absorb the power of thunder and convert it for one's own use, becoming one's own fire. This place is indeed suitable for the purple Thunder Julong flame to conceal itself. Moreover, not to mention hiding the power of thunder here is absolutely what the purple Thunder Julong flame craves." Jian Tianming nodded slightly. "Among the 5 divine fires, the other 4 are purely flames with different characteristics, while the purple Thunder Julong flame is somewhat unique. It is not merely a flame, it also contains the power of thunder. No, it should be said that the purple Thunder Julong flame is a special ancient divine fire born from thunder. It absorbs the power of thunder and transforms it into powerful flames. This is the unique aspect of the purple Thunder Julong flame." Buzz. Jian Tianming took out the 9 purple-leaf fire cauldron, and after summoning his true self, released a wisp of Juyang Divine Emperor flame into the cauldron, his soul power attaching to it, directly sensing it. With the assistance of the 9 purple-leaf fire cauldron, Jian Tianming became more sensitive to anything related to fire attributes. His soul power continuously delved deeper into the Thunder Marsh. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly 9 purple thunder dragons roared fiercely upon sensing Jian Tianming's soul power. Suddenly Jian Tianming opened his eyes. Indeed, it is within the Thunder Marsh. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Tianming transformed into a beam of sword light and flew directly into the Thunder Marsh. Upon entering the Thunder Marsh, countless bolts of thunder surged towards Jian Tianming, striking at him. However, the sword Dao power enveloping Jian Tianming was terrifying. Even the thunder was directly severed into nothingness by his sword aura. Long Shan closely followed behind Jian Tianming, with the laws of wind manifesting around her, deflecting all the incoming thunder. Her movements were quite exquisite, like a gentle breeze, yet as swift as a gale. This contrasting sensation was truly subtle. In the blink of an eye, the two had approached the center of the Thunder Marsh, where 9 purple thunder flame divine dragons soared high, roaring incessantly. Roar, roar. Each roar was accompanied by the furious crackle of thunder. Long Shan was eager to know how Jian Tianming had fused with the ancient divine fire, which was one of the reasons she had followed him. At this moment, her gaze quickly left the thunder flame divine dragons and fell upon Jian Tianming, whose face revealed a hint of joy. To others, this purple thunder Julong flame might be a deadly substance, but to him, it was a great boon. It was an extraordinary item for enhancing strength. Ding dong. A system notification had already sounded in Jian Tianming's mind. Discovered purple thunder Julong flame. Do you wish to fuse it? Fused. Although Jian Tianming was currently in his Sword Dao avatar, he could still use his spirit to assist his true self with some simple controls. Whoosh, whoosh. As Jian Tianming uttered the word fuse, a powerful suction force erupted from his body, directly pulling towards the 9 purple thunder flame divine dragons. Roar, roar. The purple thunder Julong flame struggled frantically, unwilling to be devoured and absorbed by Jian Tianming. Its dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. The surrounding thunder surged due to the struggle and roar of the purple thunder Julong flame. Boom, boom, crackle. Thousands of thunders erupted in fury. What a spectacle. However, amidst it all, Jian Tianming's expression remained unchanged, his unwavering eyes exuding a brilliance that was nothing short of extraordinary. Fusion, give it to me. Jian Tianming shouted, extending his hands directly. Boom, boom. The golden Juyang Divine Emperor flame surged forth under the command of the Sword Dao avatar's thoughts, wrapping around the 9 purple thunder flame divine dragons with a more domineering force. Pull. The Juyang Divine Emperor flame transformed into fiery chains, wrapping around the 9 purple thunder flame divine dragons, slowly retracting towards Jian Tianming's body. No matter how the purple thunder Julong flame struggled, it could not escape. This struggle did not last long, and in just half a stick of incense, the purple thunder Julong flame was entirely absorbed into Jian Tianming's body. Fusion start. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Jian Tianming for successfully fusing the purple thunder Julong flame, giving birth to a new ancient divine fire, Mo Lei Tian Yen. Boom, boom. With a thought from Jian Tianming, black thunder flames appeared around him, transforming him into a thunder flame war god. Feeling the newly born Mo Lei Tian Yen, Jian Tianming sensed that the fire laws, which were already at their peak, had been further enhanced. Breaking through the constraints of the laws, I wonder what kind of realm that would be. Yeah. Jian Tianming murmured to himself. Unfortunately, Although the fire laws had been enhanced, there were no signs of breaking through the constraints of the laws. However, Zhan Tianming sensed the special power of the Mo Lei Tian Yen. Devour it for me. Crackle, crackle. Words turned into action. As soon as Zhan Tianming spoke, the endless power of thunder from the Thunder Marsh surged madly into his body. In an instant, the entire Thunder Marsh underwent a tremendous change. Using the Sword Path avatar to control the power within my true body, it is indeed still quite weak. Zhan Tianming murmured. After all, this avatar is merely a Sword Path avatar. Its understanding of the Sword Path has reached its peak, but its control over powers such as the chaotic laws is not as formidable. Of course, when the avatar is with the true body, it can also draw upon the power of the true body. At this moment, the Mo Lei Tian Yin blazed fiercely on the Sword Path avatar, continuously devouring the thunderous power within the Thunder Marsh. However, Zhan Tianming was confident that if the true body were to control it, the devouring speed would at least increase by 2 to 3 times, far surpassing the current rate. However, Zhan Tianming was too lazy to switch between the true body and the avatar. Now, with the true body possessing the Mo Lei Tian Yin, the fusion speed with the Xian Hua Seal has also increased somewhat. For now, it is best not to distract the true body. Completing the fusion of the Xian Hua Seal earlier would also allow him to learn the whereabouts of the Langia Divine Flame sooner. At that time, once he obtains the Langia Divine Flame, he will have the chance to open the Xian Dao Seal of Heaven and enter the Burial Dao Tomb to search for Feng Wuxuan. However, Zhan Tianming genuinely did not know whether the 5 ancient divine fires mentioned by Liao Qingyun needed to be separated or fused together. Forget it, thinking about this now is pointless. Before Liao Qingyun mentioned it, I had already fused 3 ancient divine fires, and now I have even integrated the 4th one. There's no use in dwelling on it. Murmuring softly in his heart, Zhan Tianming immediately cast aside his thoughts. His gaze swept over the gathering thunder around him, a faint smile playing on his lips. After absorbing this thunderous power, I believe I will make further progress in the laws of thunder. Even if not, refining my body with this endless divine thunder will surely enhance my chaotic battle body. Zhan Tianming felt a surge of anticipation. Whether it is an enhancement in the laws of thunder or an improvement in his chaotic battle body, both would be immensely beneficial. Not far away, Longshan was left somewhat dumbfounded. He just completed the fusion of the ancient divine fire like this. Longshan never expected that for others fusing ancient divine fires would be akin to courting death, yet for Zhan Tianming, it seemed as simple as breathing. Could it be that these ancient divine fires were born specifically for Zhan Tianming? It was simply, Longshan was already quite certain that Zhan Tianming had fused the Zi Lei Jiu Long Yin, otherwise it would be impossible for him to absorb such a massive amount of thunderous power from the Thunder Marsh. Such violent thunderous power would make even thunder-tributed cultivators hesitate to directly absorb it. Only the characteristics of the Zi Lei Jiu Long Yin could achieve this. At this moment, on the edge of the Thunder Marsh, various thunder-tributed cultivators were also looking at the surging Thunder Marsh in shock. What is happening? Good heavens, ever since the Thunder Marsh first exhibited anomalies 2 years ago, it has frequently shown strange occurrences recently. I never expected to see such a bizarre scene now, as if some thunder-type monster is madly devouring this thunderous power. Damn it, this thunderous power in the Thunder Marsh won't be completely devoured, right? I still need it to break through my bottleneck. This matter seems suspicious. It is imperative to notify the sect quickly. The anomaly in the Thunder Marsh soon attracted the close attention of various factions. Father, do you think this could be caused by Ming Gu? Lin Miaoyan asked her father Yi Nanhong. Since learning that Zhan Tianming was indeed a martial emperor powerhouse, and that he publicly declared Lin Miaoyan to be his woman, her way of addressing him had changed from Zhan Tianming to Ming Gu. Though she was a few years older than Zhan Tianming, for cultivators whose lifespans could easily reach hundreds or thousands of years, or even tens of thousands, a few years meant nothing. With Tianming's strength, it is indeed very possible, Yi Nanhong mused. Finally, he turned to Lin Miaoyan and smiled. Miaoyan, although Tianming has already said that you are his woman, his future is undoubtedly limitless. Achieving the level of a half-Dao realm expert will not be a difficult task for him. However, while your talent is decent, your strength is too far behind his. In the future, you may find it hard to keep up with him. Father, Lin Miaoyan lowered her head slightly. She understood this truth all too well. Yet even now she still found it somewhat unbelievable. What had started as a mere jest she never thought would lead to Zhan Tianming actually becoming a martial emperor powerhouse. Moreover, he was not just any ordinary martial emperor powerhouse. Miaoyan, starting tomorrow, focus on your closed-door training. Do not let yourself be distracted by other matters for now, Yi Nanhong suggested. Lin Miaoyan nodded slightly. After a moment, she raised her head, her gentle gaze seemingly transcending time and space, landing within the Thunder Marsh, where she saw that tall figure. Within the Thunder Marsh, countless thunders roared. Some thunder spirits that had already taken shape were also devoured by Zhang Tianming through the Mo Lei Tianyan. I never expected that the Thunder Marsh, after countless years of nurturing, would actually give birth to thunder spirits. Zhang Tianming was equally taken aback by this. However, this was even better. Having thunder spirits enter his body would undoubtedly be a boon for him. Others spend their entire lives searching for thunder spirits, yet he stumbled upon them. Gradually, Zhang Tianming felt that the thunderous power within him was nearing saturation, and there was still an abundance of thunderous energy surrounding him. In that case, they'll truly summon the thunder to refine my body. Zhang Tianming used the Sword Path avatar as a conduit, linking his consciousness with his true body, merging their thoughts as one. Thunder come. Boom. Crack. Pop. As the laws followed his call, thunder struck down. Countless astonishing bolts of lightning continuously bombarded Zhang Tianming's Sword Path avatar, then transmitted through the avatar to the true body. At this moment, both the avatar and the true body were undergoing the baptism of thunder. To refine the body with thunderous power. What kind of body does junior brother Zhang possess to endure such immense thunderous force? Longshan couldn't help but feel astonished. She herself was a Yao Hua spirit body, a rather unique spirit body among innate Dao bodies. Thus, she understood the power of spirit bodies even more. She also realized that an ordinary body, or even an ordinary spirit body, could not withstand such thunderous assaults. If Zhang Tianming did not possess an innate Dao body, she would not believe it. 9 Thunder Spirit Body. No, that's impossible. Oh, after all, junior brother Zhang has immense control over ancient divine fires as well. What other spirit bodies possess both thunder and fire attributes? Various spirit bodies flashed through her mind, yet Longshan was unable to draw any conclusions. As the terrifying thunder continued to refine him, time swiftly passed. 3 days after Zhang Tianming and Longshan entered the Thunder Marsh, all the thunderous power within the Thunder Marsh had completely vanished. A terrifying force surged within Zhang Tianming. Such powerful strength. My chaotic battle body. Upon careful sensing, although the chaos battle body had not yet broken through, Zhang Tianming was still quite satisfied. This was because the defense of his Sword Dao avatar had significantly improved compared to before. Though the chaos battle body had not yet broken through, it had at least reached the peak of the 6th level. It was likely that a breakthrough to the 7th level would not be far off. At that time, both strength and defense would experience a substantial increase, but whether he could achieve a breakthrough in the chaos law remained uncertain. Zhang Tianming murmured to himself. Currently, his chaos battle body was still at the 6th level, but the chaos law had already advanced to the 8th level. If the chaos battle body could be elevated to the 7th level, while the chaos law reached its great perfection, that would indeed be wonderful. However, Zhang Tianming felt that this was probably unlikely. There was a vast chasm between the 8th and 9th levels of the law. This was something Zhang Tianming clearly sensed only when he advanced his fire law from the 8th to the 9th level. The thunder law had also seen some improvement, but unfortunately it still had not broken through to the 9th level of great perfection. It seemed that crossing the gap between the 8th and 9th levels was truly difficult. Zhang Tianming thought to himself. However, this time the thunder tempering had indeed brought him considerable enhancement. Any increase in strength comes from gradual accumulation, which eventually leads to a qualitative change culminating in a complete metamorphosis. If it weren't for this instance of Wan Lei tempering, and had he used other methods, it would have likely required a 1,000-fold effort. In just 3 days, achieving such significant accumulation was already commendable. More importantly, the purple Thunder 9 Dragon's Flame had finally been obtained. The first to be sought was the Langia Divine Flame, yet even now he had not received any clues about it. Conversely, the purple Thunder 9 Dragon's Flame, which had the least information available, was acquired without expending too much time or energy. Sometimes many things are truly hard to explain. Zhang Tianming sighed inwardly. This was akin to a cultivator's comprehension of laws. Sometimes one might ponder for a long time only to realize that their understanding was fundamentally flawed. And at times a random flash of thought can lead to tremendous breakthroughs. Who can clarify such matters? Both opportunity and effort are indispensable. Zhang Tianming did not rush to leave. He carefully sensed the changes in his true body. It was as though his body had transformed into a crystal-clear jade skeleton while activating the chaos battle body. Even his organs were translucent, every blood vessel and meridian visible, including the heart that beat clearly. Layers of glassy radiance emitted from countless pores overflowing 3 feet around him. If Zhang Tianming deliberately restrained his aura and simply activated the chaos battle body, others would only see him as a human-shaped treasure born from the heavens and earth. As the chaos battle body approached the 7th level, it finally began to reveal its true power. If he could break through to the 7th level, the transparency would likely increase several-fold, and the true terrifying power of the Chaos Battle Body would begin to manifest. Zhan Tianming murmured to himself. The first 6 levels of the Chaos Battle Body were merely the foundation. It was the final 3 levels where the Chaos Battle Body truly displayed its terrifying form. Sister Long, let's go. Zhan Tianming retracted his focus and turned to look at Long Shan, who stood not far away. At this moment, the ink thunder flame surrounding him had already returned to his true body. Long Shan had already regained her senses from her shock. Upon hearing Zhan Tianming speak, she immediately nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into beams of light and soared away. Just moments after they left, dozens of bolts of lightning flashed and revealed their figures. These individuals were all lightning-type cultivators at the edge of the Thunder Marsh. Seeing that the Thunder Marsh had finally calmed down, they dared to step in, but unfortunately by the time they arrived, after leaving the Thunder Marsh, Zhan Tianming casually found a cave at the edge of the Endless Mountains and began to enter seclusion for cultivation. His true body was fully integrating with the Xuanhua Seal. The Sword Dao Avatar attempted to cultivate the Dao Heart Seed Demon. After all, the second primordial spirit was a separate soul force. If it could be enhanced, that would be excellent. Perhaps due to the prior cultivation of his true body, the Sword Dao Avatar succeeded in the first level of Dao Heart Seed Demon in just one day, directly doubling the soul force of the second primordial spirit. However, the cultivation of the second level was much more challenging. It took a full 3 months before he finally succeeded. The soul force of the Sword Dao Avatar once again doubled from the previous foundation. During this period, Long Shan was also cultivating her skills, and it seemed she had gained some strength as well. However, compared to Zhan Tianming, she was indeed lacking considerably. Finally, on this day, the fusion degree between Zhan Tianming's true body and the seal reached its peak. 81. It could no longer be improved. Zhan Tianming clearly sensed this bottleneck. It was not something that could be improved by merely spending time. 81%, huh? According to what the Xianyan Senior said, while this fusion degree could unleash considerable power from the Xuanhua Seal, it was still far from enough. If he could not achieve a fusion degree of 90% or higher, letting powerful cultivators know that he possessed this treasure would surely bring about fatal dangers. Zhan Tianming murmured softly to himself. Let's leave it at this for now. After murmuring this final line, Zhan Tianming immediately halted further fusion with the seal. Then a drop of blood was directly infused into the seal. Ding! The system prompt finally sounded. Congratulations to host Zhan Tianming for completing the Xuanhua Seal task, gaining 100 million experience points. Clues to the Langia Divine Flame, 10 million Dragon Qi 1 level increase in Fury, and 1 million Fury points. Zhan Tianming eagerly checked the clues to the Langia Divine Flame. 9 Heavens Spiritual River. Zhan Tianming frowned slightly. The Langia Divine Flame was a yang fire, and while the 9 Heavens Spiritual River was not a true river, it was not far off. How could he reach such a place for the Langia Divine Flame? In that case, I must return to the Jiulong Imperial Domain, Zhan Tianming thought. The 9 Heavens Spiritual River was a very unique river in the Jiulong Imperial Domain, with most of its water formed from spiritual energy. Although it was not pure, it was sufficient to make the spiritual energy dense to an astonishing degree. And it was precisely because the Jiulong Imperial Domain had the Kungsu ancestral vein in this 9 Heavens Spiritual River that the spiritual energy was so abundant. When Zhan Tianming participated in the 8 Domains War, he remembered that there seemed to be a reward for the second place that included a period of cultivation in the 9 Heavens Spiritual River. Unfortunately, the first place did not have that reward. Thus, Zhan Tianming had not visited the 9 Heavens Spiritual River. Before I depart, there are some matters that must be resolved first. Zhan Tianming's eyes slightly chilled. He would not allow the Nanshan Empire royal family to continue living comfortably. He had sworn at that time to eliminate the Ouyang family, so that they would not dare to have any saintly figures appear. Once he had made up his mind, Zhan Tianming did not leave immediately, but instead examined some of his recent gains. The Wanming Ghost Armor. He quickly recalled a piece of armor in his system backpack. This seems to be obtained from slaying the corpse master who had usurped the body of Xianming Jingue Right. I didn't expect it to be a top-grade divine armor. Unfortunately for someone like me, who possesses the Dragon God armor, it is of no use at all. Shaking his head, Zhan Tianming looked at Long Shan. Senior Sister Long, I will give you this inner armor. Saying this, he directly tossed the Wanming Ghost Armor to Long Shan. Although the Wanming Ghost Armor sounded somewhat eerie, Zhan Tianming had carefully inspected it. In fact, it was a powerful inner armor focused on defense, and it did not have any sinister aura. Long Shan's Yaoqi spirit body was excellent, but it did not enhance her defense significantly. This inner armor would suit her well. You are giving me such a valuable item. Long Shan was somewhat incredulous. Zhan Tianming had already gifted her an ice attribute Imperial Sword, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, Imperial weapons are extremely rare treasures for cultivators in the Martial Emperor realm. As for this inner armor, Long Shan could not determine its level, but she believed it was definitely not inferior to Imperial weapons. It might even be a more powerful divine-grade inner armor. At the very least, it must be of the Imperial-grade top quality. Take it. You might as well keep it or it is of no use to me. Zhang Tianming smiled. All right, I will accept it. Longshan nodded, and then added, by the way, what grade is this inner armor? I feel it is even stronger than Imperial artifacts. Longshan's gaze intensely fixed on Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming shrugged nonchalantly and said, it's just a top-grade divine inner armor. What a... Longshan instantly froze in place. A top-grade divine armor. Just a... She really wanted to say, do you know that any divine-grade weapon or defensive armor is a precious item used by major sects to suppress their fortunes. Moreover, this is a top-grade divine defensive armor. Such treasures are likely not found in the Jiulong. Know whether Jiulong Academy even has such inner armor is still debatable. No, this inner armor is too valuable. Oh, I can't accept it. Longshan attempted to return it to Zhang Tianming. Senior Sister Long, please accept it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to open the yin-yang mechanism of the Xuanhua seal, nor would I have had the opportunity to obtain the Xuanhua seal. Now that I have obtained the Xuanhua seal, this inner armor serves as my gratitude gift to you. Besides, my defensive battle body is not weak, and I have other defensive armors. Having one more does not matter. Zhang Tianming insisted. He was indeed very grateful to Longshan. After a moment of hesitation, Longshan finally nodded slightly and accepted the Wanming ghost armor. Fortunately, the Wanming ghost armor is inner armor that can be used by anyone regardless of gender. Junior brother Zhan, I've always been curious, what type of spirit body are you? After receiving the Wanming ghost armor, Longshan couldn't help but ask. Zhang Tianming smiled. I will tell you later. He had no intention of revealing the matters concerning his chaotic battle body and chaotic laws. After all, there was a cautionary tale in Jiulong continent. The previous owner of the chaotic battle body, who was also his master's mother, died at the hands of countless powerful beings. This was something Zhang Tianming's master Long Yao had personally stated. Zhang Tianming wasn't distrustful of Longshan, he simply felt that there was no need to discuss such matters now. Longshan did not press further. Zhang Tianming continued to inspect his recent gains. One item after another slid past his eyes. After a moment, his gaze fell upon a bead. This was dropped when he defeated Qian Tianhao, and Zhang Tianming had not yet had the chance to examine it closely. Inspect. Item substitute bead level none. Description: a miraculous bead that can replace the death of an Imperial realm or half-path realm cultivator once. Replace the death of a half-path realm cultivator. Zhang Tianming was momentarily taken aback. Qian Tianhao was merely a 9-star martial emperor. Although he cultivated the strange and incomprehensible substitute law, he ultimately could not withstand the devastating strike of his sword. Combined with the nameless divine sword and the substitute bead that dropped from him, actually has such a powerful effect. You must understand, the more powerful the cultivator, the more terrifying the heavenly force required to substitute for. It is just like the substitute doll he once obtained in his early stages, which could only be used for a short time. Now it has no effect at all. Such a bead, if those half-path realm experts were to learn about it, they would likely fight to the death over it. A great... Zhang Tianming smiled with delight. He then checked some other items, keeping the useful ones and packing away the useless ones to feed to the nameless divine sword once again. The nameless divine sword also devoured everything. Zhang Tianming fed it with gusto. I wonder when that sword technique of inheritance and enlightenment will reach perfection. Zhang Tianming shook his head. The inherited martial skill from the Zhan family bloodline had already fused with the nameless divine sword. Although there had been some small insights and improvements during this time, Zhang Tianming felt that completely comprehending it would not be an overnight matter. In the end, his spiritual power directly penetrated into the Dan Sea. Within the vast and thick ocean of true essence, a golden bead quietly floated, and on that bead was intricately carved a vividly lifelike divine dragon. No, wait. The divine dragon seemed to be both carved onto the bead and coiled within it. This bead was the dragon bead obtained from the Zhan family's bloodline mission, connected to Zhang Tianming's bloodline and thoughts, waiting for its awakening to achieve complete fusion. However, a long time had passed, and it still showed no signs of awakening. I wonder what this dragon bead's inheritance is. Zhang Tianming murmured to himself. Little one, you have surprised me a bit. Suddenly a voice echoed in Zhang Tianming's heart. Then the figure of Xian Yandao directly projected into Zhang Tianming's mind, wearing a gentle and kind smile. However, Zhang Tianming could clearly feel that the figure of Xian Yandao was even more ethereal than when they last met, nearly transparent. Senior. Zhang Tianming paid his respects as a junior and likewise projected a shadow of himself in his mind. Xian Yandao nodded slightly and said, Little one, I have little time left. Before I leave this world, let me give you one last piece of advice. Hearing this, Zhang Tianming could only gratefully nod and respectfully listen. Xian Yandao nodded with satisfaction. He knew that his soul impression could not last much longer, and the only one who could convey his words to a certain person was this little fellow before him. Moreover, he originally thought it would be quite good if Zhang Tianming could increase the fusion degree with Xian Huasil to 70% during the first fusion. But who would have thought that in such a short time Zhang Tianming not only found the fourth ancient divine fire, but also effortlessly fused it with the 9-yang divine emperor flame, creating a brand new and even more powerful ancient divine fire, and then remarkably increased the fusion degree with Xian Huasil to 81%. This was many times better than the 70% that Xian Yandao mentioned. This also made Xian Yandao feel a hint of affection for talent. Therefore, he hoped Zhang Tianming could advance even further. Little fellow, what you are cultivating, although refined as much as possible, is still too mixed. Especially in terms of martial techniques, it is even more so. You must understand that the so-called martial way is to thoroughly integrate martial arts and the Tao achieving a perfect unity. Only then can it be called the martial way. And you now martial is martial and Tao is Tao. Although there is some connection between the two, it is not significant. Xian Huadao pointed out the general direction of cultivation for Zhang Tianming bit by bit. As for the details of cultivation, he said nothing. In his view, as long as he could guide Zhang Tianming in the right direction and let him see the future path of cultivation, that would be enough. Details. Perhaps details can determine success or failure, but discussing details with a cultivation genius has no meaning. The general direction is what holds the dominant position. It's like a person walking in a pitch-black forest. If he only lights up what's in front of him, he might get lost in the forest. But if a guiding light is lit for him from afar, he will have a direction to proceed. Alright, that's all I wanted to say. For the rest, I believe you can manage on your own. Xian Yandao looked at Zhang Tianming with a benevolent smile. Ding dong. Congratulations, host Zhang Tianming. Comprehension increased by 20 points. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Zhang Tianming bowed again. Xian Yandao's words truly made him grasp some very subtle things. Although he couldn't comprehend everything immediately, he had already found the direction to strive for and understood what he should do. Little fellow, don't forget to express my apologies to that person for me. This was Xian Yandao's final wish. Rest assured, senior, I will definitely find the person who painted this and convey your apologies to her. Zhang Tianming promised Xian Yandao. This was the only thing he could do for him. Xian Yandao nodded, and that originally almost transparent phantom slowly dissipated from Zhang Tianming's mind. He departed. The last trace of Xian Yandao's soul impression vanished from this world forever. A hint of sadness arose in Zhang Tianming's heart. Could even a powerful being like Xian Yandao ultimately meet such an end? Is there truly no immortality in this world? No. It shouldn't be said that there is none. After all, the four great Yin Crow are indeed immortal beings. Zhang Tianming thought of the Yin Crow Taoist imprisoned in his system backpack, who was transformed from the colorful Yin Crow and should have been a much more powerful existence. Unfortunately, he was refined into the Shou Su realm by Xian Yandao, using its extreme Yin power to repair and enhance the Xian Huasil, thus significantly weakening his strength. If it weren't for this, he probably wouldn't have had any chance to capture the Yin Crow Taoist. For now, the Xian Huasil cannot be fused anymore. Let my true self continue to cultivate the Tao Heart Seed Demon, while the Sword Tao Avatar heads to the Southern Zhan Empire. Zhang Tianming quickly made a decision. Sister Long, let's go. First we will visit the Yu Kingdom, and then head straight to the imperial capital of the Southern Zhan Empire. They immediately left. The sky had begun to snow heavily. This winter seemed particularly cold. After Zhang Tianming departed, Liao Qingjian's brow furrowed tightly, unable to suppress a long sigh. Qingyan, there's no need to sigh. Some things cannot happen just because you want them to. An old man with white hair beside Liao Qingyan spoke. This time Zhang Tianming came over just to give a heads up. He wanted Liao Qingyan to find a way to inform him if there was any news regarding Feng Wuxuan. And he needed to go to the Jiulong Imperial Domain to find the Langia Divine Flame. Naturally, Liao Qingyan agreed to such matters. However, Elder, our Liao family has deceived him so much it will probably bring us great trouble in the future. Trouble? What trouble could there be? He's just a 9-star martial emperor. Even if he becomes a half-Dao realm powerhouse, it won't matter. Our Liao family has 7 half-Dao realm cultivators stationed. What can he do? When he retrieves the 5 ancient divine fires, our Liao family will reclaim what originally belonged to us, and then grant him a divine art as a reward. That will be sufficient. Liao Lingkong, the elder of the Liao family, did not have a very pleasant expression. Don't forget that this brat has already crippled King's cultivation. We've already been quite polite to him by not causing him trouble. Elder, you don't understand, Brother Zhang. I always have a feeling that in the future he will transcend the world. Transcend the world. Just because he's a native of the lower world. Even with our Liao family's profound background, we can't say who can transcend the world. Even those unparalleled geniuses among the myriad realms and the powerhouses of various sects dare not say they can transcend the world. Qingyan, I think you've exhausted yourself to say such nonsense. If you're too tired, then take a good rest. Liao Lingkong expressed some dissatisfaction. Transcending the world describes a person standing at the end of the Tao. That person is the Tao. That person is everything. That person dominates the myriad realms. Only such a person can be called one who transcends the world, because every word and action of theirs represents the Tao. And according to the records of the Liao family's ancestral home, even in the countless generations of the myriad realms, no one has achieved transcending the world. Of course, the Liao family has been in the Jiulong continent for countless years. As for whether anyone has transcended the world during these countless years, they do not know. Liao Qingyun didn't know what to say. Moreover, he was not intentionally trying to deceive Zhang Tianming. He simply did not know that there was more to the matter of Feng Wushuang, nor did he realize that all of this had been arranged by his own clansmen. Brother Zhang, I am sorry. However, I promise you that I will not let my clansmen harm Miss Wushuang in the slightest. Liao Qingyun secretly swore in his heart. He felt that this was the only thing he could do for Zhang Tianming. As for facing Zhang Tianming again in the future, Liao Qingyun shook his head, feeling that he would have no face to confront him again. Unaware of all this, Zhang Tianming had already entered the territory of the Southern Zhan Empire with Long Shan through the teleportation array. Ouyang Siguang, royal family. Just wait. Ouyang Siguang, come forth and face me. The thunderous shout rolled across the heavens like crashing thunder. Who dared bellow so arrogantly within the imperial capital of the Nanshan Empire? Could it be rebels plotting usurpation? Alas, once a glorious empire, the Nanshan Empire now fractures into warring fiefdoms, for rebellious factions vying for the throne. Is this not plunging the realm into chaos? I heard the imperial dragon vein was siphoned away. That is why the Nanshan Empire has fallen to ruin. The dragon vein. You truly believe such geomantic superstitions? Why not? Feng Shui holds profound power. My neighbor Old Wang built his fortune precisely by heeding Feng Shui principles. I myself followed a master's guidance, arranged a Feng Shui formation, and only then did my fortune surge and prosperity bloom. Then why are you peddling sweet potatoes? What's wrong with selling sweet potatoes? Indeed, the Nanshan Empire had long since lost its former splendor. True, the dragon vein had been extracted by Zhang Tianming. Yet the Nanshan Empire harbored no noble intent. It had lured cultivators inside solely to sacrifice their blood, nurturing the dragon vein through slaughter. Ouyang clan never imagined the dragon vein could be stolen. Once severed, the empire's celestial mandate collapsed, and internal strife erupted violently. Within barely a year or two, feudal lords rose in rebellion across the land. Zhang Tianming paid no heed. His soul force expanded outward, enveloping a radius of over 1,000 kilometers. So Ouyang Siguang did not flee. Zhang Tianming murmured coldly, his gaze already piercing deep into the imperial palace. A sudden golden light shot upward from the heart of the imperial palace, drawing the eyes of nearly all within the capital. Keen-eyed observers soon spotted Zhang Tianming hovering midair, motionless and sovereign. The golden light dissipated at its zenith, and Ouyang Siguang materialized, visibly aged, his countenance weathered far beyond his years. He raised his gaze toward Zhang Tianming and spoke gravely of Zhang Tianming. I never imagined even my self-destructive clone's final strike failed to slay you. Truly fate favors you. Since you know that much, then come forward and meet your end. Zhang Tianming's voice cut like frost. Ha ha. Ouyang Siguang threw back his head and laughed. Far away, Long Shan stood silently atop a rooftop, observing all. Nearby, 3 figures, a man, another man, and a woman, walked down the street. Ah, there's Brother Tianming. A young man in a white silk robe edged with azure embroidery pointed at his waist hung a white belt studded with emeralds. His long hair fell loosely, several strands at his forehead dyed snow white, beneath which gleamed eyes as brilliant as stars, brows arching with noble vigor, and in his hand dangled a yellowed wine gourd. This was Long Xiaoyao, yet no longer the same man who once walked this world. His cultivation had ascended to the emperor realm. 3rd rank martial emperor. His joint cultivation technique with Lu Qingcheng had reached consummation, and only days ago had he emerged from seclusion. Beside him stood Lu Qingcheng, draped in a black robe embroidered with violet patterns. Her features were carved with divine precision, possessing both masculine strength and transcendent beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Even the faint sorrow shimmering in her eyes lent her an aura of enigmatic depth. Wherever she passed, young women shrieked in adoration, many choosing to stare at her rather than watch the celestial spectacle unfolding above. Her infatuated expressions nearly overwhelmed Zongjing Wanyu beside her, until Long Xiaoyao spoke, prompting her to glance skyward as well. Zongjing Wanyu had matured since those days, her once proud, icy gaze softened by trials into serene composure. Her figure too had blossomed with graceful curves. Lu Qingcheng's cultivation matched Long Xiaoyao's, both third-rank martial emperors, a restraint deliberately imposed by Xianlei. Otherwise, with their innate genius, they would surely have ascended to 6th or 7th rank martial emperors by now. Indeed, guidance from a half-Dao sovereign cultivator rendered cultivation markedly smoother. Zongjing Wanyo's strength trailed them by but a single rank, 2nd rank martial emperor. Such attainment were she to return to Tianfeng Kingdom would shake the entire realm to its foundations. Seeing Zhang Tianming confirmed Zongjing Wanyo's pulse quickened. She had trained relentlessly not to fall behind him, and now she stood among the Emperor Realm's elite. She had not expected to encounter him so soon after emerging from seclusion. Let's ascend the roof to watch. Long Xiaoyao leapt upward, and instantly noticed Long Shan standing nearby. Hey, Qing Shui up here. A stunning beauty awaits. Lu Qingsheng and Zongjing Wanyu soared onto the rooftop in unison. Indeed, Long Shan's beauty rivaled Zongjing Wanyo's. Yet her ethereal grace, like celestial orchids blooming in sacred mist, carried an otherworldly airy serenity beyond mere mortal allure. Is she lovelier than I am? Zongjing Wanyu huffed. Ha! How could she compare to you, senior sister? You are the most beautiful woman under heaven. Long Xiaoyao dared not provoke his little junior sister. Lu Qingsheng's gaze merely brushed lightly over Long Shan, then withdrew. Finally he murmured, her strength is formidable. Long Xiaoyao and Zongjing Wanyu nodded in silent agreement. They sensed her aura profoundly restrained, far surpassing their own. Whoa, Brother Tianming's cultivation, utterly astonishing. Long Xiaoyao burst out laughing uproariously. Lu Qingsheng and Zongjing Wanyu hastily scrutinized Zhang Tianming's realm, only to recoil in shock. It remained utterly inscrutable. The one confronting Tianming appears equally formidable, Zongjing Wanyu frowned. Neither Lu Qingsheng nor Long Xiaoyao recognized him, but both concurred with Zongjing Wanyu's assessment. At that moment Long Shan, having overheard, remarked calmly, the one opposing Master Zhan is Ouyang Siguang, of the Nanshan Imperial House and a half-Dao sovereign cultivator. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingsheng, Long Xiaoyao, and Zongjing Wanyu froze in stunned silence. What a half-Dao sovereign cultivator? The three had never expected that Zhang Tianming was facing a formidable half-step expert. In the past, they may not have understood what a half-step expert represented, but with increasing interactions with Xianlei, they had come to deeply realize the immense power of a half-step expert. There was simply no comparison between the Imperial realm and the half-step realm. No, I must go help Tianming. Zongjing Wanyu refused to watch Zhang Tianming face the powerful enemy alone. We will go too. Long Xiaoyao did not hesitate either. Wait a moment, Lu Qingsheng stopped the two, saying, I think we shouldn't go. Qing Shui, that's Tianming's brother. Even if the opponent is a half-step expert, we cannot just stand by and watch him face it alone. Moreover, if anything were to happen to him, would junior sister let us off? Long Xiaoyao argued. Hearing this, Long Shan couldn't help but glance at Zongjing Wanyu, secretly thinking, another woman of brother Zhan. This junior really is a playboy. Zongjing Wanyu didn't want to wait, completely uninterested in Lu Qingsheng's explanation, and prepared to rush up to help Zhang Tianming. At that moment Long Shan spoke up, you all don't need to go. Upon hearing this, Zongjing Wanyu couldn't help but stop looking at Long Shan in confusion. Long Shan cast a glance at Lu Qingsheng and said, he is right. You all don't need to go, brother Zhan can handle it on his own. How can he handle it? That is a half-step expert. Do you know how powerful a half-step expert is? Zongjing Wanyu said angrily. She would not believe a stranger she had just met, especially not one more beautiful than herself. Long Shan had no intention of explaining. Instead, Lu Qingsheng spoke up. Junior sister, look at Tianming's face. Is there any hint of fear? Zongjing Wanyu focused her gaze and could not help but shake her head no. Long Xiaoyao added, not only none, but brother Tianming also seems to have a confident demeanor. That person named Ouyang Siguang, although he wears a smug smile, seems to lack conviction in his gaze. Could it be? Brother Tianming has already become a half-step expert. Long Xiaoyao voiced a guess that even he could hardly believe. No, he isn't yet, Long Shan explained. In the high sky, facing the smugly grinning Ouyang Siguang, Zhang Tianming remained utterly calm. Yet, within that calmness there lurked an impending storm. He had once stated that he would cut down anyone from the Ouyang family who dared to show up as a saint. Today he came to fulfill that promise. At this moment Ouyang Siguang seemed to have laughed enough, coldly staring at Zhang Tianming, and proclaimed in a deep voice, Humph, Zhang Tianming, if we were battling elsewhere I might not be your match, but you have now entered the royal capital of my southern Zhan Empire. This place has long been set up by the Ouyang lineage into an unparalleled killing formation over the course of thousands of years. Here you have no chance to kill me. On the contrary, tomorrow on this day, next year will be your day of sacrifice. Formation arise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Ouyang Siguang's command, the entire royal capital erupted with pillars of light soaring into the sky, piercing the heavens, as if connecting the world. In the royal capital, everyone was stirred. The towering pillars of light were blindingly bright, accompanied by a destructive power that radiated outward, reducing some buildings to rubble. Some unfortunate souls were instantly obliterated by the pillars of light. Longshan, Zongjing, Wanyo, Lu Qingqing, and Long Xiaoyao all frowned. Within the formation, there was an overwhelming killing intent. More cultivators in the royal capital began to sense this killing intent. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Damn it, it's truly a battle of immortals, and the mortals suffer. Who are those two people? That person seems to be Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming. Which Zhang Tianming? Wait, isn't that the champion of the Kung Fu Grand Competition, Zhang Tianming? Who is that old man opposite him? Ouyang something Wang. I think I heard Zhang Tianming call him that. And that person flew out of the royal palace. Could he be from the royal family? Are Zhang Tianming and the Ouyang royal family going to battle? Soon someone recognized Zhang Tianming. After all, Zhang Tianming had quite a reputation in the southern region, and many had seen his face. Not good. This seems to be an ancient killing formation. What? An ancient killing formation? If we remain inside, won't we all be doomed? No way. We are all citizens of the southern Zhan Empire. How could the royal family want to kill us? Since ancient times, the path of emperors has been littered with bones. The Ouyang royal family won't be anything good. If we have no use to them, they certainly won't care about our lives. Damn it, this cursed Ouyang emperor, I curse your entire family to die. The Ouyang clan deserves. As more and more cultivators sensed the killing intent of the formation, the number of those cursing the Ouyang clan also increased. Of course, some blamed Zhang Tianming. They thought that if Zhang Tianming hadn't come, Ouyang Siguang wouldn't have activated this killing formation, and they wouldn't be facing death. But now it was too late to say anything. People realized that the entire royal capital was already shrouded by the formation. Touching the edge of the formation's light would result in instant annihilation. The hundreds of soaring pillars of light were constantly thickening and expanding, reducing everything in their path to ruin, turning them into dust scattered on the ground. Blood began to spread. Everyone in the royal capital was desperately fleeing for their lives. Now the distinctions between outer city, inner city, and central city no longer mattered. Even the soldiers stationed at various borders, upon seeing the rapidly expanding pillars of light and the people obliterated by them, began to flee in every direction, abandoning any sense of order. Now escaping was the only priority. The entire royal capital was in complete chaos. No one could sit still. Run, 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 flee for your lives. However, within this royal capital, with hundreds of light pillars expanding simultaneously, pushing through and destroying everything, where could these people escape? To with an inverted massive bowl-like light barrier, enclosing the entire royal capital. No one knew. Yet at this moment, if they did not run, a mere brush with those light pillars would ensure they had no burial ground. People could only be chased by the ever-expanding light pillars. Meanwhile, Ouyang Siguang in the sky coldly laughed, ha ha ha. Zhang Tianming, the bloodline of my Ouyang family, has long been sent away. Although this is my last clone, even if I die, I will take you with me to the grave. And everyone in this royal capital, all must die. Ouyang Siguang had already begun to arrange everything after learning that Zhang Tianming was not dead. The core disciples of the Ouyang family had been arranged to leave the city since the time Zhang Tianming took the dragon vein. Although many returned later, Ouyang Siguang had quietly evacuated them all once again not long ago. The remaining ones were of little importance. Their deaths did not matter. If it weren't for the fear of Zhang Tianming discovering and escaping early, Ouyang Siguang would have prepared to evacuate all members of the Ouyang family. Now sacrificing a few insignificant members of the Ouyang clan to eliminate the great enemy Zhang Tianming was truly worthwhile. Have you laughed enough? If so, come over and die. Zhang Tianming's expression remained unchanged. He grasped at the void. Clang! The nameless divine sword shot out, its sound ringing sharply as it soared into the sky. The erased light curtain that enveloped the imperial capital rippled endlessly upon being struck by this soaring sword energy, forming a sharp dome as if it could be pierced at any moment. What is this? The power of the 9 paths of the sword. Ouyang Siguang's expression changed slightly, his heart filled with dread. This lethal array had been passed down from ancient times by the Ouyang family, possessing unparalleled power. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Tianming's sword energy alone caused the array to tremble. You are indeed powerful, but this is a space controlled by me, Ouyang Siguang. No matter how strong you are, there is only one path to death for you. Ouyang Siguang gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes seemed as if they wanted to pierce through Zhang Tianming. He swiftly formed seals with both hands. Blood sea of 10,000 slaughters, rise for me. All. With Ouyang Siguang's roar, screams echoed throughout the imperial capital, shaking the heavens. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. It started with the ordinary people, their bodies immediately vibrating from the power of the array, bursting into clouds of blood mist that quickly merged into the ever-expanding light column. Soon after, those with weaker powers also began to explode one after another. The entire imperial capital was like a series of firecrackers constantly erupting. A vast amount of blood mist was continuously drawn into the light column, which gradually turned a pale red. Now people realized that even if they were not struck by the light column, they would still be annihilated. Heavens! What kind of unparalleled killing array is this? Horror, fear, panic, helplessness. Even those cultivators who were previously calm could no longer maintain their composure, because the one self-exploding had increasingly higher powers. In just a short while, cultivators at the Martial King realm began to explode without any means of resistance. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before even martial emperors, martial sovereigns, and martial lords would burst into blood mist. Right? Who could have devised such a vicious killing array? Damn it! Countless faces revealed despair. There was simply nowhere to escape. People couldn't help but cast hopeful glances at Zhang Tianming in the sky, wishing he could save them from this calamity. Just like the Dragon Vein ruins of that year, this is a formation that sacrifices blood to nurture itself. The Ouyang family truly is not good people. Zhang Tianming coldly snorted. During the Kungsa battle held by the Southern Zhan Empire, one of the stages required Zhang Tianming and others to enter the Dragon Vein ruins to fight and seize from one another. All the blood and energy from the fallen genius cultivators would be absorbed by the array within the Dragon Vein ruins, becoming nourishment for the Dragon Vein. Now it was the same. It's just that the target of this blood energy had changed to Ouyang Siguan, who presided over this lethal array. A vast amount of overwhelming blood energy emerged from Ouyang Siguan's body. As the blood energy surged, it appeared as if flames of blood were burning. Ouyang Siguan's strength had actually increased several times within this short period. Zhang Tianming, what if you know? Ouyang Siguan laughed coldly. A trace of disgust appeared in Zhang Tianming's eyes. Although he considered himself not a good person, he would never drag countless innocent lives into battle with his... Ouyang Siguan's actions had completely ignited the fury deep within him. Die! Clang! A sword slashed out, the domineering and fierce sword energy extending 100 feet in the void towards Ouyang Siguan. You think you can kill me with just this little sword energy? Dream on. Ouyang Siguan shouted in a deep voice, pointing his right hand at the void. Void finger. Rumble. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook, the void collapsed. The overwhelming blood energy and surging true essence erupted from Ouyang Siguan, transforming into a solid and thick 100-feet-long finger that fiercely pointed at the sword energy Zhang Tianming had slashed out. The overwhelming blood energy and surging true essence erupted from Ouyang Siguan, transforming into a solid and thick 100-feet-long finger that fiercely pointed. Ouyang Siguan sneered coldly and shouted again, gather for me. Suddenly, under the guidance of a powerful law force, the giant finger that had been sliced apart actually began to reassemble, continuing to point towards Zhang Tianming with overwhelming force. Zhang Tianming's face showed no signs of change. If the opponent had no means at all, it would instead make him feel even more incredulous. However, without even looking at such a finger, he slashed out another sword. Swish! The sword energy flew like a shuttle across the sky, like a long rainbow, instantly striking the giant finger in the void. Then with a shock, it shattered into countless fragments, while Zhang Tianming's sword energy only shrank a little, still radiating brilliance, sharp and domineering as it continued to slash towards Ouyang Siguan. A technique of the small path, like the fire of a firefly, dares to compete with the sun and moon. Ouyang Siguan snorted coldly. He waved his hand, empty-handed, drawing a circle in front of him. 10,000 shields technique. Instantly, the unparalleled sword energy pierced through hundreds of protective shield lights before it seemed to get stuck in mud, greatly reducing its forward speed. The sword light came to a complete stop just a foot away from Ouyang Siguan. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood energy surged, creating a tidal sound. Zhang Tianming's sword light was soon engulfed by the blood energy, disappearing without a trace. Zhang Tianming did not continue to strike. From this brief exchange, he had already discerned some clues. This lethal array could not only annihilate the lives of ordinary people and cultivators to replenish energy, but could also absorb the power he exerted, converting it into energy for Ouyang Siguan. The more he attacked, the faster the opponent's strength increased. This array was truly terrifying. The sound of rushing water echoed. The blood energy grew denser, gradually taking on the trend of transforming into a river of blood. Ouyang Siguan, engulfed in blood, didn't mind at all, instead displaying a cold smile. Zhang Tianming, have you run out of options? Ouyang Siguan was thrilled to see Zhang Tianming in such a predicament. Below, Longshan, Zongjing, Wanyo, Lu Qingqing, and Long Xiaoyao frowned slightly. They were excited by Zhang Tianming's unprecedented strength, a realm of 9-star martial emperor. In a battle against a half-Dao expert, he could not show any ease, yet from the earlier confrontation, they could also see that Ouyang Siguan with the aid of the formation had greatly increased his power. Could Zhang Tianming truly kill Ouyang Siguan and break this deadly formation to save everyone from peril? The sounds of explosions continued to ring out as more and more cultivators were crushed by the power of the formation. At this point, even 9-star Martial King cultivators could no longer survive. The bursts of blood mist exploded like red fireworks in black liquid, but at this moment there was no beauty to behold, only a blinding glare. Zhang Taiming's sword avatar did not possess the same understanding of the formation as his true self. Now every attack he launched only served to aid Ouyang Siguan. Continuing this way was not a solution. He could not help but say to his true self, "It's better if you take over." Very well. Zhang Taiming's true self spoke. Buzz. The void trembled, and Zhang Taiming's true self appeared. This. Two brothers Tianming. Long Xiaoyao was taken aback. One of them is his avatar, Long Shan explained. Wow, brother Tianming is impressive. He hasn't even reached the half-Dao realm yet, and already has an avatar. Moreover, the avatar's strength seemed to be at the 9-star Martial Emperor level as well, Long Xiaoyao said, somewhat surprised. Ouyang Siguan showed no change in expression. He had already known about Zhang Taiming's avatar back in the Mind Seal space. Zhang Tianming, I didn't expect your true self and avatar to be here as well. You are truly foolish. But this is even better. Ouyang Siguan laughed heartily. To eradicate both Zhang Taiming's true self and avatar in one fell swoop would eliminate future troubles. After the true self appeared, Zhang Taiming's eyes closed, and then opened, revealing the dragon soul's absolute vision. Illusion realm. With a low shout from his heart, the entire world changed drastically. What? Ouyang Siguan was horrified. The imperial capital vanished, and the sounds of screams, blood explosions, and shouts also disappeared. Here only he and Zhang Tianming remained. And he found himself bound to a towering dragon pillar with several rune-covered chains tightly binding him, leaving him unable to move even a bit. The profound true essence within him, along with the overwhelming blood energy he had drawn, was also shackled by those chains, completely imprisoned. How could this be possible? Where is my divine power? No. This is impossible. How could I be here? How could I not even use my divine power? This must be fake. It must be an illusion. Ouyang Siguan roared in frustration. Unfortunately, with Zhang Taiming's current strength supplemented by his terrifying spiritual power that transcended the ordinary, the illusion realm he conjured was extremely tyrannical. This was a super-enhanced version of the moon reading space, personally named Illusion Realm by Zhang Tianming. Indeed, this is an illusion realm, but it is also one you cannot escape from. Zhang Tianming stepped closer to Ouyang Siguan. The distance between him and Ouyang Siguan was no less than 1,000 meters. In the past, this illusion technique derived from moon reading could not be cast without being at close range. But now Zhang Taiming's eyes had undergone several changes and enhancements. Combined with that unparalleled piercing spiritual power, he could cast it regardless of the distance. Ouyang Siguan, engulfed in the illusion realm, had lost all power of resistance. While Zhang Tianming appeared to walk step by step, each step he took was as if he crossed hundreds of meters. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tianming was already standing before Ouyang Siguan. Ouyang Siguan, now you know who is the sun and moon, and who is the firefly, right? Zhang Taiming's expression was cold. In fact, in my eyes you are even less than a firefly. With a thought, a star cloud chain appeared in the void. One end of the chain was incredibly sharp, like a furious dragon diving into the sea, soaring down from the sky, and brutally piercing through Ouyang Siguan's body. The sound of a scream was earth-shattering. Again, with another thought, Zhang Tianming summoned another star cloud chain that shot down, piercing through Ouyang Siguan's body once more. Under Zhang Taiming's deliberate control, Ouyang Siguan was experiencing pain 100 times greater than normal. Zhang Tianming had amplified Ouyang Siguan's pain. Only in this way could Ouyang Siguan understand what regret truly meant. The sound of rushing water echoed. Another star cloud chain pierced through Ouyang Siguan's body. The excruciating pain pierced his nerves, yet no matter what, Ouyang Siguan could not faint. Everything was under Zhang Taiming's control. If he wanted him to live, he would live. If he wanted him to die, he would die. After all, this was a direct torment on the soul. Meanwhile, Long Shan and the others in the imperial capital were all bewildered, standing in place with puzzled expressions. What is going on? How could Ouyang Siguan, who was so arrogant earlier, be screaming in agony now? I haven't seen brother Tianming make a move at all. Long Xiaoyao couldn't help but exclaim. Zongjing Wanyu and Lu Qingqing both wore confused expressions as well. However, Long Shan, after a brief frown, quickly realized and explained, perhaps Ouyang Siguan has fallen into brother Zhang's killing move, trapped in a mental space. Long Shan was not entirely certain. But she was indeed stronger than Zongjing Wanyu and the others, sensing more than they did. At this moment, Zhang Tianming, standing at an altitude of 10,000 meters, had already summoned a small seal. That divine seal was the Xianhua seal he had recently fused and refined. Let me test the power of this Xianhua seal, Zhang Tianming murmured softly. Although the Xianhua seal could not yet exert its full power, Zhang Tianming had already fused with it to a significant. As for the torment of Ouyang Siguan, that was already sufficient. After all, as long as Zhang Tianming wished, a second in the outside world could equate to 1,000 or even 10,000 years in the illusion realm. In the illusion realm, now Ouyang Siguan had been tormented for a full 7 days and nights. His mind was on the brink of collapse. Zhang Tianming looked at the Xianhua seal in his hand and couldn't help but call out, "Seal, rise." Who? The Xuanhua seal detached from Zhang Tianming's palm, soaring into the air, instantly transforming into a massive seal of 100 feet. An overwhelming divine power descended upon the world. The unparalleled divine flame scorched the heavens and forged the earth. Even the heavy snowfall was affected by the Xuanhua seal, turning into nothingness. The space surrounding the Xuanhua seal erupted with intense heat, warping the very fabric of space, making it impossible to clearly discern the seal's form. Only 2 divine dragons could be faintly seen coiling around it, exhibiting an ambiguous yet domineering presence. At this moment, the majority of the cultivators in the imperial capital, who had not yet been obliterated by the grand formation, could not help but kneel down in reverence, worshipping. Those cultivators who had reached the emperor realm stood in shock, their hearts racing as if they would leap into their throats. The supreme divine seal shook the world. It seemed as if the sun and moon were shattering and the mountains and rivers were reversing in that instant. This realm appeared unable to bear the weight of the seal's might. What kind of dominance is this? Longshan, Zongjing Wanyu, Lu Qingqing, and Long Xiaoyao were equally stunned. Is this the pressure of the Xuanhua seal? Longshan's heart was filled with horror. However, she knew that this was far from the full power of the Xuanhua seal. If Zhang Tianming could summon the Xuanhua seal to its original size when it struck down, even a capital as immense as the Southern Zhan Empire would be instantly crushed into a massive pit. At that time, the Xuanhua seal might not have revealed its true terrifying power yet. Amidst the reverent worship and astonished gazes of the crowd, as well as the frantic screams of Ouyang Siguan, Zhang Tianming smiled lightly and said, "The Xuanhua seal indeed possesses divine might. This is merely 1/3 of its power, with only an 81 fusion rate. If I could elevate the fusion to 100 and fully activate this seal, how terrifying would it be? Go." Without further hesitation, Zhang Tianming gently flicked his fingers. The Xuanhua seal trembled and then smashed towards Ouyang Siguan. The overwhelming blood flames on Ouyang Siguan's body still existed, but before the Xuanhua seal, they were as fragile as paper, crumbling easily under the impact. Bang! Finally, the Xuanhua seal crashed heavily onto Ouyang Siguan, then continued to plunge down towards the imperial capital. Boom! The divine seal pressed down, causing the earth to tremble. Retrieve. With a swoosh, the Xuanhua seal was taken back by Zhang Tianming, transforming back into a small seal, which he stored away. On the ground, a deep pit of 100 feet suddenly appeared. Ouyang Siguan was directly smashed into a meat patty. Moi. No system notification sound. This means Ouyang Siguan still has at least one clone. Zhang Tianming was not surprised. During this time, he had grown accustomed to the fact that these semi-path experts possessed multiple clones. Did you think what Zhang Tianming said could end so simply? Zhang Tianming snorted softly, reaching out to extract a trace of Ouyang Siguan's bloodline, temporarily storing it in his system backpack. Then his gaze swept to the still operating grand formation. The 10,000 Slaughter Blood Sea formation is indeed formidable, Zhang Tianming murmured. During the time he was in the illusion realm, he had already used the Dao Heart Seed Demon secret technique to directly probe Ouyang Siguan's memories, obtaining information about this formation. Unfortunately, he had not uncovered the fact that Ouyang Siguan had clones, but now he had learned that. In addition, he had also seen the whereabouts of the core members of the Ouyang lineage in Ouyang Siguan's mind. For now, he decided to break the 10,000 Slaughter Blood Sea formation first. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zhang Tianming's finger seals moved in succession, and beams of divine light shot out from his fingertips, piercing into the underground of the imperial capital in various directions. Break. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of successive explosions echoed from various directions of the imperial capital. Suddenly, the 10,000 Slaughter Blood Sea formation, which had already obliterated at least hundreds of thousands of people, finally ceased its operation. Columns of light shot into the sky, also dissipated. The light barrier that had enveloped the imperial capital gradually faded until it disappeared. The once prosperous Southern Zhan Empire capital now appeared riddled with scars, a sight of devastation. Where was the previous glamour? Great! We are saved! We are saved! Long live! Long live! Zhan Tianming long live. Ha ha. I actually survived this disaster. Someone cried tears of joy. When I return I will ask to marry Linger and never come back to this damned place again. Wu. Those who survived were either cultivators of the martial emperor realm or weaker individuals protected by more powerful cultivators. But the number of dead was truly overwhelming. It's all that damned Ouyang royal family. We must overthrow the royal family and establish a new ruler. Yes, establish a new ruler. I support Zhan Tianming as our new emperor. A general of the Southern Zhan Empire resolutely raised his voice. He had seen through the ugly face of the Ouyang clan. With the influential general's proclamation, many surviving officials responded in kind. Yes, we are willing to support Senior Zhan Tianming as the new emperor. We are also willing. The voices grew louder. However, Zhan Tianming had no interest in this. What does being an emperor in the mortal realm even mean? In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, possessing absolute power is to have everything. When one has power, making the entire world bow down is merely a matter of a word. Being an emperor still subjects one to the evaluations of future generations. One word: tiring. Ignoring the crowd's cheers, Zhan Tianming's true self and Sword Dao clone remerged as one. His true self continued to cultivate the Dao Heart Seed Demon, while the clone glanced at Longshan Zongjing Wanyo Lu Qingqing and Long Xiaoyao, then transmitted a message: "Wait for me a moment, I will be back soon." Swoosh. Transformed into a streak of light, Zhan Tianming flew towards the Kungsu mountain range near the imperial capital. Half an hour later, Zhan Tianming arrived at the hiding place of the Ouyang lineage. Sword come, Zhan Tianming commanded, and a sword light extending 100 feet condensed from the void. Slash. Swish. The 100-foot-long sword light suddenly slashed down. Boom. At the edge of the Kungsu mountain range, a transparent energy dome flickered briefly before being cleaved apart, revealing a magnificent cluster of palaces inside. Not good, a formidable enemy is coming. Damn, did that guy not get slain by the ancestor? The direct descendants of the Ouyang family looked up at the figure proudly, standing in the sky, with both anger and fear. It seems that the Ouyang family has long made preparations, Zhan Tianming remarked disdainfully. At this moment he keenly sensed a hidden aura, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Such trivial methods, and you think you can deceive the heavens? With that, Zhan Tianming swooshed down. Although the members of the Ouyang clan were deeply enraged at this moment, none dared to utter a word. Even in their gazes directed at Zhan Tianming, there was a hint of profound fear. Heavens! Who is this guy? How could he have grown to such an extent in such a short amount of time? The one who set the deadly trap in the imperial capital was none other than the ancestor of the Ouyang clan. A dignified half-Dao realm powerhouse. Could it be that Zhan Tianming did not go to the imperial capital? How did he discover this place? Zhan Tianming must not have been to the imperial capital, otherwise the ancestor would have already torn him to shreds. A proud prince of the Nanshan Empire was the first to speak after a moment of silence. Instantly, everyone felt that this should be the case. Perhaps Zhan Tianming simply learned of their hiding place through other means. At this point, someone had already begun to secretly relay messages to their Ouyang clan's ancestor. That damn Zhan Tianming, just you wait. I've already relayed messages to the ancestor. Once the ancestor arrives, it will be your death sentence. A certain prince of the royal family secretly harbored hatred. Zhan Tianming did not descend to the ground, but stood in midair, one zhang above the ground, his cold gaze sweeping over the members of the Ouyang clan. It seems you knew I would come for revenge. This must have been told to you by Ouyang Sigong, right? Zhan Tianming's voice carried a formidable aura. Upon hearing this, the members of the Ouyang clan felt their hearts tremble. They were filled with fear. This sensation was one they had previously instilled in ordinary people, but today they experienced it firsthand. What exactly do you want? The prince who had spoken earlier shouted in a deep voice. What do I want? Zhan Tianming smirked with amusement and then raised his hand, gently pointing. Whoosh! A sword chi directly entered the prince's body, followed by a violent tremor. Bang! The prince was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. The members of the Ouyang clan were filled with fury and rage, all glaring at Zhan Tianming. Yet under the icy glare of Zhan Tianming, their hearts suddenly turned cold, involuntarily shivering. When Ouyang Shua and Ouyang Sigong sought to kill me, I had already declared that I would kill until not even a saint-level cultivator from your Ouyang clan dared to appear. Zhan Tianming's voice remained chilling. Now I have come to fulfill what I previously stated. Whoosh! 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 At the moment his voice fell, Zhan Tianming snapped his fingers 3 times. Bang! 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 The 3 saint-level powerhouses of the Ouyang clan were instantly reduced to blood mist. He killed without hesitation, decisively and cleanly. The members of the Ouyang clan all stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that Zhan Tianming would act so swiftly without the slightest hesitation. Heavens! The Ouyang clan had once been a proud royal family of the Nanshan Empire, a high and lofty existence. How dare he? How dare he say kill without remorse? Zhang Tianming paid no heed to their gazes and quickly looked towards a certain prince. This prince had reached the peak of the 9-star martial sovereign realm. At the peak of the 9-star martial sovereign with 1 foot already in the Saint realm, you need not be spared. Whoosh! Bang! With a single finger he killed another person. The explosive sound that shook the void echoed in the ears and hearts of the Ouyang clan members, lingering for a long time. In an instant, 3 Saint-level powerhouses, 1 9-star martial sovereign, and 1 prince all fell to Zhang Tianming. The blood mist that splattered onto the nearby people did not prompt anyone to wipe it away. The air was already thick with a strong smell of blood. A dignified royal family, when had they ever been subjected to such slaughter? In the past, it was they who held the power of life and death over others. This was a humiliation for the royal family. Unfortunately, amidst their fury, the members of the Ouyang clan felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. To kill even those who were on the brink of reaching the Saint realm, was he truly aiming to extinguish the future of the Ouyang clan? What? Are you all unconvinced? Zhang Tianming coldly asked. Had these imperial family members not stood atop countless corpses themselves? Thus Zhang Tianming felt no sympathy for them. Wherever Zhang Tianming's gaze landed, everyone bowed their head. Ouyang Sigong, I truly admire you. Watching me slaughter your Ouyang clan members, you can still pretend so well and remain silent. Zhang Tianming sneered. At this moment, the members of the Ouyang clan were taken aback. The ancestor is here. How could that be? Just as everyone was in shock, a figure shot into the air preparing to flee. Die. Zhang Tianming wasted no words, raising his hand for a sword strike. Whoosh. The sword chi was as thin as a thread, incredibly condensed, arriving with astonishing speed, directly slicing through the fleeing figure. With a single strike, he was split in two, not even giving his soul a chance to escape. Until his death, Ouyang Sigong could not comprehend why, despite such a perfect disguise, he was ultimately discovered. He had thought that he had a clone in the imperial capital to distract Zhang Tianming. Furthermore, he had claimed that this was his final body. However, before he could understand why, Ouyang Sigong's brain ceased to function and a dullness appeared in his ding-dong. Congratulations to the host Zhang Tianming for killing Ouyang Sigong, gaining 250 million experience points, 1 void finger technique, 1 void pill, 1 golden hound soul, 1 emperor's aura, and 1 0 points of fury. Ding-dong. Detected a void finger technique, would you like to cultivate it? Ding-dong. Detected a golden hound soul, would you like to fuse it? Ding-dong. Detected emperor's aura, would you like to fuse it? Void finger. No. Zhang Tianming paid no mind to the void finger. Of course, had it been before he was informed about the cultivation path by Xin Yindao, he might have chosen to cultivate it, but now he was not inclined to. As for the golden hound soul and emperor's aura, Zhang Tianming naturally chose to fuse them. Afterward, he turned his gaze towards the remaining members of the Ouyang clan who were now under his commanding presence. All were made to lower their heads under Zhang Tianming's gaze. The Ouyang clan must not have a Saint Realm cultivator appear within 1,000 years, otherwise do not blame me for being merciless. Leaving behind a statement akin to a decree, Zhang Tianming turned and vanished into the void. It was not until several breaths later that the members of the Ouyang clan dared to lift their heads. Everyone rushed over only to see the person who had been split in two. Perhaps due to death, he could no longer maintain his former appearance, transforming into another person. And this person was indeed their ancestor, Ouyang Sigong. Ancestor. The members of the Ouyang clan were completely petrified on the spot. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianming flew through the void, his gaze already scanning the system backpack. The void finger, a martial skill technique. Unfortunately, in Zhang Tianming's view, the power of this technique was rather mundane. He did not linger on it, and quickly shifted his gaze to another item. Void pill. Item void pill. Rank A. Description: an exceedingly rare ancient divine pill. Ingesting it grants mastery over spatial laws. A pill that directly bestows spatial law comprehension. Zhang Tianming paused momentarily, then a surge of elation flooded his heart. Ordinary pills could never impart such profound law insight. Yet across the Jiulong continent today, certain ancient clans had indeed developed specialized pills and discovered unique secret realms, both designed to accelerate their descendants' grasp of cosmic laws, enabling even those of mediocre talent to ascend to the Saint Realm or even the Emperor Realm. Still, those so-called special pills did not grant direct dominion over any law, only aid in its perception. And to progress further, one required the synergistic resonance of a secret realm. This explained why the Jiulong imperial domain teemed with saints and emperors whose actual strength remained disappointingly shallow. After all, power forged through pills and realms rested upon perilously thin foundations. Among peers of equal cultivation rank, they ranked near the bottom. Yet against lower-rank opponents they crushed them effortlessly. Of course, exceptionally gifted cultivators who rose swiftly via pills and realms retained formidable might. Such disparity hinged profoundly on innate talent. Pills and realms were merely auxiliary tools. Who would have imagined such a rare pill still existed? A faint smile graced Jiang Tianming's lips as he gently lifted the void pill between thumb and forefinger, tilting it slowly from side to side. Upon its ashen-brown surface a wisp of pill chi coalesced without dispersing. Serpent-like it drifted languidly above the pill's core, unmistakably a perfect tenfold fusion. I now command the law of destruction and the law of chaos. Though the 8 laws appear distinct, they ultimately converge into chaos. Thus I wield but 2 laws. Spatial law ranks among the most potent, and this pill shall be mine. With that, Jiang Tianming swallowed the void pill whole. Ding! Congratulations, Sovereign Jiang Tianming. You have acquired the spatial law. Law rank 5th tier. 5th tier. Jiang Tianming blinked in mild astonishment. A single void pill had not only bestowed spatial law upon him, but elevated it instantly to 5th tier. Truly heaven-defying. A thrill surged through him. I wonder how such a pill is refined. Mastering this alchemical art would make nurturing future generations effortless. Alas, the pill's description declared it an exceedingly rare ancient divine pill, evidence that even in antiquity it had been vanishingly scarce. Odd. Ouyang Siguang shouldn't possess such a divine pill. If he did, why hadn't he consumed it himself? Shrugging indifferently, Jiang Tianming dismissed the question. What mattered was that the void pill now resided within him, its essence transformed into 5th tier spatial law. Strange. I possess the eyes of time, yet still lack mastery over temporal law. Puzzling indeed. He murmured softly, then reappeared in the imperial capital of the South-Feeding Empire where Long Shan and the others awaited. Brother Jiang, you seem to have quite a few women in your life. Long Shan dropped the remark unexpectedly, leaving Jiang Tianming momentarily stunned. Had he offended her? Or was she perhaps smitten and thus jealous? Never mind that for now. Jiang Tianming, you truly do have many women. Zhongjing Wanyu planted her hands on her hips and glared. Wanyu, you know full well about Wu Shuang's situation, Jiang Tianming muttered, rolling his eyes. Besides that ugly phone Wu Shuang and your poetic younger sister Shi Yao, what about Lin Miaoyan? Who exactly was she? If you don't explain everything clearly today, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Zhongjing Wanyu bristled with indignation, her fingers practically twitching to twist Jiang Tianming's ear. Jiang Tianming suddenly realized though Zhongjing Wanyu had ascended to the emperor realm, her temperament remained utterly unchanged. Well, that's a long story, he stammered. Then tell me, slowly, thoroughly, until every detail is crystal clear. Zhongjing Wanyu seethed. Oh, Xiao Yao, brother Qing Shuai, you're here too. Jiang Tianming attempted to deflect, only for Long Xiao Yao to bluntly refuse cooperation. Hey, brother Tianming, don't look at us. Deal with your own mess first. Lu Qingqing nodded firmly. Indeed. Jiang Tianming, no deflections. Explain yourself, now. Zhongjing Wanyu stepped forward until their eyes were barely 3 centimeters apart. 3 centimeters. So close he felt her breath. Without hesitation, Jiang Tianming leaned in and kissed her. Pop. Zhongjing Wanyu froze rigid. Lu Qingqing, Long Xiao Yao, and Long Shan stood utterly dumbfounded. None had anticipated he'd kiss her so boldly right before their very eyes. Whoa, brother Tianming, you're incredible. Long Xiao Yao gaped. Zhongjing Wanyu, recovering at last, blushed crimson, her cheeks burning like sunset clouds. With a sharp stomp, she whirled away, fleeing in flustered retreat. Long Xiao Yao raised a thumb high toward Jiang Tianming. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. Only you could devise such an answer. And our junior sister actually fell for it and fled. My admiration knows no bounds. Then why don't you bow down right now? Wait. When I'm drunk, I'll surely prostrate myself before you. Pa. With your tolerance, when have you ever truly gotten drunk? Laughter rippled among them, evoking memories of days long past. Night fell. They gathered at a pavilion on a lake 30 li outside the city. The table bore fine wine and spirit fruits. As old bonds rekindled, Lu Qingqing, Long Xiao Yao, and Zhongjing Wanyu learned far more about Jiang Tianming's journey. I knew you'd win the Kung Fu War Championship. But who'd have thought you'd also claim victory in the 8-realm conclave? Outstanding. Long Xiao Yao grinned. Zhongjing Wanyu seemed resigned to Jiang Tianming's reality. Though lingering irritation flickered beneath her calm, a quiet acceptance gradually taking root. Long Shan, however, regarded Jiang Tianming with thinly veiled disapproval. She despised such men. Too promiscuous, too indulgent. Wanyu, have you visited your father lately? Jiang Tianming turned to her. She gave a slight nod. Before entering seclusion, yes. I paid him a visit. Jiang Tianming nodded, then summoned several emperor-rank divine artifacts from his storage ring, distributing them among Zhongjing Wanyu, Lu Qingqing, and Long Xiao Yao, before producing a sacred manual. Wanyu, This martial technique and divine art I seized after slaying Ouyang Siguang. Train with it. Zhong Jingwanyu and Long Shan exchanged startled glances, their eyes widening with awe. This is a martial technique and divine art.